Transcending the Nine Heavens chapter 1465 to chapter 1519. Hiss, the three of them were sliced into pieces in midair. Fresh blood poured down from the sky like a waterfall. Dukyu let out a long howl, his body swayed continuously as he dodged at high speed. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced towards his ribs from a strange angle. His entire body dodged slightly to the side, and that treasured sword seemed to have brushed past his muscles. Dukyu's palm had already sent the head of the owner of the treasured sword flying. A saber came slashing towards Dukyu's face. Dukyu tilted his body and sent a flying kick towards the person's crotch. Ouch! A tragic cry rang out. It didn't sound like a human's voice at all. That person screamed miserably as he flew over Dukyu's head with his blade. Dukyu stretched out his hand, and by the time that person flew over his head, he had already been sliced into two. Chapter 770, Dukyu's Wrath, 4th update. Darling is very fierce. Everyone, be careful. Miao Zhendong shouted loudly. When the word baby entered his ears, Dukyu became even more furious. Damn it, you were still talking about baby even at this point in time. Baby your grandpa. With a flash of sword light, the long sword that was clamped under his ribs flew out. With a pu sound, it pierced through the body of an expert. The remaining strength of the sword didn't diminish as it brought the body of the expert flying backwards, crashing into a tree. The long sword was nailed to the tree. This person was already dead. His body was hanging on the sword and slowly slid down. As it slid down, his body was sliced into two. Dukyu's body flashed again and again. Sometimes he was in the east, sometimes he was in the west. Sometimes he was in the front, and sometimes he was in the right. In the blink of an eye, he had already circled around the entire arena. Behind him, at least 30 supreme martial artist experts had their eyes bulging out. Dukyu wasn't completely unharmed. His body was also hit by two palms from one of the experts before he died. However, he didn't seem to have any reaction at all. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. It was only at this moment that the two consecrators who were leading the team turned pale with fright. They didn't expect this monster to be so fierce. With a whistle, everyone retreated. However, Dukyu wasn't willing to let them go just like that. Part 7, The Fury of Dukyu. Chase. Another 3 people turned into 3 clouds of blood mist in the process of retreating. Exactly half of the 80 experts were eliminated. There were 40 more. And all these changes happened in the short span of a few flicks of a finger. The ecstasy of discovering a human-shaped treasure in their hearts had yet to dissipate, but it had already turned into resentful spirits. No, it was more accurate to say that all the vengeful spirits were gone. Under the effect of Dukyu's elven aura, the souls of those experts who had just died tragically were decomposed by the invisible green energy in the air, and turned into pure heaven and earth energy. The souls of these insufferably arrogant supreme being experts had all turned into great nourishment for the trees in this place. Although the bloody massacre had begun, the surrounding trees and plants acted as cleaners, burying all the corpses and mangled flesh as they appeared. Even the bloodstains were cleaned up. The surrounding flowering trees and bushes that could bear flowers bloomed beautifully, and in an instant, the fragrance of the flowers filled the air, and the smell of blood disappeared. As far as the eye could see, it was a beautiful garden with a myriad of colors, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. Was this the battlefield that had just devoured 40 experts? However, such a beautiful place was actually the most terrifying and horrifying place of slaughter. Miao Zhendong no longer had the playful look from before, and his expression was extremely solemn as he stared at Dukyu. Even though so many people had already died, the passion in the hearts of the remaining people had not diminished at all. Instead, it had surged even higher. This was a human-shaped treasure. The more powerful the treasure, the more powerful its effects would be. If they were to consume it, then, their cultivation? Wouldn't it be like rubbing? What was there to be afraid of when people died? If they died, it would mean that they were not capable enough. The more people who died, the better. The fewer people there were, the more they would be able to get, right? As the saying goes, greed blinds one's mind. Until now, this group of people still hadn't seen this situation in front of them, and hadn't been able to clearly judge the terrifying strength in front of them. The 40 people formed a semicircle around Dukyu, and at the center of the encirclement was Dukyu's tall figure. "Sir, what kind of thing are you?" Miao Zhendong's eyes were filled with fervor, and his pupils shrunk. He secretly gathered his strength and asked, "What kind of treasure are you? Transforming into a human?" Facing such a powerful human-shaped treasure, Miao Zhendong no longer dared to treat it lightly. Even the tone of his voice had risen from treasure to sir. Dooku was startled, and said, "What? What did you say? What treasure? Transforming into a human? What are you talking about?" This group of people were very abnormal, and their strength was tyrannical. How could they speak so carelessly? I really don't know how they obtained their tyrannical cultivation. Miao Zhendong thought that the monster in front of him was putting on an act, and was trying to make him lower his guard. "So," he said indifferently, "although your figure and actions are no different from a human, how can you hide from this old man's discerning eyes? This old man has long seen that you are the incarnation of a monster. Tell me, what kind of thing are you?" Dooku was tongue-tied, and said angrily, "You're the monster. Your whole family is full of monsters. Always your grandpa. With those two dead fish eyes of yours, you still dare to call yourself discerning eyes? I think you're more like a chicken eye or a chicken eye." Miao Zhendong said calmly, "Your strength is not ordinary. Why do you have to lower yourself and hurt people with your words? However, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Today's outcome has already been decided. I will definitely beat you back to your original form. Everyone, get ready." With a schwa sound, all the experts took a step forward in unison, and assumed a battle stance. Dooku suddenly felt very conflicted in his heart. What kind of person is this? How dare he say that I hurt people with my words? If I had said something that hurt people, how badly would you hurt me? Why do I look like a monster? How am I putting on an act? Could it be that these people are actually treating me as a spirit? Heavenly treasure. Treasure, I'm really King speechless. A bunch of idiots, just you wait, you old bastard on the other side. Open those chicken eyes of yours wide and look carefully. Is there a monster as handsome as me? Dooku was furious. Haha. Miao Zhendong's gaze was like a deep pool, and he still looked calm. Monsters will never admit that they are monsters. I don't want to argue with you anymore. When I beat you back to your original form, everything will be clear. Dooku was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This old bastard, just you wait. Let's see if I'll beat you up. There were still 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists, 3 7th-grade supreme martial artists, 7 9th-grade supreme martial artists, 10 5th-grade supreme martial artists, but only 3 4th-grade supreme martial artists and 5 3rd-grade supreme martial artists. The other 10 were all 2nd-grade supreme martial artists. Those that he had killed just now seemed to be a glorious result, reducing the enemy's head by half. However, most of them were 2nd and 3rd-grade supreme martial artists. The 2 strongest ones were only 4th-grade supreme martial artists. This wasn't much of a loss to the enemy's high-end combat strength. This was also the real reason why the enemy didn't panic in the face of such a shocking change, and even had the confidence to turn the situation around. It seemed that the following tough battle could be expected. If it weren't for the trump card of exchanging injury for injury, the situation wouldn't have been optimistic for him. In fact, in terms of pure strength, although Dooku had already reached the peak of 8th-grade supreme martial artist, the other party had 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists and a 7th-grade supreme martial artist, and many other high-grade supreme martial artists as support. The encirclement had already been formed, and even if he wanted to escape, it would be a difficult matter. However, this was the home ground of the fairies, and Dooku was a top-notch royal fairy, but for both sides, this was an unimaginable battle. Dooku was innocent, and the enemy was also wrong due to a combination of factors. Dooku sneered and slowly recited, "I am the king of the 8 barren lands, I am the king of the 10,000 rivers and mountains." His body floated in the air. Everyone, go. Miao Zhendong's pupil shrank. Everyone, pay attention to your strength. Don't break it. If it breaks, the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Everyone rushed forward. Dooku let out a long howl and descended from the sky. He rushed into the crowd like a sharp arrow, bang, after exchanging a palm strike with the second high priest. The second high priest's body retreated rapidly. He wanted to borrow the momentum of his retreat to dissipate this tyrannical impact. However, Duke Yu, who was similarly impacted by the huge impact, did not retreat but instead advanced. Forcefully enduring the surging blood and chi in his chest, he let out a loud shout and grabbed out with both of his hands. The heads of the two second-grade supreme martial artists were grabbed by him at the same time, and with a bang, the two watermelons exploded, splattering red all over the ground. After succeeding in his attack, he still didn't retreat. He took a step forward and kicked out. The high priest didn't take the attack. His body flashed, and his palm came down like a knife. Duke Yu retracted his leg and moved to the left side of the high priest like a ghost. He actually put his shoulder under the high priest's palm. At the same time, he punched the high priest's left chest. The great consecrator let out a muffled groan as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It happened to merge with the blood that Duke Yu had spat out. The great consecrator Miao Zhendong hastily retreated, but how could Duke Yu let him escape? Among so many people, the most disgusting and hateful one was this old pervert, this tortoise bastard. His whole body withstood the attacks from all directions, and he moved forward like lightning. His palms were like giant axes that could split mountains, and he continuously attacked Miao Zhendong's chest. Miao Zhendong's body flew close to the ground as he retreated, and he kept defending with his palms. He was shocked and angry at the same time. You don't want to live anymore. He couldn't be blamed for shouting like that. The other party's fighting style was obviously a suicidal fighting style. It was even a self-destructive attack. If he wasn't careful, he would die before he could kill Miao Zhendong. After all, the high priest was only taking on Duke Yu's own attacks, and Duke Yu himself had to take on countless attacks from all directions. Full of bullshit. If you want to kill me, will you let me live? If you don't take the opportunity to find a scapegoat, when will you? Duke Yu smiled coldly. Old bastard. Didn't you say that you want to eat my treasure? I'll give you a chance. Come and eat, you pervert. While he was talking, his hand still didn't relax. Suddenly, he roared, living beings of heaven and earth. Be used by me. Come. Fourth update. 3320 update. There are still 4.5 hours left until 24 o'clock. Can my monthly votes reach 3420? I continued to write. Following Duke Yu's loud roar. The entire forest seemed to be shaking. Countless green streams of air swirled and surged towards the battlefield. Duke Yu breathed out and inhaled. He fought crazily while using his body to resist the attacks. At the same time, he absorbed a huge amount of spirit energy to heal his injuries. He was injured at every moment, but he was also recovering at every moment. Bang bang bang, Miao Zhendong forcefully took a breath and received 17 palm attacks. Duke Yu's chi and blood were already surging. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The surrounding Supreme's palm attacks were also landing on his body. However, he still didn't care. After a round of brute force, Miao Zhendong's last breath was completely exhausted, and he could no longer hold on. His face suddenly turned bright red, and he let out a miserable shriek. His entire right arm was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the sky. Part 777, A Powerful Monster. Fifth update. His entire body plowed a huge ditch on the ground as he flew out with a boom. Miao Zhendong's momentum came to a stop when his back hit a large tree with a bang. However, before Miao Zhendong could recover from his shock, the roots of the large tree automatically emerged from the ground and tightly wrapped around him along with the vines at the side. Miao Zhendong let out a loud roar. Something that looked like a burning flame was emitted from his body. The surrounding roots and vines were instantly turned into ashes. Duke Yu originally planned to continue chasing and killing Miao Zhendong. However, he didn't expect the sound of wind behind him. Following that, he roared, "Evil creature! Damn it!" The second consecrator had finally arrived. This time, he went all out and didn't hold back anymore. If he held back any longer, he would probably end up in the same state as Miao Zhendong. After all, Duke Yu's tyrannical strength and his determination to fight with his life were too terrifying. Seeing the second consecrator's ferocious attack, Duke Yu didn't fight back. He somersaulted and escaped into the sky. He had already arrived on the trunk of a big tree. With a flash of green light, the tree branches grew densely and covered the entire sky above everyone's head. The second consecrator let out a loud roar and struck out with his palm. 100 feet tall demon. Fifth update. The sky instantly cleared up. However, Dooku was nowhere to be seen. Only a hoarse laughter could be heard. Wait for your death. Bastards. Everyone leaped onto the treetops at the same time. As far as the eye could see, that green-cloaked figure was nowhere to be seen. A painful groan came from below. The source was none other than High Consecrator Miao Zhendong. He's too powerful. Miao Zhendong's old face scrunched up like a cigar. He said angrily, I didn't expect this treasure to be so fierce. Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. When he was fighting with Dooku, his initial intention of retreating was to neutralize the huge amount of energy that was generated from the conflict between the two of them. Without any surprises, it was the most logical, even a supreme being of the highest grade. After exchanging a blow with his full strength, he also needed to retreat to reduce his strength. Otherwise, he would have to use his own body to withstand the huge impact caused by the aftershock of the palm strike, which would most likely cause his internal organs to be shaken. This wasn't a joke. Although it wasn't easy for Supreme Being experts to get injured, and they could quickly recover from ordinary injuries, it wasn't easy for them to recover from injuries caused by experts at the same level. But he never thought that he would encounter such a monster today. One of them had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Supreme Martial Artist realm. He completely disregarded his own safety and raised his hand to risk his life. This was really a weirdo. Not only did he not retreat after exchanging a blow with the second High Consecrator, he also fought with him until both of them were injured. In fact, he was getting crazier and crazier. Swords and sabers fell like rain, and fists and palms flowed like water. None of the attacks were a joke, but he didn't care at all. He just aimed at himself and crazily smashed 20 palms. He smashed himself down from the sky and smashed himself into the ground. That wasn't the end. He kept smashing himself until he couldn't catch his breath. Miao Zhendong could guarantee with his life that this bastard's injuries were definitely more serious than his own. In fact, it was more than twice as serious, but he still did it. He did it without any hesitation. He did it without any scruples, and what made Miao Zhendong the most sullen was that he wasn't the only one who wanted to eat him. Do you have to be so relentless? Do you dare to risk your life a little more? Miao Zhendong became even angrier after he carefully examined his injuries. His internal organs were severely damaged, and almost all of them showed signs of displacement. His right arm was broken, and his entire arm was shattered. He was almost half crippled, and 3 of his ribs were broken. Even breathing could cause him severe pain. Until now, he still had an uncontrollable urge to vomit blood. What the F***ck was going on? This is really, really beyond the norm of martial arts. There's actually such a monster. The High Consecrator felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how long it had been since he was last injured. High Consecrator, this is what I think. That thing has such an ability. It should be like that in the first place. Another mid-grade Supreme Martial Artist said with a wry smile, after all, it's a different existence from us. It's a demon. That makes sense. Miao Zhendong felt slightly relieved. He forced himself to stand up from the ground. There was no point in saying anything else now. It was more important to heal his injuries as soon as possible. The second High Consecrator hurried forward and transferred his cultivation to help heal his injuries. Among those present, only the second High Consecrator had this ability. The help of the others was either a drop in the bucket or would only make things worse. With the departure of that demon, the environment here seemed to have returned to normal. Thinking of that inexplicable battle just now, more than half of the 80 people who came out of the house were actually lost. Everyone's hearts were somewhat heavy. Everyone, let's continue forward. Miao Zhendong recovered some of his energy. He waved his hand and said, there's no need to be discouraged. This demon is already seriously injured. My injuries are already this bad, so his injuries are definitely more serious than mine. Most importantly, that fellow already hates us to the core. Such a strange creature that has taken human form is narrow-minded and vengeful. he will definitely not give up on revenge. His revenge is an opportunity that we can make use of. Therefore, everyone must be alert and pay attention to the movements around us. Since the opportunity has come, we must not let it slip through our fingers. High Consecrator is right. Everyone said in unison. So what if a few people died? You have to give up something to gain something. If you want to gain something, you have to give something. How could there be success without sacrifice? Moreover, that fellow was already seriously injured, even more seriously than the High Consecrator. The High Consecrator still had the Second Consecrator to help him recuperate. That demon couldn't possibly find another of his kind to help him recuperate, right? Big brother, I feel a little uneasy in my heart. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with what happened today. The Second Consecrator frowned. Is it really a demon? The High Consecrator turned his head. You have other opinions? What I mean is, although that person's battle style is unusually strong and very different from ordinary people, I keep feeling that it's still a person fighting with us and not a demon. The Second Consecrator was somewhat worried. My feeling tells me that the enemy we've provoked this time is an extremely strong and troublesome enemy, definitely not a demon. Ha ha ha. The High Consecrator laughed. Second brother, what do you think is the approximate level of this fellow's cultivation? 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist peak. He's definitely not weaker than you and me, but in terms of strength, he's not necessarily stronger than us. They're roughly on par. The Second Consecrator didn't even think about it. Both of them had the same understanding on this point. Let me ask you again. Second brother, how many people do you think there are in the entire continent who have such a cultivation? The High Consecrator scoffed and said, those who have such a cultivation, which one of them isn't in our information? And which one of them is unknown to us? And the most important thing is, do you know that there was once such a person? For a person to cultivate to 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist, no matter what, he'd still need to roam the martial world and gain experience, right? Do you have any sense of familiarity with this fellow's information? His resume? Such a strange appearance and a hatred that's close to that of a wild beast. Has there ever been such a special kind of expert? No, I don't have any impression of him. There's not even one that's close to him. That's right. Then if he's really a human and not a demon, then did he fall from the sky? Or crawl out from the ground? The High Consecrator sneered. The Second High Consecrator was speechless. Let's put aside his strange appearance and his almost disorganized fighting style. Have you noticed another very important thing? When he opens his hands, there's a patch of lush green. Wherever the greenery passes, the surrounding flowers and trees grow rapidly. Have you ever seen such a special ability? The High Consecrator snorted and said, even the entire forest can be used as an army by him to attack. What kind of person do you think would have such an ability? At this point, the High Consecrator laughed. The Second High Consecrator nodded and said, Big Brother's words make sense. I'm probably thinking too much. The High Consecrator chuckled and said, Second Brother, don't worry too much. Or perhaps you should think more about how much benefits we can get after we capture this treasure. Ha ha ha, think about it carefully. Dukyu, who was heavily injured, quickly escaped into the dense forest. In an instant, he was more than a few hundred miles away in a patch of green waves. Only then did he feel at ease to check the injuries on his body. He grimaced in pain. Mother ***, I'm so aggrieved. I've never seen anything like this before. I've also never experienced such an inexplicable battle. Even until now, Dukyu still didn't know what this group of perverts was doing. Which force did they belong to? Just like that, they fought until they were hovering between life and death. Looking at the injuries on his body, Dukyu grimaced in pain. So ruthless. In that short battle just now, he was only focused on chasing after the perverted High Consecrator. He didn't care about the attacks of the others at all. Now that he checked, it was really shocking. It was fortunate that he didn't lose his life just now. There were more than 300 palms, more than 100 kicks, 70 to 80 fingers, and more than 10 knives, 20 to 30 swords. He believed that the legendary 100 palms entanglement and 1,000 cuts to pieces were nothing more than this. Actually, Dukyu didn't know that his injuries this time were due to the enemy's mercy. If it wasn't for the great consecrator's warning, everyone, pay attention to your strength and don't break it, his injuries would have been even more serious. Dukyu didn't dare to be negligent. This wasn't a light injury. Even with the help of the spirit energy, it would still take some time to heal. He immediately sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. He gritted his teeth and thought, "You bastards, first you used words to tease me, then you said you wanted to eat me in front of me. You even treated me as a spirit. Fine, I'll show you perverts this time. If I can't kill you bastards and perverts, I'll tear off your D*ck and feed it to the dogs." This time, he used the power of the forest to heal his injuries, but the transmission channel came from underground. The strong enemy was here. Chapter 778, From being chased to being chased on the side, they were all people with extremely sharp divine senses. How would Dukyu dare to rashly cross the sky to collect the spirit energy? However, the underground transmission was the same. The tide-like spirit energy was continuously transmitted into Dukyu's body through the underground. At the same time, Dukyu clearly felt that the aura of the City of Elves was rapidly emerging from an unknown depth underground and entering his body. Dukyu only felt that his heavy injuries were rapidly healing. It was almost in an instant. This made Dukyu's desire to find Chu Yang and restore the City of Elves even stronger. As the High Priest's injuries advanced and healed, he took some healing elixirs and had already recovered a lot. Other than his broken arm and ribs which still needed some time to heal, his internal injuries were basically no longer a problem. He also became more energetic. As for the expression on his face, it was no different from before. Along the way, a group of supreme martial artists led the way. There were also a dozen or so experts who simply stepped on the treetops to advance, afraid that they would miss any traces of the treasure. It didn't take long. They had already walked for 200 miles. The surroundings were silent, and this silence seemed to be able to last forever. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, as well as an aura unique to the forest. They almost didn't encounter any obstructions or disturbances. The only obstruction was the 70 to 80 poisonous snakes that they killed along the way. However, this little threat to a supreme martial artist was completely not worth mentioning. Could it be that the treasure is afraid? He has already escaped. One of the 5th grade supreme martial artists muttered. It can't be that smart. The other person was also a little surprised and doubtful. If their precious Gigi were to run away, then all of them would have lost everything. They would not have gained anything at all. Not only did he not gain anything, he even had to sacrifice the lives of dozens of supreme martial artists. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, and a very familiar green light flashed past. He was one of the 10 supreme martial artists who were exploring the way at the top of the tree. 2 people somersaulted and fell to the ground. Only the remaining few people could be heard shouting angrily. Then, the sound of an intense battle could be heard. The people under the tree naturally did not dare to be negligent. With a whoosh sound, they all rushed forward, only to discover that the intense battle had already ended. However, those 8 supreme martial artists still maintained their battle postures, but their enemies had already disappeared without a trace. The High Priest instructed a few 7th grade supreme martial artists to observe the surroundings to see if they could find any traces of the sneak attackers escaping. Then, they rushed to the place where the 2 sneak attackers had fallen. He focused his gaze and saw the 2 people on the ground. Blood was still gurgling out of their throats. They could not be any more dead. There were many tree roots and vines entwined around the 2 corpses, as if trying to pull the 2 corpses into the ground. The lower half of their bodies had already been dragged in quite a bit. Seeing this strange situation, everyone looked on helplessly. They tried to keep calm on the surface, but their hearts were already cold. What happened just now? Miao Zhendong asked loudly. Just now, we were flying all the way, searching for traces of that spirit, but we didn't find anything. Suddenly, a person appeared out of nowhere in midair. His entire body was green. Because his appearance was too sudden, we were completely unprepared. 3rd brother Mu and 4th brother Che's throats were grabbed by that person, and then blood spurted out. We hurriedly went to help them, but that person immediately let go and ran away. He didn't say a word, and then mysteriously disappeared again. Although that person only appeared for a short time, we can still confirm that he is that treasure from before. That green body, I definitely won't be mistaken. The person with the highest cultivation in the previous group replied. The person who replied could still tell the whole story. As for the supreme martial artist beside him, he was obviously frightened. The two people who had just died were right next to him. They were the closest to him. He could even feel their desperate struggle at the last moment. In just a moment, two supreme being experts who had similar cultivation levels to him were finished just like that. If the other party's target was me, even with the cultivation of Mu Laosan and Che Laosan, they couldn't even put up any resistance and were finished just like that. Another person's face was pale. This demon is too scary, don't say any more. Everyone, don't worry about nothing and disturb the morale of the troops. Let's continue forward. Miao Zhendong's face was gloomy. Everyone was silent. Because everyone could feel an extremely strong sense of danger rising spontaneously. If the other party came out to fight openly, they wouldn't be afraid. In fact, they would be more than happy to do so. However, the other party was obviously very smart. He only hid in the dark and launched a sneak attack. Once he succeeded, he didn't linger and disappeared in an instant. Everyone knew that this entire forest was the other party's home ground. The other party could appear and disappear unpredictably, and hide in an instant. But what about them? This time, the ones who died were Mu Laosan and Che Laosan. Then, who would be the next one? Would it be them? Everyone was silent for a moment and continued to move forward. Originally, they were inexplicably excited about the treasure hunting trip, but because of the huge accident just now, everyone felt insecure. Everyone walked carefully for a few miles. Suddenly, there was another sudden scream. The body of the person who was walking at the back exploded into a bloody mist. Everyone hurriedly turned back to check, but only saw a green figure flash and disappear. A sinister laugh reverberated in the air. Come out, you demon! Miao Zhendong shouted. What kind of hero are you if you keep hiding? If you have the guts, come out and fight openly. A low, sinister laughter came from the green forest. I'm not a hero. I'm a demon. Miao Zhendong heard it and cursed continuously. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. High priest, what kind of hero are you talking to a demon about? Many people cursed silently. That demon was obviously a smart one. Was he stupid enough to rush out and fight a big group of supreme martial artists? What's more, he had already suffered once before. As long as he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't voluntarily come out and sacrifice himself, right? Right now, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. It's quite unfavorable for us. The only thing we can do now is to increase our speed and pass through this boundless forest as soon as possible. The second high priest frowned. Even if he wants to take revenge, he can only do it when we are still in the forest. Once we increase our speed, we will definitely mess up his plan. As long as we can leave this place, we don't have to worry about his plot. If he doesn't do anything, then after we pass through, we can call more experts the next time we come back. We don't have to worry about him escaping to the sky. The second high priest said, moreover, this demon is so strong. Even if others come, as long as they don't have a specific strategy, I believe they may not be able to subdue him. Therefore, big brother, you don't have to worry about him being taken away by others when you come back. Oh right, we can use fire to attack and burn the whole forest. Let's see if he can grow faster or the fire can burn faster. Fire won't work. Once there is a fire here, I'm afraid we will be the first ones to fall into the sea of fire. It's hard for us to get out from such a far distance. Moreover, this demon moves very quickly. He can hide in this huge forest anytime. Fire won't be able to catch up to him. Since that's the case, we can only come back next time. That's true. Miao Zhendong muttered to himself for a moment and said, it's decided then. When we come back next time, we will take this thing in one fell swoop. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Next, everyone became alert and quickened their pace. They cut through all obstacles and advanced bravely. However, no matter how fast they were, this forest covered an area of thousands of miles. How could they cross it in such a short period of time? Not to mention that everyone had deliberately slowed down their speed in order to search carefully. Their progress now was not even a quarter of the whole journey. As they advanced, another 3 people fell into the forest and became nutrients for the plants. Originally, there were only half of the 40 people left. Now, there were 12 people left. People kept getting killed. Everyone's faces became gloomier as they rushed forward at full speed. Every time Dukyu made a move, he would first choose the weakest and easiest to deal with. Every time he made a move, he would not miss. Once he succeeded, he would not stop. He was like a ghost wandering in the human world. Moreover, this was in the dark of the night. Home ground. Absolute home ground. He could even appear from any tree to carry out an attack. He could suddenly appear from any bush. Every time he appeared, one person would disappear from the world forever. As the number of people continued to decrease, the fear of unknown attacks in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. The initial excitement of seeing a human-shaped treasure had long flown away. 28 people left. Dukyu was still wandering freely in the forest. Not far away, he looked at the group of people who were rushing forward, intending to leave the forest. He calculated silently in his heart. Since he made a move again, he had already killed 12 people. Such a result made Dukyu feel that he was a fool for choosing to fight the enemy head-on just now. However, low-level supreme beings were basically extinct now, and the remaining ones were all high-level supreme beings. Each one of them was stronger than the last. If he wanted to kill them silently like he did before, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for him to escape unscathed after landing a blow. Dukyu's eyes shot out a green light in the dark forest. He was carefully considering his next strategy. At this moment, everyone's hearts were sullen and depressed to the point of madness. There was also an indescribable sense of fear. A mid-grade supreme martial artist actually needed someone to protect him just for a breath of air. He needed 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists and 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists to protect him. Even so, he wasn't completely safe. How ridiculous was this? Would anyone believe it if he told them? But at this moment, the 4 people below had already scouted out the terrain. Just as the 4 above were about to descend, another mishap befell him. A strange, almost illusory figure shot out from the forest below like a bolt of lightning. With only a swoosh sound, it crossed the sky and crashed into the group of 4 second-grade supreme martial artists like a meteor. The second high priest roared, Part 7 Chapter 780, The Breakthrough of a Mid-Grade Supreme Martial Artist. Be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a muffled bang. Dukyu's resolute palm, which contained all of his cultivation, had already landed accurately on the dantian of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. The other 3 immediately counterattacked, drawing their swords and sabers at the same time. Their counterattacks were as swift as lightning. Dukyu let out a long laugh and actually didn't dodge or evade. He took on the 3 terrifying attacks head-on, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, he forcefully grabbed the shoulder of another mid-grade supreme martial artist, while his other hand slapped cleanly on the top of this person's head. Then, he abruptly raised his knee and hit this person's dantian, pa. There was a very crisp sound. This mid-grade supreme martial artist's head first shattered. Then, his dantian exploded, turning into minced meat at the same time as the previous mid-grade supreme martial artist, flying in all directions. The second high priest's sword came attacking with the sound of wind and thunder. His attack was extremely fast and violent. Dukyu didn't receive the attack. He quickly retreated. However, there was a shining sword on his thigh and lower abdomen. There were 2 swords and 4 holes in his body. He flew down with blood dripping from his body. Behind him, there was still a sword light like lightning. Just as the sword light touched his back, he turned into a ball of green light again and completely disappeared in the vast forest. The second high priest's expression changed. Part 7 Chapter 780, The Breakthrough of a Mid-Grade Supreme Martial Artist. He stood there with a pale face. Facing such an unexpected situation, he had an urge to curse. The other party was too cunning and too cruel. He did not hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. He would rather be heavily injured to kill the enemy. What a ruthless person. Everyone, let's go. Chief Consecrator Miao Zhendong's spirit was somewhat dispirited. and his eyes were already somewhat dull. Along the way, another 2 middle-grade supreme martial artists fell one after another. Then, even the 7th-grade supreme martial artists finally started to become Dukyu's hunting target. Once all the low-grade supreme martial artists were dead, it would naturally be the turn of the 7th-grade supreme martial artists. During this process, the High Consecrator and his entourage also confirmed a terrifying fact. It caused their last bit of stubbornness to completely vanish. This discovery was not a big deal. It was just that they realized that no matter how serious the injuries were, this spirit could quickly recover. When it appeared in front of them again, it would definitely be full of spirit and vitality. That was all. His injuries were worsening all the way, while the other party kept on recovering. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. With such unequal conditions and a negative environment, it would be strange if he still had confidence. The High Consecrator was the last to arrive. There was only one word: escape. If you could escape, you were lucky. If you couldn't, you were unlucky. That was all. It was evening. Seeing a cloud of smoke finally appearing in front of them, both the High Consecrator and the 2nd Consecrator had tears streaming down their faces. The heavens had pity on them. This journey to hell, to the death of the gods, had finally come to an end. We are finally going to get out of this damned forest. This period of running for our lives is really unbearable to look back on. Just thinking about it made them scared. It was an eternal nightmare, looking at each other who was all alone. Both of them had tears in their eyes. The joy of being reborn after so many years, they had long forgotten what tears were. At this moment, they could not hold back their tears. 80 people came out, and now, only the 2 of us are left. Even the 3 7th-grade supreme martial artists were all dead now. The other party's viciousness caused the 2 of them who'd experienced many battles to tremble with fear, and just thinking about it caused them to feel a wave of terror. Who would have imagined that what seemed to be a peerless fortune that descended from the heavens was actually a peerless calamity? Speaking of this part of the journey, the most frightening part was the last 1,500 miles. When the human-shaped demon killed the last 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists, the 2 High Consecrators did not dare to help at all. It was not that the 2 High Consecrators did not want to help, but it was meaningless. The human-shaped demon was too vicious, completely disregarding its own safety and fighting with its life. But it had the ability to do so. Not to mention 1 8th-grade supreme martial artist, even 3 or 4 of them would have died. But it only needed to hide for a while and immediately recover to its peak state. How could they fight such a battle? It was better to let the demon suffer the counterattacks of the 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists before their deaths. The more severe its injuries, the longer it could hide and recover, giving them more time to escape from this ghost town. For the next 1,500 miles, the 2 High Consecrators were on tenterhooks, suspecting that everywhere they looked could be an ambush set by the demon. They perfectly acted out what it meant to be jittery at the slightest sound. But until they escaped from the vast forest, they still did not encounter any attacks. This result made both of them anxious and doubtful. Could it be that the other party actually gave up at such a time? Or was it that the counterattacks of the 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists before their deaths caused too much damage to him and he could not recover in time? But no matter what, it was fortunate that they were able to escape, no matter what. At the last moment, the 2 of them actually used a secret technique, risking a huge loss of cultivation, and almost disregarding their lives, escaped out of the dense forest in the northwest direction. They only hated that their parents did not give birth to them with 2 more legs. "Mom, I won't be greedy next time." "Bah, there won't be a next time, there definitely won't be a next time." It was not that Dukyu really did not want to continue the chase, but after he fought hard and killed the last 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists, although he was also seriously injured, his injuries were still within the range of being able to recover quickly. He had absolute confidence that he could recover in a short period of time and continue the hunt. But at that moment, something happened. Dukyu inexplicably felt some kind of mysterious feeling. This feeling was very familiar, yet also very strange and distant. It was the feeling of breaking through. Dukyu really gritted his teeth. "I was about to break through just now, but was interrupted by a group of perverts, and was even treated as a demon by that group of perverts, which almost angered me to death. It was not easy to kill this group of perverts and bastards. Just as I was happily killing them, I suddenly had a breakthrough. What is this called? You left when you shouldn't have left, and you came when you shouldn't have come. What do you want me to do? What do I do? What do I do? Do I do it according to the highest standards? Serve him diligently. Although he was angry, Dukyu still did not dare to have the slightest bit of neglect. Since the opportunity to break through came again, it was better to do it honestly. As for the remaining 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists, he would let them go first. At most, he would find them after he broke through. Anyway, today's hatred could only be washed away with their blood. Previously, he heard from their conversation that they were going to the northwest to deal with the Calamity Sword Master. When the time came, he would directly go to the northwest to settle the score with them after he broke through. Dukyu's temper had always been like this. To those who offended him, even if they were thousands of miles away to the ends of the earth, he would definitely teach them a lesson. As for those who he wanted to kill, he had never let any of them go. How could Dukyu let the 2 consecrators who escape so easily? You can escape for a while, but do you have the ability to escape for a lifetime? This was definitely not a casual remark. Besides, I originally planned to go to Chuyang for help immediately after I broke through to 8th-grade supreme martial artist. But if I took the initiative to go to him, that guy would definitely ask me for help. Now that I have such a legitimate reason to go, I will be doing him a great favor. Those are 2 peak 8th-grade supreme martial artists experts. I helped him and even took revenge. When the time comes, I won't have to be embarrassed when I ask him for help. It's a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Dukyu's heart was full of calculations. One day later, the 2 great consecrators had already fled thousands of miles away from the boundless forest. They were rushing towards the rendezvous point with all their might. Suddenly, they felt the earth tremble. Then, an earth-shattering pressure came from behind them. The distance was already very far, and this feeling was also very faint. But the higher the level of the supreme martial artist, the more obvious this feeling was. At this moment, an 8th-grade supreme martial artist actually appeared. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. They both exclaimed. Only when an 8th-grade supreme martial artist had just broken through would there be such a scale of power. Speaking of breaking through to the supreme martial artist level, it was also the biggest wish of these 2 since they reached the peak of 8th-grade supreme martial artist 1,500 years ago. At this moment, someone had broken through, but it wasn't them. At this moment, the 2 of them felt really strange. It was almost indescribable with words. Who exactly broke through? The 2 of them leaped into the sky at the same time and looked back. The most likely location of the breakthrough is directly in the boundless mountain forest. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the cold sweat on each other's forehead. Could it be that it was that monster who broke through? Miao Zhendong's face was ashen. Most likely. I was still wondering why he didn't chase after us in the last 1,000 miles. So it turns out that he didn't give up, but that he was suddenly facing a breakthrough. The second great master swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he really succeeded in breaking through, wouldn't the 2 of us have provoked a great enemy that we can't match? Miao Zhendong's old face was distorted. Damn it, did he have to be so deceitful? He chased after us all the way for fun, and when we're done for, he even made a breakthrough. Isn't this asking us to live in a nightmare for the rest of our lives? I even suspect that he broke through because of the battle with us. After so many battles of life and death, he has been on the verge of death several times. It's not strange for him to break through at the same time as us. Although the 2 of them were lucky enough to escape unscathed, they had been constantly flying in the air during their escape. At the last part of the journey, they had even used a secret technique to speed up their escape. The amount of energy they had consumed was even greater than the amount they had used in the previous battles. It was extremely difficult to recover. Not to mention that their state of mind was slightly damaged after so many incidents. It was too difficult for them to break through their original bottleneck and reach the peak of supreme martial artist level. Miao Zhendong was dumbfounded. He wanted to cry but had no tears. At first, when they discovered the abnormality, they thought that there was a treasure at their doorstep and went to hunt for it excitedly. But in the end, they were completely wiped out. The 2 of them were also fleeing like stray dogs. It turned out that this was not the worst result. Damn it, the worst was yet to come. The enemy was actually using the battle experience to hunt them. Chapter 781, Brothers, let's have a drink before the battle of life and death. Fourth update. He had broken through to the supreme martial artist level. Could there be anything more ket up and devastating than this? If Dukyu knew how the two of them were feeling, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of saliva. If it wasn't for you bunch of perverts, he would have broken through to the supreme martial artist level long ago. Also, if it wasn't for this sudden breakthrough, do you think the two of you would be able to escape unscathed? Humans should learn to be grateful. Let's hurry up and leave. He has just broken through and I think he still needs to stabilize his realm. But this process might not be very long. It will take at most a day. The second priest said, from my observation of this demon, he is extremely vengeful. Once he has broken through, he will definitely find trouble with us. Let's send a message to the others and ask them to rush over to help. We don't need to take a detour anymore. Rushing to the northwest is the right thing to do. The faster, the better. There are many experts there. As long as we reach there, we will be really safe. You're absolutely right. Let's go, let's go. Miao Zhendong nodded. When that time comes, if this treasure is really there, let's gather everyone's strength to kill him. I don't believe that he will lead the 7th Division. Brothers, let's have a drink before the battle of life and death. Fourth update. This strange forest is so sharp. My dear brother, you are my dear brother, please have mercy on me. Don't even think about killing him. He has already tasted it. The second high priest was speechless for a while. Quickly shield your divine sense and leave. The two of them sped up and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh sound. Another day and a half passed. Outside the boundless mountain forest, a whoosh sound was heard. A handsome figure came out. He was dressed in green, and his face was calm and gentle. He was tall and slender, and naturally had a kind of elegant elegance. The person who came was Dukyu. After determining the direction, he directly set off. His direction was very fixed and very simple. Northwest, Chuyang, I'm here. I don't know if you still remember the agreement we made in the Three Heavens. That is, the greatest hope of my elven race, his biggest wish, our supreme, peerless expert, Dukyu, is here, Yi family. Yi Qinshan was sitting cross-legged in the hall with his eyes closed, meditating quietly. Suddenly, someone hurried over to report. Elder Master, eldest young master suddenly went missing. When I went to deliver food to him just now, I discovered that the door to his room was wide open. I don't know where he went. Yi Qinshan sighed. Don't bother about him. Look after the family. After the servant left, Yi Qinshan slowly opened his eyes. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. How could he not know about Yizue's departure? All of Yizue's movements were covered by his divine sense. Yi Qinshan didn't stop Yizue when he desperately broke through the restriction and escaped last night. I hope that you can find your own way and come back alive. If you really can't find it, then don't come back. Even if you come back, I will personally destroy you. Shao Clan's Xiaoqinyu's reinforcement team. Currently, they had already passed through the land where winter and summer alternated and entered the Northwest Territory. They were still advancing slowly, and at most, they walked less than 700 miles in a day. This speed was naturally several times faster than ordinary people. But compared to these people's own strength, it was so slow that it was practically like an old cow climbing a hill. From the southeast all the way here, it actually took them 2 months and 10 days to walk, but they had finally arrived. They had already entered the northwest, the land of ice and snow. Xiaoqinyu just sat in the carriage and didn't move at all throughout the journey. Other than drinking some water occasionally, he didn't even eat. He was silent throughout the journey, as if he was deliberating and scheming about something. But ultimately, he had a lot on his mind throughout the journey, causing the entire team to be extremely depressed. In short, the atmosphere was as gloomy as it could be. Stop. Xiaoqinyu looked at the snowy ground in front of him and instructed calmly. Then, he waved his sleeves and the accumulated snow on the ground flew up without warning, revealing the ground below. The members of the Shao clan were shocked to discover that it wasn't an ordinary ground beneath them. Instead, it was a patch of dried blood, and there were even some pieces of flesh and blood from a corpse. A human head with dried flesh and blood rolled on the ground, facing the sky. Cold winds howled and the northwest was a land of ice and snow. Yet, it had preserved the bloodstains of decay and the cruelty of war very well. This is already the boundary of the battlefield. Xianxia looked at the human head on the ground silently and said calmly, "The Allied forces actually didn't clean up and bury the corpses. Is this wind and snow so useful?" Everyone was silent for a moment, feeling desolate. They were also going to participate in this battle. Would the final outcome be the same? Xianxia suddenly exuded an inexplicable aura. A peak-grade supreme martial artist aura suddenly rushed into the sky and spread rapidly toward the northwest. After a long time, he closed his eyes tiredly and said, "Continue forward. The target is 1,500 miles ahead. Set up camp. Advance at the fastest speed." Yes. That night. It was still snowing heavily. Since the start of the war, the heavy snow in the northwest had never stopped. Xianxia sat in the tent and waited quietly. He seemed to be waiting for something. He waited very peacefully and steadily. The next moment, he suddenly felt something. The tent door fluttered without wind, and Xianxia stood quietly in the snow. That pair of eyes that had seen through the affairs of the world looked indifferently toward the northwest. In the wind and snow, a voice said with some difficulty, "Is it second brother Xiao?" Xianxia said calmly, "Yes. Second in the big clan, a Xiao of the Immensity Sea Southeast." The person sighed softly. Then, the wind and snow in the sky parted abruptly, and a white figure suddenly appeared in midair. A person with a head full of white hair and a body that was tall and straight like a sword suddenly appeared. It was just that his eyes were filled with helplessness, tiredness, and sadness. I really didn't expect second brother Xiao to come personally. To be honest. I also didn't expect that I would personally make this trip. Xianxia sized up the other party and sighed. "Chuanbua, these years. You have also aged." That person was Li Chuanbua. He looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression and said, "Second brother Xiao, can I have a word with you?" At this moment, the people from the Xiao clan had already come out of their tents. All of them looked at Li Chuanbua as if they were facing a great enemy. Xianxia said indifferently, "All of you can leave. I want to have a word with my brother." "Elder Master, you must be careful. After all, we are enemies now." If. Before one of them could finish, he was stopped by Xianxia's sharp gaze. Xianxia said word by word, "Since when do I need your permission for my decisions?" That person was immediately drenched in sweat and knelt on the ground. "Elder Master, I was speaking nonsense, humph." After a cold snort, the two middle-grade supreme martial artists had already disappeared at the same time. As if they had never appeared at all. In the wind and snow, a pot of wine was slightly hot. 2 wine cups were separated on the left and right, facing each other. A table made completely of ice and snow was quietly placed in the pure white snow. "Second brother Xiao. The last time we drank together was about 4,000 years ago, right?" Li Chuanbua looked at the stone table and said with a sense of melancholy. "That's right. Your memory is still so good. The last time, it was me who brought the wine and you went hunting. Your barbecue skills are really not bad." Xianxia's hands were behind his back. When his hawk-like sharp eyes saw this stone table and the 2 cups of hot wine, a sense of melancholy rose in them. "Second brother, please take a seat. I'll go and hunt a few prey. This time, since second brother has come to the northwest, I should naturally do this." Li Chuanbua cupped his hands and turned around. "I like to eat snow chicken drumsticks." Seeing Li Chuanbua turn around, Xianxia added lightly. "Good. Second brother will definitely be satisfied." Li Chuanbua replied calmly. Then, with a flash, he had already disappeared in the wind and snow. After watching Li Chuanbua disappear for a long time, Xianxia then slowly, very slowly, let out a long, long sigh. After Li Chuanbua left Xianxia's line of sight for a long, long time, he finally let out a long, long sigh. He sighed softly. After a full hour, Li Chuanbua finally came back with a big bundle of snow chicken drumsticks and a mountain of dry firewood. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. Instead, he was just like a woodcutter in the mountains who was busy making a living. He was carrying dry firewood that far exceeded the weight he carried on his back. Xianxia was still standing with his hands behind his back. His expression was as calm as before, but his heart was surging up and down like an overflowing sea. His emotions at this moment were so complicated that even his mouth tasted bitter. With Xianxia's cultivation, if it was just to hunt some ordinary snow chickens, how would it take him such a long time? However, just a stomp of his foot could kill tens of thousands of them. As for dry firewood, it was just a matter of waving his hand and the dry firewood would automatically fall into his hands. However, it took him a full hour to prepare all these things. Then, what exactly was he doing during this period of time? Was he feeling the same as himself, surging with emotions? With a crash, Xianxia placed the dry firewood on the ground. Then, with a shake of his hand, a large number of basins and jars appeared out of thin air. They were all seasonings for barbecue. Second brother, please wait a moment. I'll start now. Later, I'll let second brother try my culinary skills and see if they have deteriorated. Xianxia said as he busied himself. A dignified supreme martial artist, a peerless expert, was actually meticulous in his cooking. However, the vital points on his back were completely exposed to Xianxia just like that. He was completely defenseless against it. At this moment, if Xianxia had the intention to harm him, he only needed one palm strike to consign Xianxia to eternal damnation. In front of Xianxia, Xianxia was completely exposed. He did so without the slightest bit of precaution. He did it very naturally, without the slightest bit of reluctance. It was as if everything was supposed to be like this. Under such circumstances, even if the other party was not a reign-grade supreme martial artist like Xianxia, an 8th-grade supreme martial artist, or even a 7th-grade supreme martial artist would be enough to take Xianxia's life with one strike. How many times in his life would someone as strong as Xianxia be so defenseless? Could it be that he didn't know that the current Xianxia was no longer on the same path as him? Xianxia's sharp eyes kept watching him busy. His gaze became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was inexplicably covered by a thin layer of mist. He seemed to sigh softly, and a few ripples finally appeared on his calm face. Chapter 782, One can warm the wine when cold, but how to warm the heart when cold? Xianxia smiled and said, let's do it together. It's faster this way. I haven't done this for a long time. Don't forget how to do it. As he said that, he squatted down and started to fiddle with the dry wood. Two mid-grade supreme martial artists, two of the top tyrants of the generation, just like that, one plucked the feathers from the chicken leg and the other got the dry wood, then mixed the seasoning and started the fire. Throughout the whole process, they didn't use any of their cultivation at all. They just swayed back and forth in front of each other's eyes. If either of them were to make a move at this time, they would have absolute confidence in killing the other. There was no difficulty or risk at all. However, the two of them were busy from beginning to end, as if they couldn't care about anything else at all. They threw themselves wholeheartedly into the big project of barbecuing. And their expressions were very solemn and dignified. When the fire finally rose into the sky, these two tyrants ended up with smoke all over their bodies. There were inevitably a few more stains on their usually dignified faces. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then, the two of them didn't care about their image at all. They directly sat down in the snow and gently fiddled with the fire in front of them. Shoulder to shoulder, the two of them were very focused and didn't say a word. Chapter 782, One can warm the wine when cold, but how to warm the heart when cold? They were fully focused on turning the chicken leg. Sprinkling seasoning, occasionally stirring the fire and putting some dry wood. Just like back then. Thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, there were two teenagers who were in the same situation as they were now. They were barbecuing themselves in a sorry state. Perhaps it was because they were careless, or perhaps it was because the other party was playing tricks on them. They smeared their faces and bodies like dirty little kittens. However, their hearts were filled with happiness. They had no grudges and were carefree and happy. Everything was silent except for the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky. There was also the crackling sound of dry wood burning. Waves of fragrance wafted in the air. The snowy chicken drumstick was already half cooked. The two of them seemed to be really good at barbecuing. The two of them, who were focused on roasting the meat, still did not speak. They seemed to be very patient, and also seemed to be enjoying the process as they continued to work hard. After a long, long time, a voice broke the silence. Second brother. Do you remember that you were the one who taught me how to barbecue? That year, you were 15 and I was 13. Xiaoqinyu's usually deep and clear eyes actually showed a trace of mistiness. He subconsciously laughed mischievously. Yes, at that time. Our parents' generation, were all missing. The two of us who lost our fathers at the same time got together for a period of time. At that time, At that time, it was really good. We were like brothers to each other. There was the warmth of reminiscence in Li Chuanbuo's eyes. Who would make others so anxious before they knew it? I still remember when I was being hunted down by that human butcher with 1,000 hands, but second brother, you brought people to save me. The brothers fought together, At that time, Big Brother hadn't gone missing yet, right? Yes. Big Brother hadn't gone missing yet. Xiaoqinyu echoed almost subconsciously. Suddenly, he asked, You're talking about, Li Chuanbuo said softly, I'm talking about Big Brother. The real Big Brother is not Yi Qinchin. There was reminiscence in Xiaoqinyu's eyes. If Big Brother was still around, I believe that our big family would definitely not have reached this stage today. But Big Brother's whole family went missing for no reason, Li Chuanbuo chuckled. It's rare for brothers to gather together. Why bring up those troublesome things? I should be punished, second brother. Xiaoqinyu laughed. It's indeed second brother's fault. I'll punish myself with 1 cup later. If 1 cup isn't enough, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Li Chuanbuo chuckled. There's enough wine today. Second brother doesn't need to take the opportunity to cheat us to drink. Xiaoqinyu rolled his eyes. You little. Is your second brother that kind of person? Li Chuanbuo smiled cheekily and said, Of course second brother isn't that kind of person. You've always just done and not said. The two of them chattered endlessly and started to talk about some of the interesting things that happened when they were young, or exposed each other's shortcomings. They laughed loudly from time to time. You patted my shoulder with your dirty hand, and I ruffled your hair. Both of them were monster-level old men who were more than 10,000 years old. At this moment, they were laughing as innocently as babies. They were so happy that they were like 2 innocent children. It was just that happiness, even if they laughed for a while and laughed for a long time, was ultimately not the only happiness in life. No matter how many interesting things there would always be a moment when they were done talking. Finally, I seem to have forgotten when it started. We all started to go into seclusion and started to work hard. Improving our cultivation became the most important goal in our eyes. Li Chuanbuo chuckled. When we completed 1 goal and came out, we realized that the clan had already become a huge entity. Our initial goal was no longer enough, so we continued to go into seclusion and continue to improve. I really don't know how many times we went into seclusion. When we came out of seclusion, all of us brothers missed each other. Yi Qinchin personally sent a letter to invite all of us brothers for a gathering. I still firmly believe that that gathering didn't have any utilitarian motives. Second brother, do you believe that? Xiaoqinyu sighed. I do. I also believe it. But when we got there, we realized that all of us had changed. All of us had become very scheming and shrewd. Some of the jokes that we were used to and had become natural could no longer be made. Therefore, our interactions with each other became less and less because none of us knew how to speak to our brothers anymore. Should we use diplomatic language? Then we might as well not say anything. But that time, we were still dead drunk and went our separate ways happily. Everything was revealed without saying anything. It was also a happy thing, said Li Chuanbuo softly. And during the second gathering, there seemed to be more interactions, but no one dared to get drunk anymore. That time was at my house. Xiaoqinyu shook his head and sighed softly. The third gathering. I remember that Lan Buhui and Chen Yingfeng got into a fight. That time was at the Ling clan. They beat the Ling clan into a pulp. In a fit of anger, Ling Muyang chased the two of them out. Everyone parted on bad terms. that was probably the last gathering of all of us brothers. Li Chuanbua was rather taken aback. He said, yes, ever since then, we haven't gathered all of our brothers together. And now, Lan Buhui is actually already dead, Xiaoqingyu sighed softly. We can't gather anymore, Li Chuanbua looked up at the sky and sighed. Yes, we can't gather anymore. There won't be any more opportunities for us brothers to gather together. The two of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the flying snow in the sky, lost in thought. I don't know when it started. Our clan started scheming against each other. Originally, that was something that was very hard to imagine. In fact, I didn't even believe that such a day would come. That day. Li Chuanbua frowned rather sadly. When exactly did it start? Second brother, do you still remember? Xiaoqingyu patted him on the shoulder. How can I not remember? It was that time 8,400 years ago? That time, Xianxia let you down. I know everything about that matter from beginning to end. But I didn't care. Li Chuanbua broke into a smile and said, second brother, you remembered wrongly. It wasn't 8,400 years ago. It was 8,530 years ago on the 5th day of the 10th month. Second brother, that day was my birthday. Xiaoqingyu was silent for a while. Then, he used his hand to fiddle with the drumstick and said dispassionately, the drumstick isn't done yet. Let's not talk about those things of the past. Li Chuanbua chuckled and said, since it's something of the past, there's no harm in talking about it. It was from that time, from that day onwards, that everyone suddenly realized that one could also scheme against each other and bully each other. If Li Chuanbua could tolerate it, then who else could? Who else could I bully? And so, chaos finally appeared. Xiaoqingyu said again, don't talk about it. I said don't talk about it. Li Chuanbua smiled. Second brother and Xianxia are good friends. If you don't want me to talk about it, then I won't talk about it. Then, he chuckled and said, the drumstick is done. It's finally done. I can finally taste second brother's culinary skills again. I was still doubting whether there would be such a day. Xiaoqingyu raised his face and tilted his head up fiercely. He opened his mouth wide and faced the sky to welcome the falling snowflakes. His eyes, however, were tightly shut. His face was still as calm as the sea. His throat was bulging so clearly, like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. It was as if anyone would be able to cut it with a knife. Li Chuanbua looked at his throat and smiled. Second brother, you're still my second brother. This will never change. Xiaoqingyu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His smile was somewhat miserable. Aren't you my brother too? Will it change? The spicy, fragrant, and crispy roasted snow drumstick was placed on the table, giving off a rich fragrance. However, the wine that was still warm just now had already turned cold. In fact, it had even condensed into one in the wine cup. Xiaoqingyu was a little stunned. He said, the wine has turned cold. Let me warm it up. Li Chuanbua shook his head somewhat sadly. He said, the wine can still be warmed when it turns cold, but can the heart still be warmed when it turns cold? Xiaoqingyu was taken aback. He said subconsciously, no. Li Chuanbua smiled, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He said evenly, since we're in the northwest, let me warm the wine. He reached out and held both cups of wine in his palms. His hands actually trembled a little as he said, it's really cold. Would a low-grade supreme martial artist care about a piece of ice? How cold could it be if it was really cold? However, Xiaoqingyu continued in a deep voice, it's really cold. Heat gradually rose from Li Chuanbua's palms. The wine gradually dissolved and became as clear as jade again. The wine has been warmed. It's a pity that after the wine has dissolved, the taste of the wine has disappeared, Li Chuanbua said softly as he stared at the wine in his palms. Xiaoqingyu was silent for a moment before he said, since the taste of the wine is gone, we can't drink to our heart's content. Let's change it. But if we change it, it won't be the original 2 cups anymore, Li Chuanbua said somewhat sadly. Wine is still wine. It can still intoxicate people. Xiaoqingyu said softly. Both of them heaved a long sigh. The wine had been changed. their spirits were also lifted. Even if they forced a smile, this was also the last time they would be together in this life. Second brother, please. Chuanbua, please. The first time we drank wine 10,000 years ago. At that time, we were in high spirits and gave pointers to the world. What a joy it was. 1,000 years ago, we drank wine many times. At that time, the world was already settled. We were satisfied and carefree. 1,000 years ago, we drank wine, but there were already many sighs. Time passed just like that. It's hard to turn back time. For 1,000 years ago, we drank wine. We were still brothers. What couldn't we say, never said. Only you and me. At this point, both of them fell into silence at the same time. It was an indescribable silence. The next moment, both of them raised their heads and drank ferociously. After 3 pots of wine went down their stomachs, Li Chuanbo laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, the 3 pots of wine flew far away. However, there were more than 10 pots of unopened fine wine on the table. Li Chuanbo took a pot and slapped the clay seal with his palm. He smiled and said, "A pot of turbid wine consumes the remaining joy. Farewell today, don't be in a dilemma." Xiaoqinyu's eyes were hazy. He grabbed a pot of wine and recited, "Life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers." Cold in the heart of heaven, just as he finished, both of them suddenly froze at the same time. An indescribable emotion rose silently. In that instant, their hearts actually ached. This was a wine writ. It was written by Ling Muyang when they drank together before the brothers established a big clan. This was the last 4 lines. At that time, all the brothers said that this wine writ was really well done, and it was passed down. But the words life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers, were true. And now, when it came to Xiaoqinyu and Li Chuanbua, life and death, victory and defeat, the words were still the same. But it had its own implications. However, they were poles apart from each other, poles apart. A pot of turbid wine was enough to satisfy the remaining joys. Indeed, all the joys of the brothers for the rest of their lives were in a pot of wine today. After today, there would be no more. For a moment, both of them felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. He couldn't help but be stunned. Li Chuanbo gulped down the entire pot of wine, feeling as if there was a fire burning in his stomach. He said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers." Haha, second brother, I wonder if we will still be brothers after this drinking session? Xiaoqinyu lowered his head slightly and said softly, "Morning thunder is missing." It was a little gloomy and low. Li Chuanbo's hand trembled. Oh, of course, he knew about Xiaoqinlei and the relationship between Xiaoqinlei and Xiaoqinyu. He was greatly surprised by Xiaoqinlei's disappearance and also felt a trace of shock. No wonder Xiaoqinyu actually came personally. He went missing when he was fighting with the master of the Calamity Sword, Xiaoqinyu said indifferently, but his eyes flashed coldly. Li Chuanbo shook his head, breathing heavily. His emotions were no longer as calm as before. The master of the Calamity Sword is helping the Li clan now. This is already a fact that no one can deny. The truth is the truth. Xiaoqinyu closed his eyes. His voice gradually became fierce as he said word by word, "This feud is absolutely irreconcilable. He helped the Li clan, so I am here to deal with them. If they are defeated and die, the Li clan will have no backing and will be finished as well. Although I am not directly dealing with you, I am still dealing with you." Xiaoqinyu had already made himself very clear. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Li Chuanbo fell silent. He lowered his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he spoke again. "Second brother, let's drink." The two of them remained silent, drinking one cup after another. However, their eyes no longer met each other's. The harmonious atmosphere from before finally had a flaw. It didn't take much time for 13 jugs of wine to be gone just like that. The two mid-stage supreme martial artists didn't use their cultivation to suppress or dissolve the alcohol. At this moment, they were both a little tipsy. Putting aside their powerful cultivation, the two of them were both old men who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people, their alcohol tolerance might not necessarily be high. Li Wubua held his ring between his fingers. With a shake, 7 to 8 jugs of wine popped out again. Second brother, this wine is what we used to like to drink the most. It is a genuine stock from 4,000 years ago. This is all I have. Let's just drink all of it today. All right. Let's drink all of it. Xiaoqinyu agreed readily. The two of them no longer used wine cups to hold the wine, as if they felt that drinking with wine cups was too slow and not refreshing enough. Although they knew that when they finished drinking all of this wine, it would be equivalent to drinking all of their 10,000 years of brotherhood, the two of them still took a jug each and gulped it down, because the two of them were drinking too fiercely. A lot of the thick wine had already reached their faces. However, the two of them did not care about it at all. They just drank in big mouthfuls, as if drinking was the only thing they could do at the moment. As the wine slid down their faces, their eyes were a little red. The moment they lifted their fourth jug of wine, Li Chuanbua suddenly reached out and pressed down on Xiaoqinyu's jug. Wait. What? Xiaoqinyu narrowed his drunken eyes and said, Chuanbua, do you have anything else to say? Li Chuanbua said loudly, yes. I have something to say. Say it. I'm listening. Xiaoqinyu tilted his head and shouted in a low voice. There's something that I've been suppressing in my heart for thousands of years. Today, I must get to the bottom of it. If I miss today, I'm afraid this matter won't be seen again. Li Chuanbua's eyes became dangerous. Back then, after Big Brother Jun and his family went missing, Big Uncle still had a younger brother. Since he's Big Uncle's younger brother, we naturally have to address him as Uncle. His name is Jun Han. Second brother, you should still remember him, right? Xiaoqinyu's eyes narrowed. Of course I remember. Big Brother's disappearance wasn't done by the two of you. I'm completely sure of this. However, Uncle Jun Han's family didn't go missing. Instead, their entire family was massacred. This? Who did it? Tell me. Li Chuanbua's eyes were as sharp as lightning as he looked at Xiaoqinyu. Xiaoqinyu frowned but didn't answer. After a long time, he said with difficulty, I do know the whole story. However, the only thing I can tell you is that I didn't do it. Of course I know you didn't do it. The two of us were drinking that day. What I want to ask you is, who did it? I didn't say it was you. I've never doubted you either. Li Chuanbua's gaze and tone became aggressive. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of sadness. It was only after a few months that I found out about such a huge change. I asked you immediately. At that time, you said you didn't know. You even accompanied me to search for the culprit in the pugilistic world. I believed you because I've never doubted you. But now you're saying that you know the whole story? Back then. Second brother, did you just watch as I searched for the culprit in the pugilistic world like a fool? You even accompanied me to search for the culprit. Were you playing a game with an idiot? Xiaoqinyu avoided his gaze. Yes. I lied to you back then. Haha. Li Chuanbua burst into laughter. However, the flames in his eyes were extinguishing bit by bit. You're loyal. You're really loyal. The great Xiaoqinyu is actually willing to play a game with an idiot brother. What a good brother. Xiaoqinyu's face suddenly turned red. He was suddenly furious. What do you know? Do you know the powerful relationship between the two of us? If I had told you back then, your Li clan would have been long gone. Long gone. Do you know? Oh, you're afraid of harming the Li clan. I'm really grateful for second brother's deep affection for me. But what about now? Now that you've revealed the truth, aren't you afraid that the Li clan will be gone? Li Chuanbua tilted his head and asked somewhat mockingly. Xiaoqinyu heaved a heavy sigh and said, Brother, this is the last drink of our lives. I know. That's why I have to ask you clearly. Li Chuanbua chuckled. You and I both know very well that our fathers were once one of the tribulations back then. And Big Brother Jun's father is the master of the tribulation's sword, Jun Lai. Our fathers all respectfully addressed Uncle Jun Lai as Big Brother. Then, on the same day, their whereabouts became unknown. Uncle's entire family went missing in an even more bizarre manner. Uncle Junhan was the only one left in the layered heavens with the surname Jun. However, Uncle Junhan's entire family was massacred and annihilated one night for no reason at all. Li Chuanbua asked. At that time, the major clans had yet to truly form, but, throughout history, there have only been major clans on the continent and no 10 super clans. During that period of time, our fathers had already turned the layered heavens upside down. Other than our own clans, there were no other experts who could threaten Uncle Junhan anymore. Even if there were still people who had that kind of ability, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to do so. Touching Uncle Junhan would be equivalent to touching the future most powerful clan at the same time. Killing Uncle Junhan's entire family would be equivalent to committing suicide, or even having the entire clan buried with them. The only reason I can think of is that you guys were afraid that Uncle Junhan would also want a share of the loot. So you guys harmed him? Li Chuanbua asked fiercely, is that so? Tell me, is that so? Xiaoqingyu didn't reply for a long time. However, he finally replied. Yes. That was what they thought back then. Why would they still want to give away a piece of the existing territory of the major clans, and even possibly the best and most fertile piece of land? Therefore, Yi Qinshan, Lan Buhui, Chening Feng, Shi Baoxiao and Zhuge Songqiong joined forces. Zhuge Songqiong came up with a plan. Yi Qinshan poisoned them and they attacked the Jun family together to wipe them out. They had asked me about this matter before. I didn't participate, but I didn't stop them either. However, for some reason, Ling Muyang found out about this matter. Ling Muyang personally took action in disguise and eventually rescued Uncle Junhan's 5-year-old child, Jun Wei. From then on, Ling Muyang became the target of public criticism. The drinking at the Ling clan that time was actually to resolve this matter and resolve the grudges. The fight between Lan Buhui and Chening Feng in your memory was just an excuse to force Ling Muyang to make a stand. However, Ling Muyang chased everyone out, and from then on, the brothers became strangers. Xiaoqingyu said, in reality, the real break between the big clans was at that time. No wonder. No wonder. Li Chuanbua muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. Suddenly, he raised his head and gulped down the strong liquor. Wiping his mouth, he asked fiercely, have you ever thought? How can you live up to the brotherhood of our fathers by making such a choice? How can you live up to Big Uncle? How can you? Xiaoqingyu said dispassionately, at that time, the situation in the continent was already clear. A huge piece of land was placed in front of us, waiting to be divided. In front of such huge benefits, who would still be in the mood to consider friendship? In front of huge benefits, everything else is not important. F***CKU. Li Chuanbua cursed in grief and indignation. Halfway through, he retracted it, his face flushed red from holding it in. Don't scold me. Xiaoqingyu said, I didn't participate in it. From the beginning to the end, I didn't participate in it. But you didn't stop it either. Li Chuanbua said loudly, what happened after that? There was anger in Xiaoqingyu's eyes. He said, after that, Ling Muyang was forced by everyone and finally couldn't take the pressure. After delaying it for several decades, he said that Junwei was dead. However, that wasn't the case. Although Junwei was young then, he already remembered everything. After he grew up, he left the Ling clan and wandered the martial world, changing his name to Endless Hatred. However, for some reason, someone found out about his true identity. He was besieged and eventually went missing, Xiaoqingyu said slowly. Li Chuanbua struck out with his palm furiously. Next to him, a mountain several thousand feet away shattered with a loud bang. Shattered rocks instantly soared into the air within a radius of 10,000 feet, and the sky and earth changed color. Li Chuanbua said fiercely, is this the waning flower lust and endless demon hatred from back then? If you want to kill him, just kill him. Why do you want to give him such a dirty accusation? He's not a lecher, he never was. Xiaoqingyu corrected him. That's just a method. The history books have always been written by the victors. Therefore, he is one. What you've done? You guys are really something. Li Chuanbua gritted his teeth. You guys are really, so open and aboveboard. If first uncle knew that he had a bunch of flawless juniors like you, how gratified would he be? That's right, first uncle. This sentence was clearly sarcastic. However, Xiaoqingyu did not refute him. History books were history books, and facts were facts. Later on, as long as someone with the surname Jun appeared in the Jianghu, you would hunt them down. Is this also the reason? Don't say the word you. Xiaoqingyu said, no one with the surname Xiao was involved in this matter. But that Xiao guy knew about this matter from start to finish. Li Chuanbua said sternly, and he pretended to be deaf and mute all along. Xiaoqingyu didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, Junwei didn't die. Because many years after the event, his descendants still appeared in the Jianghu. And these people, without exception, were hunted down by several big clans. Ling Muyang didn't say anything when he came to me. He kowtowed to me 3 times, turned around, and left. Starting from those 3 heads, I started to secretly deploy people to protect Uncle Jun's bloodline and joined forces with Ling Muyang. This was done by me. Later on, more and more time passed. The hunt also gradually died down. And Uncle Jun's descendants were sent to the upper 3 heavens by Ling Muyang. The matter ended there. Since that's the case, why didn't you guys make a move on Jun Shizhu, the leader of the dark bamboo in the upper 3 heavens? Isn't her surname also Jun? Li Chuanbua smiled somewhat mockingly. Because Ning Tianya interfered. Ning Tianya came out of seclusion at that time and protected the bloodline of the Jun family. And, they couldn't be sure that she was a descendant of the Jun family. They might as well do Ning Tianya a favor. Also, there was no longer anyone with the surname Jun in the upper 3 heavens, so there was no need to worry about the threat. Xiaoqingyu said indifferently, the most important point was that the big clans at that time were already unshakable. I understand. There was disappointment in Li Chuanbua's tone. He didn't even bother to hide the disheartened look on his face as he said, I really understand now. I understand now. No matter how deep the friendship is, it can't stop the interests. Li Chuanbua said sadly, for you guys. Friendship and whatnot are not important. Xiaoqingyu grabbed a drumstick and took a bite. He said, Chuanbua, can we not talk about this anymore? Li Chuanbua said dejectedly, please believe me, I don't want to talk about it even more. I just want to know why. Our fathers were all friends who went through life and death together. Why is it that when it comes to our generation, it has to be so heartless? Xiaoqingyu was silent for a moment. Then, he said, our fathers went through fire and water together. Their relationship was a life and death trust. That's true. Therefore, they will never let each other down. When it came to our generation, firstly, our fathers went missing too early, so the impact on us wasn't deep enough. Secondly, we didn't go through life and death together at all. We didn't have so many shared thrilling experiences, so there was no so-called true love. At the very most, we were just a bunch of rich kids playing together at that time. We were just childhood playmates. That's all. When we started our own businesses, of course, we had to work hard, go on adventures, and go through all kinds of hardships and dangers. But at that time, we were the leaders. Each of us had a group of subordinates like that. Even if we went through life and death, it was with those people. There was very little between us. It's very normal that our relationship couldn't stand the test. It's also very normal that we waver when faced with interests. Xiaoqingyu said, if only by killing Uncle Juanhan's family can one have confidence, then it's not strange that they did it. Li Chuanbua smiled rather sorrowfully. So after killing one's own uncle, one will have confidence. Xiaoqingyu smiled strangely and said, Chuanbua, if that's the case, one of the tribulations this time is from the Li clan. You also feel confident now, right? Li Chuanbua suddenly looked up. Second brother, what do you mean? Xiaoqingyu said solemnly, based on historical experience, once we get through this tribulation, there will be real hope for the Li clan. I sincerely hope that you can get through it. Sincerely. Li Chuanbua smiled self-deprecatingly. I see. Xiaoqingyu said. Indifferently, brother, when you speak in the future, don't put yourself in the position of a saint. Those who laugh at others may not necessarily not be laughable. Li Chuanbua laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Xiaoqingyu, on the other hand, maintained a smile, looking unusually dignified and solemn. All the topics had been discussed, and the mystery that had been there for 10,000 years was solved. That Xianxia who stood above everyone and was at the peak of supreme martial artist was back. Li Chuanbo laughed maniacally while Xianxia smiled. Both of them were sighing inwardly, but that hint of warmth in their eyes was gradually fading away. In fact, both of them knew very well that with the revelation of what had happened back then, and with these last few sentences, the friendship of 10,000 years was gone just like that. From now on, it was either you die or I die. Either you die, or I die. You and I are no longer brothers. So what if we are brothers? We will still kill each other. That's all. Xiaoqing's action of going up north was a clear indication of his attitude. Today's final gathering was to put an end to their lifelong friendship. But in the end, the two of them still didn't go their separate ways. They had been brothers for 10,000 years, and their enmity had been entangled to this day. A glass of wine before the battle of life and death, and before the drinking session ended, they had already broken up. Li Chuanbo didn't explain further to Xiaoqing. If Xiaoqing had said this an hour ago, Li Chuanbo would definitely have tried his best to explain and express his feelings. But now, it was unnecessary, and completely meaningless. You said that I did it for tribulation, but do you know that before this battle, I was already completely disappointed in my own clan? Do you know that throughout the entire battle, I had never made a move? Do you know that for all of you, for our brotherhood from 10,000 years ago, as long as you were willing to discuss with me, I would rather disband the Li clan in exchange for peace? To me, benefits are not important. Do you know that I have long wanted to give up? What I value the most are my brothers. Li Chuanbo's lips curled into a bitter smile, but he didn't say a single word. I'm not standing in the position of a saint. I'm just standing in the position of a human. That's all. That's all. Holding the wine jar, Li Chuanbo suddenly felt that the once intoxicating wine was no longer easy to swallow. He said softly, "Second brother, we're brothers after all. Let's just talk openly. From today onwards, we'll be strangers and enemies of life and death. Since second brother has come to the Northwest personally, it means that everything is a foregone conclusion. In that case, I can only try my best to deal with second brother." Xiaoqing nodded deeply. That's what you should do. For the sake of the clan's survival, you should do this. It's the same for both of us. Li Chuanbo shook his head lightly. It's different. Before second brother came, I've never interfered, not even once. Xiaoqing was stunned. He raised his head abruptly and looked at this brother of his in the past with unusual surprise, as if he found it hard to believe his brother's words. Li Chuanbo turned his face away slightly and nodded lightly. Xiaoqing stood up slowly. With his hands behind his back, he took a few steps forward and came to the edge of the cliff. Looking up at the snowy sky, he asked solemnly, "How many times has the Northwest changed hands in the past 100,000 years?" Li Chuanbo also stood beside him with his hands behind his back. He said dispassionately, "Through the vicissitudes of life, the Southeast has always been surnamed Xiao." Two questions, tit for tat, neither giving in. Neither of them spoke anymore. They just stood side by side like that. Heavy snow drifted down, covering the sun and the sky. It didn't take long for a thick layer of snow to cover the two of them. Given their cultivation, before the snowflakes could even come into contact with them, they would have long turned into nothingness. However, at this moment, it was as if they were attached to two wooden or stone statues. It was as if there were two more lifelike snowmen in this place. Following the disappearance of the first snowman, the second one also disappeared. Li Chuanbo's body moved slightly, and he coughed lightly. Then, he exhaled forcefully, and an extremely strong smell of alcohol shot out from his mouth like an arrow. It pierced through the falling snow, and with a whistling sound, it directly pierced into the stone wall of the mountain peak opposite. With a boom, a completely connected hole actually appeared on the mountain peak opposite. The force of exhalation, Li Chuanbo looked at this hole but didn't open his mouth to reply. "Take care. This is real." Xiaoqing also looked at this hole. His gaze was somewhat solemn. Then, he floated up, but his movement speed wasn't very fast. It was as if he was very reluctant to leave this place, as if it would be good to stay a little longer. "Take care. This is also real." Li Chuanbo floated away in the opposite direction. His speed was also not fast. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, also left at an extremely slow speed. However, neither of them turned back. After this separation, the next time they met, it would be a battle of life and death. No matter how slow their speed was, they still went their separate ways. In an instant, their figures gradually disappeared in the vast snowstorm. On the ground, there was still an unopened jar of 1,000-year-old good wine left quietly in this world of ice and snow, leaving behind a witness for this brotherhood's gathering. In this solemn and silent place, a gentle force suddenly came from the direction that Xianxia had gone. It circled around on the ground and wrapped around the jar of wine, as if it wanted to keep the wine. At the same time, a gentle force also came from the direction that Xianxia had gone. It also wrapped around the jar of wine, as if it also wanted to keep the wine. Once the two forces came into contact, the owners of both sides instantly understood each other's intentions. The two of them stopped at the same time, as if they wanted to leave the wine to each other and give up. However, their actions were unbelievably coincidental. They were actually exactly the same. The two forces retracted at the same time, and the wine jars that had been suspended in the air suddenly lost their support and fell together. With a few thuds, the wine jars fell and shattered into pieces. In the wine jars, the semi-solid dark red wine splashed all over the place. Not a single drop remained. The original intention of both of them was to preserve a few jars of wine. However, the consequence of both of them stopping at the same time was that these jars of wine were destroyed in the end. Two directions. Two people. At the same time, they stopped and heaved a long sigh toward the sky. Both of them were equally disappointed. He stood there for a long time. The fragrance of the wine wafted in all directions, but in the end, it became tasteless. The wine was like blood on the snowy ground. It gradually seeped into the snow, leaving only a patch of red. The last witness of the Brotherhood's gathering was gone. Whether it was man-made or heaven's will, who could tell the difference? Both of them felt a tearing pain in their hearts. In the end, there was nothing left. At this moment, the same thought appeared in both of their minds. However, the two of them still did not turn around. After a long time, Xianxia let out a long sigh and soared into the sky. His movement technique instantly accelerated, and he completely disappeared into the snowstorm. On the other side, Xianxia stopped in his tracks. He stood there quietly for a few moments, as if he wanted to turn around but ultimately didn't. Gently shaking his head, 2 drops of crystal-clear tears fell onto the snowy ground. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Xianxia held into the sky. Everything is empty. There was nothing. The things that I have persevered for 10,000 years have been abandoned 10,000 years ago. Everything is like a fart. Bullshit. Not even worth a fart. He let out a roar as if he was venting. Taking a breath that sounded like crying and sighing, he finally left without a care. Along the way, his mournful laughter shook the heavens and the earth. The mountains and valleys reverberated together, revealing an incomparable determination. Xianxia, who was in the midst of flying, suddenly stopped. He turned around with a gloomy expression. Hearing that infinitely familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar mournful laughter gradually going further and further away, he was stunned and speechless. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and flew away. The two of them were like 2 advancing straight lines. Finally, they no longer intersected and disappeared from the world. Both of them understood, once we part today, we will meet again in the future. You must take care of yourself and not be caught in a dilemma. Me too. The battle between the allied forces and the Li clan had now reached the most critical moment. Even Chu Yang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, could clearly feel this kind of pressure. It was as if a mountain was collapsing down on him. On the allied forces' side, other than the reinforcements from the Ling clan and the law enforcement officers who had yet to arrive, the reinforcements from the other clans had all arrived. Their momentum had more than doubled compared to before. More importantly, Diwu Qingro was slowly consolidating and reorganizing the allied forces. This could be seen. The final battle was right before their eyes. During this period of continuous battles, Li Xiongtu had been fighting side by side with Li Ju and Li Badian. Every battle, he was riddled with injuries. every time, he escaped death by the skin of his teeth. Mo Tianji didn't care about this at all. He was only responsible for treating his injuries and giving him medicine. As for other things, he didn't care at all. Li Xiongtu's expression became uglier and uglier. His eyes also became more and more gloomy. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but, almost every time, he would encounter some unexpected situation. That wasn't an accident anymore. However, Li Xiongtu had no way to deal with this. Mo Tianji and the rest didn't care about him at all. They even treated him and helped him recover. Li Wubua and the rest didn't have any opinions about this. They only looked on coldly. Li Ju, Li Badian and the rest became more and more unscrupulous. In the end, they even brazenly and unscrupulously set up traps for Li Xiongtu. When the army retreated, there would always be people who would intentionally or unintentionally push the injured Li Xiongtu so that he would fall behind and become the one who covered the rear. When they charged and broke through the enemy lines together, Li Xiongtu would often suddenly realize that he was all alone. Thousands of soldiers were all his enemies, everyone else was sincerely cooperating and helping each other. Only he was facing a circle of enemies alone. At least a circle of enemies. Everyone was bathed in blood and killing. Their eyes and ears were alert, but their companions didn't even look at him from the corner of their eyes. It was as if he was invisible. If not for the fact that Li Xiongtu's foundation was solid, his cultivation was strong, his ability to resist attacks and his ability to resist injuries was outstanding. Then, he would have died at least 30 to 40 times by now. Li Xiongtu's heart slowly turned cold. He wasn't stupid. Why? He finally couldn't help but ask Mo Tianji. He could only ask Mo Tianji. Perhaps he could get an answer because Mo Tianji disdained to lie to him. Asking others would only bring shame to himself. Why? There's no why. Isn't the reason right there on the table? Mo Tianji said, because you have already lost your value to be used. Now, it's time for you to repay them. No matter what method you use to repay them. It's all right. It's not overboard. It's not overboard at all. Li Xiongtu said angrily, but I should be the one to repay them. It's only repaying them if I'm willing. Is framing me like this also repaying them? Mo Tianji said disdainfully, of course it's repaying them. Willing? You can only say that you're too naive if you can say such things. Every time Meng Huanhuan saw the wounds all over Li Xiongtu's body, she would cry. More than once, she would kneel on the ground and beg Li Xiongtu to stop fighting. Since you already know that they're using you and even harming you, why are you still fighting? Why are you still so stupid to go out and risk your life? While Meng Huanhuan was persuading him, Mo Tianji, Ao Xieyun, and Rui Butong were watching coldly from the sidelines. Ao Xieyun and Rui Butong couldn't help but want to rush out a few times. However, they were always stopped by Mo Tianji. Because of this, the two of them didn't speak to Mo Tianji for a few days. I've never seen someone as ruthless as you. You're such a hero. Not only are you indifferent to being framed by others, you're even adding fuel to the fire. Adding insult to injury, Mo Tianji was also watching. He was watching Li Xiongtu. What kind of choice would he make under such a blow? Mo Tianji was really looking forward to Li Xiongtu's choice. I want to fight. I want to continue fighting. Li Xiongtu said lightly. I know that they're harming me. I already know why they saved me in the beginning. As for what they're thinking now, I also know. I know that only death awaits me if I stay here. Li Xiongtu said with anger and heartache, but they've saved my life. They've given me too many resources and treated me as their hope. No matter what their intentions were, no matter what their intentions were, no matter what their intentions were. I'm indebted to them. That's it. No matter how despicable they are, no matter what their motives are, it's a fact that I'm indebted to them. I have to repay them no matter what. I want to fight 100 battles for the Li clan. I've fought 17 times now. I'm still 33 times away. It's my fate to die in battle. It's my fortune to survive. I'm not fighting for the Li clan. I'm fighting for myself. I'm fighting for my heart. Li Xiongtu raised his head. I won't feel guilty for my path to the top. I won't destroy myself on the path to the top. Mo Tianji heaved a deep sigh as well. He didn't know if this sigh was filled with relief, appreciation, or something else. Li Xiongtu's choice was completely within his expectations. It was the same for the shock he felt. Li Xiongtu's temper had always been like this. Mo Tianji understood it completely and even admired it. However, this didn't mean that Mo Tianji was recognized by others. On the contrary, Mo Tianji didn't want Li Xiongtu to be flexible. The other side wants to exterminate you. They've used all kinds of schemes. They've almost killed you in front of you. But, you still want to fight for them 100 times to repay their kindness. How depressing was such a thought. Someone as wise as Mo Tianji could understand such thoughts, but he couldn't agree with them. Should he say that Li Xiongtu was honest, or was he stupid and ignorant? Mo Tianji didn't know what to say. He wanted to ruthlessly despise Li Xiongtu's day. He wanted to despise this man's stubborn way of thinking. However, thinking about it was one thing, and disagreeing with it was another. But, he realized that he couldn't despise Li Xiongtu even if he wanted to. In fact, he even had some admiration, and even respect for him. I want to explode, but I can't. I have to plan properly. I'll start writing the final battle tomorrow. The reward of 100 battles is too much. Mo Tianji sighed. Li Xiongtu, you can't afford this reward. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the enemy's reinforcements have almost all arrived. The next battle will only be more brutal. The next battle will be led by an 8th or 8th grade supreme martial artist. The final battle between the two sides is about to begin. When the time comes, with your cultivation, you won't be able to help at all. Even the aftermath will be enough to destroy you. Do you think your so-called contribution is meaningful? So far, you have already fought for the Li family 17 times. According to your calculation, you still have to fight for another 33 times before you can be considered to have repaid your debt. However, not to mention 33 times, at most, after this big battle, you will have to fight for the Li family in Book 7, Part 780, at most. It's time for the final battle between the two sides. Mo Tianji said, how are you going to complete your 100 battles? Li Xiongtu said indifferently, to be honest, I also know that the chances of repaying my debt are slim. But what I want is nothing more than peace of mind and righteousness. That's all. He said indifferently, I'm not stupid either. How could I not know whether it's worth it or not? But back then, when I was at the end of my road, it was them who helped me. This is a hurdle in my life. I must walk through it in my own way. I understand. Mo Tianji nodded. Facing such a person, even the master of calculation and manipulation was helpless. Moreover, I crave battle. I'm passionate about battle. Only through battle can I feel the value of my own existence. Only through continuous battle can my future path be. It belongs to me. Li Xiongtu's eyes shone with a sharp light with a kind of passion. This kind of passion could be felt by everyone. At this moment, Li Xiongtu was almost burning. Everyone had only seen this kind of burning fighting spirit on Dong Wushang before. At this moment, if one were to close their eyes, everyone would think that Dong Wushang was standing right in front of them. Chapter 780, adding 4 more pawns to the monarch ferocious and domineering, these two people, who didn't look alike at all, actually looked so similar at this moment. When you guys arrived, I had just broken through to the strength of a first-grade martial saint. Li Xiongtu's eyes flashed. I didn't even adjust my breathing to stabilize my realm before I immediately threw myself into a life and death battle. Continuing, the first round was a life and death challenge. Countless times, I was on the brink of death, but in the end, I survived. I don't know why, but I actually like the feeling of coming back from the jaws of death. That is an experience that I will never be able to achieve through my usual practice. Another 5 battles later, I realized that I had broken through to the second stage of the Supreme Martial Artist realm. Furthermore, it was a direct improvement in battle. What comprehension, what cultivation, none of that mattered. It was a breakthrough in battle. At that time, when I was already at the end of my rope, I suddenly broke through and beheaded the enemy in front of me. When I saw the look of disbelief in the enemy's eyes before he died, I suddenly felt that life was very beautiful. Li Xiongtu said indifferently, the beauty lies in the enemy's blood. Another 30 battles later, we're still in a situation of certain death. I broke through to the third stage realm once again. Every battle is equivalent to dozens of life and death experiences. The subtle feeling of being on the edge of life and death, where I could lose my life at any time. Also, Li Ju, Li Batian, and everyone in the Li clan were isolating me and hoping that I would die. However, I didn't die. Instead, the more I fought, the more I enjoyed it. To them, being on the edge of life and death is a painful torture. It's a situation that they don't want to face. However, to me, it's a rare opportunity. After 10 battles, I became a 4th stage supreme martial artist. And now, I'm at the peak of the 4th stage supreme martial artist realm. Li Xiongtu laughed, after 100 battles, I will definitely break through to the 5th stage, or even the 6th stage. If they didn't set me up, I would fight. If they set me up, I would still fight. Even if I had to die in battle, I would fight until my last breath, until my last bit of soul was destroyed. Li Xiongtu said proudly, since that's the case, why don't I fight until my conscience is at ease? I'll cut off all ties with the clan that hates me to the core and wishes for me to die early, but I'm indebted to them. You're an awesome person. I admire you. Ao Xiaoyun and Rui Butong gave him a thumbs up. Mo Tianji said indifferently, what's the use of admiring me? Li Xiongtu has increased his cultivation by several levels in less than half a year since he started fighting. What about the two of you? Ao Xiaoyun and Rui Butong were dumbfounded. Their faces darkened. Then, they spat, you bastard, how can you compare? Don't you feel guilty saying this? The two of them couldn't be blamed for scolding him. They even said that Mo Tianji felt guilty. The two of them were currently Mo Tianji's guards. There were very few opportunities for them to go out and kill enemies, let alone someone like Li Xiongtu, who was constantly on the edge of life and death. If even they had to go out and kill enemies, Mo Tianji would probably be in great danger. What's more, the two of them had already climbed to the peak of the first level of Supreme Martial Artist. When a Supreme Martial Artist reached the upper level, there was a gap between the human and the immortal. It was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In such a short period of time since the start of the battle, to be able to rise from the initial level of Supreme Martial Artist to the peak level of Supreme Martial Artist was already quite an achievement. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to make this progress without thousands of years. Mo Tianji actually used this to attack the two of them. Wouldn't it make them speechless? Don't you know that everyone needs to rise to the Supreme Martial Artist level as soon as possible? We are racing against time. If you have time to argue with me, why don't you use it to consolidate your own cultivation? Mo Tianji's words made even Li Xiongtu stagger and almost fall to the ground. You make it sound so easy. The supreme grade is just a matter of touching your lips. But, do you know how many talented and brilliant people would be stuck at each of these checkpoints? Mo Tianji fixed his gaze on Li Xiongtu's day. His eyes revealed that he was deep in thought. There was a strange light that was faintly flickering in his eyes. Li Xiongtu was fearless. Even when he faced Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, there was no fear in his heart. But at this moment, when he met Mo Tianji's gaze, he felt chills all over his body. This guy's schemes were really impossible to guard against. He was really unscrupulous. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. Actually, what Mo Tianji was thinking about had nothing much to do with Li Xiongtu himself. Li Xiongtu had improved so quickly with the help of battle. Then, if he and his brothers also joined the battle and experienced life and death, would they also be able to improve like Li Xiongtu? But after thinking for a while, the flame in his eyes gradually extinguished. This idea is undoubtedly very tempting. But forget it. I can't bear to. Mo Tianji sighed in his heart. He thought silently, although I know that there will definitely be an effect if we do it this way, it's still too risky. At this moment, from the direction of the Li clan's main hall, an earth-shattering cheer suddenly came. It seemed like something big had happened. And it seemed like it was a good thing. Everyone, follow me to the main hall and prepare for the next wave of battle. Mo Tianji stood up and led the way out. Ao Xiayun and Rui Butong stood up at the same time. Li Xiongtu followed suit. Xiongtu. Meng Huanhuan let out a soft cry of sorrow. Li Xiongtu stood still. Without turning back, he said, "Don't worry, I won't die for sure. As long as I don't deliberately seek death, no one in the world can take my life. When I'm done with the Li clan and fulfill my wish, I'll propose to you immediately and we'll leave this place together." After Li Xiongtu finished speaking, he strode away. "I'll wait for you. You must come back." Behind him, Meng Huanhuan nodded her head heavily with tears in her eyes. When Mo Tianji walked into the main hall, he immediately sensed 4 pairs of sharp eyes focusing on his face and body at the same time. His heart skipped a beat. Following the source of the gaze, he raised his head and looked over. On the seat that originally belonged to the Li clan's clan leader, Li Wubua, sat another person. When he sat there, he naturally stood tall and majestic like a mountain. It was as if he had existed since time immemorial. Everything was so natural, as if he was looking down on the world like a sovereign. The position of the Li clan's clan leader had always been unshakable. Even the 4th elder and 5th elder had to stand below the clan leader's seat in this main hall to demonstrate the clan leader's absolute authority. However, when this person sat there the moment he came out, everyone felt that it was only natural. This person's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He sized up Mo Tianji from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through this young wise man. Beside him stood another person. His face was almost similar to his. He seemed like a brother but also seemed like a father. That person had a pair of eyes that were full of vicissitudes and had seen through the world. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Mo Tianji actually felt a little sad. It was as if in such a short period of time, the other party's emotions had already affected him. Behind this person, there was another person standing on each side. At this moment, these 2 people were also staring at Mo Tianji. However, their eyes were expressionless. The cultivation of these 4 people was astonishingly high. To Mo Tianji, they were unfathomable and unfathomable. He couldn't see through them. Mo Tianji immediately understood. This must be the appearance of the Li clan's true pinnacle figure. Mo Tianji? Tribulations think tank? The man asked. "I wouldn't dare." Mo Tianji said indifferently, "You must be Li Chuanbua, old senior Li?" Mo Tianji's guess was right. This person was Li Chuanbua. Li Chuanbua had come in person to take over the Li clan. Only Li Chuanbua could have such power and influence. He was also the only one who could make the clan head give up his position immediately and willingly the moment he came out. Li Chuanbua said indifferently, "The Li clan is facing a huge change of life and death right now. A great crisis is already at hand. We have nothing but martial power but no ability to plan. Everything depends on military advisor Mo. This time, I have come out to tell you that you have 4 more pawns under your command. You can use them as you wish." Mo Tianji furrowed his brows. His expression was a little serious as he said, "Senior's return to the mortal world will naturally be of great help to the current situation. However, may I ask Senior, which clan's lord ancestor is involved in this war?" "Advisor Mo, you live up to your reputation. Just from my appearance, you were able to deduce the situation. To be honest, Xiaoqingyu from the Xiao clan is ranked 2nd among the great clans. The 2nd strongest among the great ancestors has already entered the battle." Li Chuanbua said calmly. He didn't find Mo Tianji's reaction strange. If Mo Tianji didn't notice this change, or if he didn't ask due to his identity, he would have underestimated Mo Tianji. "I see." Mo Tianji didn't find it strange at all. If the other party didn't have such a dangerous character who could change the entire situation, Li Chuanbua's Book 7 Chapter 787, Absolute Power. Why would he appear here? Since Li Chuanbua appeared here, it meant that the other party also had an expert of Li Chuanbua's level. "This is Li Xianxia, my son." Li Chuanbua introduced, "These 2 are my brothers, as well as my bodyguards. We have been through life and death together for 10,000 years. Li Xianxia is at the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. He is only 1 step away from 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. As for these 2 brothers of mine, they broke through to 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist 200 years ago. Right now, they are at the beginner level of second-grade Supreme Martial Artist, full. Li Chuanbuo's voice was very calm as he introduced them to Mo Tianji one by one. I, on the other hand, am at the peak of second-grade Supreme Martial Artist. I can only be considered as a high-level Supreme Martial Artist, full. Mo Tianji's expression changed. He said, with the help of all of you, I believe that our chances in this battle have increased. Li Chuanbuo's expression was bleak. He said, the crisis that the Li clan is facing this time is indeed unprecedented. Even during the most dangerous period of the battle back then, it didn't reach such a situation and didn't affect the Li clan. Advisor Mo, you don't have to say anything nice. I more or less know what to do. Without Advisor Mo holding the fort and planning everything, the Li clan would have been annihilated sooner or later. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation The Matter of the Nail. However, even with Advisor Mo holding the fort and strategizing, being able to deal with the enemy. But when it comes to the battle between 7th grade and 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artists, no matter how smart and scheming you are, it will be useless. In front of absolute strength, everything was just empty talk. Therefore, the final outcome of the Li clan is still inevitable and will be destroyed. Li Chuanbuo said indifferently. Then, he stared at Mo Tianji and asked softly, what do you think, military advisor Mo? Mo Tianji nodded, the chances of winning are indeed very slim. In fact, it's close to none. However, if you want to preserve a trace of your bloodline, it's not absolutely impossible. There should still be hope. Hearing Mo Tianji's words, everyone in the hall let out a long sigh. Everyone already had a common understanding of this outcome. It was a fact. Although it was cruel. But no one was surprised. The Li family is located in the northwest, and the geographical environment is not good. If he was in the heart of the continent, he could hide his bloodline anywhere. However, he was in the northwest. But it's not easy. The only way is to charge out. Only by charging out can we have a future. Li Chuanbuo said, this old man has thought of this, military advisor Mo has thought of this as well, and I believe that the allied forces have also thought of this. Therefore, it's really very difficult to charge out. He paused. His gaze went past Mo Tianji and looked at Ao Xieyun, Rui Badong and Li Xiongtu. He said, all of you must take good care of yourselves. His tone didn't change at all from the start to the end. However, Li Xiongtu clearly felt that Li Chuanbuo's gaze stopped on his face for a moment longer. Mo Tianji's eyes flickered slightly. He could tell that the last few words of this wise old man in front of him were very meaningful. He just wanted the four of them to take good care of themselves? Or, before he finished speaking, Li Chuanbuo stood up and strode down from his seat. Facing everyone, he said solemnly, I have something to say. Elder Master, please enlighten us. Everyone knelt down in unison. The Li clan is at a critical juncture of life and death. Since we need military advisor Mo to command, then we must confirm military advisor Mo's position. Firstly, if any one of you dares to play any tricks here, I will personally take action and be the first to kill him. Secondly, Li Chuanbuo gestured. Military advisor Mo, please take a seat. The direction he was pointing at was the seat of the Li clan head. Then, Li Chuanbuo said loudly, from now on, everyone in the Li clan, including me, must listen to military advisor Mo's commands unconditionally. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Yes. No one had any objections to this decision because it was Li Chuanbuo who made this decision. There's one more important thing. Now, select your descendants. Every clan is only allowed to have 2 people. Then, gather them together. Once you find a suitable opportunity, send your descendants out first so that you can make a comeback in the future. Yes. This time everyone agreed even more readily. There was already no hope of victory. They only hoped that their descendants would have a chance to make a comeback. Li Chuanbuo turned around. Military advisor Mo, please. From this moment onwards, even if you sell all of us in the Li clan, we will also listen to you. With me in charge, I believe that no one will dare to have any objections. Mo Tianji nodded and walked forward step by step. Ao Xieyun and Rui Badong followed closely behind him. Li Xiongtu followed him for a few steps, then stopped and stood beside Li Chuanbua. Li Chuanbua's brows furrowed. Mo Tianji finally walked to his seat. Turning around, he slowly sat down. Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong stood behind him, just like two door gods. With the situation settled, the people below suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. It was even more oppressive than when the old clan master, Li Chuanbua, was still in power. It was as if the entire Li clan was in his hands the moment Mo Tianji sat down here, absolute power. In the hands of an outsider. But no one was unconvinced. Mo Tianji's abilities had long conquered them. Only Mo Tianji smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that he couldn't get rid of this hot potato in the end. A veteran was indeed a veteran. An old monster who had lived for more than 10,000 years. He was a real character, a human-shaped monster. The moment Li Chuanbua appeared, he cut the Gordian knot and established Mo Tianji's position with the highest authority. He had the demeanor of a clan head who didn't need to use people he doubted. This gesture could be said to be extremely beautiful. In fact, Mo Tianji could clearly feel that this wasn't just for show. Indeed, he was sincere. It looked like Li Chuanbua really felt that the Li clan's destruction was imminent. He could even feel that the Li clan's only chance of survival should lie with Mo Tianji. On the surface, this move seemed to be handing over the lives of the entire Li clan to Mo Tianji. It seemed to be a very risky move that could easily lead to the destruction of the Li clan. However, on a deeper level, it was actually a very smart decision. Because Li Chuanbua wasn't Li Wubua. At most, Li Wubua only knew about the legend of the so-called tribulation. But Li Chuanbua knew very well what kind of existence a tribulation was. Just like Mo Tianji in front of him. Even if you didn't trust him, he would still help you come up with plans and strategies to deal with the enemy, causing the Li clan to struggle at death's door. But deep down, he would only treat the Li clan as a war tool. If they were all dead, then so be it. But if you trusted him, he would still do his best. But for this sincere trust, he would make a certain degree of repayment. And what Li Chuanbua needed was this certain degree of repayment, the continuation of the Li clan's bloodline. No matter how many bloodlines there would be in the end, it was fine as long as there was, even if it was just one or two. It was better than having no descendants. Mo Tianji bowed to this wise old man and said, "Elderly, I'll do my best." A smile like spring water flashed across Li Chuanbua's eyes. He nodded lightly. He knew that Mo Tianji's words meant that he had agreed. It was good that he had agreed. There was hope for everything. Mo Tianji's telepathic message rang in his ears. "Elderly, I can only guarantee that if the Li clan doesn't play tricks with me, doesn't engage in internal destruction, and doesn't resort to any outrageous schemes, I will promise to do my best to protect part of the Li clan's bloodline. But, if I go against it, the destruction of the Li clan will become a foregone conclusion." Li Chuanbua's face darkened. He replied through telepathy, "If the descendants of the Li clan are really so unfilial, then there's no need for the Li clan to exist anymore. My original intention of establishing the Li clan from a wasteland was to protect the affection in my heart. If the affection is no longer there and has turned into benefits, then there's nothing wrong with destroying it from my hands. I admire elders' open-mindedness." Mo Tianji said sincerely. Mo Tianji's words of admiration could be said from the bottom of his heart. For someone like Li Chuanbua, who had established a huge clan that had lasted for tens of thousands of years, to abandon it just like that, if he didn't have the breadth of mind, there was no way he could do it. "I still have a request that I hope you can fulfill." Li Chuanbua said indifferently, "Li Xiongtu must live on. Even if all of the Li clan's bloodline is cut off, Li Xiongtu must live on. This is my final wish." Mo Tianji said solemnly, "Elder can rest assured about this. I didn't want him to die in the first place." Li Chuanbua replied indifferently through telepathy, "Li Xiongtu was never one of the tribulations, right? All of this was actually part of your plan." He said this directly in an affirmative tone. Mo Tianji replied indifferently, "He wasn't. He never was." Li Chuanbua heaved a long sigh of relief. His voice was complicated. As expected, the heavens won't favor the same clan twice. The Li clan was just a chess piece. It was a chess piece from the beginning to the end. However, it's fortunate that Li Xiongtu can live on. Even if he's not a direct descendant, his surname is still Li. Now that things had come to this, even though there was resentment in Li Chuanbua's voice, he didn't say anything about Mo Tianji. There was no need to say anything anymore. Now that things had come to this, even if he went out to clarify things, who would believe him? Even if they did, they wouldn't let the Li clan off. The blood feud of tens of thousands of lives, the precarious situation. Benefits that were within reach. Mo Tianji's plan had already succeeded from the moment Li Xiongtu was brought up to the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji said, I can only say that if Li Xiongtu can continue to live, his achievements will be even higher than yours. Maybe even much higher. Li Chuanbua sighed. It's enough that you can say this. My life's experience in martial arts is all on Li Xiongtu. He can be considered my successor. I have no regrets. Mo Tianji finally understood why Li Xiongtu's cultivation could improve by leaps and bounds in this period of time. So that was the reason. He said. The people in the Li clan. What does Elder Li plan to do? Li Chuanbua's gaze swept across the hall. Everyone felt that the elder's gaze was like thunder and lightning, penetrating their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Li Chuanbua sighed deeply. Other than a limited number of people and the old, weak, women and children, my Li clan is already full of people who deserve to die. My efforts back then have been squandered away. I didn't get any inheritance. My original intention of establishing the clan was also completely abandoned a few thousand years ago. His voice was even trembling a little. Mo Tianji. When you reorganize the world order, even though killing is unavoidable, even though human nature is greedy and insatiable, I still hope that you can put loyalty and filial piety in the list of priorities. In that case, Mo Tianji's heart trembled. He raised his head and looked at Li Chuanbua. Li Chuanbua's eyes met his. Those eyes that had seen through the vicissitudes of life were already filled with fatigue and stillness. This world has long made me feel disgusted and disgusted. I don't want to stay in this world anymore, nor do I want to go to the heavenly imperial court. I don't want to see any of my old friends from back then. Until now, the only thing left is to fight to the death. Mo Tianji didn't speak anymore. Li Chuanbua didn't send any more voice transmissions. Everyone, the cruelest war is about to begin. I should have told everyone that I wish everyone good luck and a triumphant return. But now, not only is it meaningless to say those empty words, it's also very irresponsible. Mo Tianji sorted out his emotions. He adjusted his tone and faced everyone present. He said with unusual frankness, for the sake of the bloodline of our descendants. I want to tell everyone one last truth seriously, be prepared to die. Everyone gathered below had a solemn expression on their faces. Since Senior Li has entrusted me with such an important task today, I, Mo Tianji, can only do my best. However, the enemy is too powerful. The most important thing now is no longer to fight for a temporary victory or defeat with the enemy, but to preserve the Li clan's lineage, hoping for the day when they can make a comeback. We must seize the opportunity to protect the descendants of the bloodline and help them escape. As for the method of cover, there is only one word, sacrifice. Mo Tianji said, I'll solemnly remind everyone for the last time, each clan is only allowed to have 2 people. It would be best if he was alone. Also, let me give you a word of advice. Don't try to play any tricks anymore. Right now, our bloodline is on the run. Sacrificing the entire clan in exchange for a tiny chance of survival. If any part of our clan has a problem from within, then, don't blame me for not reminding you all. Then, the only outcome will be the extermination of our entire clan. I believe that everyone understands this point. Don't try to take millet out of the fire and drag others down with you. It was quiet down there. For a long time, no one spoke. Everyone was trying their best to hold their breaths. For a moment, the hall, which had a radius of 10,000 feet, was densely packed with people. However, there was no sound at all. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Li Wubua stood at one side while Li Ju and Li Badian stood beside him. At this moment, the 3 of them seemed to be deep in thought. However, only they knew what exactly they were thinking about. Now, let's do a head count and divide the battle teams. 8th grade supreme martial artists and above, please step forward, Mo Tianji said calmly. Li Chuanbua took the lead and stepped forward. Immediately after, Li Xianxia and the others followed suit. 8. Mo Tianji frowned. There should be a total of 11. This means that in the previous battle, 3 8th grade supreme martial artists have already been sacrificed. Among these 8, there are still 2 who are seriously injured and their combat power has been greatly reduced. Excluding elderly and the other 3 who have just appeared today, this means that, in the previous battle, we have already lost more than half of our combat power. The terrifying strength of the enemy is evident from this. The enemy's reinforcements are coming from all directions and they are almost inexhaustible. However, here, we have no backup inside and no reinforcements outside. It can be said that one death is one less enemy. Everyone, don't think that the situation will be so optimistic just because elderly and the others are here. The expressions of the Li clan members became even more solemn. Next, 7th grade supreme martial artists, please step forward, Mo Tianji said again. Another 17 people took a step forward. 3rd grade supreme martial artists, 25 people. 5th grade supreme martial artists. However, only 10 5th grade supreme martial artists stepped forward. In the recent battles, 5th grade supreme martial artists had already become the leaders of the troops and were the ones who were most likely to lose their lives. 4th grade. There were still 28 4th grade supreme martial artists remaining. Furthermore, they were all injured. Li Xiongtu was among them. 3rd grade to 1st grade. When this order was given, the expressions of the Li clan members became even more terrible. There were only 10 people of 3 grades of supreme martial artists in total. At its peak, the Li clan had a total of 211 supreme martial artist level experts. Li Xiangxi heaved a long sigh. Now, including us, there are only 174 of them. Many of them are also injured and their combat power has been greatly reduced. Supreme martial artist experts are formed through the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, and countless resources. Now, within a year, we have lost 117 of them. Furthermore, more than 80 of them have died in the 4 months of battles. This is a testament to how tragic it is. Li Chuanbua sighed. This is already a kind of fortune. If not for Mo Tianji's planning behind the scenes in these 4 months, I'm afraid there might not even be many left of these 174 people. The remaining martial saint experts, as long as they are 5th grade and above, step forward, Mo Tianji said again. Those martial saints below 5th grade, step forward. Martial monarch experts, step forward. Those below martial monarch level, all martial emperors and martial kings, step forward and line up outside. Mo Tianji took the lead and walked out. Li Chuanbua seemed to know what Mo Tianji was going to do. Together with Li Xiangxi, Li Wubua and a few other elders of the clan, he followed him out. Halfway through, Mo Tianji stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn back. Instead, he looked straight ahead and asked, I want to know, if the Li clan is defeated in the end and all the experts and those who can fight are dead, how will the enemy deal with the remaining women, children and elderly? Li Chuanbua's eyes trembled violently. He had no excuse to speak. Beside him, Li Xiangxi sighed and said, the possibility of them being wiped out is infinitely high. Mo Tianji trembled slightly. How many old, weak, sick, disabled, women, and children are here now? Li Wubua replied, about 730,000 people. This was undoubtedly a rather huge number. It was so huge that everyone was speechless for a moment. Although these people also had a certain level of combat power, compared to the enemy outside, they were worse than babies. Faced with a strong enemy, other than waiting to be killed, there was no room for resistance. Mo Tianji asked calmly, when you invade other clans and expand your territory, how do you deal with the captives or the defeated, especially the women, children and elderly? Don't tell me that the Li clan has never invaded other clans. Or that the Li clan has never taken captives. The underlying meaning of this sentence was very clear. Whatever they did in the past, others would use the same methods to deal with them now. This was how retribution worked in the world. It wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Li Wubua's mouth was dry. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. He wasn't the only one. All the members of the Li clan present fell into silence. The entire place was silent. Many of them lowered their heads deeply. Li Chuanbo was furious. He slapped Li Wubuo's face hard and growled, "What exactly will they do? Say it. Are you mute?" Li Wubuo's cheeks puffed up high. His lips trembled a little before he said, "Kill all the men. Kill all the boys. Girls. Women. Those old, ugly, crippled ones, kill all of them too. Those who are slightly more attractive, will be. Li Chuanbo's face was pale. His body actually swayed a little. He hadn't been involved in worldly affairs for too many years. Although he knew that the Li clan was probably in a very bad state, he didn't expect it to reach such a stage even in his dreams. Li Chuanbo had always governed the Li clan with benevolence and filial piety. Friendship and righteousness were passed down from generation to generation. He had always had a clear conscience and felt that his heart was boundlessly open and just. However, once his grandson gained power, he didn't even spare the women and children on the opposing side who were completely defenseless. The old man gritted his teeth hatefully and delivered another palm strike. With a loud smack, Li Wubuo was sent flying several feet away. He crashed heavily onto a pillar and bounced back. Stepping on Li Wubuo's chest with one foot, he asked fiercely, "Go on, how do you deal with those who are slightly more attractive? Tell me quickly." How could the old man not know this in his heart? But at this moment, he wanted Li Wubuo to tell him personally. Despicable. Bestow meritorious subjects as servants, or sell them off. Li Wubuo spat out a mouthful of blood. With great difficulty, he said, "Elder Master, don't think that we are the only ones who have done this. In fact, all the big clans are like this. This is the current Jianghu. Justice doesn't lie in the hearts of the people. It lies in strength." Li Chuanbo lifted his leg in a daze. This is the current Jianghu fashion? Whoever he looked at would nod silently and then turn their face away. Being in the Jianghu, he had seen and done too many such things. Didn't everyone present have thousands or tens of thousands of lives? And how many innocent people were among these lives? Justice doesn't lie in the hearts of the people. It lies in strength. If we are defeated in the end, our family members will also be treated the same way when they fall into the hands of the other party. Li Chuanbo was stunned for a long time. Then, he said bitterly, "Since I've wielded the butcher's knife, how can I avoid being the fish on the chopping board?" Everyone was speechless at the same time. An elder with a white beard said to Li Chuanbo in a low voice, "Military advisor Mo. Military advisor Mo has only thought of this in advance. After all, the descendants of the great clans all have their own inheritances. Everyone is worried that once their wings are fully grown, they will become a threat in the future. Therefore, they are basically eliminating the weeds by the roots now." Li Chuanbo stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, he let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps, these people who are also from great clans like us might be lenient towards the women and children. Another person said somewhat unconfidently. Li Chuanbo smiled coldly and said angrily, "Childish." The others also sighed in their hearts. It was precisely because they were all from great clans that they understood the horror of letting the women and children of the Li clan live, therefore, they would not let them go. "I want to ask you. If by any chance it really comes to that, what should these people do?" Mo Tianji asked. Everyone's heart was shaken. Everyone present understood why Mo Tianji would ask such a question. However, no one wanted to answer this question because the answer was, Li Chuanbo closed his eyes suddenly and said, "Die." The grandchildren of the Li clan would rather die than be humiliated and tarnished by the enemy. Since ancient times, the hardest thing is death. But so what if we die? Li Chuanbo's words were as stiff as iron and stone, so cold that there wasn't a single trace of emotion in them. As these resolute and decisive words were spoken, the faces of everyone who heard them turned ghastly pale. There was no longer any trace of blood in them. It was one thing to understand in their hearts, but they still hoped that there would be a chance for a turn of events. It was a kind of almost childish and naive extravagant hope. Now that it was said out loud by the highest leader of the clan, it was a completely different concept. Martial artists below monarch level basically had no meaning in such a battle. Almost no one stepped onto the battlefield. Instead, they became the most well-preserved part of the Li clan. There were a total of 120,000 people. They were indeed one of the largest clans in the upper three heavens. With such a team of experts, if they were in the upper three heavens, they could definitely do whatever they wanted. No one would dare to disobey their orders. But here, at this moment, their position was so awkward that everyone was unable to show their faces. Everyone below the monarch rank, you only have one mission now. It's to protect women and children. Mo Tianji stood on the high platform. Looking at the more than 100,000 people in front of him, he said loudly, "You don't need to participate in the following battles. What you need to do is to stay with all the women, children, and the elderly. Don't make any strange movements. Let me tell you one last thing. You must remember and carry it out." There was no sound from below. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Mo Tianji. If there really comes a day, the Li clan was gone. If the other party disdains or cannot bear to kill you and the women and children, then, no matter how wronged you are, you must live on with determination. Just live on like that. Mo Tianji had just said this when Li Chuanbua suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Mo Tianji. In a low voice, he said, "Boys, I am Li Chuanbua, the founder of the Li clan. Now, the Li clan is in a life and death crisis. I ask you to do one thing. You must remember, you must do it." The 120,000 people below looked at him with fervent gazes. The founder of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, choked when he said the first part of his speech. After a long while, he said loudly, "You must remember Mo Tianji's words. If they don't kill you, then you must work hard to live on. From now on, change your name and live a stable life. Don't force yourself to take revenge for the Li clan." But when he said this, his voice paused again. It was as if there was a big mouthful of phlegm in his throat that he couldn't spit out. He panted like a bellows for a while. Suddenly, he roared fiercely, "But you must remember one thing, if they want to kill you, kill the women and children, and rape them, then you must remember that the first thing you must do is not to fight or kill the enemy, but to kill your own people." He would kill all the beautiful women in his clan at the first possible moment. Kill all the women and children who are powerless to resist. Kill them all. The Li clan can accept failure. We can accept the fate of destruction, but the Li clan will never accept humiliation. Li Chuanbua's words echoed in the entire Li clan for a long time. Everyone, including those who were here and those who weren't, heard it. After a moment of silence, hundreds of thousands of people suddenly roared together, "The Li clan can accept failure. We can accept the fate of destruction, but the Li clan will never accept humiliation." Good. These are the good men of the Li clan. Li Chuanbua laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. That's how it is. When the time comes, kill your own women first and then fight the enemy with your life. Even if you can lose a strand of hair, it's still a victory and a gain. Yes. The eyes of the 120,000 people turned red at the same time. They controlled themselves to not let their tears fall as they roared with all their might. In a while, gather all the women and children together. You will be in charge of watching over them. Li Chuanbua's gaze was as sharp as an arrow. If anyone dares to have any other thoughts, then. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Elder Master, please rest assured. A tragic atmosphere spread in the area. Mo Tianji looked at the scene in front of him with a deep gaze, his heart twitching. What if I can save these innocent people? Can I? What can I do? The 120,000 martial artists below the monarch level gradually dispersed. Those standing in front of Mo Tianji at this moment were all experts above the monarch level and below the 5th grade of the martial saint level. There were a total of 8,400 people. There was still complete silence. The mission you have to complete this time is a little cruel. Mo Tianji said, "You are in the battle plan, but I'm sure everyone knows how difficult it is to cause effective harm to the enemy with your cultivation." Anger and indignation were written all over the faces of the over 8,000 people here. However, deep down, they knew that this was the truth and there was nothing they could do. The decisive battle was imminent, but these people were not strong enough to be of use and could not form an effective battle force. Everyone, there is no need to be so dejected. You still have the chance to cripple the enemy, kill the enemy and even annihilate the enemy. Now, let me tell you an effective way to harm the enemy. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and said, your mission is to charge directly into the enemy's dense group at the beginning of the battle. If you can't charge in, you will die. There is no other way. However, once you charge in, don't think about using your hands, swords, palms, or fists to kill the enemy. You only need to do one thing, immediately explode your cultivation. Mo Tianji's voice was extremely cold at this moment. He said coldly, to put it bluntly, you are transforming into over 8,000 people. Do your best to cause as much damage to the enemy as possible. Because your cultivation is lower, this is the only effective way to kill the enemy. The greater the damage you can cause to the enemy, the higher the chance of keeping our high-end forces. Your children will be able to keep their lives, escape, and survive. In other words, you are using your lives to fight for a chance of survival for your descendants. That is all. For the inheritance of the bloodline. Even if you are cold-blooded, you have to do this. You have to understand one thing, a very important thing. The reason for this arrangement is not because the high-end supreme martial artists are afraid of death. Their endings are no different from yours. They are all going to die. It is just a matter of time. However, before they die, they have to open up a path for safe retreat at all costs. Since they are going to die sooner or later, then death is the biggest price to pay. What you are doing is actually the same. After disbanding, everyone is to return home immediately. Within 10 days, try to reunite with your family as much as possible. These are the last few days. After 10 days, it will be the time of the final battle. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and said, I will not force you. After 10 days, if anyone is not willing to participate in this life or death mission, you can stay at home. There is no need to return here. I guarantee in the name of my big brother, Tribulation Sword Master, that I will not do anything to you because of this. If the Li clan does anything to hurt you because you don't die, I will leave the Li clan immediately. This is my promise to you. Life or death, it is up to you to decide. Mo Tianji waved his hand calmly. Now, listen to my orders, disband. Go home. More than 8,000 secondary experts scattered in all directions with a loud boom. They seized the last bit of time to reunite with their families. After that, it would be their final farewell. Li Ju grumbled anxiously at the side, Brother Mo, this promise is a little inappropriate, isn't it? If by then, none of these people come, then how? Before he could finish, he was sent flying by a slap from Li Chuanbua. Li Chuanbua scolded him bitterly and hatefully, you useless thing. What a good-for-nothing. Despicable and shameless trash. How can I, Li Chuanbua, have descendants like you? You have completely disgraced me. Li Chuanbua looked up at the sky and sighed. Ao Xieyun, Rui Badong and Li Xiongta looked at Li Ju with eyes full of disdain. This guy, even at this point in time, was still thinking about this. After that, it was time to arrange for all the experts above 5th grade martial saint. Including all the supreme martial artists, there were a total of 1,000 people. Mo Tianji began to divide the teams. 8th grade supreme martial artists and above will each lead a team. In each team, there will be 2 7th grade supreme martial artists and 3 8th grade supreme martial artists. 10 5th grade supreme martial artists will be divided into 5 teams. 4th grade supreme martial artists, 3 in each team. Counting down, all the members will be distributed according to the average number. All the remaining members will be included in the team led by elderly Chuanbua. In this way, each team will have a maximum of 240 people, making a total of 1,200 people. The remaining 40 people will be included in elderly Chuanbua's team. When the time comes, all 8 teams will be under the command of the command. The grand strategy will be decided like this. Mo Tianji said, at the start of the battle, only 4 teams will go forward. The other 4 teams will be backup teams. As for Senior Li Chuanbua's independent team, it will be the last backup team and also the most important and crucial battle force. Senior, please be aware of this. Li Chuanbua nodded. Once you say it, I already understand everything. Don't worry. Mo Tianji nodded and said, since that's the case, the final battle will be decided as such. With his hands behind his back, he took 2 steps and said, I have a letter. Who can deliver it to Diwu Qingru for me? Deliver it to Diwu Qingru? The other party's military advisor? Yes. Li Xianxia took a step forward. How about I make the trip personally? No way. Mo Tianji said, your position is too important. If you make the trip personally, regardless of Diwu Qingru's 7th Division's 700th letter of challenge, no matter how unwilling he is. No matter how unwilling Ro is, she will definitely make you stay. The person who delivers this letter can't have a high cultivation level, but can't be too low either. A 5th grade supreme martial artist is the most suitable. This way, the chances of escaping unscathed will be the greatest. Li Tongtian, you shall make the trip. Li Chuanbua directly appointed him. Yes. Great-grandson obeys. Li Tongtian took a step forward, his expression solemn. He took the letter from Mo Tianji and flew out, disappearing into the snowy sky like a gust of wind. May I ask, what exactly is written in the military advisor's letter? Li Xianxia asked curiously. Nothing much. It's just 10 days later, the final battle in the morning. Do you dare? That's all. Mo Tianji laughed softly. It's just this sentence. 10 days later, the final battle? That's right. 10 days? Isn't that a little too rushed? If it's a month later. Li Xianxia took a light breath. 10 days is already the limit. It can't be more than that. All of the other parties' reinforcements have already arrived. Mo Tianji said indifferently, I believe that the other party is already prepared for an all-out battle. If we don't deliver this letter soon, or tomorrow at the latest, the other party will launch an all-out attack. That would be even worse, and they would be caught off guard. Book 7, Chapter 700 Li Xianxia said, military advisor's words make sense. However, the situation is already so bad, why are you so confident? The other party will definitely accept this battle? If it were me, I would definitely not accept it. Mo Tianji smiled gently, because you're not Diwu Qingru. He is not Diwu Qingru. He said faintly, in these 10 days, I have sacrificed myself for my 120,000 brothers and 700,000 women and children. He had purposely fought for 10 days. The last 10 days. Actually, it doesn't matter if the final battle starts now. But, since I've come to this point, in the last moments of my life, I should at least enjoy the beautiful scenery to lessen my regrets. Who doesn't have parents? Who doesn't have a daughter? Who doesn't have a partner? Mo Tianji said disappointedly, the sins committed by your Li clan are now being reaped. Even though it's called retribution, how many innocents are involved? With our current strength, we won't be able to survive even if we die 1,000 times. Everyone present was somewhat dejected. Li Chuanbua sighed heavily. Allied army camp. Diwu Qingru was sitting opposite the ancestor of the Xiao clan, Xiao Qinyu. With a sincere respect and caution, he was dealing with the first ancestor of the Xiao clan. Is the Ling clan not here yet? Xiao Qinyu's face was solemn. Not yet. There must be some unforeseen event that delayed them. It's definitely impossible for them to be delayed. Ling Muyang will definitely not allow it. Since they haven't arrived yet, there must be an accident. They're all dead. Xiao Qinyu said faintly, there's no need to wait. It's destined that they won't come. Unless it's the next batch. Diwu Qingru's eyelids twitched. This was exactly what he thought. No one from the law enforcement officers? Xiao Qinyu asked. No, there's also no news of them. This time, Xiao Qinyu didn't speak immediately. He was silent for a long time. Then, he said, I think the law enforcement officers might be the ones who were delayed. He turned around and said, are you confident of winning the final battle now? Diwu Qingru thought for a while and nodded affirmatively. Basically, there won't be too big of a problem. However, if you want to be safe and fully prepared, it's better to wait for the law enforcement officers. We're strong enough now. Xiao Qinyu said faintly. Then let's have the final battle. We'll succeed in one battle. Diwu Qingruo could hear the urgency in Xiao Qinyu's tone. However, he wasn't surprised and immediately agreed. Commander-in-Chief, Elder Xiao, the Li clan sent someone to deliver a letter. It says that it was sent to you by the Master of Manipulation and Calculation, Mo Tianji, someone reported from outside. Bring it in. Xiao Qinyu frowned. Yes. The letter was in his hands. Diwu Qingruo opened it directly. After taking a look, he couldn't help but smile. What's the content? Xiao Qinyu asked. Diwu Qingruo smiled and read it out loud. 10 days later, we'll have a final battle with you. Tianji Qingru will calculate victory and defeat. May I ask if Elder Xiao Qinyu can give his brother 10 days to rest? This letter wasn't as simple as what Mo Tianji and Li Xianxia had said. The actual content was written to two people at the same time. Diwu Qingruo and Xiao Qinyu. Since it's a request from my brother, how can I refuse? So what if I give him 10 days? Xiao Qinyu's eyes were touched and he sighed softly. Mo Tianji's words, may I give his brother 10 days to rest, directly touched the softest part of his heart. He thought of the last time he got drunk that day. The last witness was gone, and the sad, desperate, and disheartened laughter of his brother when he left miserably seemed to echo in his ears again. Therefore, Xiao Qinyu made a decision right away. Not to mention 10 days, even if you want 20 days, I'll give it to you, Diwu Qingruo nodded. I have no objections. We can wait for reinforcements from the law enforcement officers in these 10 days. I'll immediately send a reply to Mo Tianji. I'll have to trouble the messenger to bring it back. The decisive battle that will decide our fate is about to begin. Chu Yang stood on the cliff of the Wind and Snow Mountain. On the other side, Mo Lei was rubbing the large bruise on Dong Wushang's back to promote blood circulation. Dong Wushang clenched his teeth, his black face full of pain. Speaking of which, this fellow was really bored out of his mind. He hadn't fought for the past few days and his hands were itchy. It was almost the same as a heavy smoker who couldn't get rid of his addiction. He said that his hands were itchy and he wanted to find someone to spar with. This wasn't a problem. How many people were there for him to spar with? Chu Yang, Mo Lei and Mo Qingguo could all let him have his fill. But Dong Wushang said that there was no point in fighting with them and that it wasn't suffocating enough. Therefore, this fellow went straight to the strongest one and actually went to spar with Wu Jiuqing, and Wu Jiuqing was in an extremely depressed state at that time. When he saw that this fellow came looking for a beating, a ready-made punching bag was sent to him. Naturally, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. With a few punches and kicks, he turned this fellow into a snowball. While he was in a great mood, he gave this fellow a light slap on his thick back. Just this light slap was enough to make Dong Wushang unable to get up. He had been lying in front of everyone's feet for 6 hours now. Looking at his condition, his hands and heart should no longer be itchy. They had all shifted to his back. Was Wu Jiuqing's slap so easy to bear? Even the Dharma Supreme had to rest for 3 months after taking a slap from Wu Jiuqing. What more Dong Wushang, who was like an ant in front of Wu Jiuqing now? Mo Lei rubbed his back hard, speechless. She said, both parties haven't made any moves for 4 days. It seems that both parties have reached some kind of tacit agreement. They should be starting to play big. Chu Yang nodded lightly. This result is not surprising. I can even be sure that this change is led by Tianji. Mo Qingguo was puzzled. She asked, why must it be my second brother? Can't Diwu Qingru do it? It's not that Diwu Qingru doesn't have such wisdom. It's just that Diwu Qingru's side is in an absolutely dominant situation now. If he were to take the lead, both parties would definitely be at war by now. Who knows, the outcome might have already been decided. Chu Yang smiled. It's definitely impossible for it to be so quiet and peaceful. This should be the last bit of peace before the final battle. Mo Qingguo made an O sound and said, Chu Yang, what should we do on our side? No one from our side participated in the previous few battles. Who says no one participated? On the ground, Dong Wushang snorted. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. You guys didn't participate, but I didn't even miss a single battle. I fought all the way to the end. Mo Lei was angry and anxious. She said angrily, you still have the cheek to say that. Didn't you? Come back with half your life left? I really have nothing to say when I meet people like you who are crazy about battles. As she spoke, she rubbed her palms even harder. She said hatefully, "You're born to be punched." Dong Wushang grimaced in pain, but he didn't cry out in pain. His woman loved him dearly. No matter how painful it was, he had to endure it. It wasn't easy for both sides to stop fighting. Instead of resting, you actually shamelessly went to spar with Elder Wu. You really don't know how many bowls of rice you've eaten. At the mention of this, Mo couldn't help but get angry. Elder Wu is at the peak of the world. He showed mercy this time. If he really gets angry, he can make you die without even knowing how you died with one slap. Unexpectedly, at the mention of this, Dong Wushang actually became excited. Then, he said to Chu Yang, "Big brother, you don't know, but I comprehended some saber essence after fighting with Senior Wu this time. Do you still remember what you said in the lower three heavens? The saber aura turning." Chu Yang's brows relaxed. Oh? Could it be that you comprehended it? Regarding the saber aura turning, see the fourth part. I can't say that I comprehended it yet. I just have some ideas. Although Dong Wushang was lying on the ground and couldn't move, he was beaming with joy. Once I can stand up, I'll go and spar with Elder Wu again. I believe. The bruise on Dong Wushang's back had been deliberately hit by Wu Jiuqing. The purpose was to make him quiet down for a few days so that he wouldn't turn into a fly and bother people. After being hit by Wu Jiuqing, the pain was deliberately increased by 15 times. The pain caused by that palm was unbearable even for a man of steel like Dong Wushang. The rubbing just now was to disperse the blood clots and promote blood circulation. Even if she used a little strength, Dong Wushang could barely endure it. But now, Mo used 20% of her true power in a fit of anger. Even though it was only 20% of her strength, it was no small matter. Dong Wushang was in so much pain that he opened his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound. He was like a catfish on the verge of dying of thirst, rolling his eyes as if he was about to die. Phew. Be gentler. Oh my God. Are you trying to kill me? Dong Wushang only managed to catch his breath after a long while, sweating profusely from the pain. Humph. You deserve it. Mo rolled her eyes, showing no sympathy at all. She had long known that Dong Wushang's injury was dangerous. Although that rubbing hurt a lot, it wouldn't really cause any future problems. Otherwise, no matter how angry she was, she wouldn't have used her true power. Women. Dong Wushang looked up and sighed. After a long while, Dong Wushang finally caught his breath and said, "In the last few battles, I saw Li Xiongtu. I saw him every time." He took a deep breath and said, "I can clearly feel that my old enemy is closing in constantly. He's very fast. I don't want to be overtaken by my old enemy." Li Xiongtu? It's actually him? Has he also reached the supreme martial artist level? Mo frowned and immediately became concerned. She naturally knew that Dong Wushang was the greatest opponent in this generation. The only opponent she acknowledged was Li Xiongtu. As one of the tribulations, Dong Wushang had already left Li Xiongtu far behind him previously. Mo already didn't take this to heart. She didn't expect to hear Dong Wushang say that he saw him again here. And judging from Dong Wushang's words, Li Xiongtu's advancement didn't seem slow. At least, he could already threaten the current Dong Wushang. It's not just the supreme martial artist level. Li Xiongtu is already a peak 4th grade supreme martial artist now. And the fierce battle intent on him is getting stronger and stronger. He's definitely not inferior to me. Dong Wushang's thick eyebrows twitched. As one of the tribulations, I only reached the peak of supreme venerable grade with the help of boss. Li Xiongtu is not a tribulation, but his progress is still so terrifying. To be honest, Mo remained silent. She naturally understood what Dong Wushang meant. It had only been a few short years since Dong Wushang and the others had advanced from martial king level cultivation in the upper 3 heavens all the way to supreme martial artist level now. Even with the help of Chu Yang's countless elixirs and miraculous medicines, it was still a shocking miracle that Dong Wushang and the others could advance. However, Li Xiongtu didn't have such conditions. Yet, he was able to greatly improve at the same speed. What did this mean? Mole couldn't help but worry. You don't have to worry too much about this. Xianxia smiled and said, of course, you will have your own opportunities, but Li Xiong too will also have his own encounters. For example, the two heavenly treasures. You obtained a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum at the northern border. Why couldn't Li Xiong to obtain an 8,000-year-old King Ginseng elsewhere? Xianxia said, some people who are destined to be extraordinary will naturally encounter some miraculous encounters in their lives, and some, blessings from the heavens. This is not surprising. Li Xiong too is resolute and has a straightforward temper. He is a natural-born hero. It is not surprising for him to have such opportunities. Dong Wushang said, yes. I understand this. Actually, this is not what I am thinking about. Of course, I am eager to fight with Li Xiong too, but I will definitely not stop and wait for him. Of course. If you wait for him, you will lose. Xianxia smiled. Are we going to intervene in this decisive battle? Mo Qinggu asked from the side. There has been no news from Mo Tianji's side. From this, it can be seen that he doesn't want us to intervene. Xianxia said, to be honest, if we participate in this battle rashly, the risk is really too great. The possibility of death will be greater than any of the previous adventures. Therefore, Mo Tianji doesn't dare to make the decision himself. As for whether the brothers will participate in the battle or not, he is actually waiting for my choice. Xianxia frowned and looked down from the top of the mountain. Then what is your choice? Behind him, Wu Jiuqing's grave and deep voice came. My choice is. Xianxia grinned. His gaze slid across the faces of Dong Wushang, Mo Qinggu, and the others. He clenched his fists tightly and raised them before his chest. Even if it is dangerous, even if it means death, we must participate. The last 5 words were spoken with a pause. As these words were spoken, Wu Jiuqing, who was at the back, could clearly sense a battle intent that was almost about to solidify into a physical form, surging violently from the 2 men and 2 women in front of him. Wu Jiuqing's eyes revealed sincere admiration. He said, do you know that if it is really a decisive battle this time, there will be more than 2,000 supreme martial artists from the allied forces of the super clans and the law enforcement officers. And there will be no less than 200 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above, and at least 100 supreme martial artists of 8th grade and above. In fact, there will be no less than 20 lower grade supreme martial artists. The strongest among you now is only at the peak of 2nd grade supreme martial artist. It can be said that once you participate in the battle, the possibility of death is really too high. The most conservative estimate is more than 10%. Wu Jiuqing's eyes flashed. He said, you are all tribulation sword masters. If you die here, isn't it? Xianxia smiled amiably. Life and death are up to fate. If we are destined to die, then even if we practice martial arts at home, we will also go crazy. If a meteorite falls from the sky, it can also smash our heads and cause our brains to burst open. No matter how we die, there is only one outcome, death. Since that is the case, why should we be afraid? Dong Wushang laughed wildly, heroic and majestic. He laughed loudly and said, well said. What boss said is exactly what I am thinking. If we die, we will die with our heads up, if we don't, we will live for thousands of years. Why should we care so much? This sentence, which had a strong roguish nature, was actually full of heroism and majesty when it came out of Dong Wushang's mouth. It didn't make one feel that it was indecent at all. Xianxia smiled and said, at the end of the day, every experience of life and death is, in fact, an improvement of the spirit's belief. And when the will is strong, the cultivation will also be strong. Even ordinary people also say that wealth comes from danger. And martial arts practitioners need to roll around between life and death. Those who don't break down are transcendents. Wu Jiuqing's eyes revealed a smile. He said, well said. This is how a person should be, no matter what it is, as long as you do it. Life and death, victory and defeat, why should we care so much? Dong Wushang said, boss, since we have already decided to participate in the battle, should we inform second brother Gu's side? Xianxia smiled and said, Gu Duxing's desire for battle has never been inferior to yours. Besides, there are still 2 freaks who have just been reborn there. I believe that even if we don't do anything, they won't let go of this opportunity for actual combat. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Oh right, we haven't participated in the battle these few days, so we don't have the right to speak. But Wushang, you have been there every time. Have you seen those 4 guys miss a single battle? Not even a single one." Dong Wushang laughed. "Basically, we can hear the howls of Ant Dog in every battle." At the thought of those 2 buffoons, even Mo Layer couldn't help but laugh. Right at this moment, Mo Qinggu suddenly said with some surprise, "Elder Wu, you. Why have you changed your appearance?" Chu Yang turned and saw Mo Qinggu staring at Wu Juiqing with a face full of surprise, as if she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The 2 men, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, couldn't help but shake their heads in bewilderment. Had he changed? However, after Mo Qinggu said so, the 2 of them also vaguely felt that Wu Juiqing's appearance had indeed changed a little. But exactly what had changed, they couldn't put their finger on it. When it came to observing other people's appearance and clothes, men were naturally slower than women. Mo Layer turned and also exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Wu, why have you become so much younger? Also, your hair has actually turned black again. Did you eat some kind of heavenly treasure to retain your youth?" Chu Yang and Dong Wushang looked at each other at the same time, ashamed of each other's slowness. They actually didn't notice such an obvious change. They actually needed someone to remind them before they could see that Wu Juiqing was indeed showing signs of returning to his youth. And the change was quite obvious. His previously white hair had actually started to turn black from the roots. In terms of appearance, he was at least 20 years younger. Wu Juiqing smiled and said, "There's no need to eat any heavenly treasure. I'm just converting my cultivation into vitality and changing my appearance a little, trying to look as close to how I looked when I was young." Elder Wu is really amazing. You can even do this. Mo Qinggu and Mo Layer both looked envious. Both of them were women, so how could they not know the value of Wu Juiqing's technique? This was almost equivalent to retaining eternal youth, being able to stay young forever, no matter which woman it was, had an extremely strong attraction. It was almost irresistible. If given the choice between life and appearance, most women would choose the latter. Without beauty, what was the use of having a long life? But they would never think that no matter how beautiful they were, without life, it was equivalent to having no future. "I'm still at the stage of figuring out that technique." Wu Juiqing smiled and said, "When I've figured out a whole set of effective techniques, I'll definitely impart it to you." Mo Qinggu and Mo Layer cheered at the same time. "That's great." Beside him, Dong Wushang was also puzzled. "Yes, what do they look like? Young or old? To us men, do we need to care so much about this? We're not women who love to look good, as long as that thing is still there. No matter what, we're still men. Men don't participate in beauty pageants anyway." Wu Juiqing smiled warmly, with a hopeful gaze that came from the bottom of his heart. He said slowly, "If I see them one day, I'm afraid that they won't recognize me." He took a breath. After so many years, they must have changed a lot. I really can't guarantee that I'll still be able to recognize them at a glance. Also, their cultivation is definitely higher than mine now. I may not be able to discover them. Since I'm not confident of recognizing them, I can only let them discover me. If you are different from him because of Part 7 Chapter 7:12 because we don't know each other, and miss each other in the end." Wu Juiqing smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that I'll really break down." Chu Yang and Dong Wushang only felt an inexplicable heaviness in their hearts, but also a somewhat warm and blocked feeling. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I'm afraid that they won't recognize me. Wu Juiqing has actually started preparing now, preparing for the reunion of his brothers after a long time. It was clear how much he valued and cared about the reunion, or perhaps, this was already the last bit of hope in his life. If he lost even this last bit of hope, as he said himself, he would really break down. Chu Yang's heart ached, and he could empathize with him. He said seriously, "The 2 of you will definitely meet again. I have no doubts about this." Wu Juiqing's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, as if his gaze could penetrate the layers of clouds and snow in the sky. He said seriously, "Yes, we will definitely meet again. I have no doubts about this. I have no doubts about this." In these few days, remember to make use of the time to rest, recuperate, and conserve your energy. You must ensure that your cultivation and physical strength are at their peak condition. Only then will you have the highest chance of survival when you enter the battlefield. Part 7 Chapter 7:12 You and he are different. If you really meet your brothers in the future and hope to get along with them for a long time, without solid battle experience, you may end up suffering a tragic fate. Perhaps, it will lead to a bleak result. Do you understand? Xianxia said in a heavy voice. I understand. I will let myself live well. Wu Jiuqing said. He let out a cold laugh. He said, I am Wu Jiuqing. I will never become a burden to my brothers. After a long while, Wu Jiuqing asked, Xianxia, I want to tell you something. I've been thinking about this for a long time. But he didn't know whether he should do it or not. In the end, it's best to ask for your opinion first. Xianxia said, Oh? What is it that could make you so hesitant, Senior Wu? Is it related to me? Wu Jiuqing frowned and said, Even if you say it's related, it's still related, right? Actually, I've been thinking for the past 2 days whether I should look for the Dharma Supreme, Diwu Chochang. Xianxia was taken aback. Ah? Why are you looking for him? Assassinate him? He's not easy to deal with. Wu Jiuqing replied, How could that be? You know it too. The Dharma Supreme was also one of the tribulations back then. Most importantly, he also suffered the same misunderstandings as us brothers. Although I don't have any good feelings towards him. In fact, I even have a huge grudge against him for sneak attacking and using him. But in light of the fact that we were once tribulations, I feel that, informing him and letting him put down the knot in his heart can also be considered as a form of justice among tribulations. If he can come to his senses and turn back, what's the little grudge between him and me? He smiled and said, More importantly, if the relationship between him and his brothers hasn't changed, then as long as the knot in his heart is untied, you will have one less obstacle. You will be able to unify the heavens with the smallest price. At the very least, the entire situation of the war in the northwest will change instantly. Xianxia was silent for a while. Then, he said solemnly, No. Wu Jiuqing asked curiously, No? In Wu Jiuqing's opinion, this would only bring benefits and no harm to the overall situation. Xianxia might be hesitant to evaluate the feasibility of this, but he didn't expect Xianxia to reject it outright. Why? Yes. Absolutely not. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Fortunately, you didn't go. Fortunately, you came to ask for my opinion. If you really went, with Diwu Chochang's unfathomable schemes and various means, you might really never return. The possibility of you dying in his hands is 10,000%. Wu Jiuqing sneered and said, Bah, just him? If he really dares to argue with me, I'll give him a good thrashing. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, One's cultivation is not everything. Let me give you an example. If you were to go and tell him the whole story, the Dharma Supreme would be greatly shaken and cry bitterly, regretting his past actions and even wanting to commit suicide on the spot. What would you do? Then, he would be very grateful to you for telling him the truth and even kneel down and kowtow to you. How would you feel at this moment? Then, he would hold your arm and reminisce with you, telling you about the past when he faced the tribulation. Would you reminisce with him? What do you mean by this? Of course he would be greatly shaken. It wouldn't be surprising for him to commit suicide. As for his gratitude to me afterward, it's also reasonable. I told him the truth about the greatest regret of his life. I can accept his kneeling down and kowtowing to me. And reminiscing about the past, that's the only thing that I cherish. If that's the case, you would have died at least 3 times. The first time, he committed suicide and you tried to stop him. At the moment when you failed and he was ready, you died. The second time, he knelt down and kowtowed to you. You accepted his kowtow and your heart was no longer prepared. The moment you helped him up, you would still die. The third time, the two of you reminisced about the past tribulations together. That's the thing that stirred your heart the most. Even if you were to attack him, you would still have done it. Don't doubt my words. The Dharma Supreme, Diwu Chochang, would definitely do that. Xianxia said in relief, Fortunately, you didn't go. Fortunately, you came to discuss it with me. Otherwise, with your temper, you really wouldn't have been able to return. Wu Juoqing thought about it and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. An old man who had lived for 40,000 years had a willpower that was 100 times stronger than ordinary people. In an instant, he had already sorted out the cause and effect, as well as the possible changes in the situation. If the Dharma Supreme had really done something like repenting first, committing suicide, thanking him, kowtowing to him and reminiscing about the past, with his temper, he would really resonate with him and become extremely melancholic. Perhaps even dying 3 times would be considered a minimum. If at that time, he was basically completely unguarded. If the Dharma Supreme launched any sneak attack, his chances of survival would indeed be infinitely close to 0. Diwu Chochang, the Dharma Supreme, would he really do that? After all, he was also once one of the tribulations. After all, he also had a close relationship with his brothers. After all, he had also once experienced such heartbreaking trauma and such an unforgettable misunderstanding. Would he really? Wu Juoqing said sadly, shouldn't he be happy that a lifelong regret and misunderstanding has been resolved? If I can do it, why can't he, who is also a tribulation, do it? Why? He's different from you. Completely different, 2 completely different concepts. Xianxia said, firstly, you were rescued because of your own fate, while he made use of the divine spirits of the other brothers to force himself to stay. In terms of results, he is the one who really sacrificed his brothers for his own sake. The main reason he was able to survive and come out was because he burned the divine spirits of his brothers to protect himself and set up a trap for them to save him alone. From this point of view, what he did back then was already a betrayal of all his brothers. Secondly, he now has the aura of the extraterrestrial demon hidden in his body. In essence, he is already not on the same path as all of you. Or rather, he is no longer human at all. Thirdly, he has been in charge of the heavens for 10,000 years. Xianxia said deeply, power will cause a change in one's heart. The current Dharma Supreme, based on his way of doing things, is already sufficiently dark mentally, to the extent that it makes one's hair stand on end. Now, even if his brothers still accept him, he no longer dares to, nor does he have the face to, enter that group again. Xianxia finished in one breath and said, therefore, don't go. Don't harbor any fantasies, no matter what. Xianxia was really thankful. Wu Juoqing, this noble lord from 40,000 years ago, still had the same temperament. Did he really think that just because he cared so much for others, he cared as much as he did for himself? Other things aside, the Dharma Supreme had already done such a series of things one after another. How could he be the same as Wu Juoqing? With Xianxia's explanation, even Wu Juoqing himself broke out in cold sweat. Wiping away his sweat, he said, that was really close. Previously, I had really thought of leaving without saying goodbye to inform the Dharma Supreme. From the looks of it now, I'm practically sending myself to my death without a word. Xianxia was speechless. If this old fellow wasn't one of the tribulations back then, how could he have survived? If he wasn't the descendant of supreme martial artist Chen Feng, how could he have survived? If he hadn't met Xianxia, how could he have survived? It must be said that Wu Juoqing was really too lucky to be able to survive until now. Just the fact that he had survived was already heaven-defying. On the other side, Chu Lu'er was waiting in that secret place for Master Wu Juoqing's arrival. However, he didn't come, no matter how much she waited. No matter how much she waited, he still didn't come. Even though Lu'er's willpower was greater than that of an adult, she was after all only in her teens and was still a half-grown child. Gradually, she became anxious, afraid that something might happen to her master. Gradually, she became restless. After all, before Wu Juoqing left, he had said that there would be a great battle this time. Lu'er, you don't have to be so worried about Elder Wu's safety. With Elder Wu's cultivation, there's already no one who can match him in this heavenly lair. There definitely won't be any accidents. Or perhaps he was delayed by something. He should be here in a while. Wanrenjia saw the anxiety in Chu Lu'er's heart and couldn't help but comfort her. Chu Lu'er frowned and said, I also know that Master's cultivation is very high and there shouldn't be any accidents, but I'm afraid. I saw Dong. Wu Shang. He's here too? Li Xiong too stood beside Mo Tianji and spoke in a very solemn yet seemingly casual tone. He clearly wanted to express something very formally, yet he said it very casually. He was not a scheming person to begin with, so doing this made others feel particularly uncomfortable. Oh? Mo Tianji raised his eyes, as if he didn't care at all about what Li Xiongtu said. I saw Dong Wushang in the battle. He's indeed powerful. He's invincible in the battle formation. And his current cultivation is higher than mine. Much higher. Very good, really good. He's much stronger than I expected. Li Xiongtu's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He said lightly, in the third heavens, some of you were not as good as me, and some of you were at most on par with me. But now, all of you should have surpassed me and become my goal. We are of the same generation. The worst thing in life is not having a goal to reach. And now, I have 10 goals. Li Xiongtu said. Congratulations. Rui Budong curled his lips. You actually have so many goals. Who do you think you can catch? This sentence was very sarcastic, and even very disapproving of it. Li Xiongtu snorted and looked at Rui Budong. I can definitely catch up with you. I think the first one to catch up with me is you. When I catch up with you, I will beat you up so badly that even your mother can't recognize you. Rui Budong screamed in panic and jumped a step back. He patted his chest and said in a shrill voice, oh my, I'm so scared. I'm a peak 2nd grade supreme martial artist, and today I'm being threatened by a 4th grade supreme martial artist. I'm so scared. Li Xiongtu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Rui Budong continued to panic. I heard such a terrifying threat. Should I nip the bud in the bud? Do you think I should just beat you to death, or let you experience the feeling of even your mother doesn't recognize you? What if I beat you to death? Charcoal head, why don't you give me a suggestion? Hee hee. Wait till you catch up to this supreme martial artist before you brag. The words charcoal head made Li Xiongtu's face even darker. He snorted and turned to leave. The high-level supreme martial artists of the Li clan were running back and forth. Everyone was gathering materials for the formation for Mo Tianji. Sighs could be heard everywhere. The gloomy look on Li Chuanbuo's face became more and more intense. Clearly, the progress was not optimistic at all. At this moment. Suddenly, someone came to report, Elder Ancestor, there's a young lady outside. She says her surname is Chu and she's here to look for Mo Tianji. She had 3 attendants with her. All 4 of them are Supreme Being level experts. Li Chuanbuo frowned. Surname Chu? A young girl? A martial saint expert? Yes. Please come in. Li Chuanbuo said, the Allied forces shouldn't be so childish as to use such undercover methods, right? When Chu Luer stepped in. Everyone in the court was attracted by this young girl. Although the little girl was only 14 or 15 years old, she had developed extremely well during this period of time. She was also under the meticulous care of Master Wu Jiuqing and Big Brother Chu Yang. That kind of facial features that belonged to a peerless beauty, had already started to show its power. In everyone's eyes, a young girl in white suddenly appeared from the sky full of flying snow and walked into the hall slowly. She came and went as if she was floating, untainted by worldly affairs. Although she was still young. Her body hadn't fully matured yet, but that pure and holy aura was even more intense. It was as if a pure and true fairy had suddenly appeared in the world. Not only was she peerless in her beauty, but her features were so exquisite that they could cause the downfall of countries and cities. Moreover, because of the illness that had plagued her since she was young, although her chronic illness had already disappeared, there was still a kind of delicate and pitiful aura around her. She seemed to have suffered some grievances. Who could bear to let such a peerless beauty suffer grievances? They deserved to die. Everyone present felt their hearts ache at the same time. A strong feeling of wanting to protect and take care of her arose spontaneously. Although the mortals clearly knew that even the weakest divine immortal was much more powerful than them, and that it wasn't their turn to protect her at all, they couldn't help but think this way in their hearts, I'd rather die than let her be bullied. Even Li Chuanbuo's eyes couldn't help but flash with a strong sense of admiration. As for the others, it was naturally even more unbearable. Some of them even went into a daze. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, there's actually such a woman in this world. She's so beautiful that she gathers the essence of heaven and earth." The two evil brothers, Li Ju and Li Badian, instantly widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They looked at Chu Le and were completely distracted for a moment. There was a kind of faint light flickering in the depths of their eyes. If such a beauty could be taken into a room, Li Chuanbua already concluded with just one look, this girl definitely couldn't be a spy. Because no one would bear to let such a girl be a spy. Even if it was a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure, it wouldn't be such a reckless waste. "May I know who you are?" Li Chuanbua turned to look at the surroundings and asked in a gentle voice. Originally, this sentence shouldn't have been asked by him, the elder ancestor of the Li clan. However, at this moment, everyone in the hall seemed to have lost the ability to speak at the same time. Other than Li Chuanbua, this 10,000-year-old monster, the rest of the people were either lost in admiration of beautiful things or in a daze. There were even people like Li Ju and Li Badian who were directly in a lustful dream. Li Chuanbua was very dissatisfied with this. Cultivating without cultivating one's heart would lead to nothing in the end. The descendants of the Li clan were indeed rotten to the core at this point. Apart from asking for information, this sentence also contained a bit of the cultivation of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. It was like a loud and clear bell, ringing loudly in everyone's ears. Immediately, those souls that were about to leave their bodies were retracted. In an instant, most of the supreme martial artists who had regained their senses lowered their heads in shame. They turned their gazes away and cried out in their hearts, "Demoness, what a demoness!" However, there were some younger ones who still couldn't take their eyes off her. Once the shock of unparalleled beauty was gone, what replaced it was a strong lust and the most urgent desire to possess her. Among them, Li Ju was the most. "I am Mo Tianji's friend." Chu Le didn't move at all in the face of the crowd of supreme martial artists from the Li clan. She replied in an extremely calm manner. Just this calmness from the bottom of her heart was enough to make Li Chuanbua see her in a different light. A young girl of 14 to 15 years old. Faced with the crowd of over 100 supreme martial artists and the pressure of a middle-grade supreme martial artist, her expression was as usual and her heart was unaffected. This in itself was already an extremely impressive achievement. "So you are Brother Tianji's friend?" Li Ju smiled and took a step forward. He put on the most perfect posture, like a jade tree in the wind with the most amiable smile. "I am Li Ju and I can be said to be bosom friends with Brother Tianji. Since you are Brother Tianji's friend, you are my friend too. Since you are here, Li Ju will naturally treat you with all his heart." This guy was already blinded by lust. With his soul incomplete, he actually didn't notice that his clan's elder master was in the middle of a conversation with Chu Le and forcefully interrupted the conversation. Li Chuanbua's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He looked at Li Ju with a gaze that almost wanted to cut him into pieces. It was too embarrassing. It was really too embarrassing. This young girl was very young. She was at most 15 years old and had already reached the level of a supreme martial artist. She was obviously a descendant of a great teacher. And his own grandson. He actually didn't follow the etiquette in front of such a person. His behavior was even more unbearable. If news of this got out, he would inevitably be despised. Even if he was already dead, his reputation would be much worse. Chu Le smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Duke Li." As the Grand Duke of the Li clan, Li Ju wasn't usually someone who lusted after women. At least on the surface, he was still passable, and his self-cultivation was also quite good. He shouldn't have been emotional, but for some reason, after hearing Chu Le's thanks, he actually felt as if his whole body was floating, as if even his bones were lighter. For a moment, he was so dazzled that he didn't even notice that his own ancestor's face had turned black. He didn't even notice that his own father was desperately trying to signal him with his eyes. "Miss, you're really too polite." Li Ju's smile became even more gentle and amiable, looking very understanding. "May I know your name, miss?" Although Chu Le was young, she had been plagued with illness since she was young and had really gone through a lot of suffering. Her wisdom had already far exceeded her actual age. Furthermore, she had a tribulation sword master as her elder brother and a poison doctor from 40,000 years ago, Wu Jiuqing, as her master. Her mind was really nimble and could be said to be full of tricks, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Especially because of her childhood illness, even if it was said that she had seen all the ways of the world and experienced the vicissitudes of life, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, because of her experiences when she was young, her personality was also slightly extreme. At this moment, when she saw Li Ju approaching without knowing when to back down, she didn't even need to turn her eyes to know what this fellow was up to. She instantly felt disgusted and a wave of anger rose in her. Just based on your greasy hair and powdered face, you actually want to be lustful towards me? You're really blind. In a fit of anger, she wanted to poison this fellow to death. After thinking for a while, she forcefully suppressed it. Hearing Li Ju's words, there was still no anger on Luer's face. Instead, she rolled her eyes and smiled sweetly. She actually used the heaven enchanting technique that Xianxia had taught her and said, "My surname is Chu, but I can't tell you my name." This smile was really like the first blooming of a strange fetus, beautiful beyond compare. And her tone even had a hint of natural naivety, as if an underage girl was acting coquettishly. Li Ju was instantly lost. His eyes widened and his bones went soft. He actually said with a drooling face, "Why can't you tell me?" Chu Luer seemed to be slightly annoyed and reprimanded, "How can a girl's name be casually told to a stranger?" Between her annoyance and reprimand, her features were really picturesque and charming. Such a scene was really difficult to describe and write. Coupled with the heaven-enchanting technique, Li Ju's heart and soul were instantly intoxicated. For a moment, it was as if he was in the clouds and riding on the clouds. Today is the birthday of the alliance leader of Cold Moon Song. I wish him a happy birthday. Speaking of which, the alliance leader of Cold Moon Song has always been known as Old Teacher Song. Today, when I said I want to celebrate Old Teacher Song's birthday in the author's group chat, a bunch of great gods suddenly popped up. Going to Japan? I was completely speechless at that moment. Li Luju smiled enchantingly and said, "How am I a stranger? You're Mo Tianji's friend, so you're my friend too. Since we're friends, what's wrong with you telling me your name?" For a moment, he actually felt the thrill of flirting with her. Li Ju had a steady mind and shouldn't have been so easily bewitched by Chu Luer. However, he had been dealt with a series of blows during this period of time. Moreover, the Li clan was in a life-and-death situation now. At this moment, he was completely unguarded against Chu Luer. Never would he have thought that such a beautiful young lady would actually plot against him. He fell for it instantly. Chu Luer smiled innocently again and said, "You're really unreasonable. I'm talking to that old man upstairs. I'll tell you after I'm done with him. Okay?" Her okay was even more melodious and soul-stirring. At this moment, Li Ju felt as if all the bones in his body had melted. He almost collapsed like a pile of mud thrown into water. Very responsibly, he waved his hand and said disdainfully, "What's there to talk about with that old man? Don't bother about him. My father always says that that old bastard is very annoying. If he doesn't allow me to do this, I can't do that either. He has 100 or 1,000 rules and regulations. He always has his reasons. You'd better tell me first. What's your name? Good younger sister, just tell me." In his infatuation, he even called her good younger sister. The moment these words came out, the entire hall of the Li clan instantly fell into silence. Almost everyone present couldn't believe what they had heard. Pairs of eyes also bulged out in that instant. What did the Grand Duke say just now? I. Is there something wrong with my ears? Right now, everyone didn't feel anything about that extremely frivolous good younger sister anymore. What they felt was the first few sentences. They were really too earth-shattering. They were really earth-shattering sentences. Old bastard, old fool, old fogey. In an instant, Li Wubua's face turned ghastly pale. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans started to form on his forehead. His eyes were wide open, yet he felt that everything before him was pitch black. This is my son? My dear son, how is this my son? This was simply an ancestor who wanted to kill them. I'm done for. I've been played to death by this ancestor today, and he didn't even leave me a way out. What was a scam? Here was the most perfect and realistic interpretation. This was the real deal, the real deal, the real deal. And it wasn't just a little bit of a scam. Li Chuanbua, who was sitting high up, was currently shrouded in a storm of murderous aura that could erupt at any moment. Everyone lowered their heads, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire if they came into contact with their ancestors' murderous gaze. Chu Lu still felt unsatisfied. She tilted her head and blinked her large eyes innocently with the suspicion of a young girl. He asked, she's not even close to you, how can you call her little sister? Is what you said true? Did your father really say that? Isn't that old man your ancestor? At this moment, Li Ju was already deep in the illusion of the heaven enchanting technique. He felt that he was wise and mighty. Hearing this, he waved his hand valiantly. His movements were natural and smooth. He let out a hearty laugh. T ancestor. Isn't he just an old guy who won't die? What's there to fake? What kind of person is my father? My father is vile spawn. Li Wubua finally roared. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Trembling, he shouted in grief and indignation, Li Ju. You vile spawn. When did I say that? I've king, been scammed to death. His tone was panicked and his heart was bleeding. He was anxious, scared, and terrified. Even his lips were trembling and his entire body was shaking. For a moment, he felt that even his tongue was numb from fear. He couldn't even say the words he wanted to say to defend himself. Son, please don't call me father. Can I call you father? I can even call you ancestor. But please don't say too much. Li Chuanboy cast a cold glance at him and shouted, shut your mouth. Let him speak. Continue. In the main hall of the Li clan, everyone's faces were green and their lips were pale. They looked at Li Ju and Li Wubua's father with shock as if they had seen a ghost. How gutsy. Damn, he's the clan leader indeed. He's the Grand Duke indeed. Damn, he really doesn't care about anything and dares to say anything. Chula pursed her lips and smiled. She quietly removed the heaven enchanting charm. Lecher. I'll torture you to death. At this moment, Li Ju finally came to his senses. Recalling what he had done and said just now, he broke out in cold sweat almost instantly. Even his outer robes were drenched. His eyes were already in a daze. He only felt that his heart was beating like a drum in his chest, thump 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 thump, as if it could jump out of his chest the next moment. Oh my God, what did I say just now? It seems like. It can't be. It really seems like. Oh my God, I'm going to die. In that instant, he felt as if the world was spinning. He turned around in a daze and saw that everyone in the main hall was looking at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Moreover, it was the kind of idiocy that made one admire them. He had seen idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot. This was the god of idiocy. It was enough to make all the idiots in the world worship him. The only one who was different from the rest was his father. At this moment, he was lying limply on the floor of the main hall, looking at him as if he was a son who had committed a grave mistake. He was looking at his own father in shock and horror. Li Ju shuddered violently and opened his hands. His 10 fingers spread apart uncontrollably as he cried out in panic, I didn't say those words. It really wasn't me. Everyone covered their faces in unison. If it wasn't you, could it be me? Under the watchful eyes of more than 100 supreme martial artists, you actually dared to swallow back the words you said. In that instant, everyone felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping across their hearts. What the heck, they didn't realize that their Grand Duke was actually such a weirdo in the past. Li Chuanbo was so angry that he laughed instead. Good. 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 After saying good 3 times in a row, he said in a gentle tone, tell me, if you didn't say those words, then who did? Li Ju shuddered all over. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and pointed at Chu Lu. The veins on his temples bulged as he roared, she said it. She said it. Demoness. She is a demoness. He rushed up to Li Chuanbo, turned around and pointed at Chu Lu while trembling. Elder Master, she said it, she said it. At this moment, Grand Duke Li was already somewhat neurotic. It was obvious that he had turned the goddess that he admired so much just a moment ago into a life-saving straw. As long as he could save his own life, what was a woman to him? Shut up. Li Chuanbo finally couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted fiercely. This shout was like a sudden clap of thunder on a sunny day. Outside, a snowy peak thousands of feet away exploded with a bang. Li Ju stood there in a daze. Suddenly, he glared fiercely at Chu Lu-er and roared in grief and indignation, "Demoness, you actually dared to set me up. I will kill you. I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." He was about to rush up and risk his life. Wan Renjie and the other two behind Chu Lu-er were furious and wanted to stop him. Chu Lu-er stopped the three of them with one hand. She puffed out her chest and asked proudly, "You dare to touch me?" Although her body was frail, the aura she exuded at this moment was inviolable and inviolable. There was no trace of her delicate appearance from before. Instead, she exuded the bearing of a supreme master. Even though Li Ju's mind had already sunk into madness, he could still feel the mountain-like pressure and the pressure that was strong enough to threaten his life. He stopped abruptly and said angrily, "Why wouldn't I dare to touch you? Why wouldn't I dare to touch you?" The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He was angry that he was actually frightened by the little girl in front of him. He walked forward step by step and said fiercely, "Tell me, you caused me to be in this state. Why wouldn't I dare to touch you?" Chu Lu-er sneered and looked at him walking forward with a cold gaze. She said with some disdain, "Putting aside the fact that I have the strength of a supreme martial artist and you don't have the ability to touch me, I will fulfill your wish just now. Didn't you want to know my name? Let me tell you, my surname is Chu, I am Chu Lu-er. My brother is the Tribulation Sword Master." "You dare to touch me?" Li Ju was instantly stunned. Everyone in the hall was also stunned. Chu Lu-er, the sister of the Tribulation Sword Master, Chu Yang being the Tribulation Sword Master was no secret in the Li clan. Of course, everyone knew this. When they heard this, especially the last sentence, they were still shocked. Many of them thought, if the Grand Duke really loses his mind and acts rashly, we must quickly stop him. If he really hurts the sister of the Tribulation Sword Master, then the Li clan would really be finished. Not to mention other things, once Mo Tianji left, the Li clan's last hope would be gone. The entire Li clan would be at a loss. The entire clan would die without a burial place. Li Ju stood there stuttering, unable to advance or retreat. His eyes were also bloodshot, reaching the legendary state of blood in the pupils. Although he had reached this legendary state, he still didn't dare to take a step forward. He could only gasp for breath. He knew that if he dared to take a step forward now, he would probably be dismembered by his own family members before he could even do anything. He didn't step forward. Instead, Chu Lu-er took a step forward and said coldly, "Let me tell you, my uncle is Yu Lingxue, and my aunt is Feng Yuro. You dare to touch me?" Bullying others with her power. This little girl was obviously bullying others with her power now. Everyone's mind was blown again. Moon Breeze, two peak-level supreme martial artists. Oh my god, this girl's backing is so strong, so strong. Li Ju's head was full of cold sweat. He couldn't help but take a step back. He hissed, You are bullying others with your power. To be able to force the first successor of a big clan to say you are bullying others with your power, if it was in the past, it would be the biggest joke in the world, so funny that it was unbelievable, but now, it really existed. Chu Lu-er took another step forward and said coldly, "Bullying others with my power? I am bullying you with my power. What can you do? Do you dare to touch me?" Li Ju's face was ghastly pale. He didn't even seem to know how to tremble. His eyes rolled back. He was both angry and aggrieved. He was also angry but didn't dare to flare up. He also felt a little wronged. He was almost about to faint on the spot. "You actually want to touch me?" Chu Lu-er had never been one to settle things peacefully. In this aspect, she was greatly influenced by her master Wu Jueqing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dealt with Li Ju in such a way out of disgust. If you hit someone, you have to beat them to death. You have to be fearsome. This was her master's teaching. Kind people will be bullied. Any provocation and conspiracy must be blasted to death. To eliminate future troubles. This was her big brother's teaching. How could she let Li Ju off now? She took another step forward and smiled. "Right, my master is the poison doctor Wu Jueqing. You dare to touch me?" All the supreme martial artists of the Li clan were petrified. Damn it, this girl's background wasn't finished yet. Each one was scarier than the last. This time, even Li Chuanbu's countenance changed a little. She was actually Wu Juoqing's disciple. Right, he heard that Wu Juoqing had once taken a girl with the surname Chu as his disciple. Her name seemed to be Chu Le, that was a super big shot who had dominated the world for 40,000 years. If we were to really talk about seniority, this little girl in front of me is almost unparalleled in this world. She seems to be at least 2 or 3 generations older than me. At this moment, Li Ju was already on the verge of breaking down. Even his mind was in a daze. Chu Le snorted. She raised her little nose and said, "My sister's masters are Ning Xianxia and Bulu Qing. You dare to touch me?" He was extremely happy. That little girl also wants to be my sister-in-law. Be obedient and be my sister, alright. Even Li Chuanbo was dizzy. If they really offended this little girl. Not to mention the allied army outside, just the people that this little girl mentioned would come together. The Li clan could only end up with the tragic fate of having their throats slit. What kind of people were these names? How many top experts in the entire heavens couldn't be offended? The little girls registered their names one by one. It seemed that other than the Dharma Supreme, everyone else had basically gathered here. If Li Ju was cheating his father just now, he was cheating his ancestors and the entire Li clan now. Li Ju, who was originally on the verge of breaking down, would completely break down now. With a plop, he sat on the ground. He just sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes glazed over. It was obvious that he was thinking about something. Li Chuanbo sighed deeply. What a disgrace. With a slap, he sent Li Ju flying into a corner of the hall. Now. Li Chuanbo was so disgusted that he didn't even have the heart to kill Li Ju anymore. It was really, killing would dirty one's hands. He didn't even say a word about punishing him, but everyone clearly knew. Li Wubua. From now on, Li Ju and his father would be in the entire Li family. There was no longer a place for them to stand. My family is unfortunate to have such an unfilial grandson. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you, Li Chuanbo said with a long sigh. Chu Le smiled and said, "You're too polite, elderly. It's normal to have a few prodigals in a big family." She smiled gently. He said, "This matter is most likely due to my daughter's lack of self-restraint, but it is due to her innate temperament. Please don't take offense, elderly, I just can't stand those lecherous fellows. I have to punish every one of them that I see." Chu Le said, "When the Li clan is on the brink of destruction, it's even more unbearable for someone to have lecherous thoughts at this juncture." "You're right, Mississippi." Li Chuanbo clicked his tongue in wonder. The little girl looked to be at most 14 or 15 years old, but the words that she said and the things that she did were rare even for an experienced martial artist. Chu Le smiled sweetly and said, "You're too polite, old master. If this grandson of yours can really make my elder brother, uncle, aunt and teacher not dare to utter a word, it's fine for me to be his concubine." This sentence made the corners of Li Chuanbo's mouth twitch. The other supreme martial artists of the Li clan even had the urge to faint collectively. This little grandaunt really knew how to slap people in the face. Her way of doing things was too brazen. Look at how easily she said it, making the Tribulation Sword Master, Tribulation, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro and Wu Juoqing not dare to utter a word. Damn it, looking at the current situation, even if all the great clans were to band together and the law enforcement officers were to work together, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Li Chuanbo smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, you must be joking. But I wonder where your teacher and your uncle and aunt are now." When Elderly asked this, everyone's eyes lit up instead. That's right, now that this little girl had appeared here, if these 3 experts that basically no one in the upper 3 heavens dared to offend were also here, wouldn't the Li clan's crisis be easily resolved? At least they wouldn't have to face the crisis of the entire clan being annihilated, right? My uncle and aunt are naturally overseeing the Chu clan in the southeast, but the clan can't do without them. Chu Le was clever. How could she not know what they were planning? She smiled sweetly and said, "My teacher isn't here either. To be honest, I don't know where he is now either. I just heard that the war here is very fun, so I came to look for Mo Tianji to play. Very fun, come to play, this time, not to mention the other supreme martial artists of the Li clan." Even Li Chuanbo was speechless. Everyone in the clan had already F***ed up to this point, and this little girl actually thought that it was very fun and wanted to come and play. Li Chuanbo smiled helplessly and said, "I see. I'll get someone to send you to military advisor Mo right away." Thank you, old master. Chu Lu'er chuckled. She regained her original age and the most innocent smile of a girl. Lu'er's impression of this old man, Li Chuanbua, was still quite good. This was because everyone's eyes were shining with hope, hoping that their teacher could lend a helping hand to the Li clan. However, only Li Chuanbua's eyes didn't have any utilitarian colors. Watching Chu Lu'er and the rest leave, Li Chuanbua let out a long sigh. Before life and death, strength of character is important. Before benefits, perseverance is important. Before death, filial piety is important. Before beauty, character is important. Our Li clan has lasted for a whole 10,000 years and finally reached the end of its rope. How can there be no reason for this? The current clan leader is a traitor, and the first successor is even frivolous, lustful, and a coward. It is truly the most miraculous thing in the world that such a clan can continue to survive. No one in the Li clan dared to speak. Li Chuanbua looked at Li Wubua and Li Ju with extreme disgust. He said, expel these two from my reserve team and put them in the first wave of battle formation. Since they're going to die sooner or later, let them do their last bit for the clan. That way, they won't have to die in my hands. Everyone wanted to say something, but Li Chuanbua had already shouted, take them away. Don't let me see them again. They don't deserve it. Two elders helped the pale-faced Li Ju and Li Wubua to their feet and helped them out. This time, both father and son had their heads lowered. No one could see the deep-rooted hatred in their eyes. Mo Tianji was standing under a plum blossom tree in the courtyard. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the falling snow in the sky. Xianyun, we should really let Xianxia take a good look at these snowflakes. Mo Tianji suddenly thought of something and said. Huh? What? What are you talking about? What's so nice about these snowflakes? They're all the same. Ao Xianyun was a little confused. Xianxia is looking at viburnum flowers every day now. They're not as nice as these. They're the same, different. They're completely different. My mind was clear just now. After looking at over 30,000 snowflakes, I discovered something very interesting. Mo Tianji chuckled and said, I observed over 30,000 snowflakes. There's actually no two snowflakes that are exactly the same shape. Ao Xianyun was very interested. Really? This is quite interesting. After saying that, he also looked over. Mo Tianji said, from this, it can be inferred that the entire northwest region has been snowing nonstop for tens of thousands of years. There are at least trillions of snowflakes falling every moment. However, since ancient times, there's no two snowflakes that are exactly the same shape. In other words, snowflakes have an infinite number of shapes and sizes. The wonders of heaven and earth are truly breathtaking. Mo Tianji's eyes were deep in thought as he sighed softly. Ao Xianyun looked for a while and indeed, he didn't find any similarities. He said, that's true. However, this isn't a big deal, is it? They're just snowflakes. They can be turned into nothingness with a casual pinch. Mo Tianji smiled. You still don't understand what I mean. To us, snowflakes can indeed be turned into nothingness with a casual pinch. However, you should know that our double heavens continent may be something that can be turned into nothingness with a casual pinch in the eyes of some people. Ao Xianyun's expression was a little confused. What? This time, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Mo Tianji chuckled. I'm just thinking, in the eyes of others, is our double heavens continent just a piece of falling snowflake? Falling from a high altitude until landing is the end. This process may be long, or it may be very short. To us, it may be tens of thousands of years. However, in the eyes of some powerful people, is it just a blink of an eye? At this moment, we're on this tiny piece of snowflake. As we fall, we don't even feel it. We're still carrying out that laughable battle of life and death in the eyes of others. Ao Xianyun was getting more and more confused. He only felt that Mo Tianji was crazy and talking nonsense. He said, forget it, your theory is too profound. You've really impressed me. How can there be such a thing? Even if the double heavens were folded, it wouldn't be a piece of snowflake. Mo Tianji chuckled and didn't refute. However, his expression became even more serious. He was deep in thought. Not a piece of snowflake? Once the double heavens collapsed, in this universe, what was the difference between it and a piece of snowflake? It was silent, but there were footsteps coming from afar. Someone's here. Mo Tianji said softly and turned around with Xianyun. At this moment, Chu Lu'er was in front and she stepped through the door. Her pure white little face was like a slender and elegant little white flower that had suddenly bloomed in this snowstorm, revealing infinite elegance and infinite freshness. The moment she appeared, the entire courtyard suddenly lost its color. Mo Tianji was stunned. He only saw that infinitely pure little face suddenly walk out from the snow and barge into his field of vision. The endless falling snow in the sky also seemed to disappear at the same time. For some reason, a poem appeared in his mind. Before you appeared, the world was beautiful. Even the snowflakes had infinite shapes. When you appeared, everything in the world lost its color. Someone at the side said, "Military advisor Mo, this lady is looking for you." Mo Tianji didn't hear it. The moment Chu Lu'er entered, she saw a tall young man dressed in white standing under a plum blossom tree. His hair was as black as ink and his eyes were deep. With his hands behind his back, it was as if he had the whole world in his hands. It was an unfathomable posture. It was a profound posture with infinite confidence. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. She couldn't help but be stunned. "You are Mo Tianji?" Chu Lu'er asked curiously. "I am Mo Tianji." "And you are?" Mo Tianji only felt an inexplicable heat on his face. He hurriedly sorted out his messy thoughts and laughed softly. He quickly calmed down and the flush on his face disappeared. "I am Chu Lu'er." Chu Lu'er tilted her head and asked, "You should know me, right? Has my big brother ever mentioned me to you?" "So you are Chu Lu'er, little sister Lu'er." The one who spoke wasn't Mo Tianji, but Xianyun. Duke Xia exclaimed in amazement and said, "I've heard so much about you. Your big brother often mentions your name to the point where we're almost getting calluses on our ears. But after meeting you today, I know that your big brother really doesn't know how to speak. He didn't even say 1/10 of how beautiful you are. He really doesn't know how to use adjectives. His vocabulary is really too poor." Xianyun laughed. "I am Xianyun. Ao as in Xianyun, Xia as in Xianyun, Yun as in Xianyun. Your big brother has mentioned me to you, right?" Chu Lu'er chuckled. I did. "So, you are that Xianyun who has many wives and concubines, is extremely lecherous, is extremely stingy, and is extremely greedy for money. Yet, you are very cute and very worthy of being friends with. I have really heard of you. I have often heard of your name and those deeds of yours." Xianyun's radiant smile froze on his face in an instant. Mo Tianji didn't know why, but he felt extremely comfortable at this moment. A feeling of schadenfreude arose in his heart. He laughed and said, that's right. He's that Xianyun who has many wives and concubines, is extremely lecherous, extremely stingy, greedy, and petty. Lu'er, your evaluation of him is right on point. It's too graphic." This time, Mo Tianji deliberately omitted the words very cute and worthy of being friends with. Xianyun's face turned completely green. He said in shame, "What is this? Who would introduce their brothers like that? Wait for the boss to come back. I will definitely settle the score with him. I rarely feel like dying. I am so embarrassed in front of my little sister. My image is completely ruined." Suddenly, he said excitedly, "Oh right, what did your big brother say about Mo Tianji? You have a belly full of evil ideas, a belly full of scheming, and a belly full of schemes." Chu Lu'er tilted her head and thought. Mo Tianji immediately became nervous. "How is he scheming?" "My big brother said that Mo Tianji is very scary. He eats people without spitting out their bones. He is sinister and vicious. He hides a knife in his smile. Yet, he is worthy of being entrusted with a brother's life. He is the most terrifying enemy when he is an enemy, but he is the most reliable brother when he is a friend." Chu Lu'er said with a smile. This was indeed Chu Yang's accurate evaluation of Mo Tianji. It was the combination of their understanding of each other. Mo Tianji only felt that his entire body was warm and comfortable. Although there were derogatory comments such as very scary. He eats people without spitting out their bones. He is sinister and vicious. He hides a knife in his smile. Motianji was still very satisfied. I, Motianji, am of course that kind of person. But I will never treat my friends that way. Ao Shiyun clearly felt different and was very uncomfortable. He said in a strange tone, "You don't know. This guy is not much better than me. Didn't your big brother tell you that Motianji took in concubines before marrying? He is lustful and shameless?" Chulu wrinkled her nose and said, "Motianji does indeed have 2 concubines. But those 2 concubines, if Ao Shiyun was in Motianji's place, I'm afraid they would have been killed long ago. Am I right?" Ao Shiyun and Motianji were both stunned. Ao Shiyun said, "Did your big brother also say this?" Chulu smiled slyly. "Not entirely. This is the conclusion I came to after my big brother said it." She looked at Ao Shiyun from the corner of her eyes. "This is the conclusion I came to after seeing you." Ao Shiyun touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He was completely convinced now. She was a super genius problem girl. Motianji's eyes shone. He had a new evaluation of the girl in front of him, smart. She could see the problem clearly and hit the nail on the head. Indeed, if it was anyone else, Motianji's 2 so-called concubines would have been killed countless times. Not to mention that they had lived until now and lived a luxurious life. Lu is here? Rue Butong exclaimed in surprise and somersaulted out. When he saw Chu he was even happier. "Ha ha ha. I was sleeping when I heard your voice. I came out to take a look. It was indeed you. Brother Butong." Chu smiled warmly. "You still love somersaulting." Rue Butong laughed and came forward affectionately. He was about to hold Chu hand and invite her in. Suddenly, Motianji took a step forward and stood in front of Rue Butong. He smiled warmly and said, "Lu come in quickly. It's so cold outside." "Haha, it's snowing so heavily. Why are you here alone?" He turned around and let Chu in. However, he seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally pushed Rue Butong's buttocks outside. The pitiful Rue Butong only showed his face once after he came out. After that, he didn't even get a chance to show his face again. Motianji had already invited Chu into the hall. What's going on? Did Motianji go crazy? Ao Xiaoyun looked at the depressed Xianxia and the other 2 and muttered. It was obvious that there were 4 of them. Motianji actually said, "Why did you come here alone?" He actually chose to ignore the other 3 people behind. Ao Xia and Rue Butong didn't think much about it. They hurriedly went forward to receive them and exchanged names with Xianxia and the other 2. When they heard that they were Chu Yang's old acquaintances, everyone became even more affectionate. They chatted and entered the hall. After hearing Chu Lu'er's intention, Motianji frowned and comforted her. "Lu'er, don't worry. Elder Wu hasn't participated in the battle these few days. If Elder Wu had participated in the battle, we would have immediately received news. We will definitely get the news as soon as possible. Currently, we should be observing the situation. To be honest, a battle of this level might not be able to attract the interest of someone of your master's level." Motianji pondered for a while and said, "I think that Elder Wu is most likely with your big brother right now." Chu Lu'er was surprised. "Why do you say that?" Motianji said, "You also know your master's identity and your big brother's identity. You also know what your master cares about the most. Since your master knows that your big brother has come to the northwest this time, how can he not go and ask clearly?" He smiled lightly. "Those things are the most important thing in your life. This is your master's greatest obsession. Naturally, he wouldn't lose his composure in front of his disciple and leave you for the time being. This is a logical thing to do." Chu Lu'er's mind was very clear. She instantly let go of her worries. Motianji's analysis was very logical. She couldn't help but be unconvinced. It was even more similar to Wu Jiuqing's character. Chu Lu'er felt that it made sense. She couldn't help but admire him. Indeed. This should be the case. Why didn't I think of it? Big Brother Mo is amazing. As expected of the master of calculation and manipulation. Mo Tianji smiled warmly. Actually, you should have thought of it too. It's just that those involved can't see clearly. Of course, if I were in your position, I definitely wouldn't have thought of it. That's because I'm worried and confused. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Chulu'er was relieved. She let out a long breath. I've been so worried these few days that I couldn't sleep. Mo Tianji said gently, are you sleepy now? I'm indeed a little sleepy. Chulu'er nodded honestly. You don't know how worried I was these few days, Mo Tianji chuckled. Since you're here, with Big Brother Mo here, you can have a good night's sleep and have a good rest. Don't worry, once we have news of your master, we'll inform you. Chulu'er said with relief, okay, then I'll go and sleep for a while. If there's news, inform me immediately. Once she relaxed, she really felt that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Mo Tianji got up and sent her off. He was very elegant, very distant and very patient as he sent Chulu'er to the guest room. Xianxia and Rui Butong looked at each other. Mo Tianji was too much, wasn't he? Little sister came here and the two of us didn't even have time to talk before she was sent to sleep. What was the meaning of this? Just as they were about to express their dissatisfaction, they saw Mo Tianji come out and put up two fingers. Lu'er is already asleep. You guys should speak softer. Sigh, a little girl like her must be really tired these few days. If there's anything, let's talk about it in a few days. Yes, all of you can go out now and do what you need to do. Go quickly, he actually pushed and shoved the few of them out. Mo Tianji followed them out and closed the door. Then, he stood under the plum blossom tree with a gentle smile on his face and continued to observe the falling snow, full of the trajectory of the universe. He actually didn't intend to say anything more to Xianxia and the others. He didn't intend to say a single word, the group of them was completely speechless. They felt that Mo Tianji was really very strange today, too strange. What was wrong with this guy? Xianxia and the other two had only interacted with Mo Tianji for a short period of time. Naturally, they had no right to speak. Xianxia and Rui Butong understood Mo Tianji very well. They could even say how many hairs he had on his body. But now, they were also confused. Just as they were about to ask, Mo Tianji waved his hand and said reservedly, I'm thinking of a strategy to defeat the enemy. Don't disturb me. Keep quiet. Everyone was speechless. Was he really thinking of a strategy to defeat the enemy? It didn't seem like it, it felt a little like that. Of course, Mo Tianji wasn't thinking of any grand strategy to defeat the enemy. Not even a little bit. But he didn't think of anything else. In fact, no one knew what he was thinking. Even he didn't know. At this moment, the master of calculation and manipulation only felt that there were thousands of thoughts in his mind. But they receded like the tide. When he calmed down and wanted to sort out his complicated emotions, he realized that there was nothing in his mind. All his thoughts had disappeared. Such a strange situation had never happened to Mo Tianji in his life. He felt that this situation was very novel. He was very surprised. He even felt a little fearful and expectant. When all his distracting thoughts disappeared, a face appeared clearly in his mind. It was a pretty face that was delicate, smart, and strong. Her eyes were lively, strong, and stubborn. But there was a trace of weakness that made people want to protect her. The owner of this face was so delicate and pitiful. But there was also a pride that didn't rely on anyone. Such a girl was very special. Very special. At least, Mo Tianji had never seen such a girl before. Very special. For the first time, Mo Tianji's heart was filled with gentleness and desire to protect her. This feeling of wanting to protect her. Other than his sister Mo Qingwu, this was the first time it appeared on other girls. It didn't even appear on the two girls or Xiaoshui in Tianji City. It was just that the feeling was a little different. Towards his sister, he cared for her wholeheartedly. He spoiled her and indulged her completely. However, towards this little girl who suddenly appeared, Mo Tianji had a trace of dominance in addition to spoiling and indulging her. Selfish protection. It was just a slight difference, but it was already a Completely different result. As Mo Tianji thought about this, a faint sense of perplexity arose in his heart. He even felt a little worried about personal gains and losses. He just stood there in a daze. His entire body was motionless. This was the case for a long time. At first, Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong were still accompanying him. They had to fulfill their duties as bodyguards. Later on, they simply ignored him. The two of them brought out a lot of food and wine, and ate and drank with Xianxia and the others to their heart's content. Bodyguards are humans too. They have to eat too. If I can't give you a bodyguard, you won't eat. Besides, we didn't leave. She was eating right in front of you, and she even asked you to catch up with her. Besides, it's true that we're your bodyguards. But, if it weren't for our brotherhood, you wouldn't have been able to afford to hire bodyguards like us. While they were drinking, they called Mo Tianji a few times. However, Mo Tianji, who was in a daze, didn't hear them at all. Everyone only knew that he was considering an infinitely deep and infinitely serious problem. No one dared to rashly disturb him. Even the volume of their voices had been lowered by a lot. According to Ao and Rui, once great trickster Mo thought of a problem, he would definitely not give up if he couldn't think of a solution. Once, he was deliberating on a plan but couldn't form it after a long time. He didn't sleep for many nights and was extremely haggard. He also fell into a daze like this. The two brothers kindly served him a bowl of ginseng tea and asked him to rest for a while. However, they attracted a thunderous scolding, saying that they had disturbed his thinking and that the two of them had messed up a matter that was clearly about to have a solution. Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong were so angry that they almost burst their bellies. From then on, the two of them didn't ask about Mo Tianji's days anymore. He deserved to die from exhaustion. At most, they would send him some ginseng tea, bird's nest and other nourishing items regularly. They would leave them there and leave if he wanted to eat them or not. Halfway through drinking, Li Xiongtu also joined in. However, he felt that the cup was too small. It was rare for him to be so happy. He simply hugged a wine jar that was almost half the height of a person and competed with Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong in drinking. Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong were instantly shocked by this delightful attitude of drinking wine and eating meat. It wasn't that he hadn't hugged a wine jar to drink before, but he really hadn't hugged such a big wine jar to drink before. At this moment, Li Xiongtu's heroic spirit was soaring and his ambition was soaring. This made Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong's blood boil. How could they be willing to show weakness? They rushed up with reddened eyes, determined to beat this guy down. Rui Budong straightforwardly suggested that since they were going to drink in big mouthfuls, they should seal each other's cultivation before drinking. What kind of alcohol tolerance would it be if they only relied on their cultivation? They must drink to their heart's content today. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. Therefore, even Xianxia and the other two brothers sealed their dantian in an instant. Everyone drank and drank to their heart's content. Chulu slept very soundly. When she opened her eyes again, it was already midnight. She could only hear the thunderous snoring outside. Occasionally, there were also some ravings. Just as she opened the door, she was almost knocked over by the smell of alcohol that greeted her. She covered her nose and looked over. She saw that on the steps outside, there were 7 big men lying in a mess. Most of them were familiar faces. The 5 of them were Ao Xieyun, Rui Budong, Xianxia, Qingduing, and Bao Buhuan. As for the last big and tall charcoal head, she didn't recognize him. All the big men were lying on the ground. Everyone's body was in a rather strange posture. Some were twisted, some were curled up. The strangest one was the charcoal head. His 2 feet were placed high on the steps, but his head was at the bottom of the steps in the snow. Half of his head was already buried in the snow. As he panted, breathed again, and breathed again. From time to time, some alcohol would come out of his mouth with a gurgling sound. The area around his head was already sparkling. The alcohol that came out had already been frozen due to the cold, and half of his head was frozen in the snow. Yet, he could still sleep with thunderous snoring. This ability was indeed surprising. As for the other 5 people, their postures were also similar. Anyway, there were all kinds of weird postures. Each of them had their own merits. Chulu was really amazed by this. Chulu floated up very carefully. She flew over the head of a drunkard and entered the courtyard. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Where did Mo Tianji go? Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong were drinking here, and they were even drunk. Mo Tianji shouldn't be too far away. Under the plum blossom tree, there was a huge pile of snow that looked like a human figure suddenly shaking. With a whoosh, the snow scattered and revealed a person inside. He was tall and elegant. It was Mo Tianji, who she thought had disappeared. Lu why are you awake so early? You've been tired out these few days. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Rest well. Chu Lu looked at him with a little surprise. So you're not drunk? She thought to herself, big brother's brothers are really weird. The few over there drank themselves unconscious, but the one in front of me directly buried himself in the snow. Is it easier to think things through by burying oneself in the snow? Yes, I never let myself get drunk. Mo Tianji smiled slightly. This is a very good habit. Chu Lu praised him without hiding anything. I hate drunk people. They stink and are in a daze. They really don't know what they're doing. Yet, they still think that they're very manly. My big brother has never been like this. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. He said, yes, drunk people are really annoying. Chu Lu's eyes lit up. She said, you think so too. The two of them seemed to have found a common topic. So, they wantonly talked about the dangers of getting drunk. Mo Tianji quoted from the classics and quoted from a wide range of sources. So, the matter of a man getting drunk had already risen to the level of being angered by both heaven and man in a short while. Men who get drunk often are unreliable. Men who get drunk often make people feel insecure. Men who get drunk often make mistakes easily. Men who get drunk often are very rude. Men who get drunk often can't do great things. Men who get drunk often have the tendency to hit their wives. They are definitely not ideal partners. Men who get drunk often. Mo Tianji spoke very elegantly and methodically. He chatted happily with Chu Lu. They were getting along better and better. Without leaving a trace, through the matter of getting drunk, he had intentionally or unintentionally degraded Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong, these two good brothers of his. Then, even though he hadn't mentioned a single word about himself from the beginning to the end, he had unknowingly raised his image infinitely. Because I don't get drunk, what a simple, straightforward, and practical reason. But Mo Tianji still made a mistake. A mistake that was quite low level for him. Chu Lu was talking about Chu Yang. My big brother is so good. At first, Mo Tianji listened with a smile. Occasionally, he would agree, praise, but Chu Lu couldn't stop talking about Chu Yang. That kind of worship for Chu Yang seeped into her bones. That kind of unlimited closeness, that kind of unconditional trust, it was simply worship. He was simply a god. The more Mo Tianji listened, the more sour he felt in his heart. He also didn't know where this sour feeling had come from. Mo Qingwu had said countless good things about Chu Yang in front of him. She had worshipped him and was close to him. However, Mo Tianji didn't feel this sour feeling even though he was angry and unhappy. It was this inexplicable sour feeling that caused him to say almost subconsciously, actually, Chu Yang isn't that good. This bastard is also a lecher. He cheated so many women to be loyal to him. He even cheated my sister. He's a beast. Mo Tianji knew that he shouldn't have said that. He was already scolding himself in his heart. I've always been able to keep my composure. Why can't I keep my composure today? However, Chu Lu was already indignant. She flew into a rage and looked like she was going to start a fight if they didn't get along. Great trickster Mo, who was usually full of schemes, was instantly at a loss. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I was exaggerating a little just now. Actually, Chu Yang isn't that. Sigh, even though it's consensual, Chu Yang is also very helpless. Being liked by so many women, I'm just feeling indignant for my sister. Who asked me to be her brother? Little sister Lu you have to understand. You're also her sister, right? As he said that, he sighed deeply. He secretly looked at Chu Lu. Seeing that the little girl was still angry, he gritted his teeth and said against his conscience, actually, you can't blame Chu Yang for being a beast. This man is really too outstanding. When he said that, great trickster Mo almost vomited. He only felt that his heart and organs were all tangled up into a ball. Since when had he ever said something that went against his conscience? What the hell was wrong with him today? This sentence is really heartless. Chu Luer's anger turned into joy. She said, how can I not understand that only mediocre people won't be jealous of them? It's very normal for people to be jealous of my brother. My brother is just so outstanding. Actually, my brother's excellence is obvious to all. Which woman wouldn't like such an outstanding man? As the saying goes, beauties love heroes. Sigh, if I wasn't my brother's sister, I would also want to marry him. Now, it's going to be taken advantage of by another woman. Humph. Mo Tianji's heart instantly felt as if it was being cut into pieces. He also cut Chu Yang into pieces. He thought to himself. If you become Qing Wu's sister, won't you be my sister? Then, won't I become your brother? Save me. However, he had a warm smile on his face. Yes, yes. Chu Yang is indeed so outstanding that all men are jealous of him. However, they mostly admire him. How can someone be so outstanding? It's really an honor to be friends with him. Chu Luer was beaming with joy. She was in high spirits and nodded vigorously to express her agreement. She said, isn't that so? Sometimes, I also find it very strange. My brother is only a few years older than me. How can he know so much? So knowledgeable and multi-talented? There was more. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that he didn't understand or couldn't do. This was something he would never do. He was simply omnipotent. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? In this world, there's absolutely nothing my big brother can't do. Mo Tianji nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. I also admire Chu Yang's ability. We often hang out together. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Actually, Chu Luer chuckled. She said reservedly, yes, my big brother is so enviable. Mo Tianji was crying in his heart. Big sister, that's not what I meant. However, he said, yes. That's too right. Mo Tianji suddenly felt that he might suffer an internal injury at any time. I really have to hand it to him. My own little sister is so devoted to him. His own little sister is also so devoted. Why can't I see what's so good about that guy? I don't dare to say anything bad about him in front of my own little sister. Otherwise, Qing Wu would immediately fall out with me. Now, I don't even dare to say anything bad about him in front of his little sister. This young lady will also fall out with me. And fall out with me as soon as I say anything. She falls out faster and fiercer than my little sister. Could it be that Lolas are popular in this world? Is there still a place to reason in this world? Is there still justice? Could it be that I, Mo Tianji, the master of calculation and manipulation, have to go against my conscience and suck up to Chu Yang? They were both brothers, but why was the difference in treatment so big? It was too tragic. Mo Tianji, what's wrong with you today? Are you having a stroke? Didn't you always say that Chu Yang wasn't much? Ao Xiaoyan's sarcastic voice sounded. It turned out that this guy had already sobered up. With such a good show in front of him, how could he not join in? Nonsense. Mo Tianji reprimanded sternly, Xiaoyan, your attitude is wrong. Our big brother Chu Yang is our common big brother. If we don't even acknowledge him, how can we work together in the future? My admiration for big brother is endless. How can you, Ao Xiaoyan, drive a wedge between us with just a few words? Chu Luer's eyes narrowed. She chuckled happily and said, Big brother Mo, you're absolutely right. My big brother is right. That Ao Xiaoyan's character is not good. He actually speaks ill of others behind their backs. My big brother has good self-restraint. How is this person's character not good? It's simply too bad. Mo Tianji echoed, yes, yes, yes. Ao Xiaoyan's character is indeed too bad. Too bad. In an instant, Ao Xiaoyan was in a mess. What's wrong with me? How is my character not good? It seems that I have just spoken the truth. You, Mo Tianji, have clearly scolded Chu Yang more than once for abducting your younger sister. And, you call him a beast. So, I haven't spoken the truth yet. How is it that my character is not good now? How is my character not good again? What did I say just now? How did I drive a wedge between us? Who said I was driving a wedge between us? I'm so wronged. His heart was tangled to the extreme in an instant. Turning his grief into strength, Xianxia kicked Rui Butong twice. Pig! Get up! Drink to death, you pig! Rui Butong cried out in pain and crawled up. Xianxia kicked Li Xiongtu again. With a loud thud, he said, Get up! You get up too. Mo Tianji sighed and said, Look, once he's angry, he takes it out on his own brother. He kicked so hard. If he only did this to his own brother, everyone would be too embarrassed to say anything. But he actually hit an outsider. I don't even know how many times I've helped him clean up his mess. Chu Lu'er said disdainfully, That's why I said his character is bad. Today, seeing is believing. It's better to meet him in person than to hear about him. It was originally a very complimentary sentence, but now it was used here. That meant, Xian stiffened and was stunned. In an instant, he had already been beaten black and blue. I'm already very peaceful, okay? Didn't I just kick him twice? I was drunk last time. You guys threw me directly into the fire to be burned. Rui Butong was kicked. He jumped up and said angrily, Why did you kick me? Do you want to be beaten up? Xianxia was stunned. Seeing that someone actually ignored him, Rui Butong pounced on him in anger. In an instant, they were in a tussle. Look, he's so rough. Mo Tianji shook his head and sighed. What can't brothers talk nicely about? Chu Lu'er agreed. She said, Yes, but what Brother Butong did was wrong. It's just a disagreement between brothers. Is there a need to hit each other? Mo Tianji got her approval. The gloominess in his heart instantly disappeared. He said with a smile, These two people are just like that. You'll get used to it slowly when you see more of them. I've been like that too. Chu Lu'er smiled happily. Among so many people, Big Brother Mo is still the most gentlemanly. Mo Tianji chuckled and said modestly, You're too kind. I still have to learn from Big Brother Chu Yang on this. Compared to him, I'm still very far away. I'm still very far away. Chu Lu'er nodded her head honestly. Yes, I think so too. However, although you're not as good as my big brother, you're not that bad either. Continue to work hard. You might be able to catch up to my big brother. Mo Tianji was instantly hurt again. He almost burst into tears. Girl, I'm just being humble, okay? Do you know what humility is? However, Chu Lu'er was thinking, this Mo Tianji, why does he always go along with what I say? Could it be? When she thought of this, a blush suddenly flashed across her fair face. She thought, I still have to ask Big Brother about this. He's an understanding person. He'll definitely tell me how to deal with this. Time passed quietly. The second day. Li Chuanbo personally came to look for Mo Tianji. Military advisor Mo, I've exhausted all the resources in the Li clan but only managed to find these. Do you think they're still suitable? Li Chuanbo sighed. The Li clan had mobilized all the resources in the clan but only managed to find about 1/3 of the materials on the list. As a result, they had far more purple crystals than they needed. However, they didn't have most of the souls of the purple crystal and other metals. Some of them were too high-end and couldn't be found at all. However, there were also some that were too low-end. In other words, they were the so-called goods from the mainland. The Li clan usually didn't care about them at all. Of course, that was why they didn't have any stock. It was already too late to search for them now. It's still too little. After Mo Tianji took a look, he also sighed. Especially without the most important souls of the purple crystal. That's the key to setting up the array. The terrain here isn't suitable for setting up an array in the first place. We can only rely on the powerful might of the souls of the purple crystal to forcefully reverse the terrain. Without the souls of the purple crystal, we definitely can't set up the array. Mo Tianji said, elderly, if that's all, forgive me for not being able to help. Li Chuanbua sighed disappointedly. Also, even with the souls of the purple crystal, elderly, the things you've gathered now are still too little. Don't talk about sheltering 700,000 people, even 7,000 people might not be enough. Mo Tianji was rather exasperated and helpless. Elderly, I really can't understand, and it's impossible for me to understand. The Li clan's 10,000 years of heritage can't even gather half of the things on my list? In my opinion, this is simply inconceivable. The most basic function of purple crystals is to convert them into one's strength. With so many purple crystals, why don't they quickly distribute them to the experts in the clan to absorb and keep them for numbers? Isn't that a strange thing? Li Chuanbua was ashamed and speechless. He agreed wholeheartedly with Mo Tianji's words. But this was what the Li clan did before this. They mined and collected purple crystals every day, but they only kept the purple crystals. In fact, only a very, very small portion of them were distributed to the experts in the clan. Most of the rest were collected and hoarded. What was the point of hoarding them? Just as Mo Tianji said, you're just a pile of dead objects here. If they were given to the experts in the clan and fully provided for their cultivation. If these purple crystals were really converted into the strength of the experts, how much less pressure would they be under today? 57 billion purple crystals was such a huge number. In terms of quantity alone, it was more than enough to pile up 1,000 middle-grade supreme martial artists. If the Li clan really had 1,000 middle-grade supreme martial artists, then wouldn't the upper three heavens have long been swept away by the clan? Sigh. Such a foolish move. Mo Tianji looked up at the sky and sighed. Now that the Li clan is about to be destroyed, this huge wealth is going to fall into the pockets of others. Don't tell me that the Li clan's 10,000 years of accumulation is just to help the enemy today? This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Mo Tianji said fiercely, almost as if he was gnashing his teeth. Li Chuanbua was speechless. Every word that Mo Tianji said was extremely unpleasant to the ears, but every word he said was the truth. Thinking about the Li clan's situation now, and then looking at the purple crystal hoard that was so huge that it was close to an astronomical figure, that could all be converted into the clan's own strength, Mo Tianji was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. Li Chuanbua wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. In fact, all the super clans did this. Purple crystals were a rare resource. They were stored away for future use. They were only provided to the experts, but no clan had ever used all of these purple crystals. Because they had to leave some backup plans, this was understandable. But for a clan like the Li clan, which had accumulated billions of purple crystals, they were probably the only one in the entire continent, right? Elderly. I wonder if you've been to the purple crystal hoard. Mo Tianji said mockingly, those purple crystals underneath, perhaps they've already become moldy? Li Chuanbua's face turned purple as he panted heavily. After a very, very long time, Li Chuanbua said somewhat helplessly in despair, could it be that we really can't give it a try? Is there no room for us to even try? When he said this, he was disappointed. Secondly, it was because the descendants of the clan were not living up to their expectations. They did not have the slightest sense of the big picture. He was so short-sighted that he actually did such a stupid thing that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. And it was one of the great clans. Such a comical idiot is also one of the best in the world. The clan that he had built with his own hands, the continuation of his bloodline, was about to be completely annihilated. 3. There was clearly a chance to protect the future generations, but it was destroyed after the rise of hope. The strong impact from hope to despair made this old man seem as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. Right now, Li Chuanbua no longer had the demeanor of a peerless expert. Right now, he was completely disheartened. He was an old man with no will to fight. There was even a sense of boredom, as if there was no joy in life. Mo Tianji sighed inwardly and turned his head away. He said, elderly, you have lived for more than 10,000 years. Even if you don't know much about arrays, you should know the saying that the slightest mistake can lead to a huge error. This is especially true in the path of arrays. If I do as you say and force it, it will definitely be difficult for the array to be perfected. Not to mention 7,000 people, even if there are 7 of them, they will be done for because of forcing it. I will solemnly reiterate one last time. If we can obtain the soul of the purple crystal now, I can use the things you have found to set up an array and protect a portion of the Li clan's women and children, which is 7,000 of their bloodline. But if we don't have the soul of the purple crystal as the eye of the array to suppress the array, it will be difficult for the array to be completed. Then, there will really be no hope. Li Chuanhua exhaled softly. Right now, the old man's heart was filled with despair. It was as if he wanted to do something with all his might. The hope of success was right in front of him, and he had already made all the preparations, yet he realized that he lacked a necessary item on the path to success. In the end, he could only give up halfway and let the hope leave him. That kind of sorrow, that kind of helplessness, the despair in Li Chuanhua's heart could no longer be described with words. In fact, even the flames of hope that had already started to burn in his eyes were gradually extinguished and dimming. Soul of the purple crystal? A clear yet pleasant voice rang out. Big brother Mo, what do you need the soul of the purple crystal for? I have it here. How many do you need? The owner of the clear and pleasant voice was naturally Chu Lu. At this moment, Mo Tianji could clearly see that Li Chuanhua's eyes suddenly lit up so brightly that one couldn't look straight at him. Then, as if a sudden burst of vitality, this old man jumped up. He jumped up and turned around, his face full of agitation and ecstasy, looking at Chu Lu. Li Chuanhua's voice even trembled a little. Miss Chu, where do you have the soul of the purple crystal? From despair to hope, and hope to despair. But at the moment of complete despair, he had also completely grasped onto hope. Even with Li Chuanhua's composure, he was also almost on the verge of breaking down in agitation. Chu Lu smiled and said, that's right. Speaking of which, with my abilities, I can't contribute much in this battle. However, since I'm here, and it just so happens that you lack that thing, I have it. It's only right for me to help. What was modesty? Was this modesty? She was the successor of the poison doctor, and yet she was modest about not being able to contribute much. What was generosity? Was this generosity? It just so happens that you lack it, and I have it. I'm just lending a hand. Li Chuanhua took a deep breath. For a moment, he actually had a feeling of at the end of the road, there's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. It was as if he had no chance of survival, but had narrowly escaped death. Mo Tianji asked, how many do you have? Great trickster Mo was not surprised that Chu Lu had a soul of purple crystal. After all, she was Chu Yang's most beloved younger sister. How could she not have a soul of purple crystal? What really surprised Mo Tianji was that this little girl would be so generous as to take it out. What a kind and generous lady. Such a person is really the first person I've met in my life. If it were someone else, they might not even be willing to part with a piece of purple crystal, much less a rare treasure like the soul of the purple crystal. Chu Lu asked, let's not talk about how many I have first. How many do you want? What she said truly shocked both Mo Tianji and Li Chuanhua. What did this little girl mean? Could it be that? I can provide as many as you want, Li Chuanhua couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. She was indeed the younger sister of the Tribulation Sword Master and the disciple of the Poison Doctor. She was really rich and imposing. What did it mean to be rich and imposing? This was what it meant to be rich and imposing. After more than 10,000 years, the old man's horizons had been broadened yet again. And it was on a little girl. In that instant, Elder Ancestrally felt as if he had lived for more than 10,000 years in vain. His foundation of 10,000 years couldn't even compare to that of a 14-year-old girl. What this old man didn't know was that the souls of the purple crystal that Chu Lu had and even most of Chu Yang's own souls of the purple crystal were basically taken from the Li clan. Now that he had only returned 2 or 3 pieces, it had instead become a huge favor. Mo Tianji said, if I had all the materials I needed to set up the array, then I would need at least 5 pieces of souls of the purple crystal to suppress the array. But now, the total number of materials is less than 1/3. Using 2 pieces of souls of the purple crystal is already more than enough. Chu Lu said readily, it's only 2 pieces. I was wondering how much more you'd need. Here, take it. With a flip of her delicate hand, 2 pieces of souls of the purple crystal with dense purple aura appeared in her palm. Li Chuanhua's lips started to tremble. Due to the limited effectiveness of the array, we can only protect 7,000 people. Elderly, you must remember that 7,000 people can only be fewer and not more. Even one extra person may cause the array to collapse instantly. Once the array collapses, there is absolutely no possibility of repairing it. Mo Tianji said, Elderly, now that we have the souls of the purple crystal, I will start to set up the array. As for you, hurry and make the arrangements too. Arrangements? What arrangements? Is there anything else that I need to prepare? Li Chuanbua was rather distracted. Given old man Li's experience, he shouldn't have asked such an unwise question. But the repeated great sorrow and joy, hope and despair really gave this old man a headache. Firstly, due to the limitations of the array, the number of people who can enter the array is very small. The Li clan has to make a choice and decide which to protect and which not to protect. Secondly, while there is no need to worry about the safety of 7,000 people in the array, we still need to prepare food, drinks, and daily necessities. Since we are hiding and taking refuge, we will have to live in it for a long time and not come out for a relatively long time. Lastly, I must remind you that this matter should be treated as the top secret of the Li clan at present. As for how to keep the secret to the greatest extent yet still be able to filter out the people, I believe you understand the key point. Mo Tianji said, once this matter is publicized, this only chance of survival will cause intense internal strife and disputes within the Li clan. This is something that we must not be unaware of and guard against. Li Chuanbua came to a realization right away. He jumped up and said, I will make the arrangements right away. We must not allow any accidents to happen. By the way, invite the 10 supreme martial artists over to help set up the array first. I don't need them to be of a high level, as long as they are absolutely trustworthy. Mo Tianji said, there are also certain environmental requirements for setting up this array. First of all, we need to remove all the accumulated snow. The snow in this lousy place of yours is thousands of feet deep. Before she could finish speaking, Li Chuanbua had already agreed and walked off into the distance. In the next 2 days, the Li clan began to move intensely. The remaining peaceful time was already very short. Mo Tianji supervised the entire process and started to set up the array. A faint mysterious aura gathered in the sky above the Li clan. The great formation could only accommodate 7,000 people. The quota was obviously too small. Most of them would have to be abandoned. Li Chuanbua's reason to the outside world was that he wanted to quickly increase his combat power and select 7,000 young disciples for training. The veteran supreme martial artists would use the enlightenment technique to create experts to provide the clan with strength. Only talented and intelligent youths with good aptitude, strong determination, and high acceptance could be selected, and so on. Li Batian was one of the candidates. On the other side, Li Wubua, Li Ju, and Li Batian's father were all seated. Batian, there should be a suitable method of security for this gathering, right? Li Wubua was indeed the former clan leader of the Li clan. He could tell the crux of the sudden training selection at a glance. He laughed and said, 2 days ago, when I was chatting with Mo Tianji and the others, Rui Budong had revealed that Mo Tianji was an expert in formations. I think so. Li Batian was a little uncertain. Since there are changes after the arrangements have been made at this time, there must be a new method, and this method is definitely a battle array. And formations are Mo Tianji's specialty. And that old fool will definitely not allow Li Ju to go in as well. He is already completely disappointed in us. Li Wubua's eyes flickered for a moment. He said, the destruction of the Li clan is a foregone conclusion. This outcome is definitely irreversible. However, if the Li clan has any hope of making a comeback in the future, we must have complete control over it. When that time comes, all the old fellows, whether they should die or not, will be dead. The 2 of you will be the pillars of the Li clan. You will also have the highest cultivation among the youths. Didn't you say that both father and big brother will go out to battle? Elder Master obviously wants big brother to be sacrificed. Li Batian was a little confused. It's not a problem for your big brother to go out to battle. I have my ways. Instead, the most important thing now is to let your elder brother enter that so-called safe place when the time comes. Li Wubua snickered. Which old bastard decided to strip me of my position as the clan leader at this critical juncture, causing all my plans to go down the drain? But However, the Li clan will still be in my hands in the end. Even if I can't do it personally, they're still my son. I will connect you and your big brother with both of your souls right now. This way, as long as any one of you enters, you will be able to enter. The other person only needs to activate the device, and even if it is isolated by a special formation, it will still be able to instantly locate the location. In this way, won't it be easy to enter the secret location? When the time comes, your big brother will stay outside for the time being. If he finds an opportunity to replace Li Xianxia, then get rid of him and replace him. Immediately activate your mental cultivation technique and lock onto your younger brother's location. Ba Tian, you are inside and you must be prepared to receive your elder brother's message. Assist them immediately. Father! The two brothers shouted. The strange body-united heart technique could only be used on a blood brother, and it would not have any effect on the person who used it. However, the person who used it would have to suffer an extremely serious backlash. Even if it was not fatal, it would cause a great loss of cultivation. His realm regressed. Now that I've lost all my authority, the outcome has already been decided. Why would I care about this little bit of backlash? I might as well help you and your brothers and pave a bright path for your hegemony. Li Wubo waved his hand coldly. Now, pay attention to the beginning. After a long time, Li Wubo's complexion turned sallow. His expression was dispirited and he coughed repeatedly. As he coughed, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. You two brothers must support each other. Don't let down this old man's kind intentions, Li Wubo instructed with lifeless eyes. However, there was a joyful smile on his face. In this way, even if I die in the spring, I can rest in peace. Li Ju and Li Ba Tian knelt in front of their father and cried bitterly. Day by day, the days passed. On the evening of the 5th day, the great formation that Mo Tianji had set up was completed. The 7,000 elite disciples of the Li clan were all hidden inside. After everyone was confirmed to be in the formation, Mo Tianji placed the soul of the purple crystal into the eye of the formation. A dense cloud of mist rose in spirals. The 7,000 youths who were still in front of everyone just now disappeared completely in front of everyone's eyes. Li Chuanbua, the only member of the Li clan who was present to watch, clicked his tongue in wonder. He was so agitated that his face was flushed red. Under Mo Tianji's silent approval, he used all his cultivation to attack the great formation. However, he could only cause turbulence in the cloud of mist. The great formation was not damaged at all. Li Chuanbua was completely relieved. Based on his cultivation, he could at least be ranked in the top 15 in the entire upper three heavens. If he couldn't break the formation even if he tried, this formation would naturally be impregnable and as stable as a rock. What was left after that was only the final battle. Now that the greatest threat of clan annihilation had been eliminated, there was nothing else to worry about in this battle. On the 7th day, Chu Yang and the others left the cave where they were hiding. They came to a mountain peak that was only 1,500 miles away from the core base of the Li clan. This distance was just right for them to attack at any time and participate in the great battle. Gu Duxing and the others also came to meet them at the same time. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were on the left and right respectively. Two towering mountain peaks stood opposite each other. However, there was a plain between them. Or rather, it was an extremely wide road. This was undoubtedly the best route to intercept the enemy. When Chu Yang went to the opposite side to observe the terrain, he deliberately led Gu Duxing and the others over for a detailed discussion before he went back. At that time, 2 sword supremes and 1 saber supremacy worked together. They were really like the sharpest scissors, blocking the main road below and cutting off all the enemy's chances of survival. On the 8th day, without anyone noticing, the 3 Stars Divine Clan army hidden in the northeast also quietly moved forward by 1,500 miles. They were only half a day's journey away from the battlefield of the final battle. Several middle-grade supreme martial artists on the 3 Stars Divine Clan side followed the Saint King Tan deep into the enemy's territory. They directly hit on a hidden mountain peak within the battlefield and watched the battle closely. On the Alliance's side, as the days drew closer, the tense atmosphere before the great battle also became more and more intense. In the last few days, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. On the afternoon of the 8th day, The two 8th-grade supreme martial artists from the reinforcement team of the law enforcement officers finally arrived at the Alliance's camp like stray dogs. After the two of them arrived, they were so exhausted that they could collapse at any time. This situation shocked all the higher-ups of the Alliance. "Honorable Envoy, where are your troops? Are they still behind?" Diwu Qingru asked. Although he knew that the situation was not right, he still held on to the possibility that something was wrong. "No. All gone. All eaten up by the demon." The law enforcement high priest Miao Zhendong's eyes were listless. "Everyone must be careful. That demon also followed us. That demon is really too scary. Everyone, please don't be deceived by his appearance." "Demon? What demon? How can we be deceived?" Everyone was confused. How could this guy speak so incoherently? What a waste of his cultivation as an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. After the two high priests rested for a while, they successively explained what had happened. Everyone finally understood. It turned out that the law enforcement officers encountered a demon and were completely slaughtered. The two leaders were lucky to have survived. Demon? How can there be any demon in this world? Or a humanoid demon with the strength of a middle-grade supreme martial artist? Xianxia snorted. Obviously, he was extremely impatient with the two high priests' words. His eyes were full of disdain as he looked at the two high priests. "Not hiding at all, damn it, I thought that the two of you were important figures. Who would have thought that just a small matter like this would be attributed to a demon? Why don't you just say that you met Ning Tianya, Wu Jiuqing and the Tribulation Sword Master who joined forces to kill you? You fought with all your might but were defeated in the end. In the end, only the two of you managed to escape. If you said that, although I know that you are boasting, at least it is more reliable and I can still treat you as human beings. But look at the lies of these two, who would believe them, in the hundreds of thousands of years in the heavenly layer, when had there been such a powerful humanoid demon, at Xiaoqinyu's level, as one of the strongest experts in the world, he no longer needed to hide any of his emotions and thoughts. Attention was attention, disgust was disgust, like was like, and disdain was disdain. It's true. There was a humanoid demon with the strength of a middle-grade supreme martial artist and an almost indestructible body that attacked us. Miao Zhendong had been through thousands of years of experience. How could he not see the disdain in Xiaoqinyu's eyes? Even though he knew that this matter was indeed his fault, he couldn't help but feel angry. Lie to you? Do I need to lie to you? Who do you think you are that I need to lie to you? Do you think you're so great just because you're the first ancestor of the Xiao clan? Forget it, let's stop here. Let's just say it's true. Xiaoqinyu's voice was light as he said, but I still want to ask you something. Your group of people have all died, and only the two of you are left. But you finally arrived. Even if it's only the two of you, it's still considered as providing assistance along the way. But what about those people who were transferred from other places? Where did they go? He smiled sinisterly. Even if they acted separately, those people were much closer to your original position. They should have arrived a long time ago. But why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be that those people were also attacked by the humanoid demon? I just don't know if the demon that attacked them also has the strength of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. It turns out that the middle-grade supreme martial artist of the upper three heavens is already so worthless. In a few more days, won't the middle-grade supreme martial artist be walking around everywhere? Miao Zhendong was tongue-tied. He didn't know how to answer for a long time. To be honest, how would he know where those people from the other routes went? But what Xiaoqinyu said wasn't wrong at all. Those people should have arrived a long time ago. But until now, they still hadn't arrived. This was really too wrong. Last night, after applying medicine, I felt so uncomfortable that I couldn't sleep much. It was like a wound that was about to form a scar, and then the wound was soaked in salt water. That kind of feeling, itchy and painful. I just caught up on some sleep this afternoon. Gee, how would I know? Miao Zhendong mumbled, almost on the verge of breaking down. It's not like we're going the same way. Naturally, he didn't know about this. Because the development of the situation over there was also quite unexpected. It was completely out of anyone's expectations. Even if Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji joined forces, it was still a huge variable that they definitely couldn't have predicted. The only person who had a chance to guess it was Chu Yang, but even Chu Yang wouldn't guess in that direction. That elite team of law enforcement officers, under the lead of the officers who originally belonged to Lang Ilang, was currently rushing all the way to some place in the southeast, and this team didn't suffer a huge loss of members like Great High Priest Miao's team. The team of more than 200 people only lost less than 20 people in total. No one knew what method Interrogation Officer 1 used, but after discovering that their leader didn't go and would never go, he directly abducted the entire team and ran away. By the time Miao Zhendong and the others reached the northwest, Interrogation Officer 1's team was already about to reach their destination in the southeast. With regards to such a formless and completely impossible to guess the outcome of, everyone naturally couldn't come to a conclusion even if they discussed it for a year. As they glared at each other, it was still Xiaoqinyu who waved his hand almost perfunctorily. "Let's stop here and not talk about it. Let's invite the two high priests to talk about that humanoid spirit you guys encountered that has the strength of a second-grade supreme martial artist and an indestructible body." "Oh, right, from what the two high priests said just now, that spirit or whatever, is still chasing after you guys?" The ridicule and doubt in his tone were completely undisguised, making all the supreme martial artists present feel like laughing out loud. Miao Zhendong glared angrily. Xiaoqinyu didn't care at all. The second high priest at the side hurriedly came over to smooth things over, taking the initiative to slowly narrate the experience of his team. Miao Zhendong added a few words from time to time. As the two narrated, all the supreme martial artists present, including Xiaoqinyu, finally started to have serious expressions on their faces, and then turned serious. Everyone present was experienced and could easily distinguish between truth and falsehood. Although they did not believe what the two consecrated elders said because it was too absurd, and they even thought that the two consecrated elders were just making things up to shirk responsibility, after hearing their stories, everyone expressed their trust and acknowledgement of what the two consecrated elders had said. And trust and recognition meant, there really was a miraculous existence that could suddenly appear green mist all over its body. It could make thousands of acres of forest full of vitality. It could make a tree suddenly grow rapidly. No matter what kind of injury it suffered, it could quickly recover. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem like something a human could do. This was truly something that only a spiritual monster could do. Furthermore, he was only at the pinnacle of 8th grade supreme martial artist at the start. As he fought, he kept suffering fatal injuries, but all of a sudden, he broke through to become a 2nd grade supreme martial artist. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to stare at Miao Zhendong and Li Wuyo. They thought to themselves, if I didn't personally witness these two fellows speaking emotionally in front of me, and if the entire process was logical and without any loopholes to be found, I'm afraid I would still think that these two fellows were just having a bizarre dream and were talking nonsense in front of me. Was there really such a thing in the world? If things are really as the two high priests described, those who can do these things really seem like the doings of demons. Yi Qinshan stroked his beard. With Xiaoqinyu here, he didn't dare to raise his voice, but his tone was unusually certain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaoqinyu was deep in thought. He said thoughtfully, if that's the case, if that, whatever spiritual monster is really vengeful and has really chased us all the way here, this old man is very interested to see what exactly that thing is. What he meant was that Xiaoqinyu also believed that it was not a human but a spiritual monster. Miao Zhendong's heart turned cold. If Xiaoqinyu were to personally take action, how would there be a share for them? However, the situation was more important than the person. What could he say in his own territory? What did he dare to say? He could only put on a long face and say, "Old Xiao, if I can get you to take action, it would be the end of that spiritual monster. I will definitely do my best to help." Xiaoqinyu rolled his eyes and said dispassionately, You'd better go and rest." Miao Zhendong was greatly disappointed at once. From the looks of it, he wouldn't even be able to get a mouthful of leftovers. Forget it, that monster might have already reached the level of a top-grade supreme martial artist by now. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have that ability anymore. Right at this moment, a furious voice came from outside. "Miao Zhendong. You two shameless tortoise bastards, get the hell out of here." Miao Zhendong's spirit was shaken. He said, "You guys still don't believe me? That spiritual monster really came. With a boom, everyone rushed out of the tent at the same time. A human-shaped spiritual monster was already too rare, not to mention the powerful beneficial effects it might have. The group of experts soared into the air almost at the same time, and rushed forward in a hurry. The group of people leaped out of the tent one after another. They raised their heads and looked up, only to see a person in the sky in front of them. His whole body was covered in green and fluttering in the wind and snow. In the vast snowfield, he was especially eye-catching. There really was a spiritual monster, everyone's spirit was shaken. With just one look, they could tell that this spiritual monster had an extraordinary origin. Its strength was even more shocking, and it was indeed at the level of a top-grade supreme martial artist. The reason why everyone had such an understanding was reasonable. At this moment, Dukyu was floating in the air like a celestial. This was a top-grade supreme martial artist's exclusive technique, Imperial Air Flight. Imperial Air Flight was definitely different from the extreme speed of ordinary supreme martial artists. Although extreme speed allowed one to temporarily leave the ground and fly at high speed, it was still a type of lightness technique. To a large extent, it relied on gliding in the air to achieve this. Moreover, it required one to borrow the force of the air to breathe after a certain period of time. Although the higher one's cultivation, the longer one could maintain this technique, it was still within the domain of the technique. On the other hand, Imperial Air Flight was the true meaning of flying. Experts who had reached this realm could rely on their own cultivation to completely break free from the gravity of the earth and fly freely back to the sky. If the supreme martial artist realm was the boundary between immortals and mortals, then the supreme martial artist realm was the boundary between man and heaven, although it was a little arbitrary to judge that this person's strength had reached the supreme martial artist realm based on the fact that he could fly, or it was not impossible that this spirit was born with the ability to fly. However, this spirit's strength was definitely extraordinary. Xianxia stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "What kind of thing are you? You actually dare to act mysterious in front of this old man?" Dukyu let out a long laugh and said, "I'm not going to talk to a blind old bastard like you. Hurry up and call out those two cowardly old bastards. This Duke will kill them and leave immediately. I won't cause any trouble for you guys." Xianxia laughed coldly and said, "Won't cause any trouble for us? What a vile creature. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Although Xianxia's tone sounded like he did not take Dukyu seriously, in fact, he was carefully analyzing the aura of this fellow in front of him. He secretly calculated in his heart, this thing's aura is not ordinary. This aura is at least at the level of an 8th grade supreme martial artist. But his appearance. Although he has a human form and his speech and actions are no different from an ordinary martial artist, the aura that emanates from his body is the purest kind of aura of nature. It is as elegant as the trees and flowers. And the aura that I can feel from his body, other than being powerful, there is also a sense of age. It seems that the so-called spirit is not completely baseless. Once he made up his mind, his eyes flickered. If this spirit was taken down by him, then, his heaven-seizing great art would be able to convert the essence of this kind of spirit into his own strength. If that was really possible, then wouldn't he be able to? Thinking of this, his heart was really burning with passion. He shouted coldly, "That monster, since you are so reckless and rude, and insist on finding trouble with our alliance, this old man will fulfill your wish." Xianxia's voice was still echoing in the sky. His body was already in the air. He stretched out his right hand, and in an instant, thousands of palm shadows appeared in the air. Then, the thousands of palm shadows suddenly condensed and formed a huge palm, grabbing towards Dukyu in the air. The power of this palm was not outstanding. It was only maintained at the level of an 8th grade supreme martial artist. But the attack range covered a radius of 400 to 500 feet. Xianxia had already used all his strength in this attack, but the main purpose was to capture and not to kill. Because he also had his concerns. If he killed him, he would inevitably lose a large amount of spiritual energy. Even if he crippled or injured him, it would also create a flaw in his future cultivation. When Dukyu saw the incoming attack, he instantly felt that something was wrong. This old man in front of him was actually an expert among experts. Although he had already advanced to the level of an 8th grade supreme martial artist, in terms of cultivation, he was still much weaker than this old man. At that moment, he did not dare to be negligent. He stood up, waved his hands in the air, and shouted, "Thousands of miles of ice and snow, I am here to let hundreds of flowers bloom." Before he finished speaking, a burst of green appeared out of nowhere, and even rose up. A layer of green vines suddenly appeared on the snowy ground, and quickly twisted up. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge green dragon, and fiercely welcomed the huge palm that Xianxia had transformed into. The green vines charged all the way, and the flower buds actually gradually bloomed, and then bloomed. All the flower petals were like a storm, and at the same time, they left the branches and shot towards Xianxia's face. "Ha!" Xianxia shouted loudly. His technique changed according to his will. That big hand suddenly changed direction and closed. The attacks of both sides collided, and Xianxia could clearly feel that it was really flowers and grass that were colliding with him. At the same time, Dukyu's tall body flashed like a ghost, and he was already in front of Xianxia. His fists and palms were like a whirlwind, and he attacked indiscriminately in a wide range. Although Xianxia was slightly surprised, his reaction was still very fast. He turned his body, and his left hand struck out with a bang. A cold and bleak feeling of autumn filled the air, and instantly enveloped a radius of 10,000 feet. This move was one of the secret techniques of the Xiao clan, Xiao Autumn Wind. Xianxia's aura had already been fully unleashed, and he had already made up his mind that he would definitely not let this monster escape from his palm. Dukyu's face suddenly showed anger, and he shouted, "Xiao Autumn Wind. You are from the Xiao clan." Dukwei's voice was filled with extreme anger and suppression, as if there was a blood feud that couldn't be quelled. Back when he was being hunted down and framed in the upper three heavens, the culprit was the Xiao clan. Xianxia was stunned. "I didn't expect a monster like you to recognize the Xiao clan's ultimate technique. Surrender now." Dukwei laughed bitterly. "Old Xiao, since there's someone from the Xiao clan here, I'll definitely kill all of you. I'll come back later." With a bang, he forcefully broke through the encirclement of Xianxia's aura field. Like a startling rainbow, he shot off into the distance. Although he was good at the secret techniques of the fairies, he was greatly weakened in this world of ice and snow. He was definitely not Xianxia's match if he fought here. Therefore, he retreated immediately. Xianxia and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, attacked from all directions, intending to stop Dukwei from leaving. Dukwei laughed loudly. "Endless rivers and mountains. I'm the king. Do you think you can stop me?" His body turned like a whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. He exchanged blows with more than 10 8th-grade supreme martial artists at the same time. With a muffled groan, he rose from the ground before Xianxia arrived. With a turn in the air, his figure was already 1,000 feet away. In another flash, the green figure had already disappeared completely in the wind and snow. Xianxia was naturally reluctant to let him go. He chased after him at full speed. In an instant, he had already arrived at the place where Dukwei had disappeared. But looking around, there was already no trace of that green figure on the ground. For a moment, everyone's expression didn't look too good. This spiritual monster's cultivation had not only reached the level of supreme martial artist, it had even reached the level close to the peak of the continent. It was actually so powerful. Everyone had previously suspected that Miao Zhendong and the other two high priests were exaggerating the spiritual monster's strength in order to shirk their responsibilities. Now, it seemed that these two people had clearly underestimated the spiritual monster's strength. Xianxia stood firmly in the snow and looked at the snowy sky in front of him. His eyes shone, as if deep in thought, but he didn't say anything. Right at this moment, a sudden clap of thunder rang out, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. Everyone turned pale with fright in that instant. This was the northwest, where snow was everywhere. It could be said that even on a moonless night, it wouldn't be that dark. But at this moment, it was completely dark. It was pitch black. Such an unforeseen event caused everyone to turn pale with fright. What the hell is going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken? What's going on? This is the northwest. Even if night falls, how can there be no reflection from the snow? For a moment, all sorts of questioning voices rose and fell. Xianxia and the others had originally wanted to chase after the spiritual monster. However, at this moment, they were suddenly plunged into a world of darkness, and no one dared to act rashly. In this sudden darkness, even a peak supreme being expert panicked. The darkness continued and a strange evil aura gradually spread out. Even an expert like Xianxia could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He could only feel drops of cold sweat seeping out of his back. A kind of indescribable fear arose. Xianxia only felt that his palms were full of sweat. Although he couldn't see anything, he still stared with his eyes wide open. This kind of panic had never happened in the past 10,000 years. What was going on? Could it be that the Tribulation Sword Master obtained the 8th fragment of the Pill Tribulation Sword and caused this change in the world? Someone asked suspiciously. This person spoke in the crowd, but the people opposite him could only hear his voice and could not see the person speaking. Immediately, someone retorted, "Definitely not. The Tribulation Sword has always given off a very bright and holy aura, and its power can shake the world. How could it be so dark and evil?" Everyone felt that this made sense. However, if it was not the Tribulation Sword that caused this change, then what could have caused it? It actually caused the whole world to darken so thoroughly, the darkness grew thicker and thicker. At this moment, everyone, regardless of friend or foe, felt uneasy, as if the sky had collapsed. It was a feeling of despair even darker than darkness. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived, in another direction. Xianxia frowned and looked at the sky. What's going on? Why did it suddenly become so dark? And what is this evil feeling? It's actually so strong. Wu Jiuqing also had some doubts. This is a completely illogical change in the world. How could it be? Xianxia raised his head. There was a familiar feeling. He couldn't help but say thoughtfully, "This feeling seems somewhat familiar. I should have felt it from there before." However, it was much weaker than this time. Wu Jiuqing nodded. It is indeed a very familiar feeling, and a very dangerous one at that. The two of them said this at the same time. Then, the two of them suddenly fell into silence at the same time. An indescribable pressure suddenly rose in their hearts. Because just a moment ago, they both thought of where this familiarity came from. Wu Jiuqing immediately thought of the Dharma Supreme's heavenly demonic aura. As for Xianxia, the first thing he thought of was the heavenly demonic aura on Yizue. However, there was no doubt that whether it was the Dharma Supreme or Yizue, the evil aura that they had was definitely not as powerful as this one. There were simply too many powerful ones. Could it be that a heavenly demon had actually descended in this world? Could it be that such a big thing has actually really appeared? Chu Yang's voice was grave. At this point, he calmed himself down and said solemnly, "Heavenly demon? Heavenly demon." These two words were said by Xianxia and Wu Jiuqing at the same time. The two men's hearts sank along with the word blame. If that was really the case, then judging from this earth-shattering aura, no one in this world would be able to control this heavenly realm. What should they do? Wu Jiuqing's heart was in turmoil. How could they be a match for such an extremely powerful evil force? Would Elder Chen Feng be a match for it? My brothers, are we fighting against such an evil force right now? Chu Yang's heart was uneasy. How could they be a match for such an extremely powerful evil force? Perhaps only with Zi Shiqing's reappearance would they have a chance to defeat the enemy, Li Clan. Facing the darkness in the sky, Missouri Tianji placed a handful of shiny copper coins in the air. In a land of darkness, his copper coins emitted a dreamlike halo, as if carrying a milky yellow halo, turning in the air. Controlling the world and measuring the heavens. Mo Tianji's expression changed from its usual indifference. At this moment, it was so serious that it was ashen. He shouted silently in his heart and stretched out his palm. Pa! 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 The copper coins landed on his palm at the same time. One coin landed on each of his 5 fingers, one on his thumb, one on his palm, one on his wrist, and one on his palm. There was still one left. It circled around the one on his palm, but it didn't land on it. Ding! Ding, ding. A series of small sounds rang out. Mo Tianji's forehead was already sweating. His breathing was also a little hurried. He stared unblinkingly at the golden copper coin that was still spinning in his palm. Finally, there was a paw sound. That copper coin clasped onto the copper coin in Mo Tianji's palm, with its back facing up. Mo Tianji stared at this copper coin, calculating silently in his heart. Suddenly, his face turned green, purple, and then red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. But he still stared at the copper coin, unable to take his eyes off it. After a long time, he spat out another mouthful of blood. It was bright red. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Mo Tianji couldn't hold on any longer. He sat down on the ground, looking dispirited and pale. Heavenly tribulation! Tribulation, tribulation! Heavenly demon descends. Mo Tianji let out a long breath and closed his eyes in extreme exhaustion. In another direction, Tan Tan stared at the sky and muttered angrily, "Damn it, which goddamned bastard did this? If I find out, I'll definitely destroy him." Outside the Yi clan's territory near the northwest, a figure was flying rapidly toward the northwest. That was Yi Zue. Ever since Yi Zue left the Yi clan, he could feel that the heavenly demon qi hidden in his body was showing signs of loosening. It seemed to be gradually becoming more active, and his sealed strength was also being unsealed bit by bit. His heart was filled with excitement about this. He headed all the way toward the northwest, but halfway there, the heavenly demon qi in his meridians suddenly became chaotic. It took him several days before he finally managed to straighten it out. Then, he continued to head toward the northwest. He seemed to be able to sense that there was a huge opportunity that he had yearned for his entire life there. He continued to travel tirelessly, his eyes growing more and more fervent. The moment he stepped into the snowy plains, the sky suddenly darkened. "Ah! It's here!" Yi Zue howled toward the sky without warning. His voice was filled with the kind of fervent excitement and happiness that made one's blood boil. The sudden darkness did not last for a long time, but it gave people the feeling that it had lasted for countless centuries. After 15 minutes, that evil aura gradually receded, and the darkness that made one feel despair also dissipated. The world slowly regained its original clarity. Everyone present looked at each other and saw that the faces of the people around them were all pale. Although that darkness had already dissipated, that terrifying evil aura still seemed to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts. It lingered on. The feeling of despair was something that no one could forget, and no one dared to forget. Everyone felt that something big was about to happen in the Heaven Layer continent. In a secret ice cave somewhere in the northwest, the Dharma Supreme, dressed in black, had just completed his cultivation and stood up abruptly. The next moment, he was already outside the cave. There was a hint of satisfaction in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. "Wu Jiuqing, if I find you again this time, you will definitely die." His body was faintly filled with black aura. It was the demonic technique. Suddenly, at this very moment, the sky darkened, an evil aura that the Dharma Supreme was familiar with suddenly filled the entire world. The Dharma Supreme's cultivation was extremely high, and he was also of the same origin as that evil aura. He immediately understood. This force is much stronger than mine. If I go near it recklessly, will I be devoured by it? The Dharma Supreme's cultivation was much higher than Yi Zue's. The first thing that came to his mind was not an opportunity but a crisis. Then, he thought, if I get my hands on this force, who will I be afraid of in this world? Even if Wu Jiuqing and Ning Tianya join forces, what do I have to fear? Even if that terrifying person comes again, I will still have a chance to deal with him. After a while, the darkness retreated completely. But in the eyes of the Dharma Supreme, he could clearly see a faint wisp of black aura moving rapidly toward the south in the sky. The Dharma Supreme frowned. In the end, he still decided to catch up and take a look. At the same time, he touched the heaven-nourishing jade in his chest. He thought to himself, even if it is harmful, I still have the heaven-nourishing jade that counters dark demonic aura. It shouldn't be difficult to get away. With this thought, he floated up. The next moment, he had already spread out his unique divine cognition and found the two figures. After giving a few instructions, he became a ball of black fog and disappeared without a trace with a swoosh. The battle formation had been fully set up. Today was already the evening of the first day. Mo Tianji had already recovered part of his spirit. Previously, he had tried his best to calculate the heavenly secrets, causing his body to become extremely weak. In addition, there was another extremely troublesome matter. This unexpected change made Mo Tianji's situation even worse. After eating an incomplete version of the heavy pill, his body recovered. But even so, the great trickster's brows were still tightly knitted and never relaxed again. Elderly, after today's battle, the Li clan will be gone. Mo Tianji said solemnly. Right now, the two of them were not talking alone but in the main hall of the Li clan, in front of all the high-level supreme martial artists of the Li clan. Mo Tianji did not use telepathy but just said it clearly. The current situation was already clear. No matter how much comforting words such as maybe or maybe were, it was meaningless. Mo Tianji might as well use the most direct method to explain the current situation and break the ice. Li Chuanbuo's expression was calm. He said solemnly, indeed, the Li clan has already lost almost everything. The outcome is already set. Back then, this old man carried out my father's wishes and established the Li clan in a situation where I had almost nothing. I created this foundation that has been passed down for 10,000 years. However, I never dreamed that the Li clan that was established in my hands would also be destroyed by me in the end. But now that things have come to this, no matter how much I feel, it's useless. It's just that I really didn't expect that the Li clan would be destroyed by the hands of its closest brother. It's hard to distinguish between kindness and righteousness. Li Chuanbuo smiled lightly. Although there is always a reason behind everything, now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Just take it as repayment for the sins that the Li clan has committed all these years. We'll use the entire Li clan to repay them completely. Li Chuanbuo chuckled. Senior is magnanimous. Mo Tianji sincerely praised. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, the outcome is already unavoidable. But, we still have to face it. I will do my best to make the invaders pay the heaviest price. Mo Tianji insipidly said, tonight, let's take our positions. The battle of life and death is right in front of us. Everyone, if there's anything that needs to be said or done, you must finish everything before tonight. Once the time is up, there won't be any more chances. We've already made preparations long ago. We don't have any more worries. We can only do our best to kill the enemy. Everyone shouted in unison. We've killed a lot of people. We've killed a lot of enemies and innocent people. We've also done a lot of outrageous things. If we can drag a few people down with us when we're about to die, it'll be worth it. That's right. We're already doomed. Then, what's the point of being reluctant? Killing to our heart's content is the most important thing. Mo Tianji nodded. He thought to himself, if the various signs earlier are really the omens of the extraterrestrial demon's descent, then it's important that we end the war here as soon as possible. No matter what, the big clans will have to suffer great losses in this war. As for the future developments, there's really no way to predict it now. That night, Li Chuanbuo stood alone at the top of the mountain. His peak second-level supreme martial artist divine cognition spread out without any reservation and shot straight into the sky. As the divine cognition spread out, the falling snow in the sky was actually completely driven out by his will. An extremely powerful force stirred up the weather just like that. Everyone present could clearly see that the wind and snow in the sky could no longer invade Li Chuanbuo's surroundings. The area that they couldn't invade gradually expanded as though there was no limit at all. In the end, even the clouds and mist in the sky were neatly separated by the divine cognition. Slowly shifting to the sides, it was as though two large hands were slowly pushing the clouds and mist apart, revealing the clear blue sky in the northwest that hadn't been completely revealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone from the Li clan below couldn't help but raise their heads and stare at this newly revealed starry sky in a daze. They were witnessing this huge miracle of using human strength to drive away the wind and snow, push away the clouds and mist, and see the starry sky. The night was deep. The starry sky was as vast as the sea, as though it contained countless secrets. The northwest starry sky that was shrouded in wind and snow all year round. At this moment, heaven and earth were clear and transparent, and the universe was clear and bright. Perhaps this was the only time they would ever see it in their entire lives. Tears suddenly streamed down someone's face, choking up so much that he couldn't speak anymore. Li Chuanbuo's expression was unusually solemn, filled with a touch of pilgrimage. The Northwest, the Li clan has been entrenched here for more than 10,000 years, yet our grandchildren have never seen the true appearance of the starry sky. Tonight, at this moment, since the clan has already reached the end of its existence, then let us return to silence under the starry sky that we have never seen before. For this, even if I exhaust all my cultivation, what harm is there in that, in the distance, on top of a tall mountain? The founding ancestor of the Xiao clan, Xianxia, stood quietly with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the abnormal phenomenon in the sky. The clouds and mist in the sky were moving abnormally, and he let out a long and deep sigh. Suddenly, he understood Li Chuanbuo's intention. Do you want to die in battle under the starry sky? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, his white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. A similar peak-grade supreme martial artist aura soared into the sky, instantly winding through the sky. He was actually using his endless cultivation to continue moving the clouds and mist, moving them endlessly away from his side. The moment he made his move, Li Chuanbuo immediately sensed it. His eyes flickered, but he didn't make any response in the end. He only immediately withdrew the power in that direction and turned to push the clouds on the other side with all his might, continuing to push them in the opposite direction. The area of the starry sky became wider and wider. In the end, the direction of the clouds and mist gradually became inertia. Although the two of them had already stopped and withdrawn their astonishing cultivation, the clouds and mist in midair still rolled and rolled away to both sides. On this day and this night, in the northwest horizon, there was no wind, no snow, no clouds, and no mist. The blue sky was clear and bright, not a speck of dust could be seen. The northwest sky, which had been covered by wind, snow, and clouds for hundreds of thousands of years, revealed its original appearance of endless magnificence. For the first time. Such stars, such a night, such a massacre, such emotions. The sky that was originally covered was now even clearer and cleaner than other places. The starlight also seemed to shine even more brightly. Suddenly, two long howls soared into the sky, accompanied by the different emotions of their owners. Li Chuanbuo stood alone on the peak and howled into the sky. His howl was like a dragon, stretching across the vast sky. However, it carried with it endless longing and endless bitterness. Father, you have already been missing for 10,000 years, a whole 10,000 years, but I don't know if you are still around. If you are still around, which part of this starry sky would you be at? Would you be overlooking the earth and watching the common people? Would you know that our Li clan will decline tonight? On this night, the two supreme martial artists stood on their respective peaks just like that, not moving at all. Even though their cultivation was top-notch and distance didn't exist between them, they still didn't look at each other. However, they also seemed to be accompanying each other. On the morning of the 10th day, the decisive battle was about to arrive. Mo Tianji appeared on one of the tallest peaks near the battlefield. By his side, Ao Xiayun and Rui Budong were actually missing, which was rare. There were only Chu Lu-er, Wan Renjia, Qing Duing and Bao Buhuan. However, accompanying and protecting him was Chu Lu-er's request. As Ao Xiayun and Rui Budong were bent on participating in the battle, Chu Lu-er volunteered to be their bodyguard. Reaching the peak and facing the vast earth and vast sky, Chu Lu-er couldn't help but feel very carefree. An inexplicable feeling rose in her heart. No wonder so many men want to reach the peak. It turns out that this feeling is really good, really good. Although I am a woman, I also want to stand at the peak of the world like today. How do you feel? Not bad, right? Mo Tianji asked with a smile. Very good. Really very good. Chu Lu-er's pretty eyes sparkled. One day, we will stand at the true peak. Mo Tianji smiled warmly. Although this is the peak, it is only the peak within the range of the heavens. The peak today is just the beginning for us. That's all. I know that you are talking about the true peak, the legendary heavenly imperial court. Chu Lu-er smiled and said, I also want to go up there. The most important thing is that I also want to stand at the true peak. Chu Lu-er suddenly laughed crisply and shouted, I will definitely go up there. I will definitely go up there. Her crisp and tender voice traveled far and wide, reverberating in the air for a long time. Several patches of snow on the nearby mountain peaks were shaken off, making a loud rumbling sound. Everyone on the battlefield looked up at the same time, searching for the owner of the voice. It's Lu-er. Why is she on the battlefield? What is she doing here? In the distance, Wu Juoqing was a little anxious. Why is this little girl not listening to me and running around? Is this a fun place? Chu Yang was also a little surprised. Why is Lu here? Wu Juiqing frowned. In the end, he was still worried. He said, I have to go and warn them. Don't let this bunch of bastards implicate my disciple. Weapons have no eyes. It's better to take precautions beforehand. Before Chu Yang could say anything, Wu Juiqing had already descended the snowy peak with his white robes fluttering in the wind. Now that both sides were facing a great enemy and on the verge of fighting, Wu Juiqing actually went down to warn both sides. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Big brother, a great battle is about to begin here. You're not even participating, yet you're interfering with other people's decisions. However, Minister Chu was still in full agreement with Wu Juiqing's decision. Who asked the beneficiary to be my younger sister, Diwu Qingru? On the top of the mountain, Mo Tianji raised his voice and shouted. His voice rang out. On the opposite side, on a similarly highest peak, Diwu Qingru sat upright. Beside him were only Lan Mofeng and a few others. The two supreme commanders naturally had a tacit understanding. This battle was the moment to determine the true victor between the two of them, regardless of whether it was inside or outside the game. Mo Tianji. Diwu Qingru smiled. Today, we'll settle this with a battle. Mo Tianji's clear voice reverberated in the air. No regrets in life or death, no regrets in victory or defeat. Diwu Qingru smiled and said, that's right. No regrets in life or death, no regrets in victory or defeat. Although Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru were very far away and couldn't really see each other, they could still hear each other's words clearly. The sound transmissions from supreme martial artist level experts traveled exceptionally far in the silent and relatively empty sky. The moment they realized that they were standing on opposite peaks, there was a smile in their eyes. That was a smile of knowing each other's hearts and understanding. It was indeed so. A well-matched opponent was, in another sense, a confidant. The pride of a military advisor of a generation and the conceit of a legendary tactician made the two of them choose to confront each other head-on in this final battle, a head-on confrontation, deployment of troops, battle formations against the enemy, to determine the victor. With a dignified army, with a righteous flag, with a mighty and magnificent overt scheme, to completely defeat the other party, only a head-on deployment of troops and battle formations was the true standard of a legendary tactician. Schemes and tricks, winning by surprise, could ultimately only be used in coincidental moments. Moreover, devious and unusual schemes would also give the other party a lot of unnecessary buffer time. As the saying went, speed is the most important thing in war. In such a head-on deployment of troops and battle formations, one mistake would result in the loss of the entire game. Once a move was lost, it would be difficult to recover. Even if the losing party reacted later, it would still be a beat too late. And this lap would often determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, to predict the direction of the battle and make timely responses, there must not be any mistakes. Any miscalculation could lead to an irreversible failure. If they didn't deal with it properly, it would easily lead to many casualties. Countless lives would disappear before their eyes. The two strategists simultaneously launched the cruelest way of fighting for the strategists. At present, the strength of both sides was not very balanced, and the allied forces held too much of an advantage. On the side of the 8 great clans and the law enforcement officer coalition army, there was 1 peak-grade supreme martial artist, 8 middle-grade supreme martial artists, 48th grade supreme martial artists, 10 7th-grade supreme martial artists, more than 200 middle-grade supreme martial artists, and more than 1,000 supreme martial artists of various levels. There were also 15,000 Saint-level experts. As for the Li clan side, Jiyu had 1 high-grade supreme martial artist and 3 low-grade supreme martial artists. The friends whom Li Chuanbua had relied on the most in his life had also appeared in this battle. The life and death divine blade Chu Xianxia, who was known as the life guarantee, also came out at the last moment and appeared. Chu Xianxia was a middle-stage supreme martial artist and Li Chuanbua's sworn brother. He was known as the divine saber of life and death and was a rare saber supreme in the level heavens continent. He was also Li Chuanbua's last and greatest trump card. Other than that, there were 8 8th grade supreme martial artists, 17 7th grade supreme martial artists, and 25 middle-grade supreme martial artists. There were 10 fifth-grade supreme martial artists, and another 10 supreme martial artists below them. There were a total of 1,000 fifth-grade martial artists and above, even if Mo Tianji, Ao Xieyun, and a few others were included. The overall strength assessment was just a drop in the bucket. It was difficult to affect the balance of the overall situation. In terms of the actual strength of both sides, the difference was calculated by 10 times, therefore, what Diwu Qingru wanted was complete victory. With such an advantage, if he still couldn't achieve complete victory in the end, it would be equivalent to Diwu Qingru losing to Mo Tianji. Diwu Qingru's bottom line was to lose 20% of his strength in exchange for the complete destruction of the Li clan, and Mo Tianji's standard was to cause unlimited damage to the enemy with the limited military strength they had now. At the very least, they had to cause more than 30% damage to the enemy. This was the goal that Mo Tianji had set for himself. In a situation where one's strength was obvious, to cause such damage with a weak military strength was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No, what was so difficult about ascending to the heavens? As long as one was a second-grade supreme martial artist, he or she would have the ability to do so. Therefore, the difficulty should be comparable to breaking through the void. The final outcome of the battle had long been decided. There would be no accidents with the eventual destruction of the Li clan. So much so that both sides wouldn't deliberately care about that anymore. The only thing that was worth paying attention to was the performance of both sides in this battle. The bleak sound of the bugle horn suddenly rang out. It reverberated in this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Fight! More than 10,000 people from both sides roared at the same time. This wasn't the roar of an ordinary person. Any one of these people participating in the battle was a well-known expert outside. In the lower three heavens, they were all characters who could be called kings or ancestors. How rich was their Dan Tianqi? Tens of thousands of people from both sides roared at the same time. Apart from being spectacular, there was also endless power. It actually caused hundreds of mountains in the surroundings to collapse at the same time. However, the earth-shattering commotion caused by that kind of natural power was as insignificant as silence in front of the roars of tens of thousands of people. Kill! Another loud roar rang out. The accumulated snow within a radius of thousands of miles was shaken to the point that it jumped up one after another. Vertical lines of snow dust appeared on the ground. However, it was as if countless silver dragons were dancing under the firmament. A ray of sunlight suddenly rose, and tens of thousands of golden rays illuminated the earth. A clear starry sky appeared in the northwest last night. This morning, they bathed in the first time in hundreds of thousands of years that the sun shone on everything. On the Li clan's side, they were similarly seething with excitement. Thump, 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 on Diwu Qingru's side, hundreds of heavy drums slowly and dully rang out. The army moved forward in an orderly manner. The final battle was about to begin. It could happen at any moment. Cough cough. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Right at this moment, a very clear and bright voice suddenly rang out. The voice didn't seem very loud, but just this one sentence suppressed the roars of tens of thousands of people in one fell swoop. Who was the newcomer? He actually had such a profound cultivation. Xianxia was originally sitting on the back of a snow-white snow lion with his eyes narrowed, using it as a means of transportation. He didn't care about anything that was happening around him and was only waiting for the battle with Li Chuanhua. He was actually looking forward to the arrival of this battle very much, but he also hoped that this battle could come a little later. His feelings could be said to be extremely contradictory. But this sudden sentence was like a demonic voice that penetrated his brain, directly piercing into his ears. Xianxia opened his eyes abruptly and looked toward the direction of the voice. Under everyone's gaze, a white-robed figure slowly floated down from the sky above the battlefield. When he reached a height of 180 feet, he stopped and stood quietly in the void. The newcomer lowered his head slightly and looked indifferently at the allied forces in front of him. An invisible pressure came crashing down from above. Xianxia suddenly felt as if his chest was suddenly pressed down by a huge rock. He actually felt a little breathless and suffocated. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. With Xianxia's cultivation, even if a rock weighing a few hundred kilograms or a few thousand kilograms really pressed down on his chest, he might not feel suffocated. But at this moment, he really had such a feeling. When he saw Wu Jiuqing's face clearly, his heart was even more shocked. Although he had never met him in person, Wu Jiuqing's portrait was something that every big clan had. Because he was an existence that absolutely couldn't be provoked. An existence that was even more terrifying than Ning Tianya, Bu Luqing and the Feng and Yu couple, poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing, who could poison thousands of miles. Xianxia floated up. He actually didn't soar into the sky but walked over step by step. He walked out of the group and bowed respectfully. To think that Elder Wu would actually grace us with his presence. Qingyu was very apologetic for not going out to meet you. Please forgive me. Xiao Qingyu's attitude caused an uproar among the allied forces. Who was Xiao Qingyu? The first-generation elder master of the Xiao clan, a peak-grade supreme martial artist. And the #1 expert of the allied forces. When had he ever been so submissive to anyone? However, the person before him had accomplished this feat by merely showing himself. From the beginning to the end, he just showed up and said one sentence. Who exactly was this person? There was even a look of heartfelt shock in the eyes of some people. From Xiao Qinyu's words, they could determine who the person in front of them was. They couldn't help but be shocked and see stars. An indescribable feeling of helplessness welled up in them. Could it be that in today's battle, they actually had to fight with this legendary killing star? Wasn't that, courting death? As for the people of the Qin clan who had fought with Wu Jiuqing back then, their faces were even more ashen. There weren't many of them left now. But as long as they still existed, how could they not recognize Wu Jiuqing? Now that they saw Wu Jiuqing again, how could they not remember how Wu Jiuqing didn't really make a move back then and left a ground full of corpses as he talked and laughed? Would Wu Jiuqing's sudden appearance affect today's battle situation? Because this legendary figure had the ability to change the entire situation. Other than having the strength of a peak-grade supreme martial artist, Wu Jiuqing was also the poison doctor. If he participated in this battle, he might really change the battle situation. Even if the allied forces could still win in the end, they would definitely have to pay an extremely heavy price. Wu Jiuqing stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He said, Xiao Qinyu, so you're the one in charge here. Xiao Qinyu was a little disdainful. He thought to himself, who would believe that you don't know that I'm here? To think that you're pretending not to know. He said respectfully, yes, I'm the one in charge here. At this moment, the leaders of the other clans also came over to pay their respects. Wu Jiuqing nodded slowly. I'm not here for battle. Wu Jiuqing said calmly, I'm here for a personal matter. I'd like to make a request to all of you. The moment Wu Jiuqing said this, the higher-ups of the allied forces were elated. Luckily, this terrible old monster wasn't the Li clan's reinforcements. If he was, would we be able to take him down if half of our experts were not dead? Otherwise, why would he say that Xiao Qinyu was the clan head of the Xiao clan? His words were cleverly said, not only putting Wu Jiuqing on a pedestal, but also ensuring that he would not participate in the battle. Not to mention that Wu Jiuqing was definitely not the Li clan's helper. Even if he was, he would be too embarrassed to say it now. Don't talk nonsense, I won't fall for it. If I'm really here to help the Li clan, no matter how beautiful your words are, I will still take action. Let's get down to business, I'm only here to say one thing. I want to say something seriously, said Wu Jiuqing indifferently. He turned around and pointed. Do you see that? That little girl over there is my disciple. Xiao Qinyu raised his eyes and took a look. Instantly, his face turned bitter. At such a distance, even a peak-level supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to see anything. He didn't know what Wu Jiuqing was pointing at, but there was no doubt that he was pointing at the Li clan. That is my only disciple, Chu Lu. Wu Jiuqing said indifferently, she is there now. I don't wish for her to be harmed by anyone. That's all. Everyone was speechless. That was the enemy's command center, the absolute core area. Now it had become a restricted area? They couldn't move anymore? And that's all? What kind of words were these? What kind of situation was this? There was already a strategy in the previous battle plan. When everyone wanted to join the battle, they would gather the most elite experts to execute a decapitation operation to eliminate the Li clan's high-end combat power. Now that Wu Jiuqing said this, wasn't it obvious that he was biased, but if they didn't agree, they didn't dare to, even a peak-level supreme martial artist like Xianxia didn't dare to. Seeing that no one agreed, Wu Jiuqing was a little angry. His voice became a little colder. That is my disciple, my only disciple. Do you all understand? His tone was close to berating. Everyone only felt a lump in their chest, almost unable to breathe. But facing Wu Jiuqing, facing the poison doctor, who dared to say no, if the allied forces didn't hesitate to fight, they indeed had the ability to kill Wu Jiuqing. But at least 80% of the people present, or even more, would be wiped out. And it was only a possibility. The results of the battle belonged to everyone, but their lives belonged to them. Against Wu Jiuqing, there was the possibility of being consigned to eternal damnation at every turn. Whoever was willing to take the lead, whoever took the lead would be done for first. Xiaoqingyu pondered for a moment before replying respectfully, we naturally wouldn't dare to offend Senior Wu's beloved disciple. But now that the two sides are at war, it's inevitable that your beloved disciple won't be taken care of properly. Senior Wu, since you don't intend to participate in the war, why don't you take your beloved disciple away from the battlefield? That way, you can have the best of both worlds. He thought to himself, Wu Jiuqing is the god of plagues, so his disciple must also be the god of plagues. Even if she's just a little girl, her use of poison is equally terrifying. If he could send these two demons away, he would be able to avoid a lot of losses. Wu Jiuqing rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? My disciple is still young, and accompanying an old man like me every day isn't very interesting. I'm also old, and I don't understand what this little girl likes to do. Now that she's finally found something fun to do, how can I interrupt my disciple's fun? Xiaoqingyu's mouth was agape. Looking at Wu Jiuqing, he almost couldn't believe his own ears. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. Play? Something fun to do? Don't interrupt your disciple's fun, this. These words were really too powerful. To be able to say such a thing, it was truly too strange. This is a battle of life and death between both sides. You guys are here to play, your disciple is playing with the lives of tens of thousands of people on our side, and you actually want us to play with her? We can't hurt her, what the heck? Xiaoqingyu's face was bitter. He said, we naturally don't dare to offend your disciple. But if your disciple attacks our people first? Wu Jiuqing was furious at once. How can I care so much? It's her freedom to attack whoever she wants. Can I restrict my disciple's freedom? But if others attack her, it's a provocation to me, Wu Jiuqing. I will never forgive them. Xiaoqingyu and the high-level supreme martial artists of the various clans almost fainted. What was he saying? Was there anything more pompous, shameless, and unreasonable than this sentence in the world? I know you're protective of your disciple, but you can't be so protective. You've really become the role model of the heavens. Only your disciple is allowed to attack others, and that's actually her. Freedom? This freedom really makes one speechless. And the counterattack of others is actually a provocation to you? Then if your disciple attacks us, can we only wait with our necks stretched out? If your disciple actually thinks that it's dirty, then shouldn't we wash our necks clean before being slaughtered? Instantly, resentment filled the air. One of them couldn't help but say, Elder Wu, isn't this a little unreasonable? Wu Jiuqing rolled his eyes and laughed strangely. Unreasonable? Have you heard? When have I, Wu Jiuqing, ever been reasonable? Suddenly, he took a step forward and said with a smile, what is reasonable? Come, explain it to me. That person was so scared that he kept retreating. He said repeatedly, yes. Elder Wu's words are reasonable, everyone felt aggrieved. For a moment, they even felt like cutting their own throats. Wu Jiuqing took in all their reactions. He let out a cold laugh and said, you're right. Staying in this world is the truth. Let me reiterate again, I will not participate in your battle. This kind of worldly battle formation is indeed completely meaningless to me. However, if my disciple is injured because of this, then, no matter which clan he is injured in, there is no need for that clan to exist anymore. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Mother **Cur, you've already stepped forward to take sides, and you still have the cheek to say that you won't participate. If you're not participating, then what are you doing here? Are you here to do some freaking performance art? No matter how nasty the curses were in their hearts, no one dared to make a sound. At this point, whoever made a sound would be the unlucky one. Everyone could tell that Wu Jiuqing was a little angry. His eyes also had some malicious intentions, as if he was looking for someone to show his power to, who would be willing to step forward and be this chicken to warn others. Even if their heads were kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't step forward. Wu Jiuqing smiled and said, "Xiaoqinyu, do you think I can do it?" Xiaoqingyu's complexion turned purple. He took 2 deep breaths and forcefully suppressed his anger. Senior's divine might is unparalleled. Destroying a mere clan by yourself is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. Wu Jiuqing laughed and said, "Well said. My request is that simple. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Everyone, fight as you should. Just don't make any mistakes. I'll take my leave now." Then, he actually smiled. That little girl is actually here to play. If you let her play happily, won't everyone be happy? Her name is Lu. Lu, of course, has to be happy. His white figure soared into the sky with a whoosh. With a turn in the air, he disappeared without a trace. Only then did everyone feel the huge pressure on them disappear instantly. They all let out a sigh of relief. Did everyone hear that? Xiaoqingyu said with a dark face, "No one is allowed to touch that little girl. Don't make any mistakes. And don't make any mistakes." Everyone felt so wrong that they wanted to die. Mother *Cur, what is this? You already told us not to make any mistakes, and you still want us to fight as we should? How else can we fight? Mother Cur, who the hell wants to touch that little girl? We want to touch the people around her, that master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji. Now, if we touch Mo Tianji, that little girl definitely won't let us. If we touch that little girl, Wu Jiuqing will definitely not let us, and the consequence will be that our entire clan will be destroyed. But if we don't move, are we just going to watch that little girl calmly command us, and we're even responsible for letting her play happily? Won't everyone be happy? Pooh. How could you say something like that? If we don't all die, will your disciple be happy? If we want to let her play happily, then we'll all commit mass suicide. Should we be happy just because her name is Lu? Then if I change my name to Exterminating the World, won't I really exterminate the world? Damn it, in all the wars that we've fought, we've never fought with such grievances. Yi Xiaoyao said, "Elder Xiao is right. Everyone, don't make any mistakes. Whoever wants to touch her can do it. Anyway, the Yi clan won't touch her." Everyone rolled their eyes. Mother Cur. Xiaoqingyu cursed angrily and turned around. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly. They felt as if they had eaten feces. The imposing aura and high fighting spirit just now were actually reduced by half. On the contrary, the aura of the other side was like a tsunami. The sound of killing was earth-shattering. Everyone's blood was boiling. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, both sides that were about to fight to the death were silent. Diwu Qingru looked at the vast plains in front of him and was really puzzled. On such a flat terrain, what exactly did Mo Tianji rely on to be so confident and sure of dealing with him? The main battlefield of the two sides was surrounded by mountains. Only the boundary of the heart was unusually vast and empty, like a plain. This was a little strange. Battles that took place on such a battlefield were usually only suitable for frontal assaults, and not for any kind of strategy or layout. No matter how ingenious one's improvisation was, in such a vast plain, one would lose most of the opportunities. Because no matter what changes one made, in such an environment where there was almost no concealment, the other side would definitely see it at the first moment. As long as there was no fundamental error in judgment, it would not affect the outcome of the battle. And with Diwu Qingru's wisdom, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a fundamental error in judgment. In other words, Mo Tianji had chosen this place for the decisive battle. And this was tantamount to fixing himself in a position where he was bound to lose. There was such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Yet, they still chose to fight head-on without taking advantage of the terrain advantage. Wasn't it puzzling? Bookhouse. 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 Mo Tianji didn't look like someone who would commit suicide. Further north of the plains was a continuous stretch of mountains. This was the location of the final battle that Diwu Qingruo had predicted. The Li clan, as the host, had the advantage of being familiar with the terrain. Wouldn't they be able to unleash their strength better? Taking advantage of the situation and defeating the enemy was the right way to go. Not only Diwu Qingru, but even Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the others also fixed their gazes on this place. However, Mo Tianji took the initiative to move the battlefield 1,000 miles forward. In this way, the geographical advantage was gone. The Li clan, whose actual strength was far inferior, lost the geographical advantage and became even weaker. What was Mo Tianji trying to do? Xiaoqinyu and the others rushed back and told Diwu Qingru about Wu Juqing's interference. This news was enough to affect the final outcome of the battle. Naturally, they had to inform the leader of the final battle as soon as possible. However, what puzzled everyone was that Diwu Qingru wasn't angry but happy when he heard the news. Under such an absolute advantage, if he still wanted to use the decapitation operation to assassinate Mo Tianji and disrupt the morale of the army and destroy the last source of confidence of the Li clan, he would be clearly bullying them. In a battle between two armies, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Diwu Qingru could use the decapitation operation against anyone. Even against Chu Yang, the master of the Calamity Sword, as long as there was a need, he would still use the decapitation operation without hesitation. He would first destroy the command pivot and the pillar of confidence of the enemy. However, against Mo Tianji, whether there was a way or not, he was absolutely unwilling to use such a method. He could be despicable and shameless on the battlefield, but he couldn't touch the command pivot. Because Mo Tianji was the same as Diwu Qingru. He was an existence that fought with his brain. The battle between them was only a battle between the wise. They only relied on their own intelligence and wisdom against the enemy. If he couldn't give Mo Tianji a relatively fair fight and simply used the strongest force to crush and kill a wise man, even Diwu Qingru himself would feel that he had an unfair advantage and wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He might even develop an inner demon because of this. He would vaguely feel that he was afraid of losing to Mo Tianji. That was why he used such a purely violent method that shouldn't be used. That was why he didn't agree with such a strategic plan. If it weren't for the insistence of the clan heads, Diwu Qingru would have completely rejected this proposal. Now that Wu Juqing had intervened, Mo Tianji could use this as a pretext to make a fuss. This was exactly what Diwu Qingru wanted. Therefore, Diwu Qingru didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust towards this unfavorable variable. In fact, he was actually very grateful to Wu Juqing. Why did Mo Tianji choose that place for the final battle? Mo Laer was very suspicious. When the two of them saw that there was no movement, they also went down to take a look. He had just returned. Due to Mo Tianji's change of plans, their ambush location became somewhat far away from the battlefield. As the last and strongest successor of the Black Demon, Mo Laer naturally had a lot of knowledge about battle formations and killing. Top-notch assassins were the most sensitive to geographical environments. However, she was clueless about Mo Tianji's choice. She really didn't understand why Mo Tianji had given up on a good location for the decisive battle. Time, location, and people, these were the essential elements of a battle since ancient times. The time was decided by both sides. So, it was indisputable. As for the people, the decision-makers of both sides had the highest authority, and no one could disobey their orders. Therefore, both sides were more or less equally matched in this aspect. Moreover, Mo Tianji's overall fighting strength wasn't taken into account. As for the location, it was almost the only place where Mo Tianji and the Li clan had a slight advantage. Yet, Mo Tianji chose to do the opposite and gave up his advantage at the crucial moment of the decisive battle. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't have any doubts about this either. He was also very confused. Rubbing his chin, he said, "This battle formation, what is it for? Is it to set up a battle formation? But even if it's a battle formation, it's not like Diwu Qingru doesn't know it. In the face of superior forces, even the most mysterious battle formation would be useless." Mo Qingwu smiled lightly and said, "I advise you not to waste your time thinking about it. If you can guess my second brother's intentions, Diwu Qingru would have guessed it long ago too. Don't worry. My second brother has never been willing to take a loss when doing things. Since he has set it up like this, he must have his reasons. Just watch his performance. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Little Wu is right. It's because even we can't understand it that Diwu Qingru definitely can't either. Although I don't understand, I have a feeling that Diwu Qingru will definitely suffer a big loss this time. Mo Tianji is so evil. Mo Qingwu said unhappily, how is my second brother evil? Doesn't he just like to pretend to be mysterious so that people can't understand him? That's not to the extent of saying that he's evil. Seeing that Mo Qingwu didn't agree with him, Chu Yang smiled obsequiously and said, whatever little Wu says is right. You're right. Women still need to be coaxed. He thought in his heart, with the past and present misunderstandings resolved, it seems that Mo Tianji's status is showing signs of rising. This won't do. I have to suppress him as soon as possible. Mo Qingwu said, but second brother is indeed quite annoying sometimes. For example, every time he succeeds in his schemes, I want to turn around and leave when I see the smug smile on his face. Chu Yang said in surprise, smug smile? What smug smile? Does Tianji have that kind of smug smile? Why didn't I notice it? Mo Qingwu curled her lips and said, that's because you're ignorant. Every time his face shows that kind of mysterious and confident smile, it's when he's the most smug in his heart. Every time he makes people run in circles, he'll smile like that. He's especially good at pretending. In the eyes of others, he's a strategist and has a great demeanor. But only I know that at that time, he's already bursting with joy, beaming from ear to ear and getting carried away. Chu Yang's face was full of sweat. At most, I said that he's bad. You're not happy, but what did you say about him yourself? But in the end, no one knew him better than his sister. Mo Qingwu's memories from her past life had recovered. Coupled with the impressions of this life, her analysis of Mo Tianji could be said to be at the level of an expert. He might not be able to analyze other people so thoroughly, but analyzing Mo Tianji was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. It was incomparably accurate. He was the brains of a generation, the peerless military advisor. In this world, the only person who could restrain him was his younger sister. This matter, no matter how you looked at it, was a little comical, or rather, it should be said that everything has its nemesis. The greatest nemesis of Mo Tianji was none other than Mo Qingwu. Regardless of the joys and sorrows, the sun rose as usual. It added a lot of magnificent and fantastical splendor to this land before the battle. It hadn't appeared in this northwest land for hundreds of thousands of years. But today, the sun shone brightly. The beautiful scenery created was enchanting, enough to dazzle anyone. It was unknown if the heavens and earth also wanted to bear witness to this vast battle, but a cloud of snow mist suddenly rose into the air. It floated in the air, neither high nor low. Under the illumination of the sun, it transformed into a rainbow-colored rainbow. Moreover, it was constantly changing shape and color. At times, it was like a rainbow that traversed the heaven and earth. At other times, it turned into countless galloping horses that soared into the sky. At other times, it turned into pavilions and towers. Everyone couldn't help but be a little fascinated by this strange sight. At this moment, it was as if everyone wasn't here to fight but to sightsee. However, just as everyone was watching this rare spectacle with rapt attention, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Mo Tianji said indifferently, elderly, Gong Mi have an absolute divine formation, start setting it up immediately. Li Chuanbo nodded and waved his hand. The people below immediately got into action. Then, the flags fluttered and swayed. The team of 8,000 people immediately gathered, Mo Tianji's gentle voice rang in the air. Brother Diwu, the formation has been activated. Do you dare to break it? Mo Tianji was challenging him. Formation, Diwu Qingrou's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked over. 7 to 8 people suddenly leaped out from the opposite side. They descended from the mountain as if they were riding on clouds. Then, teams of martial artists emerged from the clouds in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Like long dragons, they swarmed toward the battlefield. Could it be that Mo Tianji wants to compete with me in terms of formations? Diwu Qingrou's eyes were solemn, but he was sneering in his heart. Mo Tianji, should I say that you're overestimating yourself or that you're underestimating this battle of wits? One wrong move and you'll lose everything. A rash decision will lead to an irreversible defeat. It's definitely not just a matter of words, Mo Tianji, you're obviously too rash. In the Li clan team, the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists led by Xianxia at the front had already crossed the central line between the two sides. However, they still didn't stop. The speed of supreme martial artist experts was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had advanced another 17 to 18 miles. Their current position was already not far from the Allied forces. Even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see them. If the entire area was compared to a straight line, then their current position was already 2/3 of the way. Just as the Allied forces were about to move out to meet the enemy, the momentum of the 8 supreme martial artists suddenly stopped. They attacked at the same time. However, their target wasn't anyone on the Allied forces' side. With a loud boom, snow filled the sky, snow flew into the air, blurring one's vision. Even the strongest experts couldn't see anything under such low visibility. They could only hear the continuous sounds of attacks and explosions. The 8 supreme martial artists seemed to be carrying out some kind of work in that thick fog. Diwu Qingru waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down and not act rashly. They should wait for the enemy to come. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the other party could come up with. Since Mo Tianji was challenging him directly, it meant that the other party must have made arrangements. However, no matter what arrangements Mo Tianji could come up with, Diwu Qingru had absolute confidence that he could break them. Coping with all changes by remaining unchanged was a military principle. The Li clan, as the host, had the advantage of being familiar with the terrain. Wouldn't they be able to unleash their strength better? Taking advantage of the situation and defeating the enemy was the right way to go. Not only Diwu Qingru, but even Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the others also fixed their gazes on this place. However, Mo Tianji took the initiative to move the battlefield 1,000 miles forward. In this way, the geographical advantage was gone. The Li clan, whose actual strength was far inferior, lost the geographical advantage and became even weaker. What was Mo Tianji trying to do? Xianxia and the others rushed back and told Diwu Qingru about Wu Jucheng's interference. This news was enough to affect the final outcome of the battle. Naturally, they had to inform the leader of the final battle at the first opportunity. However, what puzzled everyone was that Diwu Qingru wasn't angry when he heard the news. Instead, he was happy. With such an absolute advantage, if he still wanted to assassinate Mo Tianji and disrupt the morale of the army and destroy the last source of confidence of the Li clan, it would be obvious that he was bullying them. In a battle between two armies, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Diwu Qingru could use the method of decapitation against anyone. Even against Chu Yang, the master of the Calamity Sword, as long as there was a need, he would still use decapitation without hesitation. He would first destroy the command pivot and the pillar of confidence of the enemy. However, against Mo Tianji, whether there was a way or not, he was absolutely unwilling to use such methods. He could be despicable and shameless on the battlefield, but he couldn't touch the command pivot. Because Mo Tianji was the same as Diwu Qingru. He was an existence that used his brain to fight. The battle between them was only a battle between the wise. They only relied on their own intelligence and wisdom to defeat the enemy. If he couldn't give Mo Tianji a relative fairness and simply used the strongest force to crush and kill a wise person, even Diwu Qingru himself would feel that he had an unfair advantage and wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He might even develop an inner demon and vaguely feel that he was afraid of losing to Mo Tianji. That was why he used such a purely violent method that shouldn't be used. That was why he didn't agree with such a strategic plan. If it weren't for the insistence of the clan heads, Diwu Qingru would have completely rejected this proposal. Now, with Wu Jucheng's interference, Mo Tianji could use this as a pretext to make a fuss. And this was exactly what Diwu Qingru wanted. Therefore, Diwu Qingru didn't have the slightest bit of disgust towards this unfavorable variable. Why did Mo Tianji choose that place for the final battle? Mo Layer was very suspicious. Just now, when the two of them saw that there was no movement, they also went down to take a look. He had just returned. Due to Mo Tianji's change of plans, their ambush location became somewhat far away from the battlefield. As the last and strongest successor of the Black Demons, Mo was naturally well-versed in battle formations and killing. Top-notch assassins were the most sensitive to geographical environments. However, she did not understand Mo Tianji's choice. She really didn't understand why Mo Tianji had given up on a good location for the decisive battle. Time, location, and people, these were the essential elements of a battle since ancient times. The time was decided by both sides. So, it was indisputable. As for the people, the decision-makers of both sides had the highest authority, and no one could disobey their orders. Therefore, both sides were more or less equally matched in this aspect. Moreover, Mo Tianji's overall fighting strength wasn't taken into account. Location was the only thing that Mo Tianji and the Li clan had a slight advantage in. Yet, Mo Tianji chose to do the opposite and gave up his advantage at the crucial moment of the decisive battle. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't have any doubts about this. He was also very confused. Rubbing his chin, he said, "This battle formation, what is it for? Is it to set up a battle formation? But even if it's a battle formation, it's not like Diwu Qingru doesn't know it. Against superior numbers, even the most mysterious battle formation would be useless." Mo Qingwu smiled lightly and said, "I advise you not to waste your time thinking about it. If you can guess my second brother's intentions, Diwu Qingru would have guessed it long ago. Don't worry. My second brother has never been willing to take a loss when doing things. Since he has set it up like this, he must have his reasons. Just watch his performance." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Little Wu is right. Because even we can't understand it, Diwu Qingru definitely can't either. I don't understand it, but I have a feeling that Diwu Qingru will definitely suffer a huge loss this time. Mo Tianji is so evil. Mo Qingwu said unhappily, "How is my second brother evil? Doesn't he just like to pretend to be mysterious and make people unable to understand him? That's not to the extent of saying that he's evil." Seeing that Mo Qingwu didn't agree with him, Chu Yang smiled obsequiously and said, "Whatever little Wu says is right. You're right. Women still need to be coaxed." He thought to himself, with the past and present misunderstandings resolved, it seems that Mo Tianji's status is showing signs of rising. This won't do. I have to suppress him as soon as possible. Mo Qingwu said, "But second brother is indeed quite annoying sometimes. For example, every time he succeeds in his schemes, I want to turn around and leave when I see the smug smile on his face." Chu Yang was stunned and said, "Smug smile? What smug smile? Does Tianji have that kind of smug smile? Why didn't I notice it?" Mo Qingwu curled her lips and said, "That's because you're ignorant. Every time he shows that mysterious and confident smile on his face, it's when he's the most smug in his heart. Every time he makes people run in circles, he'll smile like that. He's especially good at pretending. In other people's eyes, he's a strategist and has a great demeanor. But only I know that at that time, he's already bursting with joy in his heart, beaming with joy and losing his sense of measure." Chu Yang's face was full of sweat. "At most, I said that he's bad. You're not happy, but what did you say about him yourself?" But in the end, no one knew him better than his sister. Mo Qingwu's memories from her past life had recovered. Coupled with her impression of this life, her analysis of Mo Tianji could be said to be at the level of an expert. He might not be able to analyze other people so thoroughly, but analyzing Mo Tianji was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. It was incomparably accurate. He was the brains of a generation, the peerless military advisor. In this world, the only person who could restrain him was his younger sister. This matter, no matter how you looked at it, was a little comical, or rather, it should be said that everything has its nemesis. The greatest nemesis of Mo Tianji was none other than Mo Qingwu. Regardless of the joys and sorrows, the sun rose as usual. It added a lot of magnificent and fantastical splendor to this land before the battle. It hadn't appeared in this northwest land for hundreds of thousands of years. But today, the sun shone brightly. The beautiful scenery created was enchanting, enough to dazzle anyone. It was unknown if the heavens and earth also wanted to bear witness to this vast battle, but a cloud of snow mist suddenly rose into the air. It floated in the air, neither high nor low. Under the illumination of the sun, it transformed into a rainbow-colored rainbow. Moreover, it was constantly changing shape and color. At times, it was like a rainbow that traversed the heaven and earth. At other times, it turned into countless galloping horses that soared into the sky. At other times, it transformed into pavilions and towers. Everyone couldn't help but be a little fascinated by this strange sight. At this moment, everyone seemed to not be here to fight but to sightsee. However, just as everyone was focused on this rare sight that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Mo Tianji said indifferently, "Elderly, Gong Mi have an absolute divine formation, start setting it up immediately." Li Chuanbo nodded and waved his hand. The people below immediately got into action. Then, the flags fluttered and swayed. The army of 8,000 people immediately gathered. Mo Tianji's gentle voice rang in the air. "Brother Diwu, the formation has been set up. Do you dare to break it?" Mo Tianji was challenging him. Formation, Diwu Qingrou's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked over. 7 to 8 people suddenly leaped out from the opposite side. They floated down from the mountain as if they were riding on clouds. Then, teams of martial artists emerged from the clouds in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Like long dragons, they swarmed toward the battlefield. Could it be that Mo Tianji wants to compete with me in terms of formations? Diwu Qingrou's eyes were solemn, but he was sneering in his heart. Mo Tianji, should I say that you're overestimating yourself or that you're underestimating this battle of wits? One wrong move and you'll lose everything. A rash decision will lead to an irreversible defeat. It's not just a matter of words, Mo Tianji, you're obviously too rash. In the Li clan's army, the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists led by Li Xianxia at the front had already crossed the center line between the two sides, but they still didn't stop. The speed of supreme martial artist experts was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had advanced another 17 to 18 miles. Their current position was already not far from the Allied forces. Even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see them. If the entire area was compared to a straight line, then their current position was already 2/3 of the way. Just as the Allied forces were about to move out to meet the enemy, the momentum of the 8 supreme martial artists suddenly came to a halt. They attacked at the same time. However, the target of their attack wasn't anyone from the Allied forces. With a boom, snow filled the sky, snow flew into the air, blurring one's vision. No matter how strong an expert was, he couldn't see anything at all under such low visibility. He could only hear the continuous sounds of attacks and explosions. The 8 supreme martial artists seemed to be carrying out some kind of work in that area of thick fog. Diwu Qingrou waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down and not act rashly. They should wait for the enemy to come. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the other party could come up with. Since Mo Tianji had challenged him directly, it meant that the other party must have made arrangements. However, no matter what arrangements Mo Tianji could come up with, Diwu Qingrou had absolute confidence that he could break through them. Countering all changes by remaining unchanged was a military principle. Diwu Qingrou smiled. By then, we won't be breaking the formation but a one-sided massacre. A head-on battle between 8,000 people and 8,000 people. I predict that our 8,000 people will only lose a few hundred at most, or even less, and we will be able to wipe out the 8,000 people of the other party. At the side, an 8th-grade supreme martial artist muttered, "Didn't you say that you want a fair battle? Battle formations? In this case, won't it become a conspiracy again?" Diwu Qingrou snorted and said, "I've already said that this is a decisive battle. What battle formations?" For Mo Tianji to make such a decision, it's his mistake and not us being despicable. This is a decisive battle. Naturally, we'll use all means possible. Everything is for the sake of protecting our own strength and attacking the enemy. Where is there any fairness? All the supreme martial artists expressed their agreement. Yes, yes. If we still insist on a fair battle with the other party at such a time, we'd really be out of our minds. Don't tell me that we have to accept the other party's suggestion of a decisive battle? One of the supreme martial artists nodded fiercely and said, "Yes, do we have to accept the other party's suggestion of a fair one-on-one duel?" With hundreds of thousands of people taking turns to fight, we may all die of old age before the battle is over." Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter at once. As they spoke, Li Chuanbua's voice came from afar. "Gong mi divine formation. Do you dare to fight it? Fight with formations." Xiaoqingyu laughed and said, "Chuanbua, this time, I'll let you win." His voice was full of confidence. Yes, with Diwu Qingrou's arrangement, this extremely dangerous, extravagant and sturdy formation of the other party was just a complete joke. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the battle would be decided. Diwu Qingrou waved his hand and a series of muffled drum beats sounded, seemingly shaking the whole sky. Group after group of experts from the big clans, with bloodthirsty expressions and murderous auras, quickly got into formation. In order to prevent the other party from retreating when they saw that the situation wasn't right, all of this was done extremely quickly in an instant. Then, Diwu Qingrou shouted softly, "Go! Kill!" The flag on the mountain top waved and pointed forward. 8 groups of people shot out like arrows leaving the bow. They were like 8 long swords that could take one's life or soul, surging with murderous intent. On the opposite side, Li Chuanbua's countenance changed drastically as he shouted furiously, "Xiaoqingyu! What is this? How is this a battle formation? How is this a fair battle?" With this kind of momentum, even people who didn't understand Xian cultivation could see that the 8,000 people on this side and the 8,000 people on the other side weren't on the same level. On one hand, primary school students were sent to participate in the battle. On the other hand, they had directly mobilized the regular army. That was the difference. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Xiaoqingyu looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Chuanbua, my good brother. Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. The reason why you've fallen to your current state is because you pursue fairness in everything. But you don't know what fairness is? Fairness, there is no such thing as fairness in this world." Xiaoqingyu's wild laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. Fairness has never existed since the beginning of the world. The sky will always be the sky, and the earth will always be the earth. If we really want to be fair, then shouldn't the heavens and earth also need to swap places every once in a while? Why has it never happened before? Ever since people appeared, there has been even less true fairness. Both are born after 10 months of pregnancy, but some are born in noble families while others can only be born in the thatched huts of beggars. Is this fair? Who do you ask for fairness from? Some are born smart and wise, while others are born stupid. Who do you ask for fairness from? In these hundreds of thousands of years, more than billions of innocent people have died in the hands of experts. Who do these people want to ask for fairness from? Xiaoqingyu burst into laughter. Now, my army is coming with an unstoppable momentum. Their strength is dozens of times more than yours. How can there be any fairness in a battle of life and death? Li Chuanbua trembled all over. Good. 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 Since that's the case, then why do I still pursue fairness? Since I'm going to destroy my family and clan no matter what, I'll just wait and see. The reason why Li Chuanbua shouted that it was unfair earlier was actually because of Mo Tianji's instructions. The purpose of Li Chuanbua's act was naturally to numb the enemy so that they wouldn't see through his true intentions. However, Xiaoqingyu's talk of fairness made Li Chuanbua's heart as cold as dead ashes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 8 troops of the allied forces had already arrived in front of the Li clan's formation. On the top of the mountain, Mo Tianji stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and emotionless as he watched the ant-like crowd below approach. The conversation between Li Chuanbua and Xiaoqingyu reverberated in his ears, but it was as if he didn't hear a single word. It was only when Li Chuanbua finished his last sentence that Mo Tianji's lips curled into a cold smile. He murmured, "That's right. How can there be true fairness in this world? Diwu Qingrou, you have never thought of fairness. I, Mo Tianji, have never thought of it either. Since all of you yearn for unfairness and intend to achieve things through unfairness, then I'll give you unfairness." Chu Lu'er was a little puzzled. She asked, "Big brother Mo, I see that the other party is fully prepared. Aren't those people on our side sending themselves to their deaths? How are you going to give them unfairness?" Mo Tianji's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked down without blinking. He said, "They're not sending themselves to their deaths. Their purpose in coming here is only to perish together with us. This formation is an extremely extravagant bait. It's also an extremely realistic bait. And Diwu Qingru has already swallowed this bait. According to fairness, it's only fair that a 4th-grade martial saint dies at the hands of a 2nd-grade martial saint. After all, the other party has enjoyed more resources than him and has gone through hundreds of years of cultivation more than him. But now, it's all in one pot. What's the point of going to the netherworld together? Mo Tianji looked at the 8 troops of the other party. As expected, they didn't attack the formation from the front. Instead, they entered through the 8 doors. The cold smile on his lips became even more cruel. You didn't intend to fight with me in terms of formations. Actually, I didn't intend to either. Just as Xianxia said, your actual strength is dozens of times greater than ours. Why should I fight with you in terms of formations? Why talk about fairness? You wanted to destroy us easily, but you didn't expect that I wouldn't even give you the chance to do so, because there was no battle here at all. There were only explosions. Diwu Qingru looked at the 8 troops of the other party. They didn't forcefully break through the outer formation. Instead, they followed his instructions and entered the foggy land of the heaven-annihilating divine formation in an orderly manner. His eyes flashed with calmness. Once they entered, it was equivalent to the end of the battle. He seemed to have tasted the results of the first battle. It was just that it wasn't as sweet as he had imagined. Because it seemed a little too simple. Mo Tianji was ultimately too young. His thinking was too simple. He and Chu Yang were heroes. They hoped to use the actions of heroes to demand of the enemy. However, they neglected the enemy's characteristics. I, Diwu Qingru, have never been a hero. I am a formidable person. A formidable person who would do anything for the sake of victory, if they still couldn't win with such a huge disparity in strength, or even if they couldn't win completely, then all the over 8,000 experts who had entered would die of shame without waiting for others to say anything. After the 8,000 people in front of him were wiped out, the Li clan would only be left with high-end forces, the last of their forces. Then, the follow-up plan, just as Diwu Qingru started to consider the future battle situation, suddenly, Li Chuanbua's tragic voice came from the opposite side. Li Chuanbua's voice was like thunder in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The majestic northwest will last for thousands of years. Wind blades and frost swords will bury the snow. The Li clan's spring and autumn has been generous since ancient times. Iron blood and strong aspirations will shake the northern fortress. Heroes will be everywhere. Bless my clan and its name will be passed down for generations. In today's battle, winds will come from all directions. Strong enemies will be oppressed, but iron bones will not grieve. I will return with you, I will be with you. At this moment, Li Chuanbua's voice was unusually heavy and solemn. As if he was mourning, his slow and solemn voice reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. A tragic and stirring momentum, atmosphere, and aura rushed back and forth in the midst of the surrounding snowy mountains in broad daylight. 72 words. Every word was like a gem, sonorous and resonant. They spoke of the Li clan's glory and helplessness. They spoke of the Li clan's grievances, the Li clan's heroism and unyielding spirit, and the Li clan's determination, the determination to fight to the death. While his voice was still reverberating in the air, Diwu Qingru's expression had already changed. He shouted, "Attack immediately! Break the formation at full speed!" His voice became unusually sharp, and there was even a hint of panic in it. This wise man who had been through many battles seemed to have already sensed the arrival of an unknown danger and knew what the other party was going to do. However, opposite him, Li Chuanbua had already shouted fiercely at the same time, "The grandson of the Li clan, I will return with you." In the Gongmi Heaven Absolute Divine Formation, the voices of 8,000 people rang out tragically. "The grandson of the Li clan, I will return with you." With the tragic roar, all the Li clan members who had not participated in the battle, regardless of gender or age, dropped to their knees at the same time, sobbing uncontrollably. Those of the Li clan who were supreme martial artists and above, led by Li Chuanbua, bowed to the ground at the same time. They didn't get up for a long time. Right at this moment, boom! An unprecedentedly loud explosion suddenly rang out. 8,000 martial saints and 10 supreme martial artists self-destructed at the same time. the power of the explosion this time was practically earth-shattering. In fact, it was unprecedented and unparalleled. Although it was often said to be earth-shattering, it didn't really live up to its name. However, the explosion this time really lived up to its name. In fact, not only was it earth-shattering, it was also an unprecedentedly huge explosion. Xianxia, who was already at the peak of supreme martial artist, was actually shaken by the aftershocks of the explosion. He could only feel a roar in his head. At the position where the Gongmi Heaven Absolute Divine Formation was previously, a huge black hole appeared, extending in all directions with crackling sounds. Under this clear and bright sky, many dark and sinister space cracks appeared like demonic snakes. The 8,000 brothers of the Li clan and the 8,000 experts of the allied forces who had just entered were all annihilated at the same time. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. From small to large, it soared high into the sky and spread out. Countless broken limbs and body parts were turned into debris and shot out in all directions. Rumble. The nearby mountains and those that were nearby directly collapsed. The foundation of the entire mountain started to shake. Amidst the avalanche, the large rocks on the mountain jumped up as if they were alive. Then, like dumplings, they fell down and the mountain collapsed. Rumble. Thousands of feet of snow on the entire land jumped up and down along with the explosion. As the mushroom cloud rose, clouds of snow and dust that were thousands of feet thick also rose up. In this instant, it was as if many more pillars had been added to the northwest. Diwu Qingru was violently shaken. His face was pale. He felt that the mountain under his feet was collapsing. He hurriedly took preventive measures. Beside him, countless people rolled on the ground like gourds. They couldn't stand properly at all. Golden bells rang in their ears. In that instant, everyone lost their hearing at the same time. Diwu Qingru secretly cried out in his heart that he had miscalculated. As a wise man, he had instantly figured out the true meaning of Mo Tianji's plan. He didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless. The lives of 8,000 experts turned into an earth-shattering sound in an instant. This ruthlessness, this decisiveness, this boldness of a warrior cutting his wrist, this was truly a huge move, and those 100 million purple crystals. The effect of those purple crystals was actually not to defend against the outside but to restrain the power of the explosion. All the power was restrained and confined within the formation. If not for that, the range of the explosion would definitely not have been limited to this. But it was also because of this that the power of the explosion this time was extremely concentrated. The effect it created was naturally extremely terrifying. The flesh, blood, and essence of 8,000 saints and 10 supremes exploded at the same time. This in itself was already so powerful that it could shake the heavens and earth. Moreover, there was also the 100 million purple crystals that Mo Tianji had set up. 100 million purple crystals had increased the power of this explosion by tenfold. Of the 8,000 enemies who had already entered the formation, there would definitely not be a single person who would survive. Even if an expert like Wu Jiuqing was inside, he would definitely die in today's situation. There had never been such a situation before and it might not be replicated in the future. Because today was already a great example. No one would fall into the same trap again. Today's situation was unprecedented. At this moment, Diwu Qingru finally completely understood Mo Tianji's plan. Why did he have to forcefully change the terrain and set up a formation in front of the enemy's eyes? Why did he have to use such low-end battle power as the first line of troops? More importantly, why did he have to arrange the Gongmi Heaven Annihilating Divine Formation on the side closer to the allied forces? All of these were mere illusions. That kind of fierceness of a battle to the death was also very impressive. 100 million purple crystals was an even more powerful bait. The purpose of these low-end fighting forces was to perish together with the enemy, to use all of their life force to launch the most terrifying attack. Following this huge explosion, the impact spread far and wide. The Allied army's camp was sent flying into the air at almost the same time. Countless men and horses were knocked to the ground, and many of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices, suffering from internal injuries. In addition, countless mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rolling down. At this moment, the area around the explosion was like the end of the world. The reason for this glorious victory included the lives of 8,000 people who fought without hesitation, billions of purple crystals, and most importantly, Mo Tianji's ingenious calculations and meticulous arrangements that saw through people's hearts. If the commander of the Allied forces wasn't Diwu Qingru, he might not have recognized that the formation was the Gongmi Heaven-annihilating divine formation. If Diwu Qingru didn't understand the Gongmi Heaven-annihilating divine formation and knew that this formation couldn't be broken by brute force, the Allied forces wouldn't have chosen to evade the important and dwell on the trivial. After entering the formation, they didn't immediately attack the people inside, giving the people guarding the formation too much time and opportunity to attack. In a sense, this result was the result of Diwu Qingru's full cooperation, and also the result of Mo Tianji's scheme against Diwu Qingru, using the methods of an absolute expert to deceive an absolute expert. Mo Tianji's plan this time could be said to be a big deal, a big spirit, and a big scheme. Without any of these, he wouldn't have achieved this result. Regarding this situation, Diwu Qingru, who understood everything, didn't feel defeated. He only felt admiration. Diwu Qingru had been calculating all his life, and it was rare for him to be calculated by others. Now that he had done so, he only had admiration in his heart. Such a wise man was indeed worthy of respect. Even if it was an enemy, there would be no exception. A long time after the explosion, the heaven and earth were still trembling non-stop. Light smoke was rising everywhere. There were sounds of mountains and tsunamis all around. On the ground, a huge pit seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It covered an area of thousands of feet and was bottomless. The lives of a total of 8,000 warriors had turned into an earth-shattering explosion at this moment. They already knew that their strength wouldn't be of much use in this final battle. They wouldn't even have the chance to attack when facing the enemy. They would be slaughtered. But when Mo Tianji proposed this plan to die together with them, no one hesitated. In this battle, their status was absolutely weak, but they ultimately played an unprecedentedly huge role. In the last 10 days, these people didn't go out. They just quietly stayed in their own homes to reunite with their loved ones. It didn't matter how rude, unreasonable, irritable, or heartless he was in the past. Or if his wives and concubines were stolen or defrauded. Or if he was originally kind and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Or if he was originally a person who enjoyed the company of others, everyone had miraculously behaved exactly the same in these 10 days. They just waited quietly. They didn't practice martial arts, didn't drink, didn't do anything. They just watched and accompanied their family members tenderly and reluctantly. They did those trivial things with them that they used to disdain and talked about those family affairs. Even if they were usually irritable, they had never been so quiet in these 10 days. Li Hong's wife was the daughter of the head of the Li clan's enemy force. He was the one who killed his wife's entire family. But because he coveted his wife's beauty, he snatched her back and forced her to be his wife. The couple spent their lives in a cold war, but in these 10 days, Li Hong just quietly accompanied his wife, smiling gently. Every day, he cooked for the whole family with his clumsy culinary skills. When someone complained that the food was bad, he chuckled. Every night, he actually washed his wife's feet very carefully and gently. It was just that he still didn't say a word of apology. What happened back then wasn't something that could be resolved with just a word of apology. He just expressed his final feelings. Li Qingyun, this collateral descendant of the Li clan, naturally didn't have high cultivation achievements due to his poor aptitude. Usually, he would complain from time to time that the clan didn't give him any resources. He could be said to be the biggest thorn in the Li clan, the most difficult troublemaker to deal with. Even Li Wubua and the others would feel a headache whenever they saw him. But in these 10 days, the thing that this troublemaker did the most was kowtow. He kowtowed to his ancestors. My surname is Li Chunggong, who was less than 40 years old this year, was already a 4th-grade martial saint. He had always felt that he was a genius, a rare genius. His usual personality was naturally arrogant and domineering. He was even more domineering in the clan and had bullied many people. But in these 10 days, he greeted everyone he met with a smile. His attitude was almost humble as he sincerely begged for others' forgiveness. As long as the other party said, "It's all right now," or "I forgive you," he would immediately be full of smiles. Before he died, all his debts had to be cleared. Lian had always been the most arrogant and unruly. Because his father tried to discipline him, he once got into a fight with his father and eventually broke his father's arm. But in these 10 days, the thing that he did the most was to massage his old father's broken arm and his whole body. In the morning and at night, he would greet his father in the morning and at night. In the afternoon, he would help his father out for a walk. His old father was old and his nose was flowing. He would often wipe his nose on Lian when he tilted his head. Lian smiled gently and used his white robe to wipe his father's nose. He even lowered his head and tasted his old father's nose with his tongue when no one else could see. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. His father raised him. He still remembered that his father was as strong as a mountain when he was young. Now, he didn't even know how to wipe his own nose, but he actually didn't pay attention to it and even broke his father's arm. How unfilial. How utterly devoid of conscience. There was no need to apologize. There was only action. I was wrong. But I don't have time. If there is a next life, I still want to be your son to make up for the mistakes in this life. There were many more. There were also some young men who had just gotten married. The young couple was inseparable for 10 days. This situation lasted until the night of the first day. These 8,000 people gathered together in the ancestral hall of the Li clan. Without a word, they knelt down and kowtowed silently. That kind of scene was shocking, heartbreaking, and tearful. However, not a single one of the 8,000 people cried. There was only determination and tenacity. After 3 kowtows, they walked out proudly. The time for the final battle had arrived. Not a single one of the 8,000 people was missing. All of them appeared and lined up neatly, their expressions calm. Behind them, the doors of the 8,000 families were wide open. The families leaned against the doors and looked at each other, sending each other off with red makeup. Tears streamed down their faces silently. However, none of the 8,000 people turned back. The brothers of the Li clan, together in death, under the bows of their ancestors, from the first-generation clans Li Chuanbua, the 8,000 people ended their lives in the most shocking way possible. They turned into dust just like that. Together with the 8,000 enemies who were much, much stronger than them, they turned into smoke at the same time and turned into a loud explosion. At the end of an instant, they turned into smoke. The love and hatred of the past, the lofty aspirations of the past, the sins of the past, everything became a thing of the past. Li Chuanbua straightened up, tears streaming down his face. Li Chuanbua and Li Xianxia heaved a long sigh at the same time. They had nothing to say. They couldn't help but lament in their hearts. Why didn't anyone tell us this in the past? If we had followed this advice, the Li clan wouldn't have been wiped out today. We could have continued to prosper for 10,000 years, many tens of thousands of years. They valued martial prowess but neglected their roots. In the face of life and death, even a coward can transform into a warrior. A warrior will also be afraid of death. A despicable person may not necessarily be unable to face difficulties generously. A righteous person will also seek comfort. No one can clearly describe the change in an instant. It could be sublimation or degeneration. At the side, Chu Lu'er said slowly, therefore, there's really nothing to sigh about. There's only pride. Because after all, they didn't choose to live an ignoble life and be afraid of death. Among these people, I only respect those who are usually very kind and righteous. Because they are worthy of my respect. But the others, Chu Lu'er sneered and said, previously, I've also heard you guys talk about how some of these people conduct themselves. Many of them aren't open and aboveboard, nor are they righteous. 10 days before their deaths, they all repented, so it's worth being moved by them. But, what's worth thinking about is, why must they only repent right before their deaths? Why must they only realize their own foolishness and loss when there's no way out at all? How can a mere 10 days of repentance make up for a lifetime of harm? What have they done in the past? If that's the case, then can I assume that if they didn't have the pressure of life and death this time, and were faced with certain death, then perhaps these people wouldn't repent for their entire lives, and might not even repent even after death? Chu Lu'er's cold voice reverberated in the air. Everyone, including Mo Tianji, was stunned. Yes, Chu Lu'er's words were very heartless and cold. They were even very cold-blooded and pierced the heart. But they hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. At a time when people's hearts were most easily softened and moved, Chu Lu'er maintained a high level of clarity. Even though she was an outsider, it was still extremely rare. Although this clarity, calmness, coldness, and was almost cold-blooded and cruel. But in this world there were very few people who could do and think of such cruelty. Chu-Lu had a rough childhood and was plagued with illness. Every night was like crossing the door of life and death 100 times. This also created Chu-Lu's unique personality. What she treasured the most was what she had now. No matter how good it was, Chu-Lu wouldn't be tempted by anything that couldn't be in her hands now. They wouldn't take it seriously, Chu-Lu said lightly, there are all kinds of honors after death. It's better to live with a little filial piety. Mo Tianji said, Lu'er's words are a little extreme. To be able to repent at the last moment, it's also because she found her conscience. Chu-Lu said coldly, is that so? I am not used to this kind of behavior of people who only repent when they are on the brink of death. Instead, I feel that it is better for these people to die after they repent. His family didn't feel too bad when he died, because he deserved to die. So, they just sighed a few times and let it go. Unfortunately, he had done evil for a generation, but he repented before he died, leaving his family with eternal sadness. That's why I don't agree. Chu-Lu's pretty brows were cold as she said, if it were me, I'd rather die a worse death than let my family be sad after my death. Mo Tianji was greatly surprised at once. He didn't expect Chu-Lu to say something like this. Although it was a little extreme, it was definitely reasonable. Moreover, it should be something that an old person who had been through life and death for a long time could say. But how old was Chu-Lu? Why did she have such thoughts? Chu-Lu said, the dead are gone. She glanced at Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji was shocked and immediately realized something. He looked deeply at Chu-Lu and said, yes, now is not the appropriate time to sigh. Inform the army to retreat at full speed immediately. Retreat at full speed? Li Chuanbuo's tears hadn't dried yet. He looked at Mo Tianji with some astonishment. Mo Tianji had gathered all the people who were participating in the battle here and assumed a posture of cutting off all means of retreat. Now that they had the upper hand, they should pursue the victory. Why did they have to retreat instead? Or retreat at full speed immediately? What kind of explanation was this? Our final battlefield can't be here. We'll suffer a big loss here. Mo Tianji insipidly said, our battlefield should be 500 kilometers behind. That place is surrounded by mountains. The mountain ranges are stacked on top of each other. That's our greatest geographical advantage. Then why did you come here and rush back? The reason why I assumed such a posture is naturally to lure Diwu Qingru into my trap. If not, with Diwu Qingru's intelligence, why would he send those 8,000 experts into the formation? Mo Tianji said indifferently, now that 8,000 of them have been turned into ashes. Our greatest goal has been achieved. Of course, we have to retreat at the fastest speed possible. Just as Xiaoqinyu said, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Fairness is something that only the strong can have. Diwu Qingru's side couldn't see through my plan and thus fell into the trap. Then, it is only natural for them to suffer losses. Now that the other side is in chaos, if we rush over to fight it this time, even if we can't win. Li Xianxia looked at the chaos on the other side and was a little tempted. By the time we rush over, we will have fallen into Diwu Qingru's trap. Mo Tianji coldly said, the other side has indeed lost 8,000 men. But, these 8,000 men are only low-end forces to the other side. The other side's high-end forces haven't been damaged at all. Moreover, they're filled with shame and anger. They're in a state of mourning. Are we going to throw our lives away if we go over? If you are willing, you can go ahead and court death. I will not stop you. These words could be said to be extremely rude. Li Xiangxi's face turned red. Since that's the case, as the military advisor wishes, retreat at full speed. Li Chuanbuo made a prompt decision and gave the order at once. When all the Li clan members received the order, none of them moved immediately. Instead, they all looked at the deep pit in the ground in unison. As they stared, it was as if they could see the 8,000 brothers entering the formation without any hesitation and hear that heroic cry, brothers of the Li clan, together we return to the same place. Everyone stared deeply. Finally, they turned back decisively and quickly retreated with the army. On the battlefield, a huge pit was in sight. After tens of thousands of years, this place had become a natural ice lake. Despite the vicissitudes of life, its appearance remained unchanged. It was known as the return to the same lake, on the opposite side. In this place where the world was shaking violently, Diwu Qingru kept looking at the opposite side, anticipating the other party's next move. Mo Tianji, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for you. As long as you charge over, the results of the battle will definitely be even more glorious. Will you charge over? Can you resist the urge to charge over? As long as you charge over, I will definitely teach you an unforgettable lesson. I will return the defeat that I just received back to you, after a long time. There was no movement from the opposite side. Diwu Qingru sighed softly. Looks like this rare defeat will have to stay with me for the time being. The other party must have already retreated. Obviously, the other party's purpose so far was only to take advantage of him this once. Now that he had taken advantage of him, he would stop while he was ahead. He would definitely not be greedy and advance prematurely. This was indeed not the battlefield for the final battle. And Mo Tianji was obviously not someone who was greedy for small gains. A faint sense of admiration rose in Diwu Qingru's heart. This time, he had indeed been fully schemed against by the other party. But he was completely convinced by the other party's scheme. The other party had actually thought of such a tragic and desperate plan. He had even calculated every detail of a person's heart. The setup was superb. It was absolutely reasonable that he had lost this round, despicable and shameless. Really too despicable. Beside him, a middle-grade supreme martial artist spat out the sand and mud in his mouth. He cursed furiously, how can such a despicable method be considered heroic? They actually exchanged such a small amount of strength for 8,000 of our experts. A total of 8,000 people were cheated just like that. Another supreme martial artist also cried out in grief and indignation. They said that they would fight the final battle here, but they slipped away like a rabbit. Going back on their words, what kind of strategist are they? They are more like gutless bandits. Another person's eyes reddened. At this moment, the allied forces were all agitated. Shut up. All of you, shut up. Diwu Qingru slowly stood up. At this moment, the tremors on the mountain had gradually subsided. He looked coldly at the supreme martial artists in front of him. What exactly is the other party despicable and shameless? This is the final battle. This is a place where life and death are at stake. This is the most suitable place for despicable and shameless. What are you unhappy about? What are you barking about? Everyone was instantly speechless. They had never seen Diwu Qingru so angry before. You are allowed to take advantage of others? Not abide by the rules? Break the rules? But don't allow others to use tricks? What kind of mentality is this? Diwu Qingru said heavily, with such mentality, even if there are another 1,000 or 10,000 battles, you will still lose. Even if you are lucky enough to win, it will be a dishonorable victory. What do you mean by cheated? We lost 8,000 people, but didn't the other party also lose 8,000 people? How is this cheated? A life for a life. If you die, you can only blame your own incompetence. What do you mean by blaming the enemy? Since they are the enemy, can you blame them? As for the final battle here, who agreed with you? Do you think that the final battle on the battlefield is a Jianghu duel? Ridiculous. Diwu Qingru said angrily, everyone, get to your positions. What are you shouting for? All of you are impudent. This explosion is just the prelude to the final battle. This is just the beginning. During this period of time, Diwu Qingru's authority had been increasing day by day. The supreme martial artists were all silent out of fear. No one dared to refute him. Xianxia sighed and said, Commander-in-Chief Diwu is right. All of you have been too successful these years. Once there is a setback, you become like this. It will be difficult for you to achieve great things. However, Xianxia's words set the tone right away. They firmly supported Diwu Qingru. Even Xianxia couldn't help but feel a lingering fear from the explosion just now. With such a scale of self-destruction, even if he, a peak-level supreme martial artist, was inside, he would probably be turned into a pile of minced meat. There might not even be a chance of survival. A wise man could kill a strong man. Therefore, Diwu Qingru had to fight with all his might here as well. If there were any obstacles in this battle, even if they could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Huge losses would be unavoidable, because the other party would definitely grab hold of any opportunity that could be used. Therefore, at this moment, he immediately expressed his stance and gave Diwu Qingru his full support. Indeed, after he said this, everyone looked at Diwu Qingru in a different light. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath and said, "Immediately reorganize the army and pursue at full speed. If I'm not wrong, the real battleground is 1,000 miles ahead of us, in the boundless mountains." Everyone agreed in unison and went to reorganize the army. After a long while, there were still sporadic avalanches here and there, but everyone on their side had already climbed out. They stood neatly and moved forward. However, everyone's expressions were obviously not as relaxed as before the explosion. If Mo Tianji could cause such an accident once, if he could cause a second accident, would it be my turn? Under Mo Tianji's command, the Li clan's troops quickly retreated into the mountains with complicated terrain. Wu Jiuqing sighed a little. He never expected that Mo Tianji chose that place as his base with great fanfare. Other than taking advantage of the situation, he didn't achieve anything at all. In the end, it was just a feint. At this point, this battle has finally entered the right path. Chu Yang stood at the top of the mountain and sighed. Entering the right path is also approaching the end. The Li clan is one step closer to destruction. Mo Qinggu said, although the Li clan had taken advantage of the situation just now, second brother probably doesn't feel too good about it. The battle was simply too tragic. So many brave men were reduced to ashes in just one night. Chu Yang silently pulled her into his arms, and softly said, "Little Wu, you're wrong. Those 8,000 people died for a reason. The results of the battle that they brought had already far exceeded their value. They should be thanking Mo Tianji for being able to die so heroically. That's because their names will certainly go down in history, and their names will be passed down for eternity." Mo Layer said, "Yes, from the way things are going, no matter what, they have to die. If they don't die heroically, they will only be slaughtered by the enemy like pigs and dogs." He died without any dignity or value. Now, it can be said that his death was worth it, and his death was glorious. Wu Jiuqing replied, "Yes. Since I'm destined to die, to be able to die with honor is the greatest consolation for a man. Moreover, it can also reduce the enemy's morale." Dong Wushang had been silent all this while. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Well said, well said." Wu Jiuqing abruptly rolled his eyes. This little thing really doesn't know how to respect the elders. The tone of this sentence was like an elder praising a junior. How ridiculous. When I have the chance, I will definitely take good care of you and let you know why flowers are so red. It's about time. It's time for our side to make a move. Chu Yang chuckled softly. His sharp eyebrows suddenly rose slowly, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable, strange look. "Boss, you're not going to reveal yourself in this battle, are you?" Dong Wushang could feel the aura on Chu Yang's body rising steadily. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he asked. Everyone turned to look at Chu Yang. The Tian clan really didn't think about this aspect. They didn't expect Dong Wushang, who was famous for being simple-minded, to be the first to raise this question. Now that they revealed themselves, their brothers were all at the level of second-grade supreme martial artists. If compared to the previous tribulations, they were indeed unprecedentedly strong. However, compared to the current high-end combat power of the continent, they weren't that outstanding. It could even be said that there were many dangers, and the danger was dozens of times higher. It was tantamount to placing oneself at the heart of the storm. The risk was too great. This was a major decision, and also a very dangerous one. Chu Yang grinned and said, "Wushang is right. I have the same idea. This sort of calamity hasn't appeared in the open on this continent for tens of thousands of years. I want this #1 divine weapon in the world to shine with its true brilliance today." Wu Jiuqing was taken aback. He said, "Chu Yang, I think it's better for you to consider this decision a little more before you make it. Revealing yourself now will only bring you harm but hardly any benefit. This is really not the right time." Wu Jiuqing's words were definitely not alarmist. One must know that the Li clan was about to be destroyed, and the Lan clan was already finished. The power structure of the upper three heavens was bound to be redrawn. Because of the clash of interests, it was bound to cause conflict between the original powers. Chu Yang's faction should be waiting at ease for the exhausted, looking for opportunities to sow discord from both sides. When all the major powers were fighting, they could then sit back and reap the benefits. The tribulation this time was different from the previous tribulation sword masters. Because, without the support of the law enforcers, they had the addition of the law enforcers, their greatest enemy, revealing himself now would instead cause the big clans to reunite. After all, the Tribulation Sword Master was the biggest enemy of the big clans, their common enemy. Mo Lei and Mo Qinggu were also a little worried. Although they also believed in Chu Yang's ability, the difference in strength between them and the enemy was too great. The Li clan was an excellent example. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how ingenious the plan was or how unshakable the will was, it was impossible to deal with it. Only the fist was the absolute truth. To be honest, I didn't want to reveal myself so early either. Chu Yang smiled and said, my original plan was to reveal my identity when all of my brothers reached the level of second-grade supreme martial artist. That way, I could intimidate and dominate the world. But now, I can't hide any longer. Time is not on my side. Wu Jiuqing's heart skipped a beat. He understood and said, is it because of that black aura? The extraterrestrial demon? Chu Yang nodded solemnly and said, no, it's because of the extraterrestrial demons. Their traces have appeared in the heavens. I have no other choice. If I continue to hide and secretly increase the strength of my side, then this continent will definitely fall into disputes and internal strife until the end. If I completely ignore it, when we finally unify the heavens, the number of experts who will be able to survive in the end will probably not exceed the current number of 11. If there wasn't this hidden danger of the extraterrestrial demons, I wouldn't care how many people would die. But now, the extraterrestrial demons have already been confirmed. I don't know why they have come down, whether it's voluntary or forced, or whether it's a coincidence, but the fact is that the extraterrestrial demons already exist in this world. And with our current strength, we can't match them at all. The extraterrestrial demons are the common enemy of all of us. This cannot be denied, and no one can deny it. If when the strong enemy arrives, everyone still can't unite against the outside world, I'm afraid. Before our brother Jia unifies the heavens, this world would have already become a base for the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jiuqing frowned and said, this may be a little overthinking. That aura that came down that day may not necessarily be the real body of the extraterrestrial demon, right? Chu Yang shook his head and said solemnly, Elder Wu, aren't you deceiving yourself? The Dharma Supreme has the aura of the extraterrestrial demon. Even if the Dharma Supreme's cultivation isn't the best in the world today, he can at least be in the top 5, right? But how strong is the aura of the extraterrestrial demon on him? It's completely incomparable. Not to mention Yizue of the Yi clan. And the aura that came down that day almost covered the entire world. How powerful is that? If such an aura is only a fragment of the extraterrestrial demon, or some weapon that broke through time and space and came here, I definitely won't believe it. Therefore, the extraterrestrial demons must have come. This is no longer something we can deny. If we don't handle it well, the entire heavens continent, be it the upper 3 heavens, the lower 3 heavens or the upper 3 heavens, will definitely be poisoned. I, Chu Yang, may not be a benevolent person with lofty ideals, but there are too many kind and innocent people in this world. Even if we can protect ourselves, how can we bear to see everyone in the world become food for the extraterrestrial demons? Chu Yang smiled warmly. Besides, there are still our families and many people we care about. But as long as the Tribulation Sword Master appears, then a core will naturally be formed. When that time comes, if the great clans can make the decision to fight the extraterrestrial demons, then I don't necessarily have to exterminate all the great clans. The fate of the great clans can be destroyed by the Tribulation Sword Master, but it can also be rewritten by him. That's it. Difficult. Wu Jiuqing shook his head vigorously. I can only describe this idea of yours as whimsical. The great clans regard the fate of tribulation very highly. Back then, my brothers and I also encountered such a situation. At that time, we didn't want to kill too much, but the great clans definitely won't let you off just because you're soft-hearted. All kinds of schemes, all kinds of despicable means, are endless. I'm only asking you, if you really expose yourself and they still want to deal with you, what will you do? When that time comes, what will you do? Wu Jiuqing asked. The main reason I exposed myself is to deal with the extraterrestrial demons. This part must be made clear. If they still treat me as the number one enemy after I explain the danger, then I will kill them all and completely exterminate the two clan. I won't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Those who still want to fight among themselves at such a time, what's the pity in killing them? Chu Yang smiled lightly. Besides, the great clans aren't the only martial artists in this world. There are countless people outside the great clans, and these people are also a force. A force that cannot be ignored. It's my duty to do so. Chu Yang chuckled and said, of course, if we still can't turn the tide in the end, what's wrong with perishing together with this continent? That's what I deserve. I'm the Tribulation Sword Master. This is also my responsibility. How can I back down? Mo Qingwu's face was flushed. She looked at Chu Yang, her eyes full of love. Mo Qingwu, who had never felt that the words Tribulation Sword Master were adorable and respectable in her previous life, finally understood something today. At this moment of enlightenment, some of the grudges that still existed in her heart suddenly dissipated like a cool breeze, without a trace or shadow. Mo Lei also held her breath. Dong Wushang jumped up and laughed. That's right, this is my boss. What's the big deal about death? As a man, I naturally have to do what I'm supposed to do. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Part 7 Chapter 8:13, 3 Light Formation. If you don't do it because of this or that, then you are a coward. I, Dong Wushang, will of course accompany boss and fight until the world turns upside down. Wu Jiuqing took a deep breath. Respect flashed across his eyes. He said, since that's the case, I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. I can also fight a battle with the extraterrestrial demons in the Heavens continent. It'll be the first battle where I meet my brother again. Chu Yang laughed and said, there's no need to be too pessimistic. Maybe things aren't as serious as we think. Once the pros and cons are clear, several big clans will immediately change sides and work together to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. It's not impossible. In that case, after the extraterrestrial demons are killed, the order of the heavens will be re-established. Destroying the Dharma Supreme and taking over the law enforcement officers will be even more natural. Won't that be great? Everyone laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that Chu Yang was just pretending to be relaxed when he said this. He definitely didn't think so in his heart. If everything in the world was so simple, and everyone was so clear about love and hate, with the interests of the common people as the main premise, then, where would there be injustice? That kind of world was too cute, too fascinating for him to imagine. Wu Jiuqing was silent for a moment. Then, he said, extraterrestrial demons, extraterrestrial demons. His eyes suddenly shone brightly as he muttered, send my brother to battle the extraterrestrial demons in the outer realm. Protect my brother to become an immortal golden body. Extraterrestrial demon. It's all because of the Sky Fiend. He thought of his big brother's sacrifice and the tragic deaths of the past masters of Calamity Sword. Then, he thought of Chu Yang's choice. He couldn't help but murmur, Calamity Sword Master against the Heavenly Demon. The people from the Li clan retreated into the mountains like the tide. He kept retreating. Under Mo Tianji's command, countless purple lights suddenly flashed. The entire sky seemed to be illuminated by these rising purple lights. Streaks of energy appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the entire area was filled with mist. More than half of the Li clan's 10,000 years' worth of purple crystals were scattered here by Mo Tianji. Whether or not it was a waste was another matter. In any case, the effect was Ao Xian's name. This whole thing was a mess. The Alliance army that was about to give chase was also dazzled by this matter. Fearing that the enemy had some kind of scheme, they uniformly slowed down their speed. In front of them, streaks of purple light shot into the sky. Then, they quickly disappeared and merged into the mountains that had stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years. The power of the previous explosion was shocking. The Alliance army suffered heavy losses, but because the explosion point was too close, the other areas were naturally much less affected. Even so, the area within a radius of a few thousand miles was still affected by the tremors. The area where the purple lights flashed was relatively far from the explosion point. Although much of the snow on the mountains was still shaken off, some of the relatively shallow ravines were completely flattened. Coupled with the thousands of years of accumulated snow, it was really unknown how deep the ravines were. However, although the mountain itself was affected by the tremors, there was no danger of it collapsing. The purpose of these streaks of purple light was unknown. Purely looking at it, it seemed to be used to stabilize the mountain. The moment the purple light entered the mountain, not a single speck of dust fell off the mountain. It stood tall and upright. Could it be that the power of so many purple crystals was used just to stabilize the mountain? Wasn't this too extravagant? This was simply an act of squandering. After the Li clan's men entered the mountains, they collectively disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Diwu Qingrou's men came after them. They were also careful and did not act rashly. After occupying the outermost mountain and setting up camp at the top of the mountain, Diwu Qingrou passed down an order for the entire team to stop moving forward and not act rashly. In some places ahead, there were still streaks of purple light rising continuously, rushing up and disappearing. Diwu Qingrou looked ahead, his face full of heaviness. This is really too extravagant. Previously, it was 100 million purple crystals. This time, the other party has scattered at least 1 billion purple crystals. Xiao Qingyu murmured, could it be another array formation? Do they want to perish together with us? If that's really the case, I'm afraid the power is even greater than the previous one. The previous explosion was unprecedentedly powerful. Even this peak-level supreme martial artist was terrified. Now that he saw the purple crystals that were far more powerful than before, it was not surprising that he was a little nervous. 1 billion purple crystals, even any of the 8 super clans could not come up with this amount. Unless they worked together to clear the warehouse, they could only barely come up with it. If this number was purely calculated, it would be enough to pile up 100 mid-level supreme martial artists. But he did not know what psychology the Li clan had to accumulate so many purple crystals. In a battle between wise men of the same level, the same trick will not work twice. I understand this principle, and I believe Mo Tianji understands it too. Diwu Qingrou said, the purpose of these purple crystals is indeed to set up an array, but not to perish together. Instead, it's to stabilize the terrain so that not a single blade of grass, tree, mountain, or rock can be easily shaken. After this formation is completed, even a mid-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to move a single rock on this mountain with his full strength. What? You mean? Yi Xiaoyao was confused. Spending 1 billion purple crystals just to stabilize the structure of the mountains and not destroy it? What is this, isn't this? Yi Xiaoyao did not finish his words, but everyone understood the latter half of his sentence. This was simply the act of a super prodigal. More than 1 billion purple crystals were thrown away just like that. The only purpose was to prevent the mountains from being destroyed. This was simply a way of doing things that made people speechless. If they were thrown into the water, they could still make a sound. What could they do here? Seniors, if you think this way, you are very wrong. Deep fear appeared in Diwu Qingrou's eyes. I mentioned before that this is the main battlefield that Mo Tianji chose. It is also the final battlefield between the enemy and us. Here, mountains are connected, mountains cover mountains, the terrain is extremely complicated. It is precisely such a special geographical environment that made Mo Tianji choose this place. And the scattering of these purple crystals also proves this point. The Li clan has lived in the northwest for many years. This is their most fundamental base camp. I believe that even if the Li clan were to walk with their eyes closed, they would not make a mistake in this mountain range. But we are new here, so we know nothing about this terrain. There are 3 key elements in a decisive battle. The enemy and us have the advantage. If the Li clan wants to fight against us, the only thing they can rely on is the geographical advantage. To be honest, in my original plan, at the beginning of the battle, I would gather the strongest experts on our side and work together to destroy the terrain here so that the enemy would no longer be familiar with it. But with Mo Tianji's generosity, these more than 1 billion purple crystals, he completely grasped the geographical advantage in one fell swoop. With this geographical advantage, they can make full use of it. With their weak forces against our strong forces, they can cause damage that is several times more than ours. Although we still have the advantage in this battle, it is already impossible for us to turn our advantage into victory in a short time and easily defeat the Li clan. This is the power of more than 1 billion purple crystals. Diwu Qingru sighed deeply. The ability of a supreme martial artist could move mountains and fill seas. They could also shatter the void. This ability could bring about infinite changes in the established pattern of war. Diwu Qingru indeed intended to send high-level supreme martial artists to wantonly destroy the terrain that the other party relied on the moment they arrived here. As long as 2 supreme martial artists casually fought, each swinging a huge mountain and bombarding it for a while, most of the terrain here would be destroyed. The Li clan, which did not have the geographical advantage, could only choose to fight head-on. In that case, not only would there be no more suspense in this battle, it would also end in a very short time. But what he did not expect was that Mo Tianji had also thought of this step and could even devise such a powerful contingency plan, using more than 1 billion purple crystals to preserve the geographical advantage. Such generosity could no longer be described as simply astonishing. Even if Diwu Qingru were to ask himself, he would not be able to do such a thing. Because even if the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers joined forces, they would definitely not take out so many purple crystals for him to squander. To use the wealth that could nurture 100 supreme martial artists to fight a battle, or even just to lay the foundation for this battle, this would have been unimaginable in anyone's eyes. However, Mo Tianji had done it without the slightest bit of forewarning. This was truly a great generosity. Diwu Qingru's face was as calm as ever, as if he had a card up his sleeve. But in his heart, there were many worries. Since Mo Tianji had made such a decision to cut off all means of retreat, that meant that he had 100% confidence in using the geographical advantage to win the battle. He had actually fallen into a passive position again. In the same battle, he had actually been schemed against twice by the enemy and had no way to counterattack at all. Such a feeling made Diwu Qingru feel unusually oppressed. It was as if whatever he wanted to do, the other party had already foreseen it one step ahead of him. This could not go on. If he just let the other party make the moves while he reacts passively, even if he could win this battle, he would have an inner demon. He had to think of a way to counterattack. But, where should he counterattack? Looking at the rising purple light in front of him, Diwu Qingru frowned and pondered. What kind of battle formation is this? Why is the effect so amazing? It directly draws on the power of heaven and earth and blends it into the battle formation. It's really frightening. Xianxia asked. Everyone had the same question in their hearts. This is the 3 lights great formation. Diwu Qingru looked at the sky and sighed. Its full name is 3 lights cosmic upside down formation. No wonder, I was still wondering why Li Chuanbua would be so unwise to completely disperse the dark clouds that had been in the sky for hundreds of thousands of years before the battle, even at the expense of his own source of life. So it was to complete this formation, so that's why. Xianxia had a bad feeling. He had contributed half of Li Chuanbua's effort to disperse the dark clouds. In that case, his act of caring for his brother had actually become the true meaning of helping the enemy? Wasn't he being used by the other party without anyone noticing? And the depletion this time would eventually be turned around to deal with him? The moment he thought of this, Xianxia almost vomited blood. He had shot himself in the foot. If such a thing really happened to him, a mid-level supreme martial artist, then it would be a joke. This Xiao clan ancestor almost gritted his teeth as he asked, "What do you mean?" The so-called 3 lights universe reversing great formation uses the power of the sun, moon, and stars to transform it into surging spiritual energy that enters the great formation. This makes it so that the place where the great formation is located will not move at all for 10,000 years. Of course, as this is the northwest where the sun, moon, and stars can't be seen all year round, the method of using manpower to disperse the dark clouds in the sky definitely won't last long. I believe that not long after, the dark clouds will definitely cover the northwest once again, and the power of the 3 lights will be cut off. This formation can only be maintained for another 3 years at most before it will be destroyed. Diwu Qingru sighed. But the result of this formation participating in this battle is already irreversible. I believe that if both parties are willing to fight, everything can be decided within a few days, definitely not 3 years, then. That day, Xiaoqinyu was dumbfounded. Oh, Elder's idea has already come true. Previously, Li Chuanbua's method of using up his life energy could only achieve half of the effect at most. If he were to set up the formation, I believe that the amount of purple crystals used wouldn't exceed 500 million, and the area covered by the formation would definitely be reduced sharply. If that was the case, we might still have a chance. But Elder Xiao, once you interfered in consideration of our old friendship, the blue sky became clear. The power of the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars shone down without reservation. It can be considered as completely helping the enemy. Diwu Qingru sighed and said, now that the formation has been completed, it's futile to say anything else. And just as Diwu Qingru was explaining to the Alliance army, the purple crystals on the ground no longer shone. Then, the sky seemed to respond to something, and a blazing white light fell from the blazing sun in the sky, the sun of the purple cheese of the sun of the sun of sun. Instantly, an abnormally hot aura burst, that enormous heat was hot enough to melt gold and stone. Diwu Qingru and the others were standing far away, but they could still feel that kind of heat that could burn pig iron. However, even the snow on the ground did not show any signs of melting under the blazing white sun. Then, from the opposite direction, an extremely cold white light slowly descended and intertwined with the blazing white light. It was the Qinghua moonlight. It was as if two gods with unparalleled power were fighting in the sky, one man and one sword fiercely clashing against each other. In another moment, the sky was filled with spots of light again. Countless spots of light quickly filled the entire sky in the distance. Countless rays of cold starlight, like stars in a chessboard, gradually fell down densely and landed on the ground. The cold starlight was as thin as hair, but there were billions, tens of billions of rays. They had already covered the entire ground, not letting go of a single blade of grass, tree, stone, snow, ice or dust. A soundless feeling of rupture suddenly arose. Then, the three lights disappeared completely in a trance. An 8th-grade supreme martial artist didn't believe it and tried to pick up a fist-sized stone beside his feet. However, this 8th-grade supreme martial artist used all his strength and still couldn't pick up the stone. Everyone woke up from their daze and went to do the experiment personally, but the result was the same. The only thing that could be picked up was the snow on the ground. However, the stones attached to the ground couldn't even be picked up, the finger-sized ones. Everything became one with the everlasting heaven and earth. This was the true meaning of being impregnable, seeing all this happening right before his eyes, and thinking of what Diwu Qingru had said just now. Xiaoqingyu's old face turned purple at once. Under the combination of shame and anger, a strong feeling of being unable to show one's face rose. He panted heavily and his eyes turned red. I, Xiaoqingyu, actually used all my strength to help the enemy during the final battle? To deal with me and the team that I lead? This is the biggest joke in the world. Elder Xiao, please calm down. I think this is probably a Mo Tianji's scheme and may not necessarily have anything to do with Li Chuanbua. I even suspect that Li Chuanbua may not even know that he, too, had been set up by Mo Tianji that night. Diwu Qingru said indifferently, Mo Tianji asked people to prepare a sufficient amount of purple crystals right from the start. Obviously, he had thought of this long ago. He even knew beforehand that at that time, Elder Xiao would definitely think that Elder Li's intentions were just to motivate the clansmen. And with Elder Xiao and Elder Li's 10,000 years of brotherhood, when Elder Li was in such despair, even willing to sacrifice his own life to fight under the sky, he would definitely help. So, he deliberately planned all of this. Diwu Qingru sighed. And said, Mo Tianji's ability to calculate people's thoughts is really terrifying. Everything is within Mo Tianji's calculations, including the possible reactions on our side. This Mo Tianji really lives up to his reputation as the master of calculation and manipulation. He's really amazing. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. Now that he said this, Xiaoqingyu, this old man, was even more ashamed. He was the dignified clan master of the Xiao clan, one of the few experts of the current generation, an old man who had lived for more than 10,000 years, but he was actually completely calculated by the other party and used as a tool. Moreover, this person was only a young boy in his teens or 20s. How could he endure this? Xiaoqingyu's eyes turned red. His clothes started to flutter even though there was no wind. His long hair also stood up. His eyes opened wide as he roared, "Motng, you're a junior. You've gone too far. This old man and you can't live under the same sky." "Elder Xiao, please calm down." Diwu Qingrou's eyes flickered as he said, "If you think deeper, the enemy may be using this method to make you angry and lose your mind. You're the commander-in-chief of our army. If you let your emotions affect your decisions because of anger, they'll get more opportunities to strike back." In fact, Diwu Qingrou didn't care whether the enemy had an opportunity to take advantage of him or not. But Xiaoqinyu was furious at this moment. When a supreme martial artist of this level was angry, it was really hard to estimate how much his battle strength would increase. Moreover, after his anger rose, that last bit of friendship would no longer be a hindrance to Xiaoqinyu. This was what Diwu Qingrou wanted to see. Turning passivity into initiative, turning weakness into motivation. This was Diwu Qingrou's method. When a wise man was at a disadvantage, he would use the most effective counterattack. Motianji has triggered the celestial phenomenon and the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars have risen. It looks like the decisive battle is about to officially start. Diwu Qingrou took a deep breath, but his expression was unusually calm. "So what if I let you have the geographical advantage? I still have manpower. Manpower is the most important thing on the battlefield, especially in an army made up of super strong martial artists who have the ability to move mountains and seas. I'd like to see what other treasures you have that can make up for this fundamental gap. If you can't make up for this gap in real strength, even if you have all kinds of other methods, you won't be able to change the final outcome from this moment on. Let you and I have a real battle. After a while, I can only command from the sky." Diwu Qingrou said indifferently, "Elder Lan and this senior from the law enforcement team, I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me command from the sky later." Lan Mofeng and the middle-grade supreme martial artist from the law enforcement team agreed at the same time. Faced with such a messy mountain range, even if one stood at the peak of the mountain, it would be difficult to see everything clearly. It was only by standing high up in the sky that one could really see 1,000 miles. "Prepare for battle," Diwu Qingrou ordered softly. These two words were filled with the most bloody taste. Everyone's heart trembled. Was it finally going to start? On the opposite side, Xiaoqinyu would never have thought that his righteous help back then would actually bring his own team into a predicament where they couldn't advance or retreat. Li Xianxia laughed loudly, very pleased. Xiaoqinyu's expression must be very good now. It's a pity that we can't see it. If only we could see it, then it would be perfect. Li Chuanbo frowned. "What did you say? How impudent." Li Xiangxi shrank back. Yes, it's second Uncle Xiao. Li Xiangxi's age was actually already more than 10,000 years old, but he still feared his father's reprimand from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of fear that originated from a father's nature. After all, there were very few people in this world who weren't afraid of aging. Li Chuanbo said indifferently, "No matter how hostile we are, the order of seniority must not be abolished. In today's situation, you can kill your second uncle with your own hands, or your second uncle will kill you with his own hands. This is understandable. On the battlefield, there's no such thing as kinship. But no matter what, you can't spout nonsense in terms of words and attitude. Is your second uncle's name something that you can call him directly to his face?" "Yes, father's reprimand is right. I'll remember it." Li Xiangxi was sweating profusely. Li Chuanbo snorted. "All these years, I've been in seclusion all year round, and the entire clan has been managed by you. Now that things have come to this, you still have the cheek to mock others? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Li Xiangxi's face was ashen, and he kept silent. There was only one thing that was certain. Diwu Qingrou sent out these two teams mainly to test the waters. However, Motianji sent out these two teams with a premeditated plan. Diwu Qingrou watched the two teams enter the battle zone from high up in the sky. His face was calm and his mind entered an extremely detached state. No matter what the other party did, he could react immediately. This time, I won't give Motianji the slightest chance to pull any tricks. From where he was, he could also see the traces of the Li clan team entering the battle zone. Both teams were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. They set off towards the place of life and death without hesitation. Although the distance was far, the people fighting on both sides were all experts of the world. Their speed was more than 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. The distance between the two sides was actually only 500 miles. The distance of a few hundred miles was about to collide with each other in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. However, Diwu Qingruo firmly believed that Mo Tianji would not let the two sides fight openly. A head-on collision was equivalent to courting death. It was not something a wise man would do. What would this wise man do next? Diwu Qingruo was not Mo Tianji. Naturally, he did not know what Mo Tianji would do. Therefore, he chose to wait for Mo Tianji's change. He would deal with it by remaining unchanged. In midair, Mo Tianji suddenly let out a long howl. Diwu Qingruo looked over. The Li clan team had already entered a canyon where they were about to come into contact with the enemy. This canyon was quite long. Moreover, it faced the mountain peak on the Alliance's side. It was like a natural barrier. It actually completely blocked Diwu Qingruo's line of sight. At this moment, the Alliance's team was only a few hundred feet away from the other side of the mountain peak. Diwu Qingruo made a prompt decision and ordered, "Stop." The Alliance's men stopped in their tracks. Each of them quickly found rocks to cover themselves. These rocks that could be shattered with one slap were now a solid barrier that no one could destroy. This was also the main reason why Diwu Qingruo was not worried that the terrain would give the enemy an advantage. You, Mo Tianji, created the terrain. We can also make use of it. You are not the only ones who will benefit. If low-level and high-level martial artists were to hold the same shield, the ones who would benefit the most would still be the high-level martial artists. It was as Diwu Qingruo had expected. After the Li clan's men entered the canyon, they disappeared without a trace. It was as if a drop of water had melted into the sea, completely silent. Commander-in-Chief Diwu is indeed a master strategist. The other party has indeed stopped at that position. Lan Mofeng was sincerely convinced. Strategizing could determine the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. This is not something that is hard to predict. Among all the mountains between the two sides, only that mountain ridge is the highest. Moreover, there are no openings to the left and right. Most importantly, that is the only place that can block my line of sight. No matter how high we are, we will not be able to see the situation clearly due to the distance. If we are any lower, we will not even be able to see our side clearly. Diwu Qingruo insipidly said, therefore, that mountain ridge is the watershed. Mo Tianji did not hesitate to spend more than 1 billion purple crystals to activate the power of the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars to maintain the terrain. This was so that this command would not be wasted. Therefore, that mountain ridge is extremely heavy. Pass down the order. If the other party does not move, we will not move either. Mo Tianji hopes that we will take the initiative to attack, cross this mountain ridge, and fall into their trap and be at his mercy. But how can I do as he wishes? The order was passed down. In an instant, the battlefield was plunged into dead silence. There was not even a shadow on this side. No one knew where the Li clan's men had hidden themselves. On the other side, the experts of the Allied forces were all holed up in the snow, not moving at all behind the rocks. It seemed like they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Mo Tianji smiled slightly and actually landed back very straightforwardly. He landed on the top of the mountain to rest. Almost at the same time that he moved, Diwu Qingruo also landed back. The two of them let out a long laugh, having a tacit understanding. In this battle, firstly, it was to see who could not keep their cool first. Secondly, it was time to start another scheme. Diwu Qingruo would definitely not continue to wait so foolishly, and neither would Mo Tianji. However, in the instant that the two of them landed, another 2 teams from the Allied forces took advantage of the brief moment when Mo Tianji was not in the air to quietly rush past from the left and right. On the vast snowy plains, the 2 teams of martial artists in white robes. They were like 2 snow dragons rushing past at high speed. This move was Diwu Qingruo's probing move. No matter what choice Mo Tianji made, with this move as the foundation, he could attack or retreat. If Mo Tianji did not make a move, the second batch of people would join the first batch of people and launch a large-scale attack. They would definitely be able to destroy the first batch of people from the Li clan easily. If Mo Tianji had already planned and sent people to assist, the second batch of people could also help defend the first batch of people. At least, it would ensure that they would not be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, how could Mo Tianji not think of what Diwu Qingru thought of? In fact, he would even think of things that Diwu Qingru would not think of. At the same time, from the Li clan side, two teams of people also attacked from both sides. The direction of their advance was actually the opposite direction of the two opposing teams. They set off almost at the same time, and their speed was also about the same. The current situation was very delicate. If the second batch of people from the allied forces went around first, then the first two teams from the Li clan would be trapped in a terrible situation of being attacked from all sides. At that time, no matter how powerful the ambush was, Diwu Qingru would choose to launch a direct attack. Once the opportunity was gone, they could only take it down first. If the four teams happened to meet, then what awaited the Li clan would still be a one-sided situation because of the difference in strength between the two sides. At this moment, Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji's expressions were especially solemn. The official start of the decisive battle. The first confrontation had begun. After confirming that the second batch of people was halfway through their journey, Diwu Qingru waved his hand and two more teams silently surrounded them. The third batch of people started to move. They formed a pincer attack. On the Li clan side, Mo Tianji did not make any move this time. Only the four teams at the very beginning remained motionless like a mountain. The rest of the teams were extremely calm. Mo Tianji rose up again and floated in midair with Chu Lu still standing at his original position. This time, he held a few incomplete versions of heavy pills in his hand. It looked like he did not plan to continue until the battle was over. Today could be said to be Mo Tianji's day of extravagance. He spent so much money that he even had to use incomplete versions of heavy pills to recover his cultivation. What kind of wasteful behavior was this? The previous 100 million purple crystals, more than 1 billion purple crystals and the vast 3 lights were ultimately just external resources. However, those incomplete versions of heavy pills were directly life-saving elixirs that could save almost any kind of injury. More than 1 billion purple crystals were enough to create 100 low-grade supreme martial artists. That was just a statistical statement. The actual situation might not be so. However, the incomplete version of the heavy pill was a super elixir that could truly save a low-grade supreme martial artist from dying injuries. Today, this elixir was used to restore Mo Tianji's depleted cultivation so that he could stay afloat for a long period of time. This could no longer be described as extravagant. On the opposite side, Diwu Qingru also rose into the air at almost the same time. If one did not know better, they would definitely think that the two of them had discussed this beforehand. Just as Mo Tianji rose into the air, a sudden change occurred. Just like that, the two groups of people from the Li clan disappeared into the vast snowfield in an extremely neat and abrupt manner. Just like the previous two groups of people, they disappeared without a trace. The people from the Li clan on the mountaintop also disappeared without a trace in an instant. They had completely disappeared. They had completely disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had really discussed this beforehand. On the other side, under Diwu Qingru's instructions, the 4 teams that had been sent out later also disappeared. The only traces that could be found were those of the previous 2 teams. They were still quietly lying on the surface of the snow. Those white robes lying on the snow were no easier to find than disappearing. The other 4 teams all silently dived into the snow. There was no such thing as disappearing without a trace in this world. It was just that the key to the so-called disappearing had not been seen through. The so-called disappearing of the 2 teams was nothing more than diving into the snow. The 3 lights' great formation could indeed fix the rocks and plants in place and even turn them into substances that even peerless experts could not move. However, it could not fix the snow. The 4 teams, totaling more than 3,000 people, disappeared neatly under the snow. Obviously, they were preparing an ambush. The original snow on this terrain was already thousands of feet deep. After the earthquake and avalanche, it was even thicker. More than 3,000 people passed through the snow without any difficulty. Just looking at the surface of the snow, there was really no movement at all. Diwu Qingru watched quietly. The people on Mo Tianji's side had disappeared. They must have also hidden in the snow. Mo Tianji's arrangement should be just like that. But now, his own people had also gone down. The Li clan is known as the Icy Snow clan and is naturally very familiar with hiding and fighting in the snow. However, the people on our side are not incompetent either. Most importantly, whether it is in terms of numbers or cultivation, our side is far superior. Even if we fight under the snow and are unfamiliar with the battle environment, we can still rely on our great strength to forcefully crush them. It is definitely foolproof. However, Diwu Qingru immediately discovered something strange. Although the opposite side still had the same arrangement and the flag was still erected, it seemed like something was missing. What exactly is missing? Diwu Qingru looked over. Because the distance was really too far, the flag on the opposite side was already as small as the eye of a needle. He couldn't help but ponder. However, he couldn't figure it out. Upon hearing that, Lan Mofeng also focused his vision and looked over. Similarly, he didn't find anything. He said doubtfully, "Nothing is missing." "Commander Diwu, what exactly are you looking for?" Diwu Qingru didn't answer. He focused on observing and sensing with his heart. After a while, he finally smiled. "So that's how it is. It actually lacks some human presence. Humans can be emboldened and also intimidating. I didn't find anything at all. However, the enemy's base camp has clearly become an empty city. Where are they? Where exactly did they go? If they weren't under the snow, could they have flown? Even if they really flew collectively, there should be a shadow, right? Also, did the first two teams that Mo Tianji sent out just give up like that? Previously, Diwu Qingru had set up on the ground. Although he had sent out 4 teams and reckoned that the enemy would definitely have corresponding arrangements, he didn't see it with his own eyes after all. Now that he saw such a strange situation, his first guess was, did the enemy retreat in full? If all of them had retreated, then it was indeed impossible to send anyone else. Therefore, he thought it was those 2 teams. However, Diwu Qingru didn't let his guard down just because of that. He ordered, "All troops on guard. Don't act rashly. Mo Tianji spending billions of purple crystals is definitely not just a feint. If we miss out on today's terrain and opportunity, even if Mo Tianji wants to fight another battle and set up such a formation again in the future, he won't have such an opportunity anymore. This place must be the main battlefield without a doubt. Since Mo Tianji wants to compete with us in terms of patience, then let's compete. Let's see who loses their cool first." Diwu Qingru's eyes shone brightly. "Tell Elder Xiao that I'm asking him not to act rashly." The Alliance army didn't move, and the entire Li clan was missing. The so-called final battle actually ended abruptly and didn't really start all this while. It was obvious that both sides were competing in terms of patience. Whoever lost their cool first would be at a disadvantage. Diwu Qingru waved his hand and Lan Mofeng instantly gave the order. The 2 teams that were originally crouching in the snow quickly floated up to the top of the mountain like white smoke. They looked down at the canyon from above, paying attention to any sign of movement. Everyone unsheathed their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Not to say that they were jittery, but it was more or less the same. However, even when they occupied the commanding heights of the mountain top, the fear of being attacked didn't happen at all. They actually managed to occupy this crucial vantage point without any risk. Below, it was still a vast expanse of flat land without any movement. However, everyone knew that their own team of more than 3,000 people was below the layer of snow. And, the other side's troops were also hiding in the same layer of snow. However, why wasn't there any movement from this layer of snow that was neither too big nor too small? He believed that any random person would be able to flip this entire place over, right? Mo Tianji stood high up in the sky and looked down with a smile. He looked very confident. Chu Lu'er was a little confused. "Big brother Mo, I really don't understand what you're up to this time." Mo Tianji chuckled, I can't say. Humph. Who cares?" Chu Lu'er turned her head and pouted. Mo Tianji's heart softened. He said telepathically, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, you'll understand why. Everyone can change their tricks. It's just that each trick is ingenious and different." Chu Lu'er frowned and thought hard. She thought about all the causes and effects but still came up with nothing. She could only look at Mo Tianji with dissatisfaction, obviously waiting for him to explain. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. He wanted to help, but couldn't. He couldn't explain at this time, they were really too close to the enemy now. A mid-level supreme martial artist might be able to intercept his telepathic message. Mo Tianji couldn't take this risk. Even though Wu Jiuqing's move made Mo Tianji not worry about his own safety, he could at least keep an eye on you instead of attacking you, right? Apart from his calm expression, Mo Tianji couldn't help but admire him a little. At this moment, he felt the same as Diwu Qingru. He had punched empty air. Diwu Qingru chose to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. He completely ignored the various facades that Mo Tianji had put up. From beginning to end, he bided his time and remained motionless like a mountain. He completely guarded his vital points. This move also gave Mo Tianji an endless headache. Originally, Mo Tianji's plan was that if Diwu Qingru fell for it and directly sent people over, then he could make use of his best moves to withdraw his people and exchange places with the enemy. The place that Mo Tianji had set up as the center of the battle here, the place where he could unleash the greatest power, wasn't where he was but where Diwu Qingru was. Think about it, if they set up camp here and then suddenly gave up, how could the enemy not come over to check if they sensed something was wrong? Once they discovered an empty city here, their first reaction would be, the enemy has escaped. Especially under such circumstances, it was absolutely reasonable for the Li clan to make a collective retreat in order to prolong their feeble existence. Then, all their attention would naturally be focused on the deeper areas. The people over there would smoothly move over and occupy the enemy's main camp. This could be said to be a huge strategic advantage, but if they accidentally discovered that the enemy didn't escape at all at this time, but instead slipped over to their side and attacked their base, how could they not turn around and counterattack? But as long as they turned around and counterattacked, they would fall into Mo Tianji's great trap. At that time, Snow's ambush and all kinds of formations would be fully activated. Mo Tianji was very confident that he could make the enemy's 8th grade supreme martial artists lose their lives in such a trap. But, the problem now is, you have planned everything to be comfortable, but the other party is not acting according to your script at all. You hope to make him smarter, but he is as dumb as a pig and doesn't move at all. In terms of chess, it was like Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru were playing a life and death game. Mo Tianji let Diwu Qingru taste my anger first, then Mo Tianji let Diwu Qingru taste your anger, and then Mo Tianji set up a dragon-slaying trap. As long as Diwu Qingru came over, Mo Tianji's dragon would definitely be slain. But Diwu Qingru didn't react at all. No matter how tempting you are, I have a rule that I won't go over. You can do whatever you want. This move of Diwu Qingru's was really very troublesome. What should he do? Mo Tianji naturally understood that Diwu Qingru was definitely not a pig. He probably did this because he had seen through half of his plan. But the problem was that both of them were at their wits' end. A mistake. In this world, the pros outweigh the cons, or the cons outweigh the pros. There really isn't anything that is completely beneficial. Mo Tianji sighed. All of this, including stabilizing the mountain, shouldn't have happened. But if the mountain wasn't stabilized beforehand, the enemy would have already destroyed this place. Now that the mountain is stabilized, the enemy also smoothly believes that this is the location of the final battle. Instead, it made the enemy suspicious. How can we resolve the current predicament? Mo Tianji frowned. They were in a dilemma now. On the other side, Diwu Qingru also frowned. He thought of the same problem as Mo Tianji. How can we resolve the current predicament? Both sides were in a dilemma now. The other side was facing a huge problem. No one dared to make the first move, and Diwu Qingru knew that Mo Tianji definitely had a backup plan. He could only react to it. Once he took the initiative to attack, he would definitely have to pay a considerable price. So the initiative was mostly in the hands of the enemy. So if Mo Tianji didn't make a move, he wouldn't make the first move. And this was precisely what Mo Tianji was most uncomfortable about. If you don't make a move, how can I proceed to the next step? Both sides are actually in a deadlock. On the mountain in the north, Great Sword Master Chu clicked his tongue in wonder. This is the first time I've seen Mo Tianji in such a dilemma. The more he looked at the situation, the more he wanted to laugh. Mo Qingwu was also frowning. Now both sides are waiting for the other to make the first move. But no one dares to make the first move. second brother has clearly made some mistakes here. But it doesn't become his mistake. If he didn't do those things, I'm afraid this battle would have already ended. But the current situation is truly unbearable. To be honest, Mo Tianji has already done too well so far. The fundamental reason is that the Li clan is too weak. Wu Juqing said fairly. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This isn't a reason. If it's difficult, it's difficult. Dong Wushang snorted. Even if it's Mo Tianji facing 800,000 supreme martial artists alone. With such a huge disparity in strength, it's still difficult. Wu Juqing snorted heavily. He really wanted to slap this guy into a rock. Damn it, even though I know you're telling the truth, isn't this truth a little too ugly? We have to help him break this stalemate. Qu Yang said, if this stalemate continues, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru can keep their composure. But I'm afraid, the experts from the Li clan won't be able to keep their composure. If they make a move, it'll be completely ruined. Besides, not far from the north is the Li clan's base camp. Even though the allied forces won't deal with the women and children there before the end of the battle, if someone can't keep their composure and decides to check, it'll also be a huge problem. Our side has this concern, but the allied forces don't. They can continue to drag this out. In this kind of stalemate, no matter which side takes the initiative first, they'll definitely lose, or even die. Mo Layer frowned. I've been thinking about this problem too. But how can we break this awkward stalemate? Qu Yang calmly spat out a word, lure. Given the current situation, both Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji knew that they were at a stalemate. Mo Tianji wanted to break the stalemate, but so did Diwu Qingru. Neither of them was willing to let the stalemate continue like this. Two exceptionally intelligent people, faced with the same situation, each used their strongest intelligence to plot against the other. The result of racking their brains was actually a stalemate like this. Because at this moment, whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. Even though Diwu Qingru had sent out a group of people, it was far from all of them. The allied forces still had a lot of backup forces. On the other side, more than half of them had yet to move, and Mo Tianji knew that Diwu Qingru was waiting for him to make a move before making a move. But he didn't know how much strength he was still holding back and how he was preparing to deal with the backup. This was the so-called knowing how it is, but not why it is. Diwu Qingru could launch a head-on attack at any time if Mo Tianji made the first move. And Mo Tianji wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of that. On the other hand, it was the same for Diwu Qingru. Diwu Qingru knew that Mo Tianji had ordered the Li clan members to hide so that he could make the first move. However, he didn't know how Mo Tianji was going to act. If he moved first and the other party launched a full-scale counterattack, then he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, neither of them could make the first move, nor did they want to make the first move. At a time like this, they could only fall into a stalemate. Also, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru were both clear about one thing: if there was no external force to break this stalemate could only continue. It could take a day, 10 days, or even 3 to 5 months. But, if this stalemate continued, both of them would be equally anxious. In comparison, Mo Tianji's concerns were greater. The Li clan's foundation was far inferior to the alliance's. If Diwu Qingru gave up on the battle of wits with him, and the alliance was willing to pay a certain amount of losses, they could definitely break through the last line of defense in one go and march into the Li clan's headquarters. Then, it would be completely over. Therefore, both of them were eagerly waiting for an external force to intervene. As long as an external force intervened, this stalemate could be broken. Once the stalemate was broken, there would naturally be endless follow-up. And, Qu Yang also saw this aspect and decided to make a move. The two wise men were in a stalemate. Naturally, they needed a third party to change the situation. Lure? Mo Qingwu said worriedly, but how? We don't have many people here. How can we intervene? Haha, right now, I can only use myself as bait to break this delicate stalemate. This is the only way to create an opportunity for Mo Tianji. Qu Yang took a deep breath. Using himself as bait? Entering the battlefield alone? No. How can we do that? Everyone said at the same time. It's really too risky. Even Wu Juqing didn't agree with this. The battle in front of them couldn't be compared to a battle in the secular world. It was a battle formed by countless supreme martial artist experts. Even someone as strong as Wu Juqing might not be able to gain an advantage if he entered alone, let alone Chu Yang. Currently, he was only a second-grade supreme martial artist. If he entered recklessly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would die. I know that this is a risky move. However, if we continue to drag this out, it will be greatly disadvantageous to Tianji's deployment. Once Di Wuqingru loses his patience and gives up on the battle between the wise men with Tianji, then there will be no turning back the situation, Chu Yang said. Just as Chu Yang was trying his best to persuade everyone and everyone was insistent on dissuading him, a sudden change occurred. There was actually another external force intervening. It was just that no one would have thought that the external force would actually be this person. This external force could be Chu Yang, it could be Tan Tan, it could even be Wu Juqing. Of course, if Wu Juqing were to intervene at this time, it would seem a little too shameless. However, this person's appearance at this time was really too unexpected. Just as both sides were in a stalemate where they could neither advance nor retreat, a clear and bright laughter suddenly rang out. Then, a green figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, bringing with it a fresh and refreshing morning breeze. That green figure stood in front of Di Wuqingru's troops just like that. Moreover, he was using a very arrogant, unbridled, and unscrupulous attitude to face them with a golden blade. It was the kind of despicable behavior that you wanted to beat him up 100 times, 1,000 times, even in your dreams. Xiaoqingyu's pupils shrank rapidly. It's you. It's actually you. I haven't gone to look for you yet, and you actually dare to come out on your own. That person laughed wildly. In the air, he was graceful and elegant as if he was good at dancing with his long sleeves. He recited slowly, I am the king of all the lands. If Chu Yang could see it, then Dukyu, who was also extremely intelligent, could naturally see it as well. Therefore, he simply jumped out on his own, not to mention the commotion caused by that person's unexpected appearance on the allied army's side. Even Chu Yang's side was extremely shocked. It was actually this fellow who had come, and he came so casually too. Was he casually or mentally ill? This question was a matter of opinion. Chu Yang's face twitched very strangely for a moment. Dong Wushang's face also instantly flattened. Who was Wu Juqing? He immediately noticed the abnormality. Very interested, he asked, what's wrong? Who is this arrogant fellow? You know him, right? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I really want to say that I don't know this arrogant fellow. Unfortunately, I can't. Not only do I not know him. Xiao Wu also knows this fellow. His name is Dukyu. Dukyu, huh? Wu Juqing smacked his lips. This fellow's entrance is quite extravagant. Chu Yang said with a twisted face, extravagant? It is indeed extravagant. You don't know, but every time he appears, he always says these two sentences. When I first heard these two sentences, I really felt that this person was really imposing, really awe-inspiring, really magnanimous. When I heard these two sentences for the second time, I still felt very shocked. When it came to the third time, I felt that it was very normal and didn't feel anything special anymore. Later on, he would say it every time, as if he didn't know what fatigue was. This caused me to become completely numb a long time ago. Until now, every time I hear these two sentences, a layer of goosebumps will rise all over my body. In the ranking of the degree of disgust, he is definitely in the top 3. Chu Yang heaved a huge sigh. Too pretentious. Really, as if he would die if he didn't. Just like now, in front of a force that could crush him to death hundreds of times, he can actually still say those two sentences so impressively. I really have to take my hat off to him. The legendary playing with one's life is nothing more than this. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, Wu Juqing looked again at the handsome, elegant and graceful Dukyu in midair. He felt rather emotional in his heart. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and shake his head. This fellow indeed deserves a beating. Isn't his level of arrogance even greater than mine? The allied forces are also goddamn gutless. That little one is already like this and still acting like a coward. Don't let the allied forces really take care of him. That bastard still owes me a fight. Dong Wushang snorted and said, sooner or later, I will definitely beat that little one into a pig's head. And I will beat him up in front of his wife and aunt, only then can I vent my anger. Everyone stared at each other. They were all rather impressed by this fellow's valiance. You, a mere second-grade supreme martial artist, actually dared to say that you want to beat up another second-grade supreme martial artist. Especially when you are a saber supremacy, but what you said just now was beat up. What kind of props do you use to beat up? It seems like you can only use your fists and legs. Then, where exactly did Dong Wushang get such great confidence from? Also, to be able to make Dong Wushang so depressed, Duke Yu's power was really impressive. Wu Jueqing had also trampled on Dong Wushang many times, but he had never seen this fellow harboring such hatred in his heart. Not to mention the condemnation here, on the other side, Duke Yu's unexpected appearance had already achieved very good results. The allied forces were naturally still very gutsy. Miao Zhendong and his brother were the first to step out. They cursed loudly, "You damned beast. How dare you come here to provoke us? It's time for you to die, you evil creature." Xiao Qinyu, however, stepped out from the crowd. The spiritual monsters of heaven and earth are indeed extraordinary. You actually recovered so quickly from my attack that day. Really impressive. Part 7 Chapter 821, A Long Line. Everyone, don't panic, listen to my command. Diwu Qingru shouted in midair, everyone, listen to my command. Don't panic. Maintain the original formation, head to tail. The strongest person in each team will be the vanguard, and the law enforcement officers will take the lead. Set up the formation. Resist the strong enemy. Delay the enemy. As long as we can delay until Old Xiao and the rest return, victory will still be ours. In an instant, pieces of purple crystal scattered on the ground. No matter what, they were all veterans who had at least hundreds of years of cultivation. They knew that the situation in front of them was very dangerous. If they panicked, it would be no different from courting death. The only thing they could do was to work together to resist the attack and try their best to survive. They quickly calmed down. A dense light circle rose, and an inexplicable energy surged. The formation had already taken shape in the blink of an eye. According to the original strategic arrangement, the Yi clan was supposed to take the lead. But now that Yi Xiaoyao and 2 other 8th-grade supreme martial artists of the Yi clan who came as reinforcements had gone out to chase after the treasure, they had no choice but to let the law enforcement officers, who were the strongest, take the lead. Diwu Qingru sighed in his heart. What he said just now was just to calm the hearts of the people, so that their formation wouldn't collapse completely. In the face of such a strong force, why would they need to defend? There wasn't even a chance to hope for a fluke. What he was doing now was just to prepare for a rainy day and set up a simple long line formation with both offense and defense. He had done his best. Even if Diwu Qingru was as intelligent as a demon, he was ultimately not a prophet. If he wasn't, who would have thought that such a bizarre thing would happen at the last minute? All the important people had left. Wasn't this bullshit tea? What the f***ck is this? But even so, Diwu Qingru still wouldn't give up just like that. He knew that resistance was futile, but he still had to do his best to face the current battle. Even if there was only a slim chance, he still had to put in a lot of effort. In the end, this battle wasn't a battle between the Li clan and the allied forces, but a battle between himself and Mo Tianji. Diwu Qingru would never give up so easily. Even if all the high-level supreme martial artists of the Li clan were to come in full force, if the remaining people were to act according to his command, they might not necessarily be unable to resist. In fact, as long as they dragged on, they might even have a chance to counterattack. At the same time, Mo Tianji's cold voice came from afar, "One of you, attack its head. 4 of you, attack its abdomen. The rest of you, kill its tail. Attack quickly." The high-level supreme martial artist of the Li clan scattered in midair. Diwu Qingru acted according to the situation and ordered, "Blooming abdomen, blooming flowers fill the sky." Boom! The army on the mountaintop simultaneously raised their qi and prepared to attack. When the enemy in the abdomen landed, this force would meet them head-on and deliver a head-on blow. Transform into a long dragon and attack first. Mo Tianji also shouted. no matter what, he had to force all these people down the mountain. Even if he had taken advantage of them, it was still impossible to wipe them all out. It was just a fool's dream. The current highest strategy was to take advantage of the delicate moment when the other side's masters were all out to take advantage of the situation and drive the remaining people down the mountain. This way, he would achieve his expected strategic goal. Boom! Light flashed. The swords and sabers in the hands of Xianxia and the others turned into streaks of sharp light at the same time. Like shocking rainbows, they flew out of their hands with the coldest and most terrifying killing intent. In midair, they were like small suns, emitting the most dazzling light and slashing down on the crowd below. Let go! Diwu Qingro roared. Below, more than 3,000 swords also flew out of their hands at the same time, facing the meteor-like sabers and the terrifying destructive force in midair. If this force landed within the formation of the allied forces would immediately collapse. Even if the formation was destroyed, the people would die too. Now that their individual combat power was far inferior to the opponent, they could only rely on the combined forces of everyone to resist. Boom, 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 the combined efforts of more than 3,000 people collided fiercely with the power of this top expert. The momentum at this moment seemed to be even greater than the explosion of 8,000 people previously. Rumbling sounds of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could still be heard from thousands of miles away. However, the mountaintop under everyone's feet did not move at all. Countless people turned pale. When they raised their heads, blood spurted out of their mouths. The 8 high-level supreme martial artists above, including Li Chuanbua, all spurted out blood at the same time. Their individual strength was far superior, and their combined attack was enough to shake the heavens and earth. However, the combined efforts of more than 3,000 supreme martial artists, coupled with the power of the formation, was equally earth-shattering. Although both parties were only throwing weapons at each other across space, the impact of the tremors and the influence of the energy movement on each other was still terrifying beyond compare. Divine senses vibrated, internal organs vibrated, and souls vibrated. This was still thanks to the collision of weapons that were thrown out. If they were really held in their hands, even Li Chuanbua would probably die in such a collision. Change the formation! Diwu Qingro let out a loud shout, and the long snake formation below suddenly changed. It rolled like a wave. The experts inside didn't dare to be negligent even if they were injured or not. They shifted their positions and changed the formation. Flying Dragon illusory form, attack, defend. Following Diwu Qingro's command, everyone had already attacked while they were moving. Streams of the purest supreme martial artist's origin energy madly shot toward Li Chuanbua and the others in midair. Diwu Qingro's command was very clear. It was both an attack and a defense. Moreover, after the formation transformed into this flying dragon illusory form, it immediately started to circulate. Li Chuanbua and the others were facing different opponents at every moment. In other words, even if you successfully injured the person opposite you a moment ago, by the time you wanted to reap the fruits of your labor, you would realize that the person in front of you had already changed. It was another person who was full of energy and was completely uninjured. The ultimate purpose of setting up such a formation was not to attack the enemy but to defend and stall for time, waiting for Xiaoqinyu and the others to return. It was not that Diwu Qingro did not want to make use of this power to take down Li Chuanbua and the others. In fact, although this person was strong, it was still difficult for him to fight against the combined strength of more than 1,000 experts. However, when he saw that more than 1,000 people from the Li clan were also about to arrive, he immediately changed his mind. If he insisted on annihilating the great experts, he might have a chance to kill a few of these high-level supreme martial artists. However, the formation would collapse instantly under the attacks of the remaining 1,000 people. Once the formation collapsed, the forces could not be gathered together. Then, they could only be slaughtered unilaterally by the remaining high-level supreme martial artists. Calculating in this way, the losses would greatly outweigh the gains. Mo Tianji, who was in the air, was also constantly giving orders. Li Chuanbua and the others were also constantly changing their positions. Under Mo Tianji's command, the targets of every attack were all targeted at the weak points of the formation. The targets were precise, and every move was on point. However, the opponent was the combined strength of thousands of people. No matter how powerful Li Chuanbua and the others were, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. They could not really pose a fatal threat. It was like punching at the sea. Even if they could create a huge ripple every time, even if they could create a huge disturbance, to this boundless sea, it was just a ripple. However, this man-made formation was ultimately not the sea. There was always a limit to how much it could withstand. In the formation, the number of injured people continued to increase. Diwu Qingrou's expression was calm, but it was already so calm that it was stiff. He kept giving orders and making adjustments. Although the number of injured people was increasing, he had already stabilized his state of mind and identified the positions. The changes in the formation, however, were becoming more and more skillful. In addition, he could vaguely feel that the other party's intention of putting in so much effort to come up with this move was probably not to annihilate the people here. After all, even if there were no more high-level supreme martial artist experts, there were still more than thousands of 4th and 5th grade supreme martial artists here. They could not be swallowed. If they were to forcefully swallow them, they would only choke to death. Since they could not swallow them, they had to use force. This meant that Mo Tianji had other plans, and the only thing worth scheming about here was the terrain here. What the enemy needed was what he would not abandon. Persevering and defending was the best way to counterattack, therefore, Diwu Qingrou did not retreat an inch. As long as the formation did not completely collapse, they had to continue defending. Deafening battle cries rang out. The Li clan's reinforcements had finally reached the top of the mountain, and Mo Tianji's orders were even more urgent and faster. To Mo Tianji, this mountain was indeed of utmost importance. This was because he had put in a lot of effort here. He had never thought of wiping out all these people in one go. That was obviously unrealistic. His original intention was only to force them away. But what Mo Tianji really did not expect was that Diwu Qingrou, who clearly had the absolute advantage in terms of combat power, would actually rehearse such an offensive and defensive formation in advance. Strictly speaking, this formation was Mo Tianji's loss. If it were not for the absence of the other party's experts, his side might have been completely annihilated. In this formation, Diwu Qingrou lost to the heavens, but won against man. It was just that whether man could conquer the heavens or not was still unknown. Diwu Qingrou had seen through Mo Tianji's scheme. Mo Tianji had lost by a small margin. After finally having a chance to turn things around, the other party's well-prepared formation appeared here. This was equivalent to losing 2 rounds in a row. Although there were not too many substantial losses at the moment, Mo Tianji was already in awe. Although he never dared to underestimate the enemy, this time, he had more or less underestimated Diwu Qingrou and his tenacity. In this world, I am not the only one who knows how to plan for a rainy day. As Mo Tianji commanded, he secretly told himself, I am not the only one who is smart. I must not make such a mistake again. I must not underestimate any opponent. Mo Tianji's gaze was deep. This time it was the Li clan. But if the same mistake is made next time, my brothers and I will bear the consequences. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Mo Tianji looked at the battle and said, yes. Chu Lu'er said indifferently, I don't think so. Actually, neither of you are underestimating the other. On the contrary, both of you think too highly of each other. Therefore, although both of you are fully focused now and think that you are going all out, the more you think about it, the more you can't give your all. As the saying goes, follow your heart. Only then can you really give it your all. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up, deep in thought. Chu Lu'er said, actually, no matter if it's a human, a god or a demon, you, Mo Tianji, are Mo Tianji. This will never change. She turned around, her eyes sparkling. She said softly, Mo Tianji will never become Chu Yang or Ao Xieyun. Yes, no matter if it's a human, a god or a demon, I, Mo Tianji, am Mo Tianji. I won't become Chu Yang, and I won't become Ao Xieyun. This will never change. Mo Tianji only felt that an inexplicable chain in his heart was suddenly broken by Chu Lu'er's few words. It was like a person who had been in a dark place for a long time suddenly opening a door in front of him. The darkness in front of him disappeared, and only endless bright sunlight shone in front of him. Mo Tianji took a deep look at Chu Lu'er and said sincerely, thank you, Lu'er. Although you are younger than me, you, are really my benefactor. Turning around, Mo Tianji continued to give orders. The battle below was getting more and more intense. One by one, the Li Clan supreme martial artists attacked the Great Formation crazily. In the Great Formation, there were people who kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and then their bodies shattered. Under such attacks, it was no different from a fool's dream to leave a complete corpse. At the moment when you can't move, you don't know how much power will explode on your body. Yet, the Great Formation continued to move at high speed like a dragon. On this steep mountain peak, there was no chaos at all. Diwu Qingrou's orders were given precisely one after another. Wherever there was a weakness, there would be immediately remedied. Diwu Qingrou made up his mind to defend till death. No matter what, he had to defend till death. This mountain peak couldn't be given to Mo Tianji. The Li Clan people didn't have it easy either. Just this kind of recoil alone had already caused the death of several supreme martial artists. The 8th grade supreme martial artist went all out and attacked wildly, but in the face of the tyrannical power condensed by the formation, he was powerless and helpless. As time passed by bit, Li Chunbo became more and more anxious. How could they not be anxious? This was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity, yet they were unable to grasp it. They were powerless to grasp it. Xianxia and the others could return at any time. If they allowed this formation to hold on until Xianxia's return, then all of them would definitely be annihilated here. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, but now could become a heaven-sent opportunity at any time. At this moment, Mo Tianji's voice rang out, 2/3 of the supreme martial artists will continue to attack. The other 1/3 will form a triangular formation and charge forward. You have to let go of the dragon's head and tail. Strike diagonally from the dragon's body. Don't face it head-on. The opportunity to defeat the enemy is now. Li Chunbo's spirits were lifted. With a long howl, more than 200 experts surrounded them in an instant. Diwu Qingrou's brows furrowed. Li Chunbo had already done this kind of gathering 3 times previously, and there wasn't much of an effect in the end. But for some reason, this time, he had a very different feeling. With a thought, he immediately ordered, speed up the formation. At his command, the speed of conversion of the long snake formation sped up again. Like undulating waves, it was out of control, swift and violent. However, on the Li clan's side, more than 200 experts quickly surrounded them. Under Li Chunbo's command, they instantly formed a huge triangle. The tip of the triangle was aimed at the formation. Mo Tianji silently calculated the operation of the formation. He shouted, move 3 fingers to the left of the tip of your feet and cut off at full speed. Li Chunbo let out a long howl. With him as the arrowhead, the 200 experts launched a charge at the same time. At this moment, a long howl pierced through the air from afar. Xianxia and the others had already started to turn back. Li Chunbo's eyes were almost spurting blood. He roared, break. With his body as the arrowhead, he charged over at lightning speed. This was the last chance. Once lost, there would be no more opportunities, succeed or die trying. In a fierce battle, every bit of time was also precious. All the high-level experts of the Li clan gave their all in a race against time, wanting to finish the job in an instant. Because Xianxia and the other enemy experts were about to rush back. If one had to say who was the most anxious, it was still the Li clan's first ancestor, Li Chunbo. If he could grasp such a heaven-sent opportunity, it would be equivalent to leaving the Li clan with a lot more chances of survival. Could it be that he actually couldn't grasp it? Mo Tianji was still calm. He continued to issue orders and adjust the angle. After 7 or 8 adjustments, he finally gave a direct order, kill. Li Chunbo led his men and charged in at top speed like a sharp arrow. Diwu Qingrou had also been carefully adjusting the situation to correspond to Mo Tianji's attacks. However, the moment he heard the words the dragon's body slanted, Diwu Qingrou already knew that the destruction of this great formation was already inevitable. If it were an ordinary army in a battle between 2 countries, the dragon's body slanted would be a suicidal move. With a wave of the battle flag, the enemy slanted would be completely surrounded and drowned in the ocean. Even until death, they wouldn't be able to display any battle prowess. However, such an army composed entirely of top-notch experts against the enemy was fundamentally different from an ordinary battle formation. The reaction of such experts was 1,000 times more agile than that of an army. or even more. Once it was accurately inserted, the destructive power it could cause was also extremely terrifying. As the name suggested, the straight snake formation was formed based on the transformation of the snake's body. It made use of the snake's characteristics, its flexibility, its head and tail connected, and its entire body linked together, one loop after another, continuous and endless. Attack the head and tail, attack the head and tail, attack the head and tail at the same time. However, when it came to the most powerful attack, it was the moment when the snake's body was turning. This was the time when the power was the strongest and fiercest. Ordinary snakes didn't have scales on their bodies. However, with so many people forming the straight snake formation, then, every person was equivalent to a scale on the snake's body. This was destined to be unavoidable. Although the movement of the snake was immensely powerful and carried with it inertia, its power far exceeded the combat prowess of the snake. However, every time it turned, it was also accompanied by the moment when one of the scales inevitably opened up. That moment was where the flaw was. Purely speaking of the flaw, it wasn't necessarily so. Opening up and then closing up was undoubtedly a flaw, but it could also be a trap. Because the straight snake formation formed by experts was even more tightly connected, it was naturally even harder to find a flaw. Furthermore, Diwu Qingru was constantly giving orders. This kind of flaw was even more fleeting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was fleeting. Previously, Mo Tianji had commanded to break the formation 7 times in a row, and Diwu Qingru had changed 8 times in a row in order to deal with it. However, there was an additional change. Just when he thought that Mo Tianji would continue to force him to reveal a flaw, Mo Tianji unexpectedly chose to wait. Although he only waited for a moment, it was enough to change the entire situation. After that moment, he immediately ordered Li Chuanbua to launch an all-out attack. And at this moment, it just so happened that Diwu Qingru's 8th change had just begun. The old momentum was exhausted, and a new momentum was born. There was no way he could react immediately. Originally, at the moment when Li Chuanbua and the others started to attack, the flaw hadn't really appeared yet. However, when this lethal force attacked, the scales of this straight snake formation unavoidably opened up at that moment due to inertia. Naturally, the flaw also appeared along with it. What precise calculations, what frightening scheming, what amazing Mo Tianji. At this moment, the powerful force that Li Chuanbua and the others had gathered rushed in like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. Boom, a series of screams rang out. Li Chuanbua rushed into the connecting points of the formation like a mad tiger. His palms were already filled with the fiercest attacks. He struck left and right. Instantly, the sound of bones and tendons breaking rang out one after another. A huge gap appeared in the formation. Li Xianxia followed closely behind. At this moment, the yearning sword in his hand was used as a huge saber by him. He moved left and right, and there was no way to stop him. A rain of blood instantly rose. Seeing this situation, Diwu Qingru finally sighed helplessly. Although he had already guessed what Mo Tianji's next step would be, there was no other way. The flaw of the great formation was here. As long as the attack was targeted, it would be broken sooner or later. This had nothing to do with intelligence. Screams rang out one after another. More than 200 people from the Li clan rushed into the great formation. The massacre thus began. It was as if a rain of blood had risen instantly. There was the blood of the allied forces as well as the flesh and blood of the Li clan. The next moment after Li Chuanbua rushed in, his clothes had already turned crimson, the brightest color. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to kill the enemies madly. He didn't think about anything else. Because everything else was no longer important. The more enemies he killed, the more hope the Li clan had. That was all. Everyone, hold on. Try your best to hold on. No one is allowed to retreat. Diwu Qingru was still able to hold on. He continued to command calmly. Although the formation of the Great Formation had been broken and there were flaws in its operation, it was only the abdomen that had been broken. The formation could still be formed from the head and tail. It could still be operated. As long as everyone maintained their composure and held on, they would definitely be able to hold on until Xiaoqinyu and the others returned. Then, the situation would be reversed. Everyone, continue to operate the formation. Accelerate. Don't stop. Don't stop for even a moment. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with coldness. This method was equivalent to directly using human lives to fill up the formation. The first few hundred people who rushed up would definitely die in the hands of this group of Li clan experts. However, as long as everyone wasn't afraid of death and continued to press forward, not only would they be able to make up for the collapse of the Great Formation, they could even wrap up these people from the Li clan like dumplings. After all, it wasn't as if the Li clan experts didn't pay a price for the attack just now. Even Li Chuanhua also suffered a considerable amount of backlash. However, if they gave up on the formation just like that, they would instead fall into the fate of being slaughtered. Without the support of the Great Formation, the 4th grade and 5th grade supreme martial artists didn't have the ability to withstand even a move or two from a high-level supreme martial artist. Elderly. Hold on, everyone, hold on. Mo Tianji shouted, the dawn of victory has appeared. As long as we don't let the enemy charge past here, the formation will be completely broken. Hearing this, Li Chuanhua seemed to have received divine help. He let out a long roar and attacked with all his might. He was really like a cornerstone, going on a killing spree against the experts of the allied forces who were charging toward him like raging waves. Countless broken limbs and body parts flew in front of him, and heads rolled out one by one. The number of the 200-odd experts of the Li clan who were following him also decreased rapidly. However, no one took a step back. They would rather die than take a step back. On the other hand, the experts of the Li clan on the other two sides were charging toward them rapidly with red eyes. For a moment, the sounds of fighting were earth-shattering. A storm of blood engulfed the entire place. At this moment, even the commands from the two sides couldn't be heard at all. However, no one cared about that anymore. There was only charge and kill. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. On the other side, Xianxia and the rest were also rushing back anxiously. Right now, they were also extremely angry, annoyed, and somewhat humiliated. Until now, everyone still didn't know what that monster was, and what kind of method it used. It just blindly led everyone in a big circle, and from beginning to end, refused to face it head-on. Every time they felt that they were about to be caught up, and were about to be surrounded, it would suddenly disappear, and then reappear in another place not far away. Xianxia and the others were toyed with until their eyes were spitting fire. They almost lost their rationality, and even planned to attack with all their might. If they really launched a large-scale indiscriminate attack, and with so many people joining hands, they definitely wouldn't be able to hide their tracks anymore. However, they didn't expect that the monster would suddenly disappear after circling around. Everyone joined forces and activated their divine senses to search a large area. However, they didn't find anything. Filled with hope, they could only turn back unhappily. However, to their surprise, they realized that their base had already been turned upside down. Shocked, everyone naturally sped up and rushed over. However, they were really too far away. Even if they rushed back at full speed, they wouldn't be able to return in an instant. Li Chuanhua. How dare you? Xianxia roared from afar. Both sides of the battle immediately had a change of mood. The allied forces were naturally overjoyed, but the Li clan side was shocked and even a little disorganized. At this moment, the Li clan already had the full initiative. As long as they persevered a little longer, the allied forces would definitely be forced down the mountain even though they had the advantage in numbers. Even with Diwu Qingrou's flawless command, it definitely couldn't compare to the psychological pressure of this high-level supreme martial artist. But at this delicate moment, Xianxia and the others actually rushed back. This naturally gave the allied forces a backbone, and their will to resist increased greatly. Diwu Qingrou quietly let out a sigh of relief. Even someone as intelligent as him hadn't thought that things would develop to this point. It was supposed to be a decisive battle. But it had somehow evolved into a battle of gains and losses. In fact, it had even turned into a place where the final battle would take place. He didn't know why Mo Tianji wanted this place, but he wouldn't give it up no matter what. Having ruled over the battlefield for so many years, he could even predict that if this piece of land was given to Mo Tianji, there would definitely be trouble that would be 10 times more troublesome than now, and that trouble, at that time, he would definitely have to shoulder it himself. Diwu Qingrou didn't want to. He really didn't want to. Now that they had finally persevered until Xiaoqinyu and the others returned, Diwu Qingrou's heart was finally at ease. After all, this place wasn't lost. Although the heavens played tricks on people, people could still triumph over the heavens. Mo Tianji also sighed at this time. At this point, it really couldn't be said that he didn't try his best. Originally, the heavens were all on his side. Duke Yu must have done his best to bring so many high-level supreme martial artists with him. Any one or two of them would be able to kill him. It was as if he was circling in front of the King of Hell's palace. He would often go to the entrance of the Yellow Springs and return. If this continued, Duke Yu might have died somewhere. This was why he had no choice but to end it. It was a pity that the time he bought wasn't enough. Even if he had just a little more time to catch his breath, Mo Tianji sighed and was about to order the army to retreat. Now, the Li clan still had the upper hand. It shouldn't be difficult for them to retreat. But if they waited until Xiaoqinyu and the others returned, then it wouldn't be a matter of whether they retreated or not. It was very likely that the Li clan would announce its demise in advance. However, at this delicate juncture, a faint voice said, "Tribulation has been gone for 10,000 years. Tribulation sword rules the world. Tribulation sword rules the world. Tribulation sword rules the world." The voice was very calm, but the figures of Xiaoqinyu and the others who were running at high speed stopped in an instant. One by one, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. At that place, there seemed to be a little bit of light jumping out suddenly. It was as if it had suddenly appeared from the void, shooting out billions of bright and dazzling lights. Xiaoqinyu's pupils shrank. This was the sword tip of a sword. Looking at this shape, everyone present could recognize it. Behind him, the dozens of supreme martial artist experts were also shocked. They almost couldn't breathe. They only felt that their hearts were beating like drums. Even breathing seemed to be difficult. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the tip of the sword, coupled with the words spoken just now, was enough to tell that Tribulation Sword had reappeared. The master of Tribulation Sword had returned to the world. The legend of 10,000 years, the mystery of 10,000 years. Today, at this moment, they could finally see the legendary divine sword. That sword tip was floating in the air, swallowing and spitting out cold light. The sun shone in the sky, but it couldn't suppress the light of the sword tip. It was just a sword, and it was only a small part of the sword tip, but everyone's eyes revealed the most fanatical look. And an unprecedented majestic pressure. That was a supreme divine object. Just a sword tip, and everyone's mind was seized. Suddenly, there was a piercingly cold aura flickering, and another object that was flickering with light appeared out of nowhere. The sword blade, the sword tip suddenly rushed to the sky and grew in the wind. It actually became 10 feet long in the air. It was just a little bit of starlight just now, but now it grew hundreds of times, thousands of times in the air. The sword blade followed with a schwa sound. With a flash of light, it was side by side with the sword tip. It stood tall in the air. The cold light seemed to be the blinking eyes of thousands of ghosts in hell. Under the clear blue sky, there was a sense of gloominess that came out of nowhere. Then, with a loud sound, the sword blade also appeared. The cold light flashed, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses had appeared in front of them. It was so tragic. Then, it was the sword guard, the sword tongue, the sword hilt, the sword pommel. There were a total of 7 parts of the sword. They circled and danced in the air, each with its own spirit, each with its own power. Then, clang! With a clear sound, the sword tip took the lead and rushed to the sky. The sword blade followed, and with a caw sound, it merged with the sword tip. A burst of dazzling light flashed, and a strange feeling of fighting the world side by side arose in everyone's heart. It was as if the sword tip and the sword blade were brothers who had been separated for 10,000 years. Now that they had reunited after a long separation, they were reunited and fighting the world side by side. Clang! The sword blade rose mightily and lit up, joining the sword tip and the sword blade. They merged seamlessly in the air. The sword body had already taken shape. Then, the 2 sides of the sword guard flew up and embedded into the sword body. The curved arc was just enough to protect the hand holding the sword. It was an awe-inspiring guard. The sword tongue flew up with a schwa sound, and with a 7-colored light, it entered the ranks of the swords. Then, the sword hilt suddenly moved forward, and with a caw sound, it took the sword tongue into its embrace. Then, the sword pommel flew up like a meteor. With a caw sound, it appeared in the fixed position. A long sword was thus formed. The moment the sword was formed, it suddenly exploded with thousands of rays of light, standing majestically between heaven and earth. It was as if this calamity sword also knew that it had not appeared in the open on this continent for 10,000 years. This time, it appeared with its head held high, and looked down on all eternity, intimidating the masses. It just floated in the air like this, the sword tip pointing straight at the sky. This sword was more than 100 feet long, but it did not give people the feeling that it was too big or inappropriate. That perfect streamline, that ingenious design, made everyone extremely fond of it. However, that awe-inspiring aura that swept through everything made everyone feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. A clear sound rang out, and then a white light like a swimming dragon flew out like lightning. Like a swallow returning to its nest, it actually plunged into the sword body of the calamity sword. Then, the whole sword body shone brighter, and the white light inside could be faintly seen swimming back and forth, as if it was very excited and happy. Calamity sword. Xianxia was dazzled, and muttered, "It's really the calamity sword. This is the calamity sword that has dominated the heavens for 10,000 years. This sword has really reappeared in the world." Everyone stared at the sword in a daze. For a moment, no one responded to Xianxia's words. This sword had already attracted all of their attention. The one who obtained the calamity sword ruled the world. The one who obtained the calamity sword turned yin and yang. The one who obtained the calamity sword reversed reincarnation. The one who obtained the calamity sword saved the world. All the legends and legends about the calamity sword reverberated in everyone's minds. Calamity sword, a laugh that shook the wind and thunder, a rage that made the sea cold, a hand that broke the firmament, a sword that danced across the sky. If this sword fell into my hands, then, the one who could do all this, would be me. I am the master of the firmament, I am the master of the earth, I am invincible, I am supreme. Xianxia looked at the calamity sword, and the intoxication in his eyes gradually disappeared. Slowly, it turned into a cruel look, and he said indifferently, "Since the calamity sword has appeared, is the master of the calamity sword still not willing to come out and meet me?" His voice was not very loud, but it echoed in the air like muffled thunder. The intoxication of all the experts was shattered by this muffled voice, and they were suddenly awakened. Yes, there was still the master of the calamity sword. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and listen attentively. They wanted to hear what the legendary master of calamity sword was going to say. He only heard that detached, indifferent, and cold voice say, "Xianxia, the elderly should cultivate their mind and nature, and enjoy the rest of their lives. It's not good to have a hot temper at your age. It's not good for cultivation, heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and spleen." Even with Xianxia's calmness and cultivation, his body couldn't help but sway a little after hearing this. The supreme martial artists behind him all felt their vision go dark. Did the master of calamity sword really say these words? Did the master of calamity sword really say these words? This was too shocking. It wasn't that they were shocked by the content, but the nonsense was too shocking. What was even more shocking was that this kind of nonsense could actually be said in such a solemn, indifferent, and aloof voice. This was really a realm. He. Everyone wants to see me? Alright, then I'm coming out. A faint laughter sounded. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the legendary figure to appear. He. I'm really coming out. The faint laughter sounded again. Everyone's face was filled with black lines. Was a legendary figure really that legendary? He. I'm really coming out. The faint voice sounded very serious. What the F***ck, was this legendary figure still breathing? PFFF, everyone held their breaths and waited for him. In the end, this guy came out 3 times in a row, but they still didn't see him. Everyone felt that they couldn't hold their breaths anymore, and they all spat it out. Everyone looked at each other and realized that the person opposite them had an extremely strange expression. The master of calamity sword, who was the center of attention and was almost regarded as a god by the people of the heaven realm, was actually so unruly. How could they endure this? Are you coming out or not? Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Why is the old man's temper so bad? His personality is so impatient. It's hard for him to achieve great things. The voice complained sincerely. Xiaoqinyu almost vomited blood. He wanted to flick his sleeves and leave. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the air in front of them was filled with a dense void. A young man with a jade-like complexion appeared in the void in front of them with a gentle smile on his face. The moment he appeared, he waved his hand. The calamity sword in the sky let out a sharp but joyful sword hum. It suddenly shrank and returned to his hand. By the time it reached his palm, it had already returned to the size of an ordinary longsword. The person who came was naturally the master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang, but when Xiaoqinyu and the others really saw him, the strange feeling in their hearts increased by several points. Was this guy here to fight? Or are you here for a vacation? Sightseeing? Could it be that he was actually here to date? The Catastrophe Sword Master who appeared out of nowhere was wearing a white robe like snow. He looked like a handsome tree in the wind. In his arms, there was a beautiful girl who looked like she was in a painting. She was dressed in red, with a face full of love and gentleness. She was nestled in his arms like a little bird. It was as if a peerless flower had suddenly bloomed on this ancient ice field. The moment they saw this girl again, a heartfelt gentleness and pity suddenly rose in their hearts. You are the Catastrophe Sword Master? Yi Xiaoyao seemed to be in disbelief. He finally asked loudly. Keep your voice down. Chu Yang looked up at him and said angrily, Don't scare my beauty. Mo Qinggu, who was in his arms, turned her bright eyes and said softly, I'm not a beauty. I'm an ugly monster. Chu Yang said, If you are an ugly monster, then I'll look at ugly monsters in the future. Okay. The dozens of supreme martial artists on the opposite side were collectively speechless. Everyone was even prepared to see the birth of a peerless hero. Who would have thought that when they opened their eyes wide, they would see a scene of tender love? A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect couple. This was the legendary legend? Catastrophe Sword Master. Instantly, everyone felt that they were going to get a needle's eye. It was too confusing. It made them gasp for breath. You are really the Catastrophe Sword Master? This time even Xiaoqinyu felt that he was dreaming. He even omitted the word sir directly. Chu Yang raised the Catastrophe Sword in his hand and said with a smile, How can you say this? I can lie, but this sword won't lie, right? If you keep asking the same question like this, I'll feel impatient. Are you used to repeating your questions many times? Has your memory deteriorated to this extent? Xiaoqinyu's chest tightened. He shouted, Catastrophe Sword Master, you killed my brother. You and I are irreconcilable. Chu Yang said lightly, I killed your brother, so you want to take revenge on me. I can understand this. But how many people have you killed in the past 10,000 years? How many people have come to take revenge on you? Xiaoqinyu sneered. What's the pity of killing ants? You are indeed the clan master of the Shao clan. What you said is so good. You said exactly what I wanted to say. Chu Yang raised his head lightly and looked at him with some mockery. You said it just now. What's the pity of killing ants? Is it necessary to be irreconcilable with me? You. Xiaoqinyu's eyes shone sharply. He suddenly held the sword hilt and said coldly, Catastrophe Sword Master, you and I have been enemies for generations. If you don't die, then my clan will die. So what if you have a glib tongue? Come, call out all your brothers. I'll be merciful today and send you all on your way. Let's meet in the netherworld so that you won't be lonely. Chu Yang smiled lightly. My brothers? Suddenly, someone said coldly, Xiaoqinyu, do you want to see me? This voice was so cold that it could freeze one's bones. This voice was so sharp that it could pierce one's heart. A figure in black suddenly appeared. Tall and straight like a sword, his eyes were like a sword, his body was like a sword, his brows were like a sword, and his aura was like a sword. As soon as he appeared, an unprecedentedly strong sword intent suddenly raged and surged, covering the entire sky. Clang! Except for Xiaoqinyu and Chu Yang, as long as there was a sword at their waist, there was no exception. All of them let out a buzzing sound at the same time. So one of the tribulations is a sword supremacy. Amazing! Xiaoqinyu's eyes were solemn. Although the other party's level was not high, only at the peak of second grade, a sword supremacy with such cultivation could already hurt him. Only a sword supremacy? Another voice asked fiercely. The moment this voice sounded, all the people who used sabers felt the scabbard at their waist vibrate, and their sabers were automatically unsheathed by half a foot. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and saw another young man in black standing with his saber horizontally. His feet were firm and unmoving. Although he was standing in the air, he gave everyone the feeling that he was like a lofty mountain that couldn't be shaken at all. Just by standing there, a majestic aura like that of an army of thousands of men and horses was already coming at them. Saber supremacy. You're also one of the tribulations? Xiaoqinyu's eyes narrowed. Dong Wushang said coldly, why? Do you want to have a taste of it? Xiaoqinyu sneered, considering your age, to have such achievements, even if you are not the last, it is unprecedented. However, you alone are not my match. A very serious voice said, Dog Ant. What the F***ck, this old thing is so F***king arrogant, so crazy. If you continue to brag, there will be dust. I really can't listen to this anymore. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Wahahaha. Dog Ant. Dog Ant. Such flamboyant and hooligan words, without the slightest bit of solemnity, were suddenly spoken in an extremely solemn tone. Everyone only felt extremely uncomfortable, it was truly too uncomfortable. A young man in a white robe raised his head and raised his nostrils. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he appeared in the air in an extremely pretentious manner. At the sight of this, there was a feeling of God as the boss, I'm the boss that deserved a beating. He walked step by step until he was in front of Dong Wushang. Then, he turned around to face Xiaoqinyu. Taking a step forward, he pointed at his own nose and said, Old thing, you must remember, my name is GMO. I was the one who crushed your aunt like little brother to death. I'm worried that he'll be lonely down there, so I want to ask you to accompany him and let you brothers reunite in the Yellow Springs so that he won't be lonely. After being reborn, Second Master Ji's confidence was boundless. At this moment, he actually dared to challenge a low-grade supreme martial artist. What was even more infuriating was that he even copied Xiaoqinyu's words just now. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. Xiaoqinyu's face instantly darkened. Before he could reply, a wolf's howl suddenly shook the sky, resounding through the sky and peerlessly mighty. Awoo, following the wolf's howl, a figure somersaulted 17 or 18 times in the air and appeared on the scene. He put his arm around Ji-Mo's shoulder and laughed loudly, looking extremely pleased. His face was asking for a beating, and his whole body was asking for a beating. The moment one saw him, they couldn't help but want to stuff a red-hot iron rod into the hole in his butt. He laughed loudly. How can I, Luo Kadi, Second Master Luo, be absent from such a lively scene? All of you, quickly pay your respects to Second Master Luo. What are you waiting for? A dragon's roar reverberated through the air. A white-robed man appeared out of thin air, and he actually scattered waves of golden light across the sky. He smiled and said, I'm Ao Xian. And beside him, there was another person. This person was thin and shriveled, and seemed to be cowering in fear. That person shrank his neck and said fearfully, I'm Rue Butong. I never fight, bang. A splendid flower bloomed in the sky. It was magnificent and beautiful. In the middle of the flower, there was a young man in white. He was elegant, handsome, and free like a woman. He slowly nodded and said simply, Xia Danqiong. Xiaoqinyu rolled his eyes and said, there are still 2 missing. Why don't you all show yourselves? Let me see how heroic and elegant the current generation's robbers are. A gentle voice said, Elder Xiao, you're exaggerating. We seem to have met before. It was Mo Tianji, something happened some time ago. I wanted a little girl, but I couldn't get pregnant. Finally, there was news, but my wife fell down. Sigh. My wife has been unhappy all this time. Then, when I saw that my body had recovered, I forced her to go out and play for a week. We went to Suhang. Yes, it's this week. It can be considered as a distraction. I just came back today. I didn't update much during this time. Everyone, please forgive me. Now that I'm back, I'll take a rest and seize the time to write to make up for the past few days. Today, I'm updating. In the distance, Mo Tianji brought Chu Lu'er and Mo Qinggu over. Chu Lu'er shouted excitedly, "Big brother!" She leaped over and hugged Chu Yang tightly. She wanted to pull Mo Qinggu away from her big brother, but in the end, she could only hug Mo Qinggu together. The two little girls complimented each other beautifully. "Big brother! I missed you so much." "Humph, you little girl are really whimsical. You actually took advantage of my big brother." The first sentence was directed at Chu Yang, but the second sentence was directed at Mo Qinggu. Mo Qinggu had recovered her memories from her previous life. How could she lower herself to Chu Lu'er's level? She just smiled gently. "There seems to be one missing." "Who is the last one?" Xiaoqinyu said coldly. "Why, are we not enough to release your soul? Do you want to try? We can fight you alone." "Of course, we can fight you together." GMO sneered. Diwu Qingro stood opposite him and looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. He said lightly, "Brother Chu, so you are the current Tribulation Sword Master." The world-renowned king of Hell Chu is actually the Tribulation Sword Master. This is really shocking. Diwu Qingro had already guessed Chu Yang's true identity, but he didn't say it out loud. Chu Yang naturally knew. He said lightly, "Brother Diwu, long time no see." "There's one more." Xiaoqinyu said angrily, "Where is he? Come out." There was one more person. This was something everyone knew. However, among the brothers, even Mo Tianji didn't know who the other person was. In fact, not only them, but even Chu Yang didn't know who the last person was. He clearly knew that the last person must be by his side, but he didn't know who it was. The identity of the last person would only be revealed after obtaining the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Before that, even the Tribulation Sword Master didn't know. And this last person was the most important person to the Tribulation Sword Master and his brothers. Chu Yang once thought, could it be Dukyu? Or was it Tan Tan? However, he really wasn't confident and couldn't be sure. The legend of tribulation had lasted for more than 100,000 years. There were countless legends in each generation. Each had their own style and each had their own merits. It was difficult to say, but there were still clues that could be found. Tribulation was an individual in every generation. This was one of the rules. If it were not for tribulation, how could there be a big family in every generation? The second rule was that the Sword Master of Calamity was not part of the calamity. He was the master of the calamity, but he was not the leader of the calamity. The third rule was that the victims of the tribulation would never have the same surname. If they had the same surname, how would the great clans be ranked? How to list them? In addition to the above 3 rules, there was another rule that was not known if it could be counted as a rule. Tribulation had never had a woman. These 4 were secrets that were known to the highest echelons of the aristocratic families. For generations, every generation of great aristocratic families had racked their brains to target the new generation of tribulation every 10,000 years. Unfortunately, they had used all kinds of methods, whether it was conspiracy, coercion, deceit, or beauty traps. It could be said that they had used all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to achieve anything. In the end, they could only be destroyed. Chu Yang was very confused because he didn't know who the remaining person was. Even Chu Yang, the Sword Master of Calamity, did not know the identity of the last person. Naturally, it was impossible for the others to know. In fact, this question had troubled everyone for a long time. So at this moment, when the brothers heard Xiaoqinyu's question, they subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned his head innocently and looked at the brothers who were looking at him blankly. Then Mo Tianji turned his head with a very interesting expression. So even Big Brother did not know who the last person was? What a joke! GMO opened his mouth and then closed it. In the end, he did not dare to make a sound. Chu Yang's mind turned quickly. He did not want to be entangled in this question anymore. Then, he smiled faintly and looked at Xiaoqinyu again. He said, "Why do you care so much about this? Even if you know who the person is, what can you do? However, I can guarantee that the person's surname is not Xiao. Can you be at ease now?" Xiaoqinyu laughed wildly. "Why do you need to guarantee? I naturally know that the person's surname is not Xiao. You don't need to cover it up. If you cover it up, it is true. I think your last calamity is that Li Xiong too, right? Don't you want to know what I can do after I know who the person is? I will tell you. What can I do? I will also let you, the master of the calamity sword, be at ease. Haha. At this moment, the calamities have gathered and the master of the calamity sword has appeared. Right now, the Northwest is the grandest gathering in 10,000 years. However, this will also save me from the exhaustion of a long journey. I will let all of you be buried here together. Today is the end of the calamity and the end of the master of the calamity sword. Then, he waved his hand and shouted sternly, "Everyone, back down. Today, I will challenge the master of the calamity sword and his calamity alone. Let's see if the so-called calamity legend can continue." According to the legends, the combination of calamity and calamity is invincible. I want to see how this combination of calamity and calamity can be invincible in front of me. At this moment, Xianxia was domineering and awe-inspiring. He was really like a god. His whole body was shining with endless light. At the same time, an unprecedentedly domineering aura soared into the sky. He looked down at Chu Yang and the others with a cold smile on his face. His right hand slowly stroked the hilt of his sword. His right hand was originally hanging by his waist. However, with such a simple lift and a small movement of slowly placing his hand on the sword hilt, the world suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Everyone seemed to see countless palms and sword hilts at the same time. At the same time, they fell, although Chu Yang and the others were all juniors, and Xianxia had said very arrogantly that he wanted to challenge the legend of the current generation with his own strength. At this moment, he had undoubtedly used all of his strength. For 100,000 years, the master of the calamity sword was equivalent to a legend. And the combination of calamity and calamity was an invincible legend. Today, Xianxia wanted to rewrite this legend with his own strength and create a new one. How could he not go all out? The hostile relationship between the two sides was already clear. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Chu Yang was about to take a step forward when a white shadow suddenly flashed beside him. Then, a red shadow also flashed. It was Mo Qingwu's beautiful figure, like a flowing cloud, floating out. On the other side, Chu Lu'er stepped forward with her chest puffed out. With a wave of her hand, a silent and dense aura rushed toward Xiao Chen's face. Xiaoqinyu's complexion changed sharply. His entire body moved without any wind, rising more than 10 feet into the air. His movements didn't stop, and he quickly retreated another 10 feet. With a wave of his big sleeve, a tyrannical force hit the void in front of him, causing a crisp paw sound. The space in front of him instantly showed signs of shattering, just like a piece of broken glass. Then, the entire shattered space was directly sent far away by Xiaoqinyu. After confirming that it was safe, he said in a serious voice, "Poison of the void. You are the successor of the poison doctor?" Previously, Wu Jiuqing only pointed from afar. The distance was really too far, so Xiaoqinyu actually didn't see what Chu Lu'er looked like at all. To be honest, Chu Lu'er's poison of the void made Xiaoqinyu a little wary, but he didn't fear it. With Xiao Yuchen's cultivation, he had too many methods to deal with it easily. But the poison of the void also meant something else, which was that it showed Chu Lu'er's identity as the successor of the poison doctor. Wu Jiuqing was watching by the side, so how could Xiaoqinyu dare to act rashly? So what if he had too many methods? If he didn't dare to use them, wouldn't it be a waste? Chu Lu'er's beautiful eyes turned, and she smiled sweetly. It is Lu'er. Lu'er is here to ask Elder Xiao for a fight. Xiaoqinyu smiled bitterly. Ask for a fight? My ass, would I dare to ask for a fight with a little poison like you? Just as Xiao Yuchen was about to open his mouth to explain, a red robe suddenly fluttered, and a red shadow flashed. Mo Qingwu let out a soft shout and attacked from the air. Her sword floated, like a traveler in the world. Wherever the sword passed, a lonely and carefree concept appeared out of nowhere. This sword actually seemed to abandon the world of mortals in an instant. It was full of elegance and aloofness. The lonely and aloofness of the sword went straight for Xiaoqinyu's throat. I'd rather look at a lonely sword at the end of the world than be stained with luxury by the world of mortals. Seeing this, Xiaoqinyu's expression changed again. His figure retreated swiftly like moving clouds and flowing water. A strange light shot out from his eyes as he shouted, "Little girl in red, Ning Tianya, Supreme Ning, who is he to you?" Mo Qingwu's sword attack was Ning Tianya's real signature move. If the poison doctor Wu Jiuqing was the most untouchable person in the world, then Ning Tianya was the most untouchable person in the world. Mo Qingwu replied indifferently, "He is my teacher." She raised her head and smiled. "Qingwu is new in the world, I've made a fool of myself in front of Elder Xiao." Xiao Qingyu's face was a little twisted at this moment. He had long heard that Ning Tianya and Buluqing, these two damned but immortal old fellows, had taken in a disciple together and treasured her like a treasure. Previously, he was still curious about what kind of heaven-defying talent could be taken in as a disciple by these two great supreme martial artists at the same time. He didn't expect to finally see it today. He did see it. Her talent was indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, she had already reached the level of a supreme martial artist. Such an achievement couldn't be described as rare and commendable. She was really blessed by the heavens and a genius. But, why did she have to stand on the opposite side? Why? Why was this so? The disciple of the poison doctor Wu Jiuqing and the disciple of Ning Tianya and Buluqing actually stood on the opposite side together. Wasn't this too much of a scam? Chu Le and Mo Qingwu smiled at the same time. They said very humbly and politely, "Elder Xiao, you don't have to worry about my teacher. Now that our positions are clear, since we have already confirmed that we are enemies, then it's only natural for us to fight to the death. Please make your move." This sentence was really reasonable. It was really magnanimous and high-class, full of the flavor of the world. It was an open-minded demeanor of the people of the world. However, the faces of Xiao Qinyu and the various supreme martial artist experts of the allied forces behind him were completely twisted. What you guys said was simply too nice. What did they mean by "don't have to worry about anything"? How could they not have to worry about anything? Not to mention that Wu Jiuqing was over there eyeing them covetously. Even if Wu Jiuqing wasn't here, they definitely couldn't not worry about anything. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Unless Xiao Qinyu could kill all the people here, be it allies or enemies, the news would definitely spread if he really killed the two girls. Not to mention the enemy, even his own people would definitely betray Xiao Qinyu at the first moment in order to get rid of suspicion. Humans all had the mentality to protect themselves, especially when facing a powerful force that they were powerless to resist and unable to resist. At that time, it was definitely foreseeable that Wu Jiuqing, Ning Tianya, and Buluqing would join hands to kill the Xiao clan in anger. Even for a colossus like the Xiao clan, the outcome was already destined. Not even a complete tile would be left behind. This wasn't the end. With Wu Jiuqing around, not even a blade of grass would grow in the Xiao clan's territory for tens of thousands of years. It would turn into a desert in the human world, without any vitality, not to mention any inheritance. Under the bloody revenge of three top-notch supreme martial artists, the so-called inheritance would be a joke. You two little girls are full of confidence, so of course you don't have to worry. But how can we not worry? As she spoke, Chu Lu'er chuckled and her white figure flashed like lightning. "Elder Xiao, be careful." She actually made the first move, and Mo Qingwu didn't want to fall behind. Her hair danced as if it was flying. She shouted softly, "Tianwu. Dance heaven and earth." In an instant, red shadows swept across the world like a waterfall. In an instant, it was as if the world had turned crimson red. It was filled with boundless magnificence like a dream. Even though he was in the middle of a battle and was in danger of dying, Chu Yang's heart was inexplicably in a daze at this moment. A wave of emotions arose spontaneously and overflowed his entire heart. Mo Qingwu knew that the opponent was strong, so she immediately used her trump card. Tian Wu's magical martial arts finally appeared in the Chong-Tian continent for the first time. Xiao Qinyu was also a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time. When he saw the strange situation in front of him, he didn't dare to act rashly. He roared and quickly retreated. However, he was surprised to find that his front and back were enveloped by the red shadow. His body was sticky as if it was being pulled by countless silk threads. He couldn't move. Xiao Qinyu was well aware that even though he was trapped in a predicament, there was no real danger. Mo Qingwu's moves were marvelous and indeed exceeded his expectations. However, her cultivation was too low, so she couldn't really trap him. Whether it was brandishing his sword to break out of the encirclement or mustering his strength to struggle, he was confident that he could escape. However, these two methods had the same flaw, which was that he would inevitably hurt Mo Qingwu. With the opponent's magical art, it was really difficult for him to control. Just as Xiao Qinyu was carefully considering how much strength he should use to ensure that he could escape without hurting Mo Qingwu, the attacks of the two girls came one after another. He was very polite, afraid that he would hurt the two girls, but the two girls were very rude. Every move was vicious and deadly, as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Just as Xiao Qinyu was temporarily trapped, Chu Le'er's sword had already slashed towards him. At the same time, there was a dreamlike flash of red light. Mo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber had already turned into a blurry bolt of lightning and slashed towards him, a sharp saber and a sharp sword. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu almost fainted from sullenness. None of these items were ordinary items. Under the situation where his protective upstanding chi couldn't reflect the impact, it definitely couldn't block it. But if it reflected the impact, the two girls would definitely be seriously injured. Then, he would still be finished. Not only would he be finished, but the entire Xiao clan would be finished as well. However, since Mo Qingwu had already swung her saber to attack, it meant that the connection with the red shadow from before had already weakened. Xiao Qinyu made a prompt decision. With a shout, his body spun like a top, making a sound of space being torn apart. He actually got rid of the red shadow and rushed into the air, temporarily escaping from the danger. Mo Qingwu and Chu Le'er's figures were like lightning as they hurriedly chased after him, unwilling to let him go. Xiao Qinyu was full of hatred. He had many misgivings and didn't dare to hurt the two girls, but the two girls didn't know when to stop and kept forcing him to kill. It wasn't a good idea to continue like this. At that moment, he made up his mind and decided to use all his strength to quickly restrain the two girls. As long as he had the two girls in his hands, even if those three old farts came looking for him, there would be room to maneuver. Besides, he would only restrain them and definitely wouldn't really hurt the two girls. And that Tianwu was really too domineering. With the cultivation of a mid-stage supreme martial artist, the little girl actually almost trapped him, a mid-stage supreme martial artist. This was simply unbelievable. He made up his mind and was about to make a move. However, there was a fluctuation in the air and Wu Jiuqing appeared coincidentally. Xiao Qinyu felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly said, "Elder Wu, please stop your disciple." After all, restraining the two girls was the worst plan. If Wu Jiuqing were to stop him, or even take the two girls away, that would be the best plan. But unexpectedly, Wu Jiuqing actually smiled dotingly and said, "Those two girls are too mischievous. They usually don't train properly. It's rare that they are in the mood today. You should play with them a little more. It's also a good thing to gain more combat experience. Let's stop when it's appropriate and not hurt each other." Xiao Qingyu's depressed and inconsolable mood soared up. An urge to curse filled his chest in an instant. What the f***ck? What do you mean play? Who would be in the mood to play with them at such a time? You old fart, didn't you see how ruthless you and Ning Tianya's precious disciple were just now? Every saber and sword was aimed at the throat, the heart, the dantian, and other vital points. If it weren't for the fact that they were inexperienced and couldn't attend to one thing and lose sight of the other, it would have been either me or the two of them who would have died just now. But now that Wu Jiuqing was in front of him himself, no matter how unwilling Xiao Qinyu was, he could only play with the two little girls. For a moment, the three of them actually got into a fight in the air, tossing and turning, fighting to the death. In a real fight to the death, Xiao Qinyu would definitely die and the two girls would naturally live. The only regret was that even though the two girls tried their best, they still couldn't kill the clan head of the Xiao clan. The difference in their actual strength was too great. "Qingwu, Lu'er, stop fooling around." Chu Yang tried hard to hold back his laughter and shouted. The two girls agreed at the same time and very obediently floated back to Chu Yang's side. With the brains of these two girls, they naturally knew that with just the two of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill Xiao Qinyu. But they still had to come out and make a fuss to give Chu Yang time and space to maneuver. To let that kind of hostile aura dissipate. Sure enough, after such a fuss, Xiaoqingyu's face turned purple. The momentum of wanting to destroy and recreate a legend in one fell swoop just now was already gone. Even if it was a top-level battle, with his cultivation, he might not sweat at all. But at this moment, he actually felt a chill on his back. It wasn't because he was tired or scared, but because he was too angry. It was too suffocating. Ever since Xiaoqingyu was born, he hadn't felt so suffocated in more than 10,000 years. Qiyang took a step forward and said with a smile, "Has Elder Zhao's anger subsided now?" Xiaoqingyu was furious. "What the hell? You bastard who still wants to pretend to be obedient after taking advantage of the situation. If you were in my position, would your anger have subsided?" But at this moment, he couldn't not answer, otherwise he would lose even more of his poise. At once, he said impatiently, "If you have something to say, say it." Qiyang said indifferently, "Elder Xiao is the first clan head of the Xiao clan and has seen the world. I believe you should know that my appearance at this moment is very untimely, against common sense, and even very unwise. But the reason why I'm here is because some very unexpected changes have happened. It's not without reason. I believe Elder Xiao should know this in your heart." Xiaoqingyu didn't answer and only snorted. In fact, he somewhat agreed with Chu Yang's words in his heart. For generations, before the Tribulation Sword Master's wings were fully developed, he could be said to be the public enemy of the big aristocratic families. And being the public enemy of the big aristocratic families was equivalent to being the enemy of the entire upper three heavens. Once exposed, how serious would the consequences be? Although Chu Yang had already reached the supreme grade, and in terms of age, it was rare to have this kind of strength. But in terms of absolute strength, he was still very weak. It wasn't too much to say that he couldn't even withstand a single attack. Xiaoqingyu was naturally not stupid. How could he not know that the other party must have a purpose for revealing his identity in such a big way? Especially when the other party appeared in such a high-profile manner and provoked the highest degree of hatred from him. Then, he let the two little girls take advantage of the situation to suppress him. This was originally a very deep intention. The whole process could be said to be unexpected, but it was not necessarily unreasonable. Xiaoqingyu snorted coldly and asked sarcastically, "Tribulation Sword Master's methods are extremely brilliant. He even used Ning Tianya, Bu Luqing and Wu Jiuqing's disciples as protective talismans to suppress us. At this moment, you're telling me that an accident has happened? I'm also interested to know what exactly happened. What can make you, the Tribulation Sword Master, appear and announce to the world?" Chu Yang ignored Xiaoqingyu's sarcasm and said lightly, "We need a relatively calm environment to talk." "That's all." Xiaoqingyu snorted coldly. "Our environment to talk? What kind of environment to talk between us?" Chu Yang's gaze focused, and his voice became serious. He said very seriously, "This is also my sincerity. After you and I talk, if Elder Xiao still wants to continue the battle, I can promise that Lu Er and Qinggu will not participate, and will not use any means to interfere in the battle between us." Xiaoqingyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "Well, you've already said so much. If I still hesitate, it would be ungentlemanly of me. Go ahead." Regarding this promise, Xiaoqingyu was undoubtedly very moved. If the two little girls really didn't interfere, he naturally wouldn't have any grievances anymore. In fact, Xiaoqingyu also knew that even if Chu Le and Mo Qinggu were to participate in the battle, they might not be of much use. As long as two experts who were far stronger than them were to deal with the two girls, it would be difficult for the two girls to do anything. Also, Chu Yang's side might also be worried about the safety of the two girls. In such a battle, even a god couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. If the two girls' opponents were really forced by the two girls to kill them, Chu Yang wouldn't even be able to buy medicine for regret. Chapter 2. I continue to write the third chapter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Supplement. Although the power of the Calamity Sword was vast and the heavy core could heal all injuries, it still couldn't be compared to the medicine of regret. However, after weighing both sides, Xiaoqingyu still felt that his side was at an advantage. As long as he could avoid becoming enemies with those three old bastards, this price was still worth it. And in fact, it was indeed so. After all, no one could guarantee that the two girls wouldn't be hurt at all. Chu Yang said seriously, "Senior, you must still remember the sudden appearance of the black fog a few days ago. Xianxia said, so what if I remember? Qiang took a deep breath and said, nothing much. It's just that the black fog had darkened the entire sky. I can conclude that it's a unique trace of the extraterrestrial demon's descent to the lower world. In other words, a great calamity is about to befall the Chongtian continent. This is an unavoidable world-ending calamity. I believe that even if we combine all our forces, we may not be able to avert the danger. That's all. What are you saying? Nothing much? It's already the great calamity, and you're still saying that's all? You're really King calm. Hearing this, the experts of the big clans were a little conflicted. Xianxia frowned and muttered to himself, great calamity of the world? Extraterrestrial demons, coming down? As a peak-grade supreme martial artist and the first clan master of the Xiao clan, Xianxia naturally knew that the so-called extraterrestrial demons were definitely not just a legend. Although he had never seen it before, it did exist. Qiang said, that's right. This is the calamity of the entire heavenly realm. At such a critical moment, if we still fight for our own interests, I'm afraid, we'll all be destroyed. That's our final outcome. That's why I'm willing to take the risk, to show up in advance. Qiang said seriously, I believe that Senior Xiao should be able to feel my sincerity. It's indeed very sincere. I can feel the sincerity of the Calamity Sword Master. Xianxia was also an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the matter. Since Qiang had already made a gesture and fully expressed his sincerity, then Xianxia naturally had no reason to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Xianxia looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, I don't doubt the Calamity Sword Master's words. I also understand the harm that the extraterrestrial demons can cause. Qiang nodded. Xianxia took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes turned cold. He said with some pain, but I can't join hands with you. Qiang was surprised. Why? The old man in front of him was absolutely not an impulsive person. With his experience, wisdom, and insight into the ways of the world, he shouldn't have thought that this was an excellent opportunity to protect the future of the Xiao clan, so how could he refuse it so decisively? Xianxia faced the sky and let out a long howl with complicated emotions. He said sternly, because of my younger brother. Because you are the master of Calamity Sword. Because of your destiny. Because we are natural enemies. They are natural enemies that cannot coexist. Xianxia's voice was solemn, I don't doubt your intentions. I don't doubt it at all. I also admire your choice. I absolutely believe that you are making a sacrifice for the sake of the common people. You don't have any selfish motives. You are indeed worthy of being the master of Calamity Sword. But I know, I understand. If other people or other aristocratic families choose to cooperate with you in the end, I won't oppose or stop them. But I, Xianxia, will definitely fight you to the death. Xianxia looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. He sounded like he was crying and laughing at the same time. I must avenge my younger brother. I must protect my clan from being destroyed by calamity. As for the common people of the world, what does it have to do with me whether they are destroyed or not? Behind Xianxia, a few supreme martial artists lowered their heads and pondered. But most of the people started to clamor at once. Old Xiao is right. Is this master of calamity Sword out of his mind? He actually used such an excuse to deceive us. Yes, yes. As long as the master of Calamity Sword and Calamity are killed one by one, the world will be peaceful. Extraterrestrial demons? What are those? Even if they really come, so what? Everyone will be drowned by their saliva. It's purely an alarmist talk. It's actually a disaster for the entire heavens? Earth-ending catastrophe? Haha. Can his words be more ridiculous? Energy, wood, and energy? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is just a stalling tactic by the master of Calamity Sword. He wants us to cooperate with him and then kill us all. Everyone, don't be fooled. What common people of the world? Earth-ending catastrophe? What does it matter if they are alive or dead? You actually used such a high-sounding excuse to deceive us. Master of Calamity Sword, your shamelessness is really without a limit. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. As long as we kill him, everything will be fine. Everyone started to clamor. Chu Yang kept a slight smile on his face, as if he didn't hear these insults at all. But the look in the depths of his eyes became colder and colder. Mo Tianji's face was also full of calmness. But that calmness was a little cruel. The rest of the brothers of Calamity Sword were all furious. They tried their best to restrain themselves. Right now, their boss was still talking, but it wasn't a good time to talk or fight. Everyone here is from the big dominating clans. You have ruled this continent for 10,000 years. Are the common people of this world so worthless and emotionless in your eyes? How can you be so disdainful? Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with an indescribable look. Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Value? Emotionality? What a joke. Haha, our big clans are all high and mighty. We look down on the world from the clouds. Can't we live without the common people in the world? He's just an ant, how can he be hurt? Mo Tianji said indifferently, if so, you still want to go against us like this? Fight on? Until we meet in life and death? Laughter came from the opposite side. Yes, it was indeed too ridiculous. Whether there were heavenly demons or not, what Mo Tianji, the brain of Calamity Sword, and Chu Yang, the master of Calamity Sword, did today was really a bit ridiculous. Boss, they have made their choice. What do you think? Mo Tianji turned around and asked Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded deeply. Yes. If so, we will fight tomorrow morning. Mo Tianji's voice was cold. Everyone, since you don't want to control the future of this world, you can only leave everything to fate. The winner will be the king, and the loser will be the bandit. After this battle, it will be clear who is the winner and who is the loser. Boss, what you did today is simply. At night, in the tent. GMO, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't help but start to talk nonsense. He had been holding it in for a long time. I also feel that it's a bit abrupt. Luo Kadi also didn't understand Xu Yang's actions. In fact, the others also felt the same way. But they knew that Chu Yang definitely had his reasons for doing so. So, they all restrained themselves. Shut up for me. Mo Tianji roared, you two idiots. I really don't know what to say about you two. Do you not have brains or do you have mold in your brains? Why are you so different from normal people? Mo Tianji had been having a hard time these few days. He had nowhere to vent his anger. GMO and Luo Kadi had become his punching bag. Gu Duxing seemed to have understood something. He said hesitantly, could it be what? Boss, you did this for our own good. Mo Tianji smiled confidently. Including not letting Qinggu and Lu'er participate in the battle. That's also the reason. Qinggu and Lu'er will participate in the battle. Although the other party has many misgivings, do you think we don't have any misgivings? Once you're in a killing frenzy on the battlefield, who cares about your background? Even if you're sure that they won't hurt Qinggu and Lu'er, would you feel good about relying on two little girls to restrain the enemy? Anyway, At this point, 4 pairs of eyes suddenly glared angrily at Mo Tianji. Mo Qinggu and Chu Lu'er opened their mouths and glared at him. What did you say? Who's a little girl? Do you think you're so great? Ah? Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Mo Tianji was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to look at the two girls. These two little girls, angering one of them was already enough for him. Angering two at the same time, Chu Yang coughed a few times and pulled the two girls into his arms. He said, Tianji doesn't mean any harm. Let him finish. Humph. The two girls pouted at the same time. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of jealousy and gratitude. Then, he continued, actually, the reason why Big Brother wants to do this today is because he sincerely wants to join forces with them to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. However, we also know that it's impossible to succeed. Yet, we still want to give it a try. If the clans can let down their guard and put the common people's lives first, it'll naturally be the best. However, we all know that the chances of them accepting this are too slim. Since you know that the chances are slim, why do you want to make a futile attempt? Rui Budong asked curiously. Idiot. Mo Tianji's lecturing aura had already been suppressed by Mo Qinggu and Chu Lu. However, Rui Butong's question brought out his emotions again. Instantly, his aura soared and he was insufferably arrogant. GMO and Luo Kadi looked at Rui Budong with grievance. They wished they could beat this guy up. Can't you just let him finish his nagging? How much more scolding would we have to endure with this one sentence of yours? That's because the final battle is about to begin. We will participate in it from beginning to end. After this battle, we won't have any free time. We will definitely kill our way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Mo Tianji yelled angrily. How many people will we kill along the way? How many people are there in the big clans? Are these people innocent? Are there any wrongdoings? Can you all live with it? If we continue to kill blindly, how many inner demons will we add in the end? How big of an impact will this have on our future path? Have you thought about it? But now, Big Brother is standing on the side of righteousness. If they don't agree, it's because they are crazy. It's because they don't see the big picture. It's because of their selfishness that they see all living beings as ants and have abandoned the common people. On this basis, if they still want to make things difficult for us in a life and death battle, even if we kill them all, what impact will it have on our state of mind? It will instead become a kind of merit. Do you understand? Mo Tianji roared. We understand, we really understand. GMO hurriedly wiped the spittle on his face. He was very sad, very depressed, and very aggrieved. He was even more aggrieved than he was during the day. For tomorrow's decisive battle, we will have to rely on Commander-in-Chief Diwu. Xiao Qinyu still had some embarrassment on his face. Diwu Qingro nodded slightly and said, Qingro will try his best to deal with them. Today's matter happened a little suddenly. The whole thing was an accident. Xiao Qinyu said, please don't blame me, Commander-in-Chief Diwu. Regarding today's matter, Xiao Qinyu was indeed a little embarrassed. After all, he and the others ignored the battle situation and chased after the treasure. It could be said that he left Diwu Qingro with a mess that was almost impossible to clean up. However, Diwu Qingro managed to persevere in this mess. He even persevered until Xiao Chen and the others came back. However, Xiao Chen and the others still ignored the danger in front of them and blindly chased after the treasure, causing the battle situation to be completely out of control. The fact that they were not defeated because of this was already a great contribution by Diwu Qingro. The clans were already very grateful. If that was really the case, the allied forces besieging the Li clan would be defeated by the enemy before the decisive battle. That would really be a joke for eternity. As for Xiao Chen himself, he would definitely become the biggest joke and leave his name in history. But understanding was one thing. If this happened again, Xiao Qinyu really couldn't be sure that he wouldn't chase after them again. Everyone could talk about the principle, but how many people could really do it? Diwu Qingro nodded to show that he understood and said, it's okay. Qingro can understand the choice of the elders. That is a great temptation for us martial artists. It's really hard to resist that temptation. Xiao Qinyu saw that Diwu Qingro spoke from the bottom of his heart and also praised him in his heart. After encountering such a thing, he could still accept it without changing his expression and be so calm. Throughout his 10,000 years of life, he really had never seen someone like him. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly and lowered his head respectfully. He thought to himself, you guys from the big clans are like this. Even if I blame you, what can I do to you? At the end of the day, you're just looking for trouble for yourselves. You guys are nothing more than my tools. I'm using you guys to fight Mo Tianji so that I can live up to my expectations. That's all. It's just that I'm unlucky and have no choice but to choose you. But since he had already made his choice, he had to bear the consequences. Regardless of whether you obey my orders in the future or not, I will fight this battle to the end. Since that's the case, why should I be angry? Was he really asking for it? The next morning. The morning sun had not yet fully risen, and the curtains of the great battle had already been drawn with a miserable cry. The ambush that Mo Tianji had set up had finally begun to take action. The first person to make a move was none other than Li Ju. this layer of snow didn't look any different from the other layers of snow, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This was a layer of snow formed after the previous landslide. Because countless boulders had rolled down with the landslide, this area was densely covered in snow. Without a doubt, it formed a natural cover. Because of the effect of the 3 light array, as long as a rock came into contact with the mountain, it would immediately become an inseparable part of the mountain under the influence of the array. It could be said to be a natural cover. Before the great battle had even begun, Mo Tianji had already made a lot of preparations on the surface. He had also informed the Li clan of this early on. After the 4 teams of the Li clan entered the layer of snow, they, who were familiar with the terrain, naturally went into hiding and quietly waited for the right moment to deliver the fatal blow. Under the layer of snow, there was a cave that had been dug in advance. Once the 3 light array was formed, the cave became an indestructible base. As for the Li clan members, after they entered the underground, they immediately found a large boulder that had rolled down from the mountain and pressed the boulder down. In front of such an expert, the accumulated snow along the way was completely unable to stop them as they reached the underground. This was equivalent to using the connection between the boulders to fix this layer of snow here. Some of the boulders that were useful for ambushes stopped when they were just a little bit away from the ground. Then, they went into the cave. The boulders hung in the air, just a few feet away from touching the ground. This formed an exceptionally hidden cover. If they encountered any danger, they just had to drag the boulders down and touch the ground. Therefore, the boulders that could be crushed with a pinch a moment ago had now become something that even deities would find hard to destroy. Mo Tianji had made all these arrangements in advance. It could be said that he had already made the best use of the terrain here. As long as all the experts of the Li clan operated like this, it would not be too rare for them to win against the many and defeat the strong with the weak, not to mention the other layers of backup plans. The experts of the allied forces naturally did not know that the experts of the Li clan were all in hiding. It was even more impossible for them to know the secret under this layer of snow. Previously, there was once a supreme martial artist who tried to lift up the entire layer of snow with both hands. But they did not expect that the cultivation that could move mountains and fill seas would be completely useless in this layer of snow. This discovery caused the experts of the Alliance army to feel anxious, as if they were treading on thin ice. They could only obey the order and slowly advance under this layer of snow, hiding quietly. Over the course of a day and a night, countless experts of the coalition army had been wandering around every hole where the Li family was hiding. But the Li clan members did not move at all. They were only waiting for Mo Tianji's order to attack and give the enemy a heavy blow. However, this attack, which should have been the most effective, was ruined by their own people, just like how Xianxia and the others ignored the big picture and went out of control because of the temptation of external benefits. This time, it was the Li clan's turn to spoil the whole pot of porridge. The heavens did not completely care for Brother Jia. At least, they did not really care for the Li clan. Li Ju finally could not bear it anymore. This kind of natural disgust and jealousy towards people who were better than him made this arrogant Li clan Grand Duke much less patient than others. When he saw the 2 experts of the allied forces go past the hole he was hiding in, Li Ju's desire to perform suddenly became uncontrollable and unstoppable. The enemies in front of him were completely unprepared. One strike was enough to kill them. Why did he have to wait so rigidly for Mo Tianji's order? Could it be that his eyes were able to see what was going on underground from above? Was he so powerful? Thus, Li Ju silently slipped out of his hiding place. The 2 short swords in his hands silently cut off the necks of the 2 men from behind. This wonderful taste of a fatal attack was simply too good. 2 experts who weren't any weaker than him had silently lost their lives under his sneak attack. Li Ju almost looked up to the sky and let out a long howl, but then, a buzzing sound was heard, as if someone was crying and complaining. Li Ju's face instantly turned pale. The 2 dead supreme martial artists had made a strange sound. As a direct descendant of a big clan, how could Li Ju not know this sound? That was supreme martial artist death. The so-called supreme martial artist death was made of a special heavenly sound metal. When worn, as long as one's body still had breath of life, even if it was only a little bit, it would still not make a sound. But once a person died, his breath of life would naturally disappear. Then, this supreme martial artist death would make a strange sound similar to crying. Normally, the big clans would wear it on their important people. But, no one thought that Diwu Qingro would equip these people with such important things. In fact, one only needed to think about it to understand that Diwu Qingro would not equip them under the dark layer of snow. The lower the level of a martial artist, the easier it was to be killed. But, once killed, the enemy's hiding place would be exposed. Especially in such a situation where the enemy was in the open and they were in the dark, it was reasonable to equip them with such things. Whoosh! A sound was heard from afar. Then, the pressure of the snow suddenly increased. Li Ju carefully retreated to his hiding place. The target is over there. A voice was heard. It had already discovered this place. Voices were also heard from the opposite side. It was too late to return to the cave. Li Ju panicked. He turned around and ran to one side. His family members were hiding there. He would be much safer with the experts of his clan. Everyone, go and catch the one who is running away. An angry voice was heard, he is the murderer. Lu Laosan and Ma Jun are finished. With a swoosh, several people rushed over and struck out with their palms in the air. Even though they were underground, there was a clear sound of air exploding. Wherever it passed, the snow melted rapidly. Li Ju had grown up in the northwest. It could be said that he had been dealing with ice and snow all year round. Naturally, he knew all kinds of changes under the snow like the back of his hand. How to move under the snow at high speed was his specialty. Of course, he was not the only one. Every member of the Li clan was like this. Compared to the allied forces, he was like a fish in water. Even though his strength was weak, he had an absolute advantage in speed. This had undoubtedly become his strongest means to deal with the enemy. He suddenly turned around and glided in the snow. In a flash, he had already arrived behind a fixed big rock. Then, his whole body disappeared as if he had disappeared into thin air. The powerful and domineering Supreme Chi hit the big rock with a boom and made an explosive sound, but it didn't even shake off the rock. The three light array could turn a rock into an immortal. Its overbearing power was evident. Idiot! Don't hit the rock. It's useless. Hit it. A Supreme Master said angrily. Li Ju was lucky to escape, but unexpectedly, another person flew over from the other side. Coincidentally, just before Li Ju was about to flash into another cave, he stopped him. Li Ju was shocked. He turned around and ran. However, the force he exerted earlier had completely exposed the cave. In fact, in the current situation, if Li Ju didn't panic, he could definitely protect the hidden cave. Although there was a certain risk, with Li Ju's movement advantage in the snow, he might be able to escape unscathed. However, he panicked and didn't know where to go. Naturally, he exposed everything that could be exposed and couldn't be exposed. As the saying goes, one man rises and one man destroys a country. That was it. There's a cave here. How sharp was a supreme martial artist's vision? Especially in this kind of situation, he was naturally on high alert, extremely careful, and extremely cautious. He had already discovered something fishy. He shouted, "There must be enemies inside. Everyone, come quickly. Trap them. Chase that little one. Don't kill him with one blow. Force him to reveal the location of the ambush." Another supreme martial artist immediately realized. This must be the Li clan's secret ambush. Everyone, pay attention. As long as you find a place similar to a cave, seal it immediately. Once you confirm that it's the enemy's nest, gather your strength and kill the people inside. Let's close the door and beat the dog. Don't give him a chance to escape. Ambush? Let's bury ourselves in the gates of hell. Yes. Li Ju ran for his life in panic. At this moment, he really regretted it. Wouldn't it be better if he just stayed there obediently? Why did he have to show off? Now, it's over. He didn't make any contributions. Instead, he exposed the Li clan's ambush. At this moment, there were countless supreme martial artists of the allied army surrounding him from 3 directions behind him. If Li Ju didn't want to die now, he had to escape. When people were in danger, they often panicked and didn't know where to go. They would only choose the path they were most familiar with to escape. This was human instinct. As long as they were normal people, they would be controlled by this instinct. This was especially true for those who were selfish and self-centered. This instinct was even more obvious. And Li Ju, without a doubt, was definitely a selfish person. Even if it was just to live a little longer, he could sacrifice anyone in exchange for a chance to live. This was Li Ju, therefore, the Alliance Army's wish was successfully achieved. As he fled, more and more of the Li family's ambush locations were exposed. The Alliance Army already had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. And because of the geographical advantage, it was a situation of closing the door and beating the dog. How could he not destroy them one by one at a time? The most tragic thing was that the originally indestructible environment formed by the Three Lights Great Formation had instead become the sturdiest cage at this moment. As long as a situation was formed, the Li clan wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate and would be directly killed by the combined palm force of a large number of supreme martial artists. In the end, the situation became worse and worse. The Li clan's men had no choice but to come out of the cave and participate in the battle. Because they would be exposed sooner or later. If he stayed inside, he would only be waiting for death. He might as well take the initiative to show himself and fight to the death. As long as they heard that Li Ju was being chased and approached, they could only come out and fight, otherwise, they could only wait for death, the battle of annihilation and counter-annihilation under the snow. After a day and night of silence, it had actually played out in such a tragic, comical, and even helpless manner. With such a grandson, if the Li family could survive, that would be a truly rare thing. Mo Tianji had racked his brains and used all his means to set up a seamless ambush. The excellent terrain that he had painstakingly created had completely collapsed just because of such a person. It was not only the allied forces that had pig-like teammates. The Li clan also had them. Even if there was only one of them, it was enough to cause the perfect plan to collapse. The ghost calculator's wheel, because of this piece of trash, had completely collapsed. There were constantly Li clan members who were closed and beaten, or who took the initiative to show themselves, fight, and die. There were also constant cheers from the Alliance Army. If Li Ju could restrain himself and not move, when the final battle started, this hidden chess piece would definitely be an extremely powerful force that could play an unimaginably powerful role. Because it was impossible for the Alliance Army to discover them at all. With one in the light and one in the dark, the advantage was undoubtedly overwhelming. But now, at this moment, everything had gone down the drain. The more Li Ju fled, the more chaotic he became. In the end, his mind was completely scattered, and he was simply fleeing based on his instincts. He had no sense of direction at all. The few supreme martial artists who had been chasing behind the Alliance Army could have taken him down long ago, but they didn't. They only occasionally interfered with him, using the threat of their lives to force him to create greater results. When many Li clan members who were forced to come out and fight saw such a situation, they all sighed miserably. All along, as the number one person of this generation of the Li clan and the young master of the clan, Li Ju could be said to be dignified and elegant. No matter what he did, he always looked like he had a card up his sleeve, strategizing and strategizing. But who would have thought that this young master of the clan, who had once been entrusted with high hopes by the clan, who was almost confirmed to be the first successor, would actually be so unbearable in the face of such a life-and-death crisis? Not only did he have no determination and no plan, he even implicated others, his compatriots, and the entire Li clan. It was really better for him to die. It wasn't that no one from the Li clan wanted to kill Li Ju right away, but Li Ju was very popular now. The Alliance Army even specially sent several top experts to surround Li Ju at a place slightly further away from him. As long as someone from the Li clan approached, they would immediately kill him. So far, at least 3 to 4 waves of Li clan members who wanted to kill Li Ju and cut off all future troubles were ambushed. In an extremely short period of time, there were already more than 200 Li clan members who were forced to come out and fight. This was already the strength of 2 small teams. According to Mo Tianji's plan, these people had to destroy at least 400 people of the Alliance Army before it would be their turn to be annihilated. But now, they were already facing total annihilation without getting anything out of it at all. Almost half of them were directly killed by the Alliance Army and sacrificed without any value. Is the Li clan really doomed? A supreme martial artist of the Li clan wanted to kill Li Ju but was attacked by several people instead. He held sorrowfully at the sky, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell to the ground and died with hatred in his heart. The Li clan really was doomed. Not for other reasons, but even if the Li clan hadn't encountered such a crisis of annihilation, as long as the clan's business was passed to Li Ju's hands, by the time he had power in his hands, and looking at their current performance, the annihilation of the Li clan was definitely inevitable. Inform the higher-ups immediately. Li Tongtian dealt with the attacks of the few supreme martial artists of the Alliance army in a flurry. Blood spurted from his mouth and his eyes were wide open. Hurry! If the higher-ups don't know about the changes below and continue to act according to the original plan, something big is going to happen. It's no longer necessary. Li Tongtian's fierce roar was like a heart-wrenching cry of blood. Kill them at full speed. A high-level supreme martial artist of the Alliance army gave the order at the same time. We must not let anyone from the Li clan rush to the snow surface. Victory now is equivalent to laying the foundation for the final battle in the future. Let's work together and accomplish this. All the Alliance army started to risk their lives at the same time, increasing the pressure even more. This place was 10,000 feet below the snow layer. If a supreme martial artist's voice could travel 100 miles in a spacious place, then in such an environment, it couldn't even travel a distance of 5 miles. Even supreme martial artists were no exception. The 10,000 feet of snow layer was a natural obstacle in the first place. Be it to light, sound, or power, everyone from the Li clan tried their best to break out of the encirclement with bloodshot eyes, trying their best to rush to the surface. However, in the face of the opponent's tide-like attacks, not a single one of them was able to successfully break out of the encirclement. There were even some who risked their lives and exchanged injuries for injuries. They rushed up 1,000 feet without a care for anything else, only to have their legs chopped off by the people below instead. If they wanted to rush up, they would have to pay a high price. This price had already exceeded the limits of what the Li clan could afford. There was nothing they could do. This was especially so under this layer of snow where one couldn't see anything. An absolute geographical advantage could also become the most fatal obstacle. This was exactly the case right now, and all these losses that could have been completely avoided just because of one person's stupidity had now become completely unavoidable. The enemy only needed to leave a portion of their men to guard high up in the sky. Then, the moment they rushed up without a care for anything else, they would have already been chopped into two. Even if it wasn't as easy as flipping one's hand, it wasn't much harder than drinking plain water. Why? Why? My Li clan! My Li clan! My clan! Li Tongtian roared into the sky, his eyes filled with blood and tears. Blood and pieces of his internal organs spurted out together with his voice. We. A bright blade suddenly slashed across. Li Tongtian's head flew up from the snow layer, but he still shouted his last sentence at the top of his voice. My clan, kill. Such a heaven-sent opportunity is hard to come by. It can be seen that the destruction of the Li clan is the will of the heavens. Even a tribulation can't reverse it. A supreme martial artist of the Yi clan shouted crazily, everyone, attack with all your might and kill all these people. The world below the layer of snow is ours. Once the battle breaks out above, this place will become a paradise for our ambush. A place of victory. Li Ju fled for his life in a panic. At this moment, he was so flustered that he even forgot about the heart of different bodies that his father, Li Wubua, had set up for him. His mind was filled with only escape, escape, escape. What he didn't know was that the Allied forces wouldn't kill him at all. They would even try their best to protect him and expose more of the Li clan's ambush points. The ones who were really desperate to get rid of him were the people from the Li clan, everyone in the Li clan. This included his father, the person who had originally loved and valued him the most, Li Wubua, who had been silently observing and listening to everything in a hidden cave all this while, sighed. His own son was actually so useless, with such a temperament, how could he be qualified to become one of the tribulations? His thoughts back then were really extremely laughable. The previous chapter was uploaded before 8 o'clock and I forgot to publish it. I thought that it had already been published, so I hurriedly wrote this chapter. In the end, I only realized that the previous chapter was still there when I uploaded this chapter. What the F***ck, please forgive me. Li Wubua let out a tragic laugh. he paid close attention to all the movements outside. When he noticed that the sounds of the pursuit were gradually getting further and further away, he abruptly dashed out. He chose not to participate in any battle, nor did he care about his treasures. Instead, he climbed upwards like a swimming fish. Li Wubua's action was not to escape like Li Ju but to deliver a message. The huge change in the snow had to be notified to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would the sacrifice of this batch of Li clan members be in vain, it would also seriously affect the future arrangements. It might even lock them into a dead end with no room for maneuver. There was no doubt that Li Wubua's heart was filled with resentment, viciousness, and schemes. But at this moment, the decision made by the current clan leader of the Li clan was still for the clan, because they were from the Li clan. As a father and a younger brother of the Li clan, he had to make up for his son's loss. Li Wubua's body slid upwards stealthily. His speed was relatively not fast. He was completely indifferent to everything else. In fact, not far away, there were 2 Li clan members who were currently being besieged. With his strength, he could definitely rescue them easily. Yet, he completely ignored them. He only made use of whatever concealment he could find to break through upwards. Li Wubua had his own plans for what was more important. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed up more than 2,000 feet. Over there, someone is going up there. A supreme martial artist from the allied forces who was in the middle of a battle heard that there seemed to be movement behind him. Out of caution, he casually sliced through the snow with his saber and attacked the source of the movement, Li Wubua. Li Wubua blocked it with his sword. With a clang, he borrowed the momentum of the saber and flew upwards at full speed. Previously, he did not dare to make too much of a commotion and could only go up slowly. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, he might as well go up at full speed and try his best to break through the snow. As long as he could reach the top, or even if he could just let out a shout, it might bring about a chance of turning the situation around. This shout, which was filled with vigilance, immediately attracted countless experts from the allied forces from all directions. There were even some who started to charge upwards without regard for anything. There was no lack of high-level supreme martial artists among them. Once the Li clan members rushed out and let the higher-ups know about the change below, it would not be a complete victory. At least, they would not be able to achieve the stunning effect of a surprise attack. Mo Tianji, the strategist of this calamity, would certainly make a corresponding strategic change. At that time, it would be another matter if they still wanted to take advantage of him. On the other hand, Li Wubua didn't entangle himself with any enemy at all. He didn't even respond to any of his opponent's attacks. No matter what kind of attack it was, he just blindly borrowed it as an upward force. However, the price he had to pay for this was extremely tragic. In the blink of an eye, his body was already dripping with blood and flesh. His external injuries were so heavy that one could imagine his internal injuries. One must know that the attacks that came from all directions were mainly palm chi and fist chi. However, he still stubbornly charged upwards. At this moment, his speed of ascension had already reached its peak. There was still a space of 300 feet above the snow layer here. Li Wubua's countenance was mournful. At this moment, he unleashed the last of his remaining energy and charged upwards rapidly. This charge seemed to have gathered all of his strength. His entire body flew upwards like a cannonball. A saber flew towards him at lightning speed. Its target was originally his neck, but Li Wubua's upper body had already charged over in an instant. In that instant, Li Wubua only felt a chill in his knees and his body inexplicably lightened. Half of his body finally succeeded in charging out of the snow layer. Li Wubua's 2 legs rushed out like a waterfall of blood. It looked as if he was using his blood as the momentum to push himself up. Just as he breathed in the air outside, Li Wubua already couldn't wait to yell at the sky, "The ambush below has been broken. Our side has suffered a crushing defeat. The ambush below has been broken." He had no choice but to do so. Because Li Wubua wasn't sure how long more he could live. Perhaps in the next instant, his soul would have already left his body. However, the news must be sent out. It must be sent out. It must be sent out at the first instant. In the quiet snowy plains, his furious roar reverberated far and wide, reverberating in all directions. The surrounding snow layer cracked open. A few supreme martial artists from the allied forces also jumped out. Sabers and swords were drawn, slashing down on his body like snowflakes. Every move was fatal and fatal. Li Wubwa didn't dodge at all. It wasn't because his legs were crippled, nor was it because he didn't have the strength to struggle. Instead, it was because he was afraid that once he resisted or dodged, he would exhaust his remaining strength. It would be a real disaster if his family couldn't hear him. At this moment, as long as his family could hear him, what was this crippled life of his worth? In the forest of sabers and rain of swords that were filled with despair and killing, blood splattered everywhere. Li Wubwa looked up at the sky and cried out the last words of his life, "The ambush below has been broken." Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji. Did you hear that? Elder Master. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words and before Yuan could reply, Li Wubwa's body turned into a pile of minced meat amidst a series of puffing sounds. A supreme martial artist from the allied forces was filled with hatred. He raised his leg and kicked his only intact head, sending it flying into the air and landing thousands of feet away. Li Wubwa had been scheming and scheming all his life. He had been shameless and despicable all his life. However, at his last moment, how could one judge the merits and demerits of a person's life, no matter what? It was really impossible to make a final conclusion. At this moment, Chu Yang and the others had already returned to their respective ambush spots. Mo Tianji was discussing some details with Li Chuanhua. Everything had already been planned and discussed. They were only waiting for the final battle to begin. The so-called discussion now was just to strive for perfection. No matter what was discussed, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the final outcome. However, at this moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out. Although the volume wasn't loud, it could still be heard clearly. There was an indescribable sense of grief, helplessness, as well as a sense of regret that almost caused one's internal organs to rupture and vomit blood. All these emotions were so clear that everyone could empathize with him. The ambush below has been broken. We have suffered a crushing defeat. Mo Tianji, did you hear that? It's Li Wubwa. It's actually him? How can it be? Li Xianxia stood up at once. The ambush below the layer of snow has been broken? How is that possible? Li Chuanhua raised his head in disbelief. Such a tight ambush can be said to be the work of the gods. It's flawless. How can it be broken before the final battle has even begun? This is impossible. Something's not right. Let's go and take a look. Mo Tianji was also somewhat baffled. Several people rushed out as though they were flying. A moment later, they came to the layer of snow. A lone human head was seen facing the sky. It was Li Wubwa. His face was filled with grief and indignation. His eyes were still wide open. He had actually died with his eyes wide open. Looks like the ambush below has really been broken. This is really unexpected. Mo Tianji sighed. Li Wubwa went down with the last wave of the second team. His hiding spot can be said to be extremely well hidden. Also, with Li Wubwa's character, unless he's at the end of his rope, I'm afraid he won't. Li Chuanhua's expression was sinister, as though a storm was brewing. He bellowed furiously, I'm just curious about one thing. The ambush here can be said to be flawless. With so many resources used and the geographical advantage, it's not an exaggeration to say that we have all the advantages. How can it be broken just like that? Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then, he said, if there's no internal chaos, there's definitely no reason for it to be broken. That's the only possibility. Li Chuanhua's beard flared up. He bellowed furiously, who would dare to leak such a big clan matter? Who would leak it? I don't believe that there would be such a traitor in the Li clan. I'll go down and take a look. Mo Tianji and the rest couldn't stop him in time. Li Chuanhua bellowed furiously and quickly sank into the layer of snow. A low-grade supreme martial artist sank into the layer of snow. Just the protective aura around him was enough to ward off all evil. Withstanding a series of attacks, he went all the way down just like that. He happened to see a Li clan expert being besieged. The situation was already precarious. Li Chuanhua bellowed furiously and struck out with his palms. With two loud bangs, two experts from the allied forces had their bones and tendons broken. They flew out from both sides, spurting out blood. Then, furious roars rang out from all directions. Countless experts from the allied forces swarmed over. Li Chuanbo lifted that Li clan expert with one hand. His left hand quickly drew a circle. A strong gust of wind blew out, blocking everyone dozens of feet away. Then, he dashed out as though he was flying. Even though Li Chuanbo was a top-grade expert, he couldn't take on so many people head-on by himself. The next moment, with a thud, Li Chuanbo flew out of the layer of snow again. Standing on it, he placed the person he had saved in front of him and stuffed a pill into his mouth. However, this person was already at the end of his life. He was on his last breath. With the help of the pill, he regained his vitality and mumbled, "Old master." Li Chuanbo's eyes darkened. He knew that he couldn't be saved. He asked evenly, "Tell me, how did the ambush break?" Hearing that, the person's eyes suddenly revealed an intense fury that couldn't be vented. He wanted to speak, but due to the excessive emotional shock, he started coughing violently. Li Xianxia hurriedly pressed his hand against his back and slowly channeled his internal energy. However, he shook his head. He could clearly feel that the person's vitality was gradually dissipating. Such injuries were really hard to heal. "It's Li Ju. That damned bastard." That person was filled with intense hatred, gnashing his teeth as though he wanted to skin Li Ju alive. Originally, everything was fine. We had been waiting for the arrival of the final battle. It was that bastard Li Ju who jumped out on his own without rhyme or reason. He was pursued by the enemy, but in a panic, he didn't know where to go and led us to every place where we were lying in ambush. In the end, all of us were exposed. Many of our brothers were blocked in their caves and beaten to death. This person was seriously injured. Originally, he was already on the verge of death. However, when he talked about this, the intense hatred in his heart actually made him speak more fluently. We had no choice but to come out and fight, intending to fight to the death. However, we had already completely lost the geographical advantage. The enemy outnumbered us. We were no match for them at all. The eyes of this Li clan expert were turning white, his throat gurgling. Finally, he roared, "Li Ju. Even if I die, I won't let you off." Li Xianxia lowered his head sadly. Li Chuanbo was trembling all over. Even his beard was trembling. Suddenly, he roared, "Li Ju." His voice was like thunder. At this moment, Li Chuanbo was obviously extremely angry. Mo Tianji frowned. He also felt that this turn of events was a little too troublesome. He had spent so much effort to set up such a flawless plan, but it was actually destroyed so cleanly by an idiot. This was really a change that no one could have expected. There's no other way. We have to change the original plan. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that after Diwu Qingrou's side had an internal conflict, the same situation would happen before he could finish gloating over it. Was this really Heaven's will playing tricks on them? I'll go down again. Look at the situation and see if I can save a few people. Li Chuanbo frowned. In Li Chuanbo's opinion, the current situation was so bad that they had to think of ways to remedy it. If they could save the remaining Li clan brothers, they would at least be able to preserve some fighting power. Most importantly, the old man really couldn't bear to let his descendants sacrifice themselves in vain. "No. You definitely can't go down anymore." Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped him. "Just now, I didn't stop elderly from entering the danger zone because the situation was unclear and I needed to understand the current situation. Now that the situation is clear, it can be said that it's chaos down there. Unknown dangers may occur at any time. Especially since there's no way to see anything down there. Even if you force yourself to go down, it'll be useless. It's not worth it. I'll pay attention to some dangers, but can I always watch them all get killed? If I can preserve a bit of fighting power, I'll have a bit more chance of survival." Li Chuanbo was obviously very anxious. It was rare for him to doubt Mo Tianji's decision. "Elderly, I know that you're anxious, but if you go out again, the allied forces will definitely not sit by and watch. Xiaoqingyu will definitely follow closely behind with his men. If you're trapped here too, there's no need to fight the rest of the battle. Now that things have come to this, saving people is definitely not the best plan. We can only activate the follow-up change of the 3 light array in advance, the sunlight array. Mo Tianji sighed. Activate the sunlight array in advance? Yes, this is the only way to break the current situation. But, this is only the second team, if. Mo Tianji said indifferently, elderly, could it be that you want to wait until all of them are dead before you make up your mind? A shudder ran through Li Chuanbuo's body. His gaze was stern. After a long while, he nodded silently. That's fine too. Fine. Let's do as you say. Mo Tianji's white robe fluttered as he turned around and left. At this time, action was the most practical thing to do. Li Chuanbuo followed closely behind, but both he and Li Xianxi's father's footsteps seemed unusually heavy. Under the layer of snow, Li Ju was still running crazily, constantly exposing his family's hidden ambush spot to the enemy. At this moment, young Master Li was running blindly as if he had lost his soul. He was completely like a walking corpse. He no longer had the ability to think. He could only instinctively seek the protection of his people. Even if the people who came out were killed immediately, he would still feel safer because he saw his own people. He still had companions. Having companions was equivalent to having protection. However, he would never have thought that his foolish actions would drag his entire clan into the bottomless abyss. Behind him, there were more than 20 high-level supreme martial artists tailing him. In addition, there were 7 or 8 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above. Their eyes shone with a cruel light. They stared at him firmly, not letting him escape. The most ridiculous thing was that those 7 or 8 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above had another purpose, which was to protect Li Ju's life. This was because there were already several groups of Li clan members who had launched suicidal attacks in order to get rid of Li Ju. Unfortunately, under the protection of those 7 or 8 supreme martial artists of 7th grade and above, all attacks were useless. And before confirming that the Li clan members under the snow were not all dead, Li Ju must not die. This was a treasure to guide the way, a treasure to defeat the enemy. The other Li clan members would be killed the moment they appeared, but Li Ju could move freely. However, Li Ju himself did not notice this at all. He was still blindly seeking the protection of his own people, trying his best to do so. He had lost all rationality, he was actually safe. He was actually the safest Li clan member. At this moment, the only Li clan member who was safe. Save me, save me. Li Ju rushed over with disheveled hair, repeating the actions and words that he had repeated countless times. He shouted towards a cave hidden under the snow, but there was no response. He actually raised his palm and swept away the snow, revealing an extremely hidden cave. Come out and save me, I'm Li Ju, why are you not coming out to save me? I'm being chased, I'm going to die. The people inside almost cursed. You're begging us to save you? We're begging you not to implicate us. You're going to die, why aren't you dead yet? If you're really dead, the world will be really peaceful. But since the entrance of the cave had already appeared, there was no point in hiding anymore. The 3 people inside could only choose to show themselves. Their path of survival had already been cut off, and the only meaningful thing they could do for the Li family was to kill Li Ju. Palm energy, fist energy, sword energy, these 3 people in the cave gathered their last wishes and attacked with all their strength. They only had one goal, to kill the scourge. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. At the moment when the 3 fatal attacks were about to reach Li Ju, there were several even more tyrannical forces that blocked their attacks horizontally. There were also several gentle forces that sent Li Ju out of this place of death. Then, more than 30 high-level supreme martial artists of the allied forces quickly surrounded them and attacked the cave. In just one round of attacks, 2 people had already turned into green smoke and rotten flesh before they could even leave the cave. Ah! Don't come over. Li Ju, who had already escaped from danger, was still full of fear. His pupils were dilated, and under the shouts of chase, he scrambled to escape, shouting, "Save me, save me. Save me." The terrain was gradually rising. Although Li Ju didn't feel it, the faces of the allied forces behind him were full of seriousness. The Li clan had sent out a total of 4 teams, all of which were hidden under the snow. The first 2 teams that came out were now almost completely wiped out. And this area was close to the ambush location of the other two teams. They couldn't help but raise their vigilance. At this time, Mo Tianji had already returned to the mountain peak. He had entered an extremely hidden cave. His right hand pressed down somewhere, and this cave was enveloped by the three light formations. It was as hard as iron and stone. Suddenly, a Mo Tianji leaped up. Here, there were three unusually complicated formations. All of them were set up with purple crystal jade essence, emitting a dazzling radiance. The entire cave was illuminated by the purple crystal jade essence, as if it was a colorful illusion, magnificent and brilliant. Mo Tianji walked to the center of the formation and stood there with his eyes closed. Li Chuanbua heaved a long sigh. Mo Tianji slowly stretched out his hand. At this moment, his hand suddenly turned transparent like white jade. A golden copper coin suddenly appeared in his hand. After a series of flips, it suddenly floated into the air at the same time, forming a small starry formation, emitting an unusually dazzling radiance. Then, it floated into the center of the sunlight formation. Under a series of flashes, the sunlight formation emitted a dazzling white light. Along with the purple crystal jade essence around it, it shattered and turned into nothingness. The sunlight formation has been officially activated. Mo Tianji let out a muffled snort. His face turned pale. Then, he said calmly, "Inform everyone to continue hiding. Don't come out at all, lest they get implicated and get caught in the crossfire." Li Xianxia immediately gave the order. The Li clan members on the mountain peak all disappeared without a trace. A dense flow of air was activated, shooting straight into the sky and merging with the rising sun. The sunlight in the air actually showed some strange changes, as if some strange change was happening. Then, under the layer of snow, a buzzing sound seemed to be coming from deep underground. After the Li clan members who were lying in ambush felt this vibration, they seemed to have received some kind of signal. Without prior agreement, they charged out from their respective hidden caves and attacked the enemy with all their might. The suddenness of this moment really caught them off guard. The experts of the Allied forces who had had a smooth journey thus far were much less vigilant because of the previous battles. Under this sudden attack, they actually felt somewhat unprepared. In a moment, quite a number of people lost their lives under this strange attack. The reason why this surprise attack could be so successful was mainly due to three aspects. Firstly, the Allied forces' previous battles had been too smooth, so their vigilance was naturally much lower. Secondly, the location of the battle was under the layer of snow after all. It was the battle location that the Li clan was most familiar with. On the Allied forces' side, the only person who could contend with the Li clan in this aspect, the Ling clan, who was equally familiar with fighting in snow, was not here. This was also an important reason why the Li clan's surprise attack was successful this time. And the most important reason was that Li Ju was only familiar with the ambush locations of the first two teams. As for the other two teams, he basically knew nothing about them. It was precisely because of this great misfortune that there was an opportunity left for this desperate counterattack. It also left an opportunity for Mo Tianji and the entire Li clan to turn the situation around. However, a momentary glory had nothing to do with eternity. After all, the Allied forces had the advantage in numbers. Whether it was in terms of numbers or the level of their experts, they were far superior to the Li clan. After a moment of panic, they quickly stabilized their footing and both sides began to fight underground. No one chased after Li Ju anymore. The Li clan members wanted to kill the traitor, but they were powerless. They had already exhausted all their strength to fight against the strong enemy in front of them. They really did not have the energy to deal with that scum of the clan. As for the Allied forces, Li Ju was already a completely useless piece of trash. Such a useless piece of trash, no one was willing to take another look at him. For people like Li Ju, as long as their nature was understood, they would be despised, and ignored no matter when and where. Of course, Li Ju didn't know that he had been ignored. At this moment, he was still completely immersed in being chased by countless people. He was running for his life like a whirlwind, rushing out of the canyon. His only thought was, "I want to run for my life." I want to live. Underground, thousands of people were fighting. On the ground, Diwu Qingro vaguely felt a sudden vibration. Although his expression was unchanged, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He was now in the middle of a battle with Mo Tianji. Any abnormal movement could be caused by the other party. Diwu Qingro didn't dare to be careless. He also attached great importance to this battle. There seems to be some movement in the sky. Xianxia looked up and muttered. But he didn't take it too seriously. There is movement in the sky? Although the speaker didn't mean it, the listener did. Diwu Qingro immediately stood up and walked out. What movement? When did it start? Just now. There seems to be some changes in the sunlight. But it's normal now. Xianxia didn't take it seriously. It should be a special weather change in the northwest. Just now, it suddenly brightened. I have to say that the sun hasn't appeared in the northwest for hundreds of thousands of years. When the sun comes out, all kinds of rare things happen. Oh, let these bumpkins see what the sun is. The few supreme martial artists beside him found his words interesting. They all laughed along. But then they found that Diwu Qingro's face had turned serious. They couldn't help but stop laughing. Since the farce 2 days ago, Xianxia had given a strict order. No one under him could go against Diwu Qingro's orders. Those who disobeyed would be severely punished, Diwu Qingro softly said. Oh. He quickly walked out of the tent. He put his hand on his forehead and looked at the sky. At this moment, the rising sun in the sky was like a warm fireball. But at this moment, it suddenly turned into an extremely dazzling white. A round beam of light suddenly shone down from the sun. It was like a heaven-shaking divine sword shooting straight down. Its target was the Three Lights Grand Formation from before. It actually enveloped the entire Three Lights Grand Formation. Diwu Qingro and the others were staring at the sky with their eyes wide open. Suddenly, a strong light struck them. Everyone let out a scream of surprise. Their eyes were sore and unbearable. Tears started to flow out of their eyes. Fortunately, this group of people was strong, and their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people. If it was someone with a lower cultivation base, their eyes would definitely be gone. After the aurora, the people who were temporarily blinded had a new feeling. Their surroundings suddenly became hot. One had to know that this was the Great Northwest. It was windy and frosty all year round, and the temperature was frighteningly low. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even a person's urine would freeze before it even touched the ground. It wasn't a rare thing to even turn into a thin ice strip. Therefore, in the Northwest, there had always been a saying, be careful when you pee. Move at any time. Once an icicle rises, even birds will stiffen. In other words, when you pee, you must pee while walking. If you don't move, an icicle will quickly form. Maybe even your thing will freeze and stiffen. There was once someone who had encountered such an awkward situation. His movement was a little slow. In the end, he had to reach out and break off the frozen part while peeing. In the end, he didn't get his thing. Unfortunately, it was a great fortune. Back to the main topic. To actually feel hot in such a place, isn't that a little too inconceivable? If not for the fact that many people had the same feeling, they would definitely think that it was an illusion. But now, they really had such a feeling. Motherf asterisk cur, my eyes, Motherf asterisk cur, my eyes are also hurting, Motherf asterisk cur, what's going on? Why is the damn sunlight suddenly so bright? It's hurting my eyes. Hey, why is it so hot? Yes, it's really hot. What's going on? This is the Northwest, the coldest place in the world. This is really Motherf asterisk cur hard to understand. How can the Northwest be so hot? Oh my eyes, Motherf asterisk cur. Diwu Qingro was also not lucky enough to escape this disaster. His eyes were also extremely sore and tears were flowing down. However, he didn't make a fuss like the others because he suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Moreover, this possibility was too big. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, he closed his eyes and gathered his martial power. He exhaled and shouted, everyone, quickly withdraw from here. Danger. Extreme danger, quickly. What's the situation? Why do we have to withdraw? Yes, what's going on? Is it an enemy attack? Countless noisy questions arose one after another, but only a few people responded to Diwu Qingro. At this moment, the situation had changed. The stronger ones would rather stay in place and deal with the changes by staying put. The weaker ones didn't dare to act rashly. For a moment, very few people listened to Diwu Qingrou's order to withdraw. Fortunately, Diwu Qingro couldn't see at this moment. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by this group of people. What's going on? Did the enemy make a move again? Xianxia hurried over. He walked all the way and felt that it would be fine even if he was naked. Moreover, the temperature was still continuing to increase. There was no reasonable explanation for such a strange situation if it wasn't caused by the enemy. If I'm not wrong, this is a killing trap caused by the three lights great array. Diwu Qingro said, immediately gather everyone and leave at full speed. Otherwise, we may really be roasted by the sun. No matter how strong a person is, he can't fight against the heavens. Xianxia was shocked. He hastily issued an order. Xianxia's order was naturally incomparable to Diwu Qingrou's. Everyone didn't have any doubts. They displayed their agility skills and rushed back like the wind. The three lights great array can draw the power of the three lights of the stars in the sky. It can stabilize the mountains and rivers and make the mountains and rivers eternal. This is a relatively common saying. Diwu Qingro was somewhat envious. He said with some regret, but there is another absurd saying. The operation of the three lights great array can draw the power of the three lights down to the lower realm and destroy everything with the supreme power of the stars. This saying is too extreme. Moreover, no one has really seen it. So, no one believes it. Therefore, the insiders believe that this is an exaggerated and absurd saying. But this time Mo Tianji should have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. He should have obtained the real mystery of the operation of the three lights great array. He turned the absurd into the truth and turned the old legend into the legend of the present. Therefore, this is a killing formation that can't be resisted by a person. We have no place to hide. Everyone must withdraw from the area covered by the three lights great array as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is no way to survive. Diwu Qingro explained in a hurried voice as he walked. Ah, there is such a tyrannical killing formation. Well, what about the people in the valley below? Xianxia was shocked. There were more than 1,300 people in the valley. They were the elite forces of various big clans. The situation was so critical now. How could he inform them to withdraw? Would they make it in time? It's too late. We are already very lucky to be able to withdraw in time. We can't care about them. Especially now that they are thousands of feet under the snow. It's definitely too late. Diwu Qingro sighed sadly. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. Even his rapid footsteps slowed down. While the allied forces were retreating at full speed, the sunlight from the sky had already turned into a huge fire dragon, completely enveloping the entire three lights great array. Due to the influence of the three lights great array, even the supreme level experts couldn't do anything about the accumulated snow on the mountaintop. The snow had been accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, it was melting rapidly and turned into molten iron, rushing downwards. In the valley, the buried snow was also melting rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Drops of it seeped downwards. Because the temperature was too high, it had just melted when it turned into boiling water. As the temperature got higher and higher, a burst of steam evaporated. However, it didn't have time to evaporate and turned into molten lava, rushing downwards. What was the concept of hundreds of thousands of years of snow melting together? This was an absolutely impossible scene. However, it happened today. At the top of the valley, Li Ju's head popped out in a daze. He was attacked by the hot water head-on. He was completely unprepared. He screamed and almost fainted on the spot. He could barely see the current situation clearly. It could be said that his soul had left his body. He jumped up desperately and rushed outside. He used all his strength to protect his body and resist the external pressure. However, he didn't walk more than 1,000 feet before he was covered in wounds. His flesh was badly mutilated and blisters were all over his body. However, Li Ju didn't seem to feel any pain at this moment. He was like a walking corpse. He ran all the way by instinct and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the surrounding mountains and valleys, the hundreds of thousands of years of snow and ice gradually melted. The river flowed downwards like a dam bursting. This was no longer the galloping of thousands of horses. It was believed that even if millions of horses galloped together, the momentum would be just like this. Along the way, the steam rose and covered the sky. Slowly, the snow on the ground also began to melt layer by layer. Layer by layer, it disappeared. It didn't take long for the snow on the top of the mountain to melt. Perhaps it was because the temperature was too high, even some of the stones had begun to melt, turning into layers of grease-like substance. As more and more of the melted stones were formed, they began to gather, converge, and then flow downwards. The temperature of the three lights' great array had risen to an unimaginable level. Just a moment ago, the surface layer was still melting, but the next moment, it had already formed a torrent, rushing down the mountain peak and into the canyon. All the surrounding mountains had a surface layer that was several feet thick melted. Under the influence of the extremely high temperature, streams of lava actually formed on the mountain peak and flowed into the canyon. Regarding these unimaginable and miraculous changes, the people from both sides who were still fighting intensely under the layer of snow were completely unaware. August 9th reading. They were completely unaware that something infinitely terrifying was rapidly approaching. The layer of snow melted too quickly. There was still a layer of ice and snow below, but there was already boiling water above. It was almost completely skipping the process of cold water. After that, it was still lava. After it was completely filled, there was still some distance between it and the bottom layer of snow. With this distance between them and the people below who were fighting with their lives on the line, how could they possibly notice anything? But the barrier was the layer of snow, and it was just a layer of snow. Under such high temperature, how long could a mere layer of snow last? The rumbling sounds were endless, and the magma had already transformed into a bright red color, filling up the entire slanting valley. Where the thick mist rose, the magma inside continued to bubble, and it was still gradually sinking downwards. Xianxia and Chuanbua closed their eyes at the same time. If they went down like this, no one below, regardless of their cultivation level, would be able to escape alive. The outcome was already decided. They would perish together, and in the true sense of the word, they would be annihilated. They had originally planned to perish together with the invading enemy. Now that they are together in life and death, it is not an unacceptable outcome for them to turn into smoke on the same day and return to heaven and earth. Although Xianxia said this, he sighed deeply. Rather than saying that he was consoling Chuanbua, it was better to say that he was consoling himself. There is only one life in a person's life, there is only one spring in a person's life. Chuanbua turned around. His voice was cold and hard as he said, "To be able to perish together with the enemy is the most glorious ending for us men. Li Clan's younger brother will definitely not drag out an ignoble existence. Returning like this is the majesty of heaven and earth. I only have a strong sense of pride. Where is their sorrow?" Mo Tianji said indifferently, "This is war." He sneered and said, "This is the final killing formation." This formation was irresistible, but it required time to operate. If there wasn't enough distraction, the enemy would have too much time to escape. My original intention was to trigger the final battle, and then use the ground below as an ambush base. Once the battle started, the arrangements below would definitely be able to take the initiative, stand out, kill, and pin down the enemy, and then launch the final battle here. Then, we'll lure everyone inside. That way, we'll have enough time to bury everyone inside. Be it friend or foe, we'll perish together. However, I had never thought that Li Ju would act on his own initiative. He would act rashly without thinking, and bring about a change in the situation. And, this ambush would be ruined. Since we can't take the initiative here, we can't trigger the enemy's crisis. And, Diwu Qingro won't send any more reinforcements. So, this arrangement can only be launched in advance. Originally, we expected to be able to bury more than 10,000 people here. But now, we've only buried less than 2,000. This is far from our expectations. Indeed. Man proposes, God disposes. Mo Tianji sighed and said, "According to my most ideal plan, if everyone here were to perish together, the Li clan would naturally have room to maneuver when the enemy's reinforcements arrived. Or, we might even be able to leave some seeds behind. At least, we wouldn't have to sacrifice those women and children, and that foundation. But now, everything is just empty talk, although it's a little cruel to perish together here, and it's also very hurtful to heaven and humanity. It's to protect hundreds of thousands of women and children. There's still a price to pay. But, I didn't expect. Mo Tianji sneered and said, haha, so what if I've calculated everything? An unexpected human factor changed the outcome, and Li Ju is a pig. You've ruined my entire plan, and from this moment on, the Li clan has truly fallen into a desperate situation. A chance of survival? It's completely gone. I have no chance of survival for your Li clan. I can only pray that the final formation will work. Everyone was silent as if they were in despair. Everyone in the Li clan lowered their heads. Previously, there was still hope. Of course, they had sacrificed themselves, but there was still hope for the survival of their women and children. But now, even the last remaining hope had been lost. How could they not be in despair? Yet even though they were in despair, they still didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. After a while, Li Chuanbua gritted his teeth and said, Li Ju, this bastard, even if he dies 10,000 times, he won't be able to make up for the loss this time. It's really too easy for him to die here this time. At this moment, Li Chuanbua didn't know that Li Ju, whom both sides wanted to kill, was actually still alive. He was even the only survivor of the decisive battle under the snow. Far away, Xianxia and the others were all standing high in the air. The best way to avoid such a natural disaster was to stay away from all kinds of disasters, and the best place to go was the sky. Even the weakest among the Allied forces had the ability to control the air. At this moment, looking at the lava in this entire canyon, even though they were already dozens of miles away, they could still feel the hot air blowing toward them. Even their beards were all scorched. The layer of snow below them was still melting rapidly. The place where they were originally standing had already turned into a vast ocean at this moment. Looking at the fog that rose into the sky, everyone's faces turned pale. A few of them didn't have strong wills. They were so panicked that they were trembling all over. No one would have thought that Mo Tianji actually had such a vicious trick up his sleeve. It turned out that the true meaning of the 3 light array to stabilize the mountains and rivers was to turn this place into a huge iron pot. In the end, everyone would be cooked in the pot. Diwu Qingrou's forehead was full of cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, he said, it's a fluke. A fluke? Everyone gave him a sidelong glance. Clearly, they were very puzzled and even somewhat disgusted. So many people on our side have been trapped inside, and you still say it's a fluke. If this is a fluke, then what isn't a fluke? Thinking back, I can now conclude that this is definitely the final killing trap that Mo Tianji set up. It's also a decisive move to perish together with the enemy and perish together. Diwu Qingru wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, I think that something special must have happened down there. It doesn't have enough conditions to attract us down there anymore. Therefore, Mo Tianji started this trap ahead of time. Because if he insisted on not starting it, the change down there might have caused him to not be able to take advantage of this final advantage. Even if he had a killing move, it would have been useless. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly. Everyone, you can try to think about it. If something didn't happen down there, we would have been at a disadvantage once the decisive battle started. What would we have done? We would have supported them with all our strength. Otherwise, would we have gone down there to fight if all the members of the other side had gathered in the canyon? No matter what the reason was, who would have been able to escape if we had gone down and started a chaotic battle? Who would have been confident that they would have been able to escape? When everyone thought about it, they couldn't help but shudder. Their complexions had turned into the color of corpses. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked at the other side. They only felt a chill creeping up their spines. In this incomparably hot time, they still felt an endless chill that sent chills down their spines. Indeed, if that was really the case, even if it was Xianxia, it was very likely that he would have been held back by Li Chuanbua. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to escape and could only die on the spot. Luck, it was really luck. It was really luck. It was really too lucky. I didn't expect that Mo Tianji to set up such a vicious killing trap. Xiaoqing's lips trembled as he said with a pale face. This can't be said to be vicious. What are we here for? What's the purpose? Diwu Qingru said somewhat mockingly, we were here to exterminate the Li clan. Even if the other party's methods are more vicious than this, it's only right. It's only right to use every means possible. I can only say that Mo Tianji is indeed a learned man. He has already obtained the true essence of formations in the world. I'm not as good as him. Diwu Qingrou's eyes were filled with envy. If I can obtain the inheritance of such a marvelous formation, I can also. Diwu Qingrou lowered his gaze. While he was admiring, he thought in his heart, if I were Mo Tianji, I would definitely not use this killing trap now. Even if the Li clan were to be wiped out, even if I were to lose for a while, so what? If this formation was used during the Tianding Grand Meeting, it would definitely be able to wipe out all the experts of the big clans and law enforcement officers in one fell swoop. If the millions of experts who participated in this meeting were all turned into smoke, wouldn't it be easy to unify the heavens? Mo Tianji, you're still not ruthless enough. In terms of ruthlessness, you're not as good as me. You, Mo Tianji, are not as good as me, Diwu Qingrou. Under the layer of snow. At this moment, the people from both sides who were still fighting fiercely had also started to feel the heat. It was suffocating as if they were in a steamer. As they fought, they were somewhat surprised. What's going on? After this period of frenzied killing and fighting, the people from the Li clan were almost all dead. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, most of them were seriously injured. Few of them were in good health. The experts from the allied forces were naturally more powerful. Already, some of them could spare some time to observe the surrounding terrain. Something's not right. Why is it so hot here? This temperature is too strange. One of them was a little puzzled. This is thousands of feet under the layer of snow. It shouldn't be so hot. It's so hot that I'm sweating all over. What's going on? Why do I feel that the top is red? One of them shouted. Everyone felt the strange atmosphere at this moment. They stopped what they were doing and looked up at the same time. They saw that the dark layer of snow above their heads, which they couldn't see anything at first, was now showing a dark red color. At the same time, a wave of heat that was enough to drive people crazy was already coming down from above. In fact, the temperature was still rising. What's going on? What's going on? A 7th grade supreme martial artist shouted, "What's going on?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and hit out with his palm. Part 7 Chapter 835, Mutual Destruction, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His words were still echoing. That palm actually made a huge hole in the originally indestructible snow layer. The snow layer in front melted into a puff of green smoke, and then the surging magma flowed in, unstoppable. That 7th grade supreme martial artist was the first to bear the brunt. He was completely unprepared and didn't even know what was happening. His head was already smashed by the magma, and then his whole body was submerged in it. He only had time to let out a scream before his whole body started to rot. 9. Reading network. It was a calamity that was worthy of its name. He hurriedly circulated his energy, trying to relieve his injuries and resist the external attack. However, at this time, it was already completely useless. He screamed miserably, but the magma flowed into his mouth at the right time. In an instant, a puff of green smoke rose, and his whole body had already evaporated without a trace. Everyone at the side had already hidden far away when they saw that the situation was not right. However, they looked at this horrifying scene in horror. Even though it was already extremely hot now, everyone felt that their hands and feet were cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? A supreme martial artist shouted as if he was about to cry. A 7th grade supreme martial artist was annihilated so cleanly. Could he be lucky enough to escape? How could he be so capable? At this moment, the dark red color above their heads became thicker and thicker. The gap there gradually expanded, and the magma flowed in endlessly. Everyone wanted to resist, but there was no way to do so. They could only blindly hide in all directions. However, a sea of magma had already rapidly formed on the ground. And it was still continuing to spread rapidly. If they kept hiding, how long could they hide for? Where could they hide in the end? Everyone's hearts were filled with despair. The dark red color above their heads was obviously all magma. When they looked up again, the space above their heads within a radius of thousands of feet was all this dark red color. Where else could they escape to? This was thousands of feet under the snow layer. Isn't this the F** King Northwest? Isn't this F** King Snow Layer? A supreme martial artist of the Allied forces shouted in fear and anger. F** King Hell, where did this magma come from? Isn't this a scam? Ha 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 ha. A surviving supreme martial artist of the Li clan laughed maniacally, even tears flowing out. Good. Good. A big family, how impressive. Besieging the Li clan, what a strong murderous aura. Ha ha ha. Isn't he still going to perish together with the Li clan? Let's all die together. So what? What else can you do? Ha 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 ha, this is great. You want to destroy my home. You want to cut off my descendants. You all deserve to die here today. He roared loudly. All the experts in the alliance glared at him, but they couldn't refute his words. No matter what, mutual destruction was already a foregone conclusion. There was no point in arguing any further. The dark red color above their heads was becoming more and more intense. This meant that the layer of snow above their heads, the last obstacle, was getting shorter and shorter. This also meant that everyone's time to survive was getting shorter and shorter. However, no one could do anything about it. Everyone here was a top-notch expert. Needless to say, they were usually strong-willed and wouldn't even blink if they were attacked by swords and sabers. But now, under the influence of the approaching threat of death, their wills had long been shattered. The only thought in their minds was that there would be some miracle that could stop this calamity of death and save them from death. That supreme martial artist of the Li clan suddenly laughed maniacally and jumped up. You bunch of bastards, stop dreaming about any F** King miracles. Die early and reincarnate early. Don't I still have to accompany you? So what if I die first? I'll let you take advantage of me again. Then, with the last of his strength, he struck out dozens of consecutive palms. Amidst the maniacal laughter, cracking sounds rang out. Boom, 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 the entire layer of snow above them collapsed at an accelerated rate due to the impact of this wave of palm energy. It completely collapsed. The magma that originally had nowhere to go suddenly found a way and completely flooded the place in an instant. The maniacal laughter of that supreme martial artist of the Li clan continued. At this time, the magma had already drowned him, but he actually held on and used the skeleton of his right hand to tear off his left hand. He laughed and said, Die. Die. With a raise of his hand, he threw out his left hand. His entire palm exploded. Using his blood as an attack, he blasted the layer of snow again. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but the last layer of snow also collapsed. That supreme martial artist of the Li clan's laughter was still reverberating, but he had already disappeared from the world. It was just that his journey to the netherworld was destined not to be lonely. A series of desperate screams rang out instantly, filling the place. No matter if you were a martial saint expert, a first-grade or second-grade supreme martial artist, or a third-grade or fourth-grade supreme martial artist, or a fifth-grade or even higher. Everyone's reaction was the same. In the face of this certain death disaster, no one was an exception. Under such a magma canopy, there were no blind spots in all directions. Even a second-grade supreme martial artist could only close his eyes and wait for death. There wasn't even a chance to drag anyone down with him. Everyone had to travel together in the netherworld, and the netherworld, there was only the helplessness and grievance of sorrow and despair. When people took a bath in the bathhouse, they were all equally clean and smooth. There was no difference at all. But right now, there was no difference at all. In the face of certain death, no one was an exception. The magma fell rapidly and gradually rose. In just a moment, it had already drowned everyone. Then, there was another violent tremor. Then, the magma rose with a whirlpool, completely turning this canyon into a sea of magma. On the magma, a few heads opened their eyes in despair. The next moment, the magma tumbled and these few heads also disappeared without a trace. The magma above continued to fall, but its momentum was already much weaker. Because the sunlight that fell from the sky was already gone. The morning sun hung weakly in the sky. It emitted a gloomy warmth. But this entire land, thousands of miles of land, had already turned into a scorching hot midsummer. No, even during the hottest days of summer, there definitely wouldn't be such a huge force. Or rather, it should be a volcanic crater, and it was the hottest volcanic crater. Crackling sounds rang continuously on the ground. That was countless layers of ice still spreading outwards and melting. The whole area was rapidly expanding outwards at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye, gradually converging into a river or a sea. Rippling waves, rippling light, in the distance, it was still covered in silver, a world of ice and snow. This place, on the other hand, was filled with clear blue waves, quiet and peaceful. Such a strange scene could be said to be the #1 wonder in the world. Not only was it unprecedented, it might not be replicated in the future. However, who would have thought that such a miraculous scene was caused by such a tragic event? Infinite water vapor rapidly gathered in the sky. Then, after a moment, the intense intersection of cold and heat actually caused lightning to flash and thunder to rumble, and hail to fall with a crackling sound. The scorching temperature of the whole world dropped rapidly after the end of the sunlight-killing trap. Diwu Qingru, Xiaoqinyu, and the rest were all dumbfounded. Lucky, they were really too lucky, looking at the newly formed jade-green waves beneath their feet, and then looking at the boiling magma that was almost at the same level as the mountain range. Everyone felt an indescribable ghastly chill rising from their heels, passing through their calves, thighs, back, and neck, all the way to the top of their heads. Everyone shuddered at the same time. Really, ruthless, at the side. Wu Jiuqing stood majestically in a secluded cave on the precipitous peak. He used a large piece of profound ice to seal the entrance of the cave, and even used his own power to maintain it. Lava poured down from above. Both Mo Qinggu and Chu Lu'er's little faces were deathly pale. Dong Wushang shook his neck as if nothing had happened, and Chu Yang could still talk cheerfully at this moment. The two of them didn't take it seriously. Mo Lu'er's heart also skipped a beat. She said, "Wushang, you can really keep your composure." Dong Wushang was stunned. What's there to be anxious about? If it doesn't fall, there's naturally no need to worry. If Elder Wu can't block it, then there's even less need to worry. Mo Lu'er stared at him. She knew that this guy was careless, but she didn't expect him to be careless to this extent. Chu Yang laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Exactly. Wushang is so right. Mo Lu'er, Mo Qinggu, and Chu Lu'er rolled their eyes at the same time. This Mo Tianji. He didn't even tell us in advance that he was causing such a big thing. Wu Jiuqing was rather annoyed. He almost scared my disciple. When I go back, I'll settle the score with him properly. If I don't see any compensation for the mental damage, see if I can forgive that little brat. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang looked at each other, stunned. This lord is actually thinking about this kind of thing at such a time. Our nonchalant chatter and laughter obviously can't be compared. On the other side. F***ck. That bastard Mo Tianji. GMO scolded angrily. If not for the fact that this place prepared by second brother Gu is well hidden and deep enough, wouldn't all of us be floating in there? What king trap, we're still virgins. Ao Xieyun said, don't F***king say that. We're already lucky enough here. So what if we're floating in there? But if Rui Budong is in there? That's really ugly. A bird is already ugly enough. If he becomes a bald bird, how will he face the ancestors of the phoenix race? Everyone's faces were originally dark, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. If it were any other time, even if Rui Budong didn't have much of a heart, he would definitely be embarrassed and mock Ao Xieyun. Unexpectedly, Rui Budong only stared at the lava in the distance, as if deep in thought. He actually didn't hear Ao Xieyun's ridicule. Everyone was a little surprised. This didn't seem like Rui Budong's character. If he heard Ao Xieyun say this in the past, the most likely thing he would do would be to fight with him. He might even be implicated. Why was he so quiet today? Was he really angry? That couldn't be, right? Rui Budong suddenly stood up. Xia Donqiong and Gu Duxing, who were working together to seal the door with ice at the entrance, were shocked. Where are you going? I'm going out to play. Rui Budong said. There was a hint of impatience and excitement in his voice. Everyone looked at him worriedly. Luo Kudi put his hand on Rui Butong's forehead and said suspiciously, "Is this guy crazy? I was just joking with you. I didn't mean any harm. If you're not happy, I'll help you say he's Azure Dragon. If you're not satisfied, we'll all say he's Azure Dragon. Get lost. Am I such a narrow-minded person? Do you think I'm you?" Rui Butong slapped Luo Kudi's hand away. He looked at the concerned gazes of his brothers, and couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. He said, "I said that I have an important matter to attend to. Have you forgotten? I'm from the Phoenix race. I naturally have an indescribable desire for such hot things. Plus, this kind of heat can increase my cultivation by a lot. This is an environment that can't be found in ordinary cultivation. The Phoenix's rebirth in fire is also the same." Everyone suddenly realized. Gudu Xing and Xiadan Qiong let go of his hand. Rui Butong let out a shrill cry and rushed out. He rushed into the sea of lava outside. Under everyone's gaze, Rui Butong was like a phoenix flapping its wings and flying. He circled in the air and then fell 5,000 feet straight down into the deep sea of lava. Huge waves of lava splashed into the sky, sinking into the ground with a gurgling sound. GMO bit his finger and couldn't help but shiver. He said to Luo Kudi, "Wolf, why do I feel that this guy is committing suicide? Why am I so worried?" Luo Kudi said angrily, "Don't call me wolf. It's so corny. It's so disgusting. Bah. You're dreaming. You're a wolf, not a man." GMO said, "I've always called you wolf wrongly. Aren't you called Wolf Sword? Why don't I call you wretched wolf?" Puff. Luo Kudi punched GMO in the face. Suddenly, Luo Kudi's eyes turned red. Luo Kudi became furious. "I was talking to you with good intentions. How dare you hit me?" He punched back. Luo Kudi fell backwards, and his nose started to bleed. Soon after, the two of them started to fight, rolling around on the ground. Their mouths were cursing, but their hands and feet were not idle. When they were anxious, they would simply use their teeth to bite. The battle of the century between loneliness and wolf. The show was on. The other brothers watched helplessly from the sidelines. This kind of battle of the century was not something that could be said to happen every day. Even the heavens wouldn't be able to understand if life could still be boring with these two living treasures, so lonely. Waves, not good. Suddenly, Gu Duxing slapped his forehead and was about to rush out when Xia Donqiong hurriedly pulled him back. "What are you doing?" "I'm talking about second brother Gu. Rui Budong dares to go out because he's a phoenix." "But what kind of bird are you, old second Gu?" Gu Duxing was so anxious that his eyes were red. This bastard shouldn't have gone down. This is going to be ruined. This time, it's ruined. Underneath is the three-light formation. Once the magma cools down, the entire mountain and the earth will become one. Even if Rui Budong isn't roasted, he's deep underground. How can he get out? When he said that, the brothers looked at each other in dismay. Yes, they were in the three lights formation now. Rui Budong had jumped into the magma so recklessly. This was really difficult to deal with. That won't do either. Xia Donqiong frowned. Even if Rui Budong is trapped inside, we can't go down. We'll only be trapped together with him. There's no effect at all. Besides, Rui Budong is fine. If you go down, you'll immediately turn into a wisp of smoke. We can only think of another way. Or let Mo Tianji go to the three lights formation immediately after the battle. Xia Donqiong said. Yes, this is the only way now. Ao Xieyun frowned deeply. Besides, we can't think of everything as the worst. Since Rui Budong dares to go down, if he doesn't have a grasp of the situation. How can he be so rash? I'm just afraid that he's been blinded by greed. Gu Duxing sighed and stomped his feet repeatedly. Xia Donqiong frowned and sighed. From this, it can also be seen that we are still lacking. If Mo Tianji or Big Brother were here, they would definitely remember these things at all times. But we. The brothers sighed in unison. No matter what, this kind of mistake must not be made again. Gu Duxing said word by word, this kind of feeling is really too torturous. Yes. The brothers nodded. but GMO, Luo Kadi, and Dong Wusheng can be an exception. Gu Duxing glanced coldly and said, "These three fellows are brainless at all." He sighed and looked worriedly at the cooling magma sea outside. He frowned and didn't say anything. GMO and Luo Kadi, who were innocently implicated, opened their mouths wide. They grimaced, rolled their eyes and lowered their heads. They cursed 7 or 8 times in their hearts. This second brother Gu. When Rue Budong comes out, the two of us will definitely join forces to give you a good beating. On the other side, Tan Tan and the Divine Clan experts were stunned. Pure energy of the sun. Oh my god. An elder of the Sun clan was almost kneeling on the ground. He looked at all of this with a feverish passion, his whole body trembling. Tan Tan snorted and said, "What a good for nothing. Can you accept such energy of the sun if it's given to you? You overestimate yourself. What are you coveting?" Everyone kept quiet out of fear. However, Tan Tan was also thinking about something. If Mo Tianji could trigger the 3 lights to come down to the lower realm, then could he set up a small 3 lights great formation? Let this great demon king refine his demonic body, refine his demonic soul and ascend to the level of a demon god. As he thought about it and thought about its beauty, a lewd smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of his lips. At the side, Gooey Goo, who was supporting the ice against the magma single-handedly, saw this and shuddered at once. Going against his conscience, he said, "King is really too cool today." Tan Tan flicked his hair suavely. He pointed and said, "Even cooler than this pure energy of the sun, right?" Gooey Goo weighed it very seriously and finally decided to tell the truth. He said, "Not as cool as this energy, her. Tan Tan laughed sinisterly and said, "When the battle starts later, you'll be the first to fight." Gooey Goo was stunned. The 2 tallest mountains opposite each other were originally the positions of both parties. There were also quite a number of small peaks and the like in between. But now, it was practically a flat plain. It was completely filled with magma and was slowly bubbling and gradually cooling down. However, the surrounding temperature was still maintained at the temperature of melting gold and petrification. Within a short period of time, there was no drop in temperature. Hailstones fell down madly, only raising water vapor that covered the sky. Then, they rushed up into the sky and turned into hailstones again. Chu Yang and the others were a little far away. They had already removed the ice at the entrance of the cave. A strange smell assailed their nostrils, bringing with it the coolness of hail from the sky. Mo Qinggu summoned her courage and walked to the entrance of the cave. She reached out and caught a hailstone. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "So big." This hailstone. It was actually as big as a chicken egg and was crystal clear. Chu Le asked sarcastically, "Big, right?" "Yes. It's really big. You haven't seen it before, right?" Very surprised, right?" Feeling that she had gained the upper hand, Chu Le was in a great mood. She hugged Chu Yang's arm and said coquettishly, "Big brother, I miss Sister Z. When are we going to look for her?" Chu Yang coughed dryly and put on the airs of an elder brother. He said, "If you don't work hard, how are you going to look for your Sister Z in the Heavenly Palace? That requires cultivation, that requires conditions, that requires hard work." Chu Le widened her big eyes in the distance. She was rather baffled. Mo Qinggu smiled gently and said to Chu Le, "When our cultivation reaches the required level, we'll go up to look for Sister Z together." Chu Le was discouraged. She suddenly felt that something was wrong with her in front of Mo Qinggu. The two of them were clearly about the same age, but Mo Qinggu was very graceful and magnanimous now, as if she was much more mature than herself. In front of her, she actually naturally felt like I'm a little girl. This feeling made Chu Le very unhappy. She said, "That's my Sister Z. She's also my sister-in-law, my big brother's wife. What does that have to do with you?" Mo Qinggu smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. Can I take a look?" Chu Le was defeated. She gritted her teeth. She said heavily, "I'm just afraid that Sister Z won't like to see you." Mo Qinggu said calmly, "Sister Z left me a set of martial techniques before she left. She also left me a lot of good things, such as this, and this." As she spoke, she took them out one by one without looking at Chu Le. She then kept them. Haha. I quite like them. Although I'm not as close to my sister as you are to her. Haha, actually, it's nothing. Chulu was completely defeated. When Xianxia left, she didn't leave anything for her, but so much for Imochingwu. She couldn't help but glare at her for a moment, but there was nothing she could say. The set of martial techniques that Sister Z left me is called Heavenly Dance. Imochingwu deliberately teased her. She said somewhat proudly, I heard that even in the Heavenly Palace, it's the best martial technique. Sister Z is really too nice. I miss her too. Chulu pursed her lips and almost burst into tears. Chu Yang shook his head somewhat helplessly. He shielded Chulu behind him and said, don't bully her, it was a bit of a headache. Although Imochingwu's memory had recovered, her personality was more affected by this life. She was very lively, very. Although she was also very quiet sometimes, overall, it seemed that the personality of this life was still the dominant one. Or maybe Imochingwu couldn't bear to look back on her previous life, so she deliberately suppressed that personality of hers. Imochingwu laughed. Wu Jiuqing, who was at the door, looked over with an unfriendly expression. Now, both sides of the battle were silent. The battle was temporarily stopped. The allied forces looked over, their eyes spitting fire as if they wanted to eat people alive. Li Chuanbua and the others stood at the top of the mountain, feeling the heat under their feet that hadn't cooled down. They stood facing the wind, not showing any signs of weakness. Everyone didn't speak, but everyone's hearts were filled with hatred. Once the battle started, it couldn't be anywhere else. Both sides could only fight in this place where their comrades would perish together. This thought had suddenly become the wish of both the enemy and our side. The hailstones above their heads were like rain, smashing fiercely on everyone's body. But no one dodged at all. Clouds of hot air rose from the surface of the sea of lava. The surface layer had already solidified. At the latest, by one night, this place would return to its cold state and become a battlefield. Everyone didn't want to drag on any longer. End of chapter 15:19. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.